Chapter 1. The Primordial World. Since the revered NWA fashioned humanity from clay, and the six holy beings of the primordial era attained enlightenment, millennia have drifted by. At this moment, deep beneath the eastern sea, a trio of peak Earth immortal crustaceans known as the Aoxian were encircling an egg of roughly a foot in diameter, their eyes glimmering with avarice. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as one of the Aoxians thrust its massive claw forcefully against the eggshell. To their astonishment, despite the ferocity of the blow, the egg merely quivered slightly. Huh! Truly worthy of the Xiangui lineage, this egg is remarkably tough, the eldest Aoxian remarked, retracting its claw in admiration. Indeed, after all, it is said that this lineage once followed the Grand Dragon in their cosmic battles. The second Aoxian chimed in. Moreover, we are fortunate brothers to have discovered it in this place. This lineage is currently conscripted by the Demon Emperor, and this egg is likely a remnant of their legacy, the third Aoxian added, slamming its claw down heavily on the Xiangui egg. The trio had stumbled upon this tortoise egg a millennium ago and had harbored the notion of consuming it ever since. Yet, the eggshell's extraordinary hardness left them feeling utterly thwarted. With no other recourse, the brothers relentlessly attacked, attempting to shatter the unyielding shell. A millennium passed, and their efforts had borne fruit. Upon closer inspection, faint fissures adorned the surface of the egg, from which wisps of primal essence intermittently wafted, enticing the Aoxian brothers to greedily draw it in. Ha ha! Having absorbed its primal energy, we've managed to elevate ourselves from the early stages of Earth immortal to the pinnacle within merely a millennium. Once this beast hatches, if we divide and consume it, we may even ascend to the celestial immortal realm, perhaps even reach the legendary true immortal. The trio's greedy gazes fixated on the tortoise egg, envisioning a glorious future for themselves. Meanwhile, within the confines of the egg, the being inside was utterly exasperated. I'm truly at a loss for words. Chen Xuan, nestled within the tortoise shell, shifted slightly, his expression marred by frustration. Over the years, from the conversations of the Aoxian brothers, he had easily deduced that he had traversed into the primordial world, inhabiting a tortoise egg. Though he could tolerate being transformed into an egg, considering the Xiangui lineage, while not as formidable as the ancient triad, still held decent roots. Yet, it was unfortunate that the three ruffians outside had fixated upon him, siphoning away a considerable amount of his primal essence throughout the millennium. This had cost him the celestial cultivation he should have possessed from birth. Based on his own deductions, given the current circumstances, by the time he emerged from a shell, he would likely only possess the cultivation of the late Earth immortal stage, or perhaps even the mid-stage. As the moment of his emergence drew near, he realized that he would undoubtedly be besieged by the three-peak Earth immortal Aoxians. How truly unfortunate. The thought that his existence might end before it even began filled Chen Xuan with bitterness. Is there no savior to rescue me? He sighed deeply, resigned to the notion that he could only fantasize about a passing savior who might lend a hand. Days passed, and the time until Chen Xuan's emergence drew ever closer. The Aoxian brothers, clearly aware of the impending event, kept a vigilant watch over the Xiangui egg, refusing to relax even for a moment. On one particular day, as the brothers' greedy gazes were fixed upon the egg, it began to tremble violently, a stream of clear energy wafting from within. This fellow is about to be born. They rejoiced the emergence of the Xiangui meant they were nearing the celestial immortal realm. Ah, it seems I cannot escape this fate, Chen Xuan thought, his gaze resolute. He understood that the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. So he resolved to break free today. Then let us fight. His unwillingness transformed into a fierce battle spirit, since escape was not an option. He would throw caution to the wind, embracing the peril and perhaps carve a bloody path for himself. The shell quaked violently, stirring the energies of the world, and soon formed a funnel-shaped vortex above the egg. Seal the spiritual energy. It seeks to break through its realm. The eldest Aoxian's expression shifted at this sight with a swift movement. It wielded its claws, directing a torrent of water precisely at the spiraling energy. The other two Aoxians quickly grasped the situation and joined in. After a flurry of actions, the precious spiritual energy that Chen Xuan had painstakingly gathered was dispersed. Oomph! A cold snort emanated from within the eggshell. Although he could not successfully absorb the essence of the world, Chen Xuan's aura surged dramatically. Radiant light burst forth, and the Aoxian brothers caught a glimpse of a shadowy Xiangei figure beginning to materialize within the luminous glow, its form gradually enlarging, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. From the early to the mid, and then to the late stages of Earth Immortal, Chen Xuan's aura ascended to its zenith in mere breaths. Bang! The tortoise shell shattered, revealing a Xiangei the size of a foot, its body a deep, dark hue, standing before the Aoxian brothers. You have emerged, gaining the title of Spike Shell of the Great Path. Simultaneously, a resonant voice, echoing through the ages, reverberated within Chen Xuan's mind. Spike Shell? He was momentarily taken aback. Was this the arrival of his golden finger? He quickly examined it. Spike Shell. Any attack you receive will be returned to the assailant with a power level of 100. The description was straightforward, and Chen Xuan grasped its meaning instantly. Wow, 100% retaliation. He was astonished from the text. It was evident that this so-called Great Path title was far superior to mere retaliation. While retaliation returned damage in percentage form, his spike shell directly countered the opponent's attack. Ha ha ha! Fellow Taoist, you have finally chosen to emerge. At that moment, the Aoxian brothers' eyes gleamed with fervor as they encircled Chen Xuan in a triangular formation. Sensing his aura at the late Earth Immortal stage, the brothers exchanged glances filled with glee despite the Xiangui lineage's profound roots. They were certain he could not contend with them. This this hunt seemed virtually assured. Yet, as Chen Xuan found himself surrounded, elation surged within him upon acquiring the Great Path title. In the primordial realm, nearly all tortoise beings boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, especially the Xiangui lineage. This was precisely why Chen Xuan dared to confront 3 adversaries of higher realms. Originally, he intended to risk injury to eliminate one of them first before seeking a chance to escape. However, now armed with the spike shell, his mindset shifted dramatically. While the Aoxian brothers sought to consume him to elevate themselves to the celestial immortal realm, he too yearned to reclaim his primal essence. By devouring you, I can reconstruct my essence and undoubtedly tread the path to the celestial immortal realm. A faint smile graced Chen Xuan's lips as he salivated at the prospect. Oomph, you think you can? Just a late Earth Immortal, do not assume that being a Xiangui grants you the power to challenge us. Why not surrender obediently? It might spare you some suffering. The Aoxian brothers' eyes brimmed with disdain and mockery as they raised their formidable claws, the sound of cracking echoing ominously. Words are futile. Chen Xuan snorted coldly, his body radiating brilliance, and suddenly, countless obsidian spikes manifested above his shell. Oomph! A futile struggle. The eldest Aoxian scoffed, viewing the spikes as mere bluster, dismissing them entirely, for they were aware of the disparity in their realms. With colossal claws imbued with tremendous force, they struck down upon Chen Xuan. The eldest Aoxian understood that victory was within their grasp. Yet, the defensive capabilities of the Tortoise clan should not be underestimated, and thus, it unleashed its full power. Confident in its assault, it believed that even if it were to sustain a hit, it would still suffer considerable injury. Bring it on, Chen Xuan roared, stepping forward rather than retreating. Despite the formidable force behind the strike, he held great confidence in his defense and was eager to test the efficacy of the spike shell. Under the watchful gazes of the other 2 Aoxians, the 2 figures rapidly closed the distance in the next instant. Boom! With a resounding explosion, waves surged and sediment swirled in the depths of the sea, a cry of anguish reaching their ears. How? The wail pierced through the air, and both brothers froze momentarily, recognizing the familiar sound. They quickly focused their attention on the scene. There stood the late Earth Immortal Xiangui, calm and composed, while their eldest brother appeared rather disheveled. Cracks now marred the once mighty claws, blood flowing profusely from the fissures, the eldest Xian trembling, seemingly racked with immense pain. "Brother, what is happening?" The second and third Aoxians inquired urgently. With great difficulty, the eldest Xian raised its head, trembling as it uttered, "Tortoise shell." It pricked, cracked. Almost instantaneously after its words fell, the two brothers perceived a blur before their eyes, as the Xian Gui's neck seemingly shot forward, its speed nearly imperceptible. Chen Xuan fiercely sank his teeth into the head of the giant lobster, chewing with a loud crunch. "Brother!" The two siblings, witnessing the scene, widened their slender eyes, their gaze radiating shock and fury. Chen Xuan himself did not anticipate the formidable power of the spiny shell. The giant lobster, caught off guard, was severely injured by his all-out strike. Naturally, Chen Xuan would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Taking advantage of its momentary disorientation, he seized the chance to take a bite. Amidst the furious stares of the other two lobsters, Chen Xuan swiftly consumed the giant lobster, swallowing it whole. Over the years, the lobster brothers had drained much of his primordial power, and now, by devouring this lobster, the energy contained within it surged back into Chen Xuan's body. His aura suddenly skyrocketed, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. Delightful. Such a large lobster would have fetched an exorbitant price in the past. Exhaling vitality through his mouth and nose, Chen Xuan's gaze shifted to the two lobsters before him. The Xian turtle clan. Are they truly that powerful? The third lobster trembled inwardly upon meeting Chen Xuan's gaze, its leader having fallen right before it. Despite the anger brewing within, the fear instilled by Chen Xuan was far more overwhelming. It must have utilized some immensely costly innate divine ability. Do not be deceived by its facade. The second lobster, struggling to maintain composure, voiced its thoughts. Indeed, that must be the case. The third nodded in agreement. Though they had long dwelt in the deep sea, they had heard of some formidable races possessing innate divine abilities for survival. Evidently, the Xian turtle was one of them. Let's strike together. We shall ascend to a higher level of cultivation. The two brothers nodded in unison, letting out a low growl before launching their attack simultaneously. Another dish is served. Had it been earlier, the combined assault of the lobster brothers might have compelled Chen Xuan to act cautiously. However, at this moment, his cultivation had reached parity with theirs, rendering their attacks utterly insignificant in his eyes. He remained motionless, allowing them to unleash their onslaught. Seeing Chen Xuan's lack of response, the lobster brothers became even more convinced of their assumptions, unleashing their full strength in a powerful assault. With another resounding crash, the two brothers felt a piercing pain as their attack collided with Chen Xuan, only to be met with a force that rivaled their own rebounding from his turtle shell. The overwhelming power erupted instantaneously, and their once proud giant claws were nearly obliterated by the collision of forces. As they gazed upon the myriad of cracks adorning their shells, the brothers finally comprehended why their leader had warned them about this creature's sharpness. Recalling the fate of the giant lobster, a chill of fear surged through them, the pain now acute. Yet, the overwhelming sense of crisis swiftly eclipsed the agony. Run! In that fleeting moment of peril, the thought flashed through their minds, but it was painfully evident that it was too late. With the two sides so closely entwined, even with an early warning, how could they escape the rapidly widening maw of Chen Xuan? Shadows flickered, two lives were extinguished, and the surrounding waters returned to tranquility, save for the crisp sound of shattered shells. Deliciously crunchy, the taste of lobster sashimi is quite agreeable. Chen Xuan relished the delicacy without a hint of guilt. From the grand scheme of existence, the law of the jungle dictated that larger prey devours the smaller, and the smaller devours the shrimp. Moments later, the three lobster brothers were entirely consumed by Chen Xuan. Feeling the surging energy within him, he gradually closed his eyes, retracting his exposed form back into his turtle shell. For millennia, this three-headed lobster has devoured a considerable amount of his primordial essence. He must refine this power anew to restore what he has lost in the depths of the ocean. A turtle shell of considerable size lies quietly on the ocean floor. adorned with countless ethereal spikes that shimmer with alternating light and darkness, as if breathing. As time gradually passes, the aura of Chen Xuan, concealed within the shell, steadily intensifies, crossing the threshold of Earth Immortal and progressing toward Celestial Immortal. After a millennium, the tranquil seabed flickers with resplendent light, and Chen Xuan, having been in seclusion for an extended period, finally peeks out. Through the arduous process of refining over 1,000 years, he has managed to replenish his primordial essence, elevating his cultivation to the early stages of Celestial Immortal. You have reached the Celestial Immortal realm, gaining an unparalleled understanding of the great Tao. A long-awaited voice resonates in his mind, prompting Chen Xuan to hastily check. Unparalleled understanding, a closeness to the great Tao, rendering cultivation remarkably efficient. This is splendid. Chen Xuan initially smiles with satisfaction, but soon, a contemplative expression crosses his face. He notes the timing of the great Tao's emergence. Could it be that every breakthrough in a major realm grants one a great Tao understanding? Chen Xuan muses internally, realizing that if this is indeed the case, he must hasten his cultivation. The primordial wilderness is fraught with peril, and with his current level of power, he is no different from an ant. Let me first cultivate here. He swiftly resolves to practice the Xiangui breathing technique, an ancestral method of the Xiangui clan, specifically designed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance one's magical prowess. Seizing the opportunity presented by the newly acquired unparalleled understanding, Chen Xuan quickly delves into comprehension within his mind. With his newfound insight, the surrounding spiritual energy begins to coalesce above him, swirling like a vortex, flowing into Chen Xuan's body with each breath. During his initial practice, he swiftly perceives the benefits of the unparalleled understanding. The previously obscure and complex symbols of the Xiangui breathing technique become remarkably simple in his mind. With just a slight attempt, Chen Xuan steps through the threshold. The energy within him transforms in accordance with the breathing method, circulating through his body as countless essences of heaven and earth gather around him, placing him at the center of the vortex. Inhaling and exhaling the vital energies, his aura gradually strengthens with each breath. 200 years later, Chen Xuan achieves his first breakthrough, reaching the mid-stage of Celestial Immortal. Another 300 years pass, and his aura surges again, advancing to the late stage of Celestial Immortal. Just as he prepares to make a decisive breakthrough towards the true immortal realm, a resonant voice reverberates throughout the primordial wilderness. I am the saint of the... Establishing the Bayou Palace by the Eastern Sea, where in 100 years I shall expound the Tao for all beings. Those fated may come to listen. This voice, echoing through time, strikes deep into Chen Xuan's soul, causing him to tremble. The saint is teaching. Excitement radiates from Chen Xuan's gaze, for this is an immense opportunity for him, that if one were to inquire what he deemed most crucial while traversing the primordial wilderness, he would undoubtedly respond without hesitation: power and background. Indeed, background holds paramount significance for a humble celestial immortal like him. Even with the advantage of the great Tao understanding, Chen Xuan cannot claim he could safeguard himself amidst the impending calamity of the Wu and Liao tribes. However, if he could join thee and receive the saint's protection, he could develop securely as for the more distant calamity of the function, who can truly predict its outcome. I must go. Chen Xuan's eyes gleam with determination. Being situated in the Eastern Sea, he is not far from Jinao Island, and setting off now would surely allow him to arrive in time. With this thought, he halts his cultivation, his figure shimmering as he ascends towards the surface. Upon breaking through the ocean's surface, he identifies the direction from which the voice had emanated and transforms into a streak of black light, darting away. The black light glides close to the ground. And Chen Xuan wears a hint of anxiety on his face. He has made every effort to minimize his presence, seeking to avoid drawing attention in these tumultuous times. Although the Wu and Liao tribes have not openly clashed under the mediation of the Tao ancestor, tensions simmer beneath the surface, and for a small celestial immortal like him, being too conspicuous could lead to being casually eliminated by a passing deity. Yet to Chen Xuan's surprise, despite his utmost caution, he finds himself targeted by a pair of malevolent eyes. Friend, halt. A deep, rugged voice reaches Chen Xuan's ears, causing him to pause mid-flight. That he halts, casting a wary gaze at the unexpected intruder. Before him stands a one-eyed tiger demon, its powerful form cloaked in patterned fur, exuding an unmistakable aura of true immortal, a true immortal. Sensing the tiger demon's aura, Chen Xuan's expression shifts slightly. Fortunately, the opponent is merely at the early stage of true immortal, so he does not succumb to excessive fear. Regaining a semblance of composure, Chen Xuan coldly inquires, "Why do you obstruct my path, friend?" Perceiving Chen Xuan's extraordinary demeanor, the tiger demon diminishes its disdain somewhat. However, being a true immortal and harboring ill intent, it does not extend courtesies, directly stating, "Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over your treasures." Realizing the tiger demon's malevolent intentions, Chen Xuan lets out a cold laugh, with the saint's teaching imminent. "Do you not fear attracting calamity by robbing me?" The tiger demon, taken aback at first, quickly scoffs disdainfully. "You overestimate yourself. In the eyes of the saint, we are but ants. Why would he concern himself with such trivial matters? If you cannot attend the teachings, it merely proves your lack of faith with the saint." The tiger demon's tone drips with menace, as it is unperturbed by Chen Xuan's attempts at intimidation. After all, many have engaged in such deeds. Chen Xuan sighs inwardly, acknowledging the tiger demon's words. Indeed, the saint's teachings emphasize fate and affinity, and such actions may serve as a means of selection. Then it appears you are unwilling to reconsider. Chen Xuan gazes steadily at the tiger demon. With a cultivation level beneath the opponent's, escaping is likely unfeasible. However, he is no pushover. Capturing him will not be an easy feat for the tiger demon. Does this even require stating? All living beings know that the aquatic clans are affluent. If you are wise, hand over your treasures, and you may avoid suffering. The tiger demon snorts coldly, its gaze turning frigid. Chen Xuan possesses no treasures to relinquish. Even if he did, he would not part with them. Unyieldingly, he retorts, "I have no treasures, but I possess a life. If you have the ability, come and take it." As he speaks, numerous black, ethereal spikes abruptly sprout from his turtle shell, presenting a fearsome visage. "You seek death." The tiger demon, incensed by Chen Xuan's defiance, roars in fury. How dare a mere celestial immortal provoke him? With a thunderous roar that shakes the forest, the tiger demon lunges at Chen Xuan with the ferocity of a hungry tiger, disregarding the spikes that have arisen from Chen Xuan's back. The tiger demon remains unfazed. He is a true immortal beast, capable of shattering mountains and rocks with ease. Even if his opponent belongs to a defensive race, he believes he can easily rend them apart. The tiger demon's claws slice through the air with fierce winds, and before the attack reaches him, Chen Xuan already feels a sharp pain across his face, as if cut by a blade. His expression shifts, and he instinctively retracts his body. The tiger demon, witnessing this, reveals a mocking glint in its eyes that you believe that this turtle shell can withstand me. It sneers, bringing its palms down hard onto Chen Xuan's shell. The earth trembles as a booming sound accompanies a sharp, tearing noise. The overwhelming true essence surges through the turtle shell, wreaking havoc within Chen Xuan's body. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. As expected of a true immortal beast, a single strike has already left him injured. However, compared to Chen Xuan, the tiger demon's condition appears even more dire. Almost instantaneously, as its attack collides with Chen Xuan, the same force rebounds through its palms that, in shock, the tiger demon finds itself involuntarily sent flying backward. Blood mist fills the air, and at a considerable distance from Chen Xuan, the tiger demon halts. How is this possible? Trembling on all fours, blood flowing profusely, the tiger demon gazes at the immense turtle, its eyes filled with disbelief, feeling an energy within him that transcends the celestial immortal level rampaging. The tiger demon gasps, "You concealed your cultivation?" The apprehension in its voice reaches Chen Xuan's ears. Peeking out, with blood-stained lips slightly curling upward, he remarks, "What a fearsome attack. You are indeed a true immortal beast, capable of injuring me, a late-stage celestial immortal." Chen Xuan's gaze revealed a hint of mockery, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the tiger demon's eyes narrowed as it scrutinized Chen Xuan closely. There was something peculiar about that turtle shell. its gaze fixated on the sharp spines protruding from Chen Xuan's back, and it soon comprehended the reason, the moment its attack had struck. The tiger demon had felt a formidable force rebound against it. The sensation was akin to engaging in a fierce contest with oneself. However, caught off guard, the damage it sustained from that strike was far more severe than that inflicted upon Chen Xuan. The tiger demon instinctively sensed that its opponent was a tough adversary. Friend, perhaps it would be wise to cease hostilities? Just as the tiger demon hesitated, Chen Xuan's voice floated through the air. From their earlier encounter, he discerned that the tiger demon had begun to regard him with apprehension, and he himself was reluctant to linger in conflict, with a singular focus on his quest for enlightenment. He wished not to squander time here, especially against a genuine celestial being. A protracted struggle would only lead to mutual destruction. Should a passing spirit take advantage of the situation, the losses would be considerable. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, a cold smile crept across the tiger demon's face. Humph, should you persist in your obstinacy, I might consider withdrawing. Yet your overture for peace merely reveals that you are already at the end of your tether. Does it not? With this declaration, the tiger demon's confidence surged. After all, how could a late-stage celestial being, despite possessing certain abilities, possibly withstand one of its strikes unscathed? It concluded that Chen Xuan must be gravely injured. Merely feigning composure, I advise you to reconsider your stubbornness, friend. Chen Xuan was taken aback by the tiger demon's cunning, his tone growing more severe. Your turtle shell is indeed quite extraordinary, capable of reflecting my attacks. But tell me, can it reflect divine powers as well? The tiger demon's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Feel free to test it. Chen Xuan's gaze hardened, a murderous intent igniting within him as he directed his mouth to unleash a torrent of water towards the tiger demon. Trivial skills, the tiger demon scoffed disdainfully, swiping a claw to shatter the water column mid-air. Then, with a thunderous roar, it released a dark glow that engulfed its entire being. The winds howled, stirring up sand and stones, accompanied by the haunting cries of spirits, with countless ghostly figures flickering in the periphery. Congeal, a low growl erupted from the tiger demon, and in the void, strands of black light converged, swiftly merging into a colossal black blade. Shimmering with a chilling radiance, the blade took form. The wailing of spirits ceased instantaneously. Yet a chill crept into Chen Xuan's heart. The black blade conjured by the tiger demon's divine powers evoked an unprecedented sense of peril within him. Is this the essence of divine powers? Indeed, the primordial world is fraught with dangers, suppressing the chill within. Chen Xuan sensed the pressure emanating from above, and his gaze sharpened. Meanwhile, the tiger demon's eyes blazed with golden light as it stirred its internal energy, commanding the black blade in the void, and raised its claw to slash towards Chen Xuan. Slash. As the word was uttered, the tiger demon appeared to have drained a significant portion of its energy, clearly indicating that wielding such divine powers was no trivial feat for it. Even before the blade reached him, the air erupted with a cacophony of thunder and wind. Chen Xuan felt his body grow heavy, as if a colossal force had immobilized him, sending a jolt of alarm through his heart. Roar! A fierce determination flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes as he bellowed, unleashing a surge of black light from his form. His original size, which was already considerable, suddenly swelled 100-fold, and the spiny shadows on his turtle shell solidified into tangible spikes. Faced with the divine powers of a true, celestial beast, Chen Xuan was prepared to fight with all he had. The black blade tore through the air, summoning thunder from the heavens. The dark turtle roared, charging forth with its shell raised, and a thunderous boom reverberated, shaking the ground, and Chen Xuan felt as if the overwhelming force sought to tear his very being apart. His eyes turned crimson, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of his power. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Chen Xuan's limbs, as thick as massive pillars, sank into the earth. Puffed. Blood spewed from Chen Xuan's mouth, and his immense form shrank back to its original size, blood streaming from his turtle shell, revealing that he had sustained severe injuries. Simultaneously, the black blade that had struck him began to lose its potency and dissipate. Looking at the tiger demon, however, its condition was even more dire. A deep wound stretched across its back, creating a gaping fissure that exposed its internal organs. blood pooling around it. The tiger demon's face turned pale, eyes wide with terror. How is this possible? It muttered, unable to fathom why its opponent could even reflect divine powers, an occurrence that defied all comprehension. Die, before the tiger demon could regain its wits. It heard Chen Xuan's icy voice echoing from afar. The sound struck the tiger demon like a bolt of lightning, and a black halo appeared in its pupils. Not good. A jolt of fear gripped its heart. Just as it attempted to shift its form, countless vines erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring its limbs. Who? The sudden turn of events left the tiger demon aghast. Yet before it could react further, the spiked turtle shell of Chen Xuan came crashing down upon it. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the already wounded tiger demon endured this severe blow, its body exploding into countless fragments. Chen Xuan's form spun a few times before coming to a halt. He carefully surveyed his surroundings, confirming that the tiger demon had fallen completely, before collapsing to the ground, his complexion pale as he spat out another mouthful of blood. In that moment, he had forcefully summoned his internal energy while the tiger demon was gravely injured. Though he had succeeded in slaying it, his own situation was equally precarious. "Friend, are you all right?" Just then, a gentle feminine voice reached Chen Xuan's ears that he froze momentarily before springing to his feet. Who? Chen Xuan scanned the area warily. Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. The woman's voice resonated. A mist rose from the ground, revealing a beautiful woman before Chen Xuan. He was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered a humanoid being in the primordial world. However, he quickly realized that her appearance was merely an illusion, as her true strength had not yet reached the transformation stage. Your skills are impressive. Chen Xuan noted that the woman appeared to be only at the mid-stage of celestial cultivation, slightly inferior to him, yet her ability to conceal herself was remarkable. She had evaded even the true celestial tiger demon's detection. That I am Hanji Xian. Pleased to meet you, friend. The woman smiled at Chen Xuan's compliment before offering a graceful bow. Hanji Xian. Chen Xuan murmured her name, a thought stirring his mind. Was this not the benevolent celestial being from the later generations? Given her appearance, she was likely on her way to Bo Palace to listen to the teachings of the sage. Just like him, I am Chen Xuan. He nodded in acknowledgement, though a trace of caution lingered in his gaze, given his injuries from the tiger demon. Even if Hanji Xian truly bore no ill intent, he couldn't afford to place complete trust in her. Are you also heading to Bo Palace to hear the sage's teachings? Noticing Chen Xuan's wariness, Hanji Xian remained undeterred, her expression still cheerful as she inquired. Indeed. Are you? Chen Xuan feigned ignorance, curiosity lacing his tone. Yes. Hanji Xian nodded before continuing. Since the day I heard the sage's voice, I departed from my cultivation grounds, making my way to Bo Palace. Along the way, I discovered that I was being followed by that tiger demon, which is why I had to conceal myself here that I see. Chen Xuan replied, a look of realization dawning on his face. It had seemed odd that the tiger demon's actions were so peculiar earlier. Now it made sense that Hanji Xian had aided him from the shadows. That I apologize, but given that the opponent was a true celestial being, I could only remain hidden and wait for an opportunity. Hanji Xian's face bore a hint of regret. And no matter, if it were not for your assistance, I would likely be in grave danger today. Chen Xuan smiled, dismissing any lingering resentment. Seeing that Chen Xuan bore no ill will, Hanji Xian felt a sense of relief wash over her. With a bright smile, she suggested, since we both wish to head to Bo Palace, why not travel together? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Hanji contemplated for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement, saying, very well, it is indeed prudent to have someone to look after each other on this journey. Having only recently departed from the Eastern Sea, Chen Xuan was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead, as he had already encountered a formidable, true, immortal beast obstructing his path. He sensed that the road to enlightenment would likely be fraught with challenges, and having a companion to assist him would be quite beneficial. Seeing Chen Xuan's acquiescence, Hanji's eyes sparkled with joy. As a spirit of the flora and fauna, she was not adept in combat, yet she had witnessed Chen Xuan's prowess firsthand. Even had she not intervened earlier, he would undoubtedly have triumphed over the true immortal tiger demon. Having him as a companion brought her considerable relief. "I perceive that your injuries are quite severe. Please accept this," Hanji remarked thoughtfully, as she deftly revealed a palm-sized fruit, resplendent in shades of azure and emerald. "This spirit fruit, which I stumbled upon, possesses remarkable healing properties." With a gentle toss, she sent the fruit toward Chen Xuan. Instinctively, he inhaled its fragrance, which enveloped him with a refreshing aroma that invigorated his spirit. Seemingly alleviating some of his internal wounds, without a doubt, he recognized that this fruit was no ordinary item. "I am most grateful, my friend," he expressed sincerely, as he consumed the fruit with appreciation. "That I shall guard you," Hanji assured him, her demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as she surveyed their surroundings. 3 years later, the gates of the Bio Palace at the Eastern Sea swung wide open, since the day the Tongtian Patriarch preached in the Primordial Wilderness. Many beings had stirred in response. That be why this time a multitude had gathered at the Bio Palace that on this day, 2 streaks of light, one black and one green, raced toward the palace. Within the luminance, a dark-hued tortoise and an elegantly beautiful woman traversed together. Upon catching sight of the Bio Palace from a distance, Chen Xuan and his companion hastily descended to the ground. "Bio Palace, we have finally arrived." They exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of delight, though their journey had been fraught with difficulties. They were fortunate to have arrived safely. As they approached the mountain gate, a young attendant stepped forward to inquire, "Are you two here to attend the teachings?" "Indeed," Chen Xuan replied respectfully, inwardly marveling at the presence of the attendant, whose cultivation he found utterly inscrutable. "Please enter, but remember to refrain from making loud noises," the attendant advised earnestly, showing no disdain despite their lower cultivation levels, and guided them within the gates. Upon entering, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. Chen Xuan's eyes brightened as he beheld an ethereal scene, with swirling mists and floating palatial structures suspended amidst vibrant clouds, their towering edifices reaching toward the heavens. In the expansive courtyard, numerous meditation mats were arranged, upon which hundreds of beings had already seated themselves. Chen Xuan and Han Ji found a spot nearby, disregarding the curious glances from those around them. Chen Xuan settled onto a mat, slightly closing his eyes, and began to meditate. With ample time before the saint's sermon, he was determined not to squander this precious opportunity for cultivation. The spiritual energy within the saint's domain was immensely richer than what he had experienced in the Eastern Sea. Hanji, initially intending to converse with him, soon followed suit upon noticing Chen Xuan's focused meditation. In truth, they were not alone. Many beings in the vicinity were also engaged in cultivation. Yet, being in the presence of the saint, the weight of their actions under such scrutiny made it difficult for them to concentrate fully. Thus, some resorted to displaying their capabilities, eager to leave a favorable impression on the saint. However, Chen Xuan remained undistracted. Deeply entrenched in the late stages of his celestial cultivation, he aspired to elevate his prowess to its pinnacle before the teachings commenced. As he practiced the Xian Gui breathing technique, spiritual energy swirled around him, coalescing into a vast vortex above his head in mere moments. A soft exclamation escaped the lips of a robust-looking Taoist with a dark complexion, Zhao Gongming, the esteemed disciple tasked with overseeing the palace and maintaining order. "This fellow's cultivation technique possesses certain merits," he mused, observing the vortex of energy forming above Chen Xuan's head, a spark of interest igniting within him. Unaware that he had garnered Zhao Gongming's attention, Chen Xuan remained focused, diligently channeling his mana. As time passed, his aura intensified steadily. 50 years later, he finally reached the pinnacle of his celestial cultivation, yet he did not cease his efforts. Instead, he continued to refine and solidify his newfound strength. Remarkable, he has truly broken through. Zhao Gongming, who had been monitoring Chen Xuan all these years, could not help but express his astonishment at such rapid advancement. While the Bio Palace was indeed rich in spiritual energy, achieving a breakthrough in such a short time indicated that Chen Xuan's cultivation technique was extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Zhao Gongming, Chen Xuan's Xian Gui breathing technique, while not the most elite, had been mastered thoroughly due to his exceptional comprehension, allowing him to reap the benefits of his practice effortlessly. As the time for the teachings approached, an increasing number of beings arrived at the Biao Palace. After several decades, the resounding chime of a bell resonated in Chen Xuan's ears. Opening his eyes from his meditative state, he beheld a majestic figure descending through the void. Stepping gracefully upon the air point, 10,000 golden lotuses bloomed in the sky, and celestial music filled the air, uplifting the spirits of all present. Realizing the significance of the moment, Chen Xuan promptly bowed toward the figure above. "We humbly pay our respects to the saint." The multitude of beings in the courtyard prostrated themselves in reverence, their voices echoing in unison. Not be overly formal. Rise," intoned a grand and authoritative voice that resonated through the atmosphere, followed by a gentle force that lifted the seekers of wisdom to their feet. In that fleeting moment, Chen Xuan stole a glance at the towering figure in the sky, filled with curiosity about the legendary Tongtian patriarch. However, he found himself inexplicably unable to retain the visage in his memory. It appeared as though a mysterious force continuously wiped away his recollection of the saint's appearance, leaving only a vague impression of a towering silhouette. This revelation sent a shiver down Chen Xuan's spine, awestruck by the incomprehensible power wielded by the saint. Many others present shared similar sentiments of astonishment. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the voice of the Tongtian patriarch reverberated throughout the assembly. "All beings are equal, and every creature possesses a glimmer of hope. Today, I shall impart to you the teachings of the supreme purity. Those who grasp its essence may join my sect." And sooner had he finished speaking than the patriarch began to expound upon the principles of the supreme purity. From the very beginning of the primordial chaos, the distinction between purity and turpitude emerged. Each word was a gem, each sentence profound. The saint's teachings flowed into the ears of all present, who eagerly focused their attention to absorb the wisdom. Yet, it wasn't long before a frown creased the brows of nearly all present, their faces reflecting confusion. The saint's discourse, even when commencing from the most elementary concepts, proved to be an arduous endeavor to comprehend. Even those who considered themselves to possess formidable roots found themselves enveloped in a haze, struggling to decipher the esoteric truths articulated by the saint, while individual words might yield some understanding. The interconnectedness of phrases rendered comprehension elusive. Sensing the prevailing bewilderment among the crowd, the Tongtian patriarch sighed inwardly. "It seems that few are destined to join my sect this time." Tongtian did not cease his preaching. Instead, his eloquence flowed like a stream of lotus blossoms. In that moment, the profound essence of the Tao permeated the entire venue, enveloping the beings present in its mystical aura. Many of these beings experienced a fleeting moment of enlightenment, their eyes brightening as they resumed their attentive listening. They comprehended that even if they understood not a single word, as long as they diligently memorized, when the time was ripe, they might glean insight from it. Unlike the others, Chen Xuan had his eyes tightly closed, immersed in a state of sudden understanding. The teachings of Tongtian that day revolve around the primordial Huang Shangqing Dao, akin to the Xianbai Taiqing Dao and the initial Qingyu Qing Dao, all of which are among the primary cultivation methods of the three pure ones, possessing the exquisite efficacy of refining the primordial spirit. Although this technique lacked offensive capabilities, it was profoundly intricate, and even with a lifetime of effort, one could scarcely find its end. However, bolstered by his extraordinary comprehension, Chen Xuan was able to grasp the teachings word by word. As Tongtian's discourse progressed, Chen Xuan practiced the Huang Shangqing method, meticulously refining his primordial spirit from the very beginning. Under the influence of the method, he felt his mind clear and his thoughts unimpeded, progressively elevating his realm and swiftly approaching the threshold of true immortality. Bang! A sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed within Chen Xuan's heart. In the next moment, he faintly discerned the sounds of the Tao in his mind. Your cultivation has reached the true immortal realm, and you have acquired the unyielding body of the great Tao. Unyielding body. Your physical form is indestructible, impervious to the ravages of time, even if you suffer fatal injuries, as long as a trace of vitality remains. You may be reborn at the instant of Chen Xuan's breakthrough. Tongtian quickly took notice of him. Turned out he belonged to the Xiangui clan, that a glimmer of appreciation appeared in Tongtian's gaze. The Xiangui clan had solid foundations, and for this young man to enter a state of enlightenment so rapidly and break through to the true immortal realm was a testament to his exceptional comprehension. It seemed that the Jiejiao would soon welcome another remarkable disciple. This junior's talent was indeed extraordinary. Zhao Gongming, standing by the side of the Dao platform, had already anticipated the arrival of his junior upon witnessing Chen Xian's breakthrough. Not only Zhao Gongming, but at the moment of Chen Xian's ascension, several beings present felt the stirrings of energy, their eyes reflecting envy, yet soon returned to their earnest attentiveness in the moment of his breakthrough to true immortal. Chen Xian did not pause his efforts. He activated the Xian Gei breathing technique, and an ethereal cloud of spiritual energy, 10 zhang in size, rapidly gathered above his head. The cloud churned, drawing in the boundless spiritual energy around it with powerful suction, which poured into Chen Xian, causing his realm to shift once more. Tong Tian's eyes lit up at this sight, his admiration for Chen Xian growing stronger as time passed over the course of several centuries. Beings gradually began to grasp the subtleties of the Huang Shangxing Dao, their cultivation realms witnessing breakthroughs. I have ascended to the late stage of the Earth Immortal. What of the late Earth Immortal? I have already reached the mid-stage of the Celestial Immortal. The sounds of jubilant voices rose in waves, and soon they began to compare their achievements. Look, that fellow! At that moment, an utterly clueless being suddenly pointed towards the direction of Chen Xian, whispering in astonishment. Despite the deliberate lowering of his voice, the exclamation was not lost on the other beings, who instinctively turned their gazes towards Chen Xian, their pupils dilating in shock. Hiss! A wave of gasps filled the air. At that moment, 100 zhang ethereal cloud floated above Chen Xian's head, its dense spiritual energy flowing into him like a vast river. His aura grew increasingly potent, already resonating with the fluctuations of the late true immortal stage. What lineage does this immortal belong to? How can he be so formidable? A being exclaimed. For over the course of hundreds of years, they had made some progress, yet most had only broken through a minor realm, rarely crossing significant thresholds. Yet Chen Xian, starting from the late celestial immortal stage, had soared directly to the late true immortal stage. How could this not elicit astonishment? Are there still powerful beings of the Turtle Clan in the Honghuang? The multitude pondered and debated. If one were to speak of strength, the northern Sea Xiangui would undoubtedly reign supreme. Legend spoke of its cultivation reaching the quasi-saint realm, yet due to its unawakened intelligence, it could not take form. Could this immortal also be of the Xiangui lineage? I suspect so. Though the preaching of a saint was an exceedingly solemn affair, the atmosphere within the Dao platform was filled with lively discussion. Nevertheless, Tong Tian refrained from reprimanding them, since earlier his focus had been captivated by Chen Xian. A flicker of anticipation glimmered in his gaze. Little fellow, I am curious to see how far you can go. With a slight movement of his thoughts, he raised his hand and grasped, momentarily drawing in the spiritual energy of the entire Bo Palace, which began to converge towards the Dao platform. Bang! As the spiritual energy thickened, Chen Xian's realm surged, reaching the pinnacle of true immortal. Yet it was evident that this was not his limit. The preaching continued, and the beings who had been closely observing Chen Xian gradually withdrew their envious gazes. Although they could not achieve such profound understanding as Chen Xian, they too aspired to ascend to greater heights. The Dao platform fell silent, with only the profound sounds of the Dao emanating from Tong Tian. Enigmatic and intricate, Chen Xian felt as if he were swimming in a golden ocean, surrounded by flowing golden runes of profound significance. Whenever he focused his thoughts, these runes transformed into insights, which he absorbed and utilized. The flowing waters, however, showed no signs of diminishing, akin to the great Tao, endless and boundless. Gradually, a hint of confusion arose within Chen Xian's heart. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? Gazing around, he found himself surrounded by an ocean that appeared eternally infinite. Above the Dao platform of Bo Palace, Tong Tian noticed a flicker of confusion on Chen Xian's face, and his expression instantly changed. Not good. This child is attempting to pursue the great Tao with his true immortal cultivation. Seeking to transform into the Tao, he promptly called out, "Concentrate your mind." The gentle voice resonated in Chen Xuan's ears, exploding like thunder. The confusion in his eyes dissipated in an instant, and upon realizing that Tong Tian was aiding him, Chen Xuan's gaze shifted from gratitude to a resolute determination as he faced the heavens. Breakthrough to the Xian immortal realm. Chen Xuan shouted with fervor, his mind and body uniting in a powerful surge. Your cultivation has reached the Xian immortal realm, and you have acquired the great Tao's hundredfold defense. First, the unyielding body, now the hundredfold defense. Chen Xuan could not help but rejoice within. These two attributes, combined with the spiked exterior, formed an impeccable synergy. With them, he could be considered a formidable force within Hongwang. After bowing respectfully to Tong Tian, Chen Xuan stood firm, commencing the consolidation of his Xian immortal realm. Since Tong Tian began his discourse until now, a millennium had passed, during which many had experienced breakthroughs. Even those who had been perplexed by the Shangqing Tao had felt their realms begin to shift. In the expectant gazes of the myriad beings, Tong Tian concluded his teachings. However, he did not depart, but instead waved his robe, releasing myriad golden lotuses that floated serenely in the air above the Tao platform. Those who are fortunate enough to receive these golden lotuses are destined to join my Jia Jiao and cultivate within my teachings. Tong Tian smiled gently. This act served not only to test the being's understanding of his teachings, but also to gauge their fateful connections. The selection of disciples by a saint naturally hinged upon the concept of fate, believing that there lies an arrangement in the unseen. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, the beings within the Tao platform brimmed with anticipation, yearning to join the saint's teachings and receive his protection. For these ethereal entities, it was the most desirable sanctuary. The myriad golden lotuses twirled in the sky incessantly. Soon, one of the golden lotuses descended, merging into the body of a wild bull spirit. Disciples pay their respects to the esteemed master. As the golden lotus entered his being, the face of the barbarian bull lit up with uncontainable joy, and he promptly knelt down, reverently calling out to the master. The myriad beings present, witnessing this scene, could not help but express their envy. The barbarian bull, whose roots were not particularly high, had seized an extraordinary opportunity by joining them. With the first golden lotus descending, many more followed suit. Soon, numerous individuals found favor with the lotuses, including the of Hanji, who stood beside Chen Xuan. During this sacred sermon, Hanji's cultivation surged from the mid-stage of heavenly to the early stage of true, yielding substantial gains. The golden lotuses that had merged with her body numbered an impressive 72, indicating her considerable aptitude. However, what puzzled the multitude was that Chen Xuan, who had evidently reaped the most during the sermon, did not receive a single golden lotus. How strange! This had clearly experienced the most breakthroughs. Why did he not acquire even one lotus? As the first being expressed their confusion, all gazes within the gathering turned towards Chen Xuan. At the pinnacle of heavenly, having ascended 2 major realms to the stage, it seemed implausible that he would be unrelated to the Hoof. Who knows what underhanded methods he employed? Perhaps he is now facing retribution. Some whispered derisive remarks in the shadows. Why don't you look up? Hearing the disparaging words circulating, Hanji's expression turned frosty. She had accompanied Chen Xuan to the palace of Baiyu. While they were not sworn friends, a solid friendship had developed, and she was unwilling to hear anyone slander him. As Hanji spoke, the beings instinctively directed their gazes skyward. What? Their pupils suddenly constricted, and they could not help but open their mouths in astonishment. How could this be? Some beings stood in a daze. Murmuring to themselves, they beheld thousands of golden lotuses in the sky, yet 8,000 remained suspended, showing no intention of descending, as if awaiting something. The crowd's attention shifted back to Chen Xuan, who had just broken through, his aura still somewhat unsteady. However, as his internal cultivation method began to circulate, the formidable presence surrounding him gradually subsided. In the instant his aura stabilized, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, radiating a faint golden light. That moment, it seemed as if the golden lotuses in the sky responded to a summons, all emitting a resonant cry, before swiftly descending into Chen Xuan's body. How is this possible? There were 10,000 golden lotuses. He alone received 8,000. Does this not imply that his connection to the far surpasses the combined total of all present? The beings gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. Meanwhile, the master of Tongtian erupted in hearty laughter upon witnessing the scene. "Excellent! Excellent!" he exclaimed thrice, his heart swelling with elation. "This child is indeed suited to receive my great teachings." With a wave of his robe, he vanished into the void, and in that instant, Chen Xuan's figure disappeared from the venue. The sermon concluded, and those destined to remain could choose to do so. The rest were free to depart. The beings bowed deeply toward the palace of Baiyu, marking the end of this enlightening discourse. "What is your name?" In the palace of Baiyu, Tongtian, seated upon the master's throne, inquired with a warm demeanor. "Junior is named Chen Xuan, hailing from the East Seas clan." Chen Xuan replied, bowing respectfully. "Chen Xuan, do you wish to take me as your master?" Tongtian regarded him with eager anticipation. "Disciple pays respects to master," Chen Xuan declared without hesitation. The fact that Tongtian personally extended the invitation underscored the gravity of the moment, and he cherished this opportunity immensely. "Ha! Wonderful! From this day forth, you shall be my 5th direct disciple." Tongtian's fondness for Chen Xuan grew even more upon receiving such a straightforward affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand to retrieve his sword from his waist and, after a brief search, produced a piece of armor. Presenting the two treasures before Chen Xuan, Tongtian spoke, "This is a welcoming gift from your master. The sword is named Qingping, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, while the armor is called Nanming Lihua armor, an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. These two items are bestowed upon you for protection." Receiving the Qingping sword and Nanming Lihua armor, Chen Xuan felt a surge of gratitude. Tongtian, a sword cultivator, had bestowed upon him the Qingping sword, his personal treasure. Although its power had been somewhat criticized due to its later association with the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, it remained a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, highly prized even among saints. The act of Tongtian gifting the Qingping sword to him clearly demonstrated the esteem in which he held Chen Xuan. The Nanming Lihua armor was also a rare gem, despite Chen Xuan's indestructible body and the 100-fold enhancement to his defense. His cultivation level was still merely that of the realm, ultimately inferior to the might of spiritual treasures. With this armor for protection, he could navigate the early stages with assurance, if only that 100-fold defense could be conferred upon a spiritual treasure. Chen Xuan mused to himself. Were that the case, he would be nearly invincible. He smiled faintly and shook his head, recognizing that such a scenario was ultimately unattainable. Disciple expresses gratitude for the treasures bestowed by master. After accepting the gifts, Chen Xuan bowed deeply to Tongtian. "And no need for such formalities. Treasures, no matter how powerful, are merely external forces. You must diligently cultivate going forward and not grow complacent." Tongtian waved his hand, offering advice before raising his hand to beckon. "Everyone, come forth and meet my newly accepted true disciple." The gates of the palace of Baiyu swung wide, and 10 figures appeared at the entrance. Entering one after another, Chen Xuan observed that at the forefront stood 3 women. "Chen Xuan, these are your senior sisters, Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and Gue Ling." Tongtian introduced them one by one. Chen Xuan's gaze swept over them. The Holy Mother Jin Ling donned golden armor, her demeanor dignified and compassionate, exuding an air of righteousness and authority. The Holy Mother Wu Dang wore a blue robe and a lotus crown atop her head, embodying a relaxed and natural grace. The Holy Mother Gue Ling, in a flowing gown, sported a jade crown like a full moon in the sky, presenting a visage of elegance and grace. Upon sensing Chen Xuan's gaze, the 3 Holy Mothers nodded, greeting him with friendly smiles. Particularly, the Holy Mother Gue Ling felt a sense of kinship, as both belonged to the ancient turtle clan that I have met the 3 senior sisters. Chen Xuan said, quickly bowing in respect. "And no need for such formalities, junior brother," one of them replied. Among the 3, the Holy Mother Jin Ling had reached the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, while the other 2 boasted top-tier Tai cultivation. Naturally, they were aware of the happenings within the palace of Baiyu and were not surprised by Tongtian's acceptance of Chen Xuan as a true disciple. After the 4 exchanged courtesies, Tong Tian pointed to 7 individuals behind them and introduced them one by one. That upon hearing their names, Chen Xuan realized that these were the legendary 7 attendants. We have met senior brother Chen Xuan. The 7 attendants bowed to him. Although Chen Xuan's cultivation was inferior to theirs, and had entered the earlier than him, as Tong Tian's true disciple, his status was elevated, and there were few in the who could claim a higher rank than him, leaving no room for disrespect. No need for such formalities that a few of my junior brothers entered the before me, so should you have any uncertainties in the future, I will need to rely on your guidance. Chen Xuan replied with a smile, his demeanor humble, devoid of any arrogance. The 7 attendants harbored varying thoughts. While they held respect for this suddenly emerged senior brother, they felt a greater sense of unfamiliarity. Particularly, the long-eared Ding Guang, upon seeing that Chen Xuan was merely at the level, felt a flicker of unjust resentment arise within him. Having followed Tong Tian for some time and cultivated under his guidance, he had attained a golden level of cultivation, and while he could not compare to the true disciples, he was still among the elite within the. Having spent years in close proximity to Tong Tian, he yearned for the master's recognition and to be accepted as a true disciple. Now, witnessing his long-desired position being granted to a mere realm individual, especially with Tong Tian even gifting his personal sword to Chen Xuan, he felt a seed of jealousy take root in his heart. He concealed his emotions and silently vowed that one day he would prove to Tong Tian that he was far superior to Chen Xuan. What of that fellow Dao Bao? After the crowd exchanged greetings, Tong Tian suddenly turned his gaze towards the leading Golden Spirit Mother. The Golden Spirit Mother appeared momentarily taken aback, her face revealing a hesitant expression, and she shook her head without speaking. Little junior brother, you are unaware, aren't you? At that moment, the Turtle Spirit Mother approached Chen Xuan and whispered softly. A look of confusion crossed Chen Xuan's face. Every time senior brother Duo Bao breaks through, he rewards himself with a period of rest. The Turtle Spirit Mother's expression was peculiar. One must understand that cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they regress. Duo Bao's temperament often provoked Tong Tian's ire. Indeed, the next moment, Chen Xuan noticed Tong Tian's complexion visibly reddening. He suddenly raised his hand and grasped at the void. After a moment of distortion in space, a figure appeared, quietly floating in the air. Sounds of snoring emanated from within, reverberating throughout the Bayou Palace. The 11 individuals present, including Chen Xuan, wore expressions of bewilderment. It is known that once a being ascends to immortality, they no longer require sleep for recuperation. Yet before them was a being clad in loose robes, round in figure, with kind eyes, smiling faintly in slumber, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of the crowd, and brazenly reaching to scratch its rear. Chen Xuan's gaze caught the moment Duo Bao made this indecorous gesture, and Tong Tian's expression shifted from red to black. The 7 accompanying immortals hurriedly lowered their heads, feeling that while they found Duo Bao's actions absurd, they feared being targeted by him for witnessing such a scene. After all, this senior brother of the GS Sect was a genuine Deluo golden immortal. You wretched creature! Wake up at once! Tong Tian snorted coldly. Flicking his finger towards the void, a surge of electricity coursed through the air, and the slumbering Duo Bao suddenly straightened his body, springing upright. Who? He looked around warily, adopting his stance as if ready to engage in battle. However, having just awoken from a deep slumber, he appeared dazed, his eyes blinking open and closed, as if his mind was not yet fully operational. Tong Tian found his demeanor amusing and chided him. Lazy fellow. Upon hearing Tong Tian's voice, Duo Bao finally came to his senses, hurriedly bowing towards the higher authority, and then, with a hint of complaint, said, Master, I was in the midst of crucial training. How could you disturb my cultivation for no reason? Hearing Duo Bao's words, Chen Xuan and the others displayed expressions of incredulity, while the Golden Spirit Mother openly laughed. Tong Tian slapped his forehead, rendered speechless by this rebellious disciple. However, understanding Duo Bao's nature, he chose not to pursue the matter further and introduced Chen Xuan to Duo Bao. Senior brother's cultivation method is rather unconventional. I hope it does not amuse you too much. Little junior brother, Duo Bao smiled at Chen Xuan, showing no sign of embarrassment for his earlier actions. Not at all. Senior brother's ability to attain enlightenment in dreams is something I envy greatly, Chen Xuan replied earnestly. Little junior brother, you truly understand me, Duo Bao said, a glimmer of gratitude in his gaze, realizing that after all these years, someone finally comprehended him. Overjoyed, he produced several spirit roots and dozens of spirit fruits as gifts for Chen Xuan. These are delightful snacks. You may savor them during your leisure time. They are all quite delectable. Chen Xuan accepted these treasures, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. Duo Bao truly lived up to his reputation, casually offering such a generous bounty, with each spirit fruit containing more spiritual energy than the healing elixir given to him by the immortal Han Ji in the past. Yet, in the eyes of Duo Bao, these spirit fruits were merely treats. With Duo Bao leading the way, the Golden Spirit Mother, the Wudong Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Mother also presented their own gifts. The 7 accompanying immortals, however, took no action, as they were junior disciples and had no reason to offer gifts to their senior brother. Master, I seek an audience. Just as Chen Xuan was filled with joy, a clear voice echoed through the Bayou Palace that Ikati is Gongming, come in quickly. With Tong Tian's words, the outer sect's eldest disciple, Zhao Gongming, entered in response. Master, a total of 981 fellow Taoists have joined our GS sect, of which I have arranged for 980. As Zhao Gongming spoke, he glanced at Chen Xuan. Tong Tian nodded and addressed Zhao Gongming. I have accepted Chen Xuan as my true disciple. You shall look after him henceforth. Zhao Gongming promptly nodded. Having sensed Chen Xuan's extraordinary nature even before, he was astonished that so soon after, Tong Tian had recognized him as a true disciple and granted him a personal treasure. After some mutual introductions, Tong Tian instructed Zhao Gongming to ensure Chen Xuan was settled, offering him words of encouragement before signaling for everyone to depart. Leading Chen Xuan, Zhao Gongming flew out of the Bayou Palace, pointing out various cultivation sites along the way, saying, Junior brother, our GS sect boasts over 1,000 celestial mountains and spiritual islands, each one a magnificent place for cultivation. Chen Xuan nodded. At that moment, they were passing by a spiritual island, and even from behind the protective array, he could sense the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from it. As Master S' true disciple, you may freely choose any location as your cultivation site, enjoying the spiritual energy exclusively. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan contemplated briefly before replying, as a newcomer with shallow cultivation. I'm uncertain which place is suitable for my training. Could Brother Gongming recommend one or two? That is certainly no problem. Follow me, Zhao Gongming readily agreed, and over the next few days he guided Chen Xuan through numerous celestial mountains and islands. Ultimately, Chen Xuan selected a celestial mountain as his cultivation site, naming it Xianshan Mountain Range. This range stretched for 100,000 miles, with the Xianshan Mountain standing out like a solitary star among the crowd. Housing a spirit spring connected to the eastern sea's spiritual vein, perpetually abundant in spiritual energy. After taking residence in this place, Chen Xuan opened a cave near the spirit spring, setting up a few rudimentary formations. His skills in formation were not high, and he did not intend to use these formations to block others. They were merely for warning purposes. After completing all this, Chen Xuan comfortably immersed himself in the spirit spring for a soak. At last, he had successfully entered the GS sect, under the protection of a sage, with a celestial mountain to cultivate in peace. Although he had consecutively broken through 2 significant realms during Tong Tian's teachings over the past 1,000 years, Chen Xuan did not dare to relax, for in this vast wilderness, a mere Xianxian was nothing extraordinary. After a brief 3-day rest to adjust his state, Chen Xuan retrieved the spirit roots and fruits gifted by Duo Bao. Placing them around him, and began his cultivation practice. The Xian turtle breathing technique enhanced his magical power, while the Yuan Huang and Qing Dao methods cultivated his primordial spirit, supplemented by the spirit fruits and herbs given by his senior brothers and sisters. Chen Xuan fell into seclusion. Time passed without notice, and 9,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, outside the Xianshan mountain range, 2 streaks of light descended, revealing 2 graceful, celestial maidens. One, appearing to be in her 20s, wore a pale green long dress, exuding an ethereal charm filled with a refreshing natural aura. The other, in her teens, donned a pink palace outfit, her face resembling a peach blossom. exuding an otherworldly beauty. Sister Hanji, do you truly know this senior brother? Curiously, the younger maiden addressed the seemingly younger Hanji as sister. Rest assured, Sister Kaiyun. After giving Kaiyun an assuring look, Hanji stepped forward and called out towards the Xianqian mountain range. Is Brother Chen Xuan there? Her voice was not loud. It pierced through layers of formations. Simultaneously, deep within the Xianqian mountain, Chen Xuan, who had been immersed in the spirit spring for 9,000 years, slowly opened his eyes. Hanji, what brings her here? A hint of confusion flickered in Chen Xuan's gaze. However, as an old friend had come, it would be impolite to turn her away. He gradually rose, dispelled the surrounding formations, and soared out like a rainbow. Junior sister, what brings you here today? Hanji and Kaiyun only saw a flash of black light before Chen Xuan appeared before them. As Hanji gazed at the sizable Xian turtle before her, sensing the deep, oceanic aura emanating from Chen Xuan, a hint of respect appeared on her face. She stepped forward and bowed, saying, "It has been 9,000 years. Brother Chen Xuan's cultivation has grown ever deeper. You too, junior sister. You are on the verge of touching the Xianxian realm." Chen Xuan smiled, noting that Hanji had likely been diligently cultivating over the years. Her cultivation had already reached the level of late true immortal. Kaiyun has met Brother Chen Xuan at this moment. The fairy of colorful clouds beside him stepped forward to pay her respects. Chen Xuan reciprocated the gesture and, upon observing the extraordinary beauty of the fairy of colorful clouds, mused silently. The disparity in aesthetic preferences among the male and female beings of this primordial realm is indeed remarkable. Male entities predominantly regard their true forms as beautiful, often disdainful of using magical arts to alter their innate forms prior to transformation. Some even continue to traverse the wilderness in their original forms long after overcoming the tribulation of transformation. Conversely, females exhibit a distinct inclination towards their appearances, often employing magical arts to conceal their true forms, aspiring to assume the guise of their innate selves even before reaching the stage of transformation. Why have you come to me, Sister Hanji? One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without purpose. Chen Xuan initiated the conversation after exchanging pleasantries. Although the Xianqian mountain range was abundant in spiritual energy, he had devoted the past years solely to cultivation and had scarcely made any arrangements, rendering the facilities rather rudimentary, which made him hesitant to invite them inside. However, Fairy Hanji seemed undeterred by such trivialities. After a moment of contemplation in response to Chen Xuan's inquiry, she slowly began to speak. I have come with an opportunity that I wish to invite my senior brother to explore together. An opportunity? Chen Xuan tilted his head slightly. Hanji nodded and continued. As you are aware, we have only recently joined the Sect, and we lack familiar acquaintances, given the treacherous nature of the primordial realm. My sister and I do not dare to wander outside alone. So, what do you imply? Chen Xuan intuitively grasped Hanji's intentions. She smiled playfully and, adopting a somewhat coy tone, added, my sister and I, being of modest cultivation, naturally lack the confidence. However, if you were to accompany us, it would provide us with significant assurance. As a disciple of the saint, with your formidable prowess, how many beings in the wilderness would dare to disregard your presence? Upon hearing this, both Hanji and the Fairy of Colorful Clouds regarded Chen Xuan with eager anticipation. Chen Xuan shook his head. He would not let flattery inflate his ego. The identity of a disciple of the saint indeed carried weight. Yet the primordial realm was not devoid of perilous individuals. In light of his insufficient capabilities, Chen Xuan opted for a more cautious approach. Sister, please elaborate on this opportunity. After some consideration, he ultimately decided to listen to what they had to say. Not disheartened by Chen Xuan's lack of immediate agreement, Hanji gently inquired, are you familiar with the War of the Witch and Demon? The War of the Witch and Demon? Chen Xuan was taken aback, then nodded, I am indeed aware. Could it be that the opportunity you speak of is related to these two clans? If so, I must respectfully decline your invitation. He shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel the thought. It would be absurd. Although these clans had proclaimed a cessation of hostilities under the mediation of the Tao ancestor, they were not to be trifled with. With his current cultivation, he would be ill-equipped to contend with such formidable foes. Please do not be so hasty to refuse. While this matter involves both clans, it will not necessarily bring calamity upon us. Hanji hastily clarified, seeing Chen Xuan's reaction. In the past, during the War of the Witch and Demon, the 12 ancestor witches formed the 12 capital Heavenly Xiansha formation to summon the true body of Pangu. Chen Xuan was well aware of this historical event. The 12 capital Heavenly Xiansha formation was indeed formidable, having once severely wounded even the 6 saints before they achieved enlightenment. Sister, are you suggesting that this opportunity pertains to the true body of Pangu? Chen Xuan inquired with curiosity. Precisely, it is indeed related to the true body of Pangu. Hanji confirmed and proceeded without further preamble. It is said that the true body of Pangu, with a single axe, vanquished the demon clan, and with the second, repelled the myriad saints. Yet, the third axe was shattered by the Tao ancestor at the moment of its swing. Nevertheless, the radiance of that axe did not dissipate. Instead, it fell into the primordial realm, cleaving the earth and mountains, thereby creating a great canyon stretching for 100,000 miles. I see. And then, Chen Xuan prompted, eager for more information. After the creation of the 100,000-mile canyon, the radiance of the heavenly axe dissipated. However, within that canyon, fierce winds raged fiercely, filled with numerous laws and resonances. Many beings ventured into the canyon, gaining insights from those resonances, which led to breakthroughs in their cultivation. This day, it has become a sacred ground for cultivation, Hanji explained, her voice tinged with longing for the Great Canyon. So, you wish to invite me to accompany you in seeking enlightenment there? Chen Xuan deduced. Indeed, both women affirmed with nods. They had joined the Sect 9,000 years ago, and despite their diligent cultivation over the years, they had reached a bottleneck, necessitating an external search for opportunities. The 100,000-mile canyon was precisely the opportunity they sought. Yet, the journey was fraught with dangers. Even if they could reach it, they would have to contend with the fierce winds within, without a powerful protector. Their expedition would likely be perilous. Seeing the two women nodding in agreement, Chen Xuan fell into contemplation. Years ago, he had listened to teachings at Bo Palace, rapidly advancing to the early stages of Xianxian. Over the subsequent 9,000 years, he had absorbed spiritual energy, cultivated his primordial spirit, and with ample spiritual roots and fruits to assist him, he had now reached the pinnacle of Xianxian. The next challenge he faced was the tribulation of transformation. Only by overcoming this ordeal could he successfully advance to golden immortal and achieve the innate Tao body. Yet before attaining golden immortal status, Chen Xuan had to prioritize his own safety. After all, according to the words of a certain transmigrated elder, a 98 success rate in overcoming tribulations was akin to a death sentence. Even though he had a 99 assurance under the enhancement of the indestructible body and a 100-fold defense, Chen Xuan remained wary of recklessly attempting it. Perhaps this 100,000-mile canyon could provide me with an additional chance, he pondered, recognizing the significance of Pangu as handiwork, though it was not the true body itself. Gaining even a slight insight could yield immeasurable benefits. Very well. I shall accompany you, Chen Xuan decisively agreed after contemplating all aspects. Upon hearing his affirmation, joy illuminated the faces of Hanji and the fairy of colorful clouds. With their senior brother accompanying them, they felt assured of success. With you by our side, we shall undoubtedly be safe, Hanji remarked with a beaming smile. The news of Chen Xuan becoming the 5th direct disciple of Tong Tian had already spread throughout the Sect, and even the tidings of Tong Tian bestowing upon him the innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, had not gone unnoticed to Hanji, although Chen Xuan had yet to attain the golden immortal realm. Possessing the Qingping sword as protection rendered him incomparable even to Tai golden immortals. Time is of the essence. Let us depart at once, the fairy of colorful clouds exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her cultivation was on par with Hanji, both being at the late stage of true immortal. If this journey went smoothly, she might even have the chance to break through to the Xianxian realm. Very well, my sisters, please wait here for a moment. I must make a brief visit to Bo Palace, Chen Xuan declared after a moment's thought. After all, he was merely at the Xianxian level, and relying solely on 2 innate spiritual treasures for protection felt somewhat precarious. Without waiting for the 2 women to respond, He transformed into a streak of black light and sped towards Bo Palace. He raced along. Chen Xuan soon arrived at the entrance of Bo Palace and respectfully announced, "Disciple Chen Xuan seeks an audience with the master." "Enter," came the voice of the Tongtian cult master from within as the palace door creaked open. "Indeed, it appears you have not been idle these years. You should soon reach the golden immortal realm," the Tongtian cult master remarked, easily discerning Chen Xuan's current cultivation level, nodding in appreciation. "Indeed, however, before facing the tribulation of transformation, I have decided to venture out for some experiences to temper my disposition," Chen Xuan replied. Tongtian nodded in agreement, affirming that cultivation was not merely about breathing and absorbing energy. Refining one's heart and character was equally vital. For it is said that before the demise of the demon ancestor Lu, he swore an oath to eradicate the Tao and increase demonic might. Currently, all beings cultivating in the world bear the burden of inner demons. If one's heart is not steadfast and cannot wield their own powers, inner demons may arise, plunging one into an abyss of despair. "It is commendable that you possess such foresight," Tongtian remarked with a look of approval directed at Chen Xuan that he then flicked his finger. And a strand of chaotic sword energy flew from his fingertip and entered Chen Xuan's body. Go. This sword energy is sufficient to protect you during your travels in the primordial realm. At last, Tongtian cautioned, "Remember, my Sect does not initiate conflict, but we are not afraid of it either." Disciple humbly thanks the master. Upon acquiring the protective talisman, Chen Xuan felt an immense sense of tranquility within. He bid farewell to the Tongtian sect master and returned to his abode, accompanied by the two celestial maidens, Hanji and Kaiyun, as they journeyed towards the direction of the expansive Grand Canyon. Stretching for millions of miles, the primordial land was vast and boundless, with 3 streaks of escape light skimming just above the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that among these lights were 2 extraordinarily beautiful celestial maidens and a turtle of considerable size, entirely shrouded in darkness. This rather peculiar ensemble was none other than Chen Xuan and his companions. Since parting ways with the Tongtian sect master, Chen Xuan, along with the celestial maidens Hanji and Kaiyun, had been traversing tirelessly for several years. "How much longer until we reach our destination, my dear junior sisters?" Chen Xuan inquired as they soared through the air. Throughout their journey, they had encountered minor obstacles, such as road-blocking little demons and the occasional members of the Wu tribe who mistakenly regarded them as part of the demon race. However, upon revealing their identities as disciples of the sage, these individuals had promptly allowed them passage. The tensions between the Wu and Yao tribes were intensifying, threatening to erupt into full-scale conflict at any moment. In such tumultuous times, neither side wished to provoke the sage. "Thanks to our senior brother, our journey has been quite fortunate thus far. That I estimate that we should arrive at our destination in another 2 or 3 years," Hanji remarked, casting a glance at the star chart in her hand, which was densely marked with coordinates. "That sounds splendid. Let us hope the remainder of our journey proceeds smoothly." The primordial wilderness was vast, and even with Chen Xuan's current cultivation, he began to feel a hint of fatigue from the relentless travel. More importantly, the atmosphere in the present-day primordial realm was rife with an unusual tension, and Chen Xuan sensed that the spark igniting the Wu-Yao war could ignite at any moment, that if they did not hasten their pace. When the calamity finally erupted, it would matter little that they were disciples of the sage. Even the sage himself might be drawn into the fray. The bloodthirsty Wu and Yao tribes would not spare any consideration for one's status as a sage. "With senior brother Chen Xuan by our side, we shall undoubtedly reach our destination safely," Kaiyun added, her tone imbued with confidence in him. Yet before her words could fully settle in the air, a deep, resonant voice echoed from afar. "You 3 demons, halt!" The voice thundered like rolling thunder, reverberating through the void, causing ripples to spread across the air. "Trouble approaches," Chen Xuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Kaiyun with a wry smile. Was this sister truly a harbinger of misfortune? Indeed, in the next instant, a tempest of demonic winds surged towards them, revealing a dark silhouette hurtling through the horizon. As the wind subsided, the figure of a towering black bear demon emerged. its imposing stature akin to that of a mountain. Who dares trespass upon my golden wind ridge? The black bear demon bellowed, its mouth full of jagged teeth, a massive blade resting across its shoulders. Glinting ominously, Chen Xuan sensed the aura emanating from the creature and was taken aback. With his recent mastery of the primordial Huang and the upper celestial laws, his divine consciousness far surpassed that of his peers. He could instantly discern that the black bear demon was no ordinary foe, having reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. However, judging by its demeanor, it seemed to embody the archetype of a tyrant claiming dominion over its territory. To avoid further delay, Chen Xuan stepped forward to clarify their identities. Yet upon learning that Chen Xuan and his companions were disciples of the sage, a glimmer of greed flickered in the depths of the black bear demon's eyes. Disciples of the sage, your wealth must be considerable. Today, fortune smiles upon me. Disciples of the sage? What of it? You dare to intrude into my territory and disturb the spiritual herbs within. Even if you were to shout it from the heavens, you would still be in the wrong, the black bear demon retorted, pointing at the few weeds beneath Chen Xuan's feet, clearly seeking to create trouble. This. Chen Xuan's gaze turned icy. Indeed, there were still some hot-headed individuals in the primordial realm. Given the circumstances, he saw no reason to mince words any longer. Considering your arduous cultivation, I had no intention of causing you any distress, but do not overstep your bounds. And what if I do? A mere Xian immortal, accompanied by two inconsequential true immortals. Do you truly believe you can withstand this blade upon my shoulder? The black bear demon sneered, shaking its shoulders, the massive sword seeming to shimmer ominously as it swayed like a divine weapon spanning a mountain range. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Reasoning with such a hothead was futile. It would be best to rely on brute force. Coincidentally, since advancing to the Xian immortal realm, he had yet to test his indestructible body and the power of 100-fold defense. This creature was a fitting opponent for such an experiment. Junior sisters, step back a bit, Chen Xuan instructed, and Hanji and Kaya nodded obediently, recognizing that a battle at the golden immortal level was beyond their capability to intervene. They assumed Chen Xuan would summon the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, bestowed by the Tongtian Sect master. Once the two maidens had retreated to a safe distance, Chen Xuan turned to face the black bear demon. Glancing at the massive blade upon its shoulder with a cold smile, what a treasure of sword. In my view, it resembles your brain, rather unimpressive. You insolent whelp. You had best clarify your words. The black bear demon growled, its dark visage twisted in fury as it bared its sharp fangs at Chen Xuan. Clarify? Is it not abundantly clear? What I mean is that your head is as rusty as your sword. Chen Xuan replied, pausing briefly before casting a dismissive glance at the black bear demon and adding, rusty. The black bear demon appeared momentarily bewildered, tilting its head as if pondering Chen Xuan's words. Behind Chen Xuan, the already retreated Hanji and Kaiyun could no longer contain their amusement, laughing heartily at the black bear demon's perplexed expression. After a moment of silence, the black bear demon seemed to grasp the meaning, its eyes widening in fury as it exhaled hot air from its nostrils. You dare to insult me. Even if I were to summon the sage today, I would not spare you. Enraged, the black bear demon stood upright, raising its arms as it unsheathed the massive blade, preparing to strike. In an instant, a tempest of demonic winds surged forth, the howling winds dimming the sky. Come then, Chen Xuan cried out, his voice resolute. The black bear demon strike was undoubtedly fueled by the full might of a peak golden immortal, which suited Chen Xuan's intentions perfectly. He yearned to witness whether his 100-fold defense could withstand such an assault. As the magical energy within him surged, Chen Xuan's figure expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal being, towering even over the black bear demon. The turtle shell upon his back revealed sharp, protruding spikes that materialized into a menacing, jet-black visage. The black bear demon, undeterred, continued its assault, fully aware that Chen Xuan was merely a Xian immortal and could not possibly rival its power. The heavy blade descended. Though it lacked sharpness, its immense weight combined with the black bear demon's formidable strength rendered this strike perilous enough that even an early Tai immortal would need to exercise caution. Boom! The explosive impact raised a cloud of dust hundreds of feet high. prompting Hanji and Kaiyun, observing from a distance, to instinctively shut their eyes. Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming force crash upon his back, ruthlessly dismantling his layers of defense and ultimately penetrating into his being. This is the power of a peak golden immortal. Chen Xuan marveled, unable to suppress his admiration. This strike had indeed inflicted injury upon him. It was worth noting that he had been bolstered by 100-fold defense. Had this occurred earlier, he might well have been cleaved in two. Yet now, as the indestructible body showcased its prowess, Chen Xuan's injuries began to mend almost instantaneously. Senior brother Chen Xuan, are you all right? Hanji and Sayun's hearts were filled with concern. Initially, they had assumed Chen Xuan would directly invoke the Qingping sword to resolve the conflict, but they were taken aback to see him choose to face the onslaught head-on. Though the two maidens could not discern the black bear demon's cultivation level, they were vaguely aware of its formidable presence. The opposing party belongs to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Chen Xuan's audacious confrontation with such a formidable opponent fills them with deep concern. With unwavering focus, they gaze upon the battlefield, where amidst the swirling dust, a colossal black figure is sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the distant ground. It crumbles like a mountain in collapse, reverberating with thunderous sounds, causing the earth to fracture beneath the impact. Did my senior brother win? Hanji Xian inquired incredulously, casting a glance at the nearby Kaiyun Xian, only to find her mirroring the same astonishment. The two exchanged looks, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Engaging in battle without the aid of treasures, merely relying on his physical prowess, he had managed to repel a golden immortal beast despite his own Xian immortal cultivation. That moment, they finally grasped why the Tongtian would hold Chen Xuan in such high regard. The battle rages on, and Chen Xuan is astonished to discover that this black bear spirit is remarkably resilient. Although his powerful strike is entirely rebuffed by the creature's spiked shell, it quickly rises once more, having only shed a bit of blood and appearing somewhat disoriented. What a formidable opponent, Chen Xuan mused, finding himself momentarily vexed by this unexpectedly troublesome adversary. Unbeknownst to him, the black bear spirit is equally astonished, never anticipating that this Xian Immortal Jr. would prove to be such a formidable challenge. The force of its own attacks seems to rebound with equal intensity, and despite inflicting numerous hits, the creature remains vigorous, appearing entirely unscathed. The spiked shell instills in the black bear spirit a sense of hesitation, as if it dared not unleash its full power. After a brief skirmish, the black bear spirit, seething with anger, retrieves a horn-shaped treasure from its bosom. How infuriating! I refuse to believe that no one can subdue you. It roars, blowing into the horn. What a troublesome foe, Chen Xuan mutters under his breath, realizing that the black bear, unable to defeat him, has resorted to calling for help. However, Chen Xuan is unwilling to grant the creature its wish. Almost instantaneously, as the black bear spirit sounds a horn, a cerulean sword erupts from within Chen Xuan, radiating the aura of a primordial treasure, shattering the sound of the horn into oblivion. A primordial treasure. The black bear spirit exclaims in terror as it gazes at the Qingping sword with palpable fear. My apologies, fellow Taoist, but I am pressed for time. Chen Xuan's voice drifts into the black bear spirit's ears, followed by a stern command. Cut. Thud. Almost the moment the word cut escapes Chen Xuan's lips, the Qingping sword bursts forth in brilliant light, unleashing a disc-like green beam that darts forth in an instant. In the black bear spirit's incredulous gaze, the azure sword light cleaves through its head, severing its life force. Boom! The headless corpse, massive as a mountain, collapses in an instant. Nearly simultaneously, the Qingping sword merges back into Chen Xuan, causing him to swiftly diminish in size and transform into a streak of black light, appearing beside the two women. That we must leave quickly. This place will soon attract attention, Chen Xuan urges in a hushed tone, hastening the departure of the trio. 3 years later, on the primordial land, the three of them arrive at the outskirts of a canyon stretching for 100,000 miles. At last, we have arrived, Hanji Xian exclaims as she stows away her star map, her face brimming with excitement alongside Kaiyun Xian. Is this where that axe's radiance was formed? Chen Xuan muses, gazing at the vast canyon before him, awe shimmering in his eyes. With his keen vision, he can faintly discern various streams of vibrant light dancing within the canyon, accompanied by continuous howling wind. Occasionally, a fierce gust escapes from the canyon, sweeping across the ground and rendering it smooth as if meticulously trimmed by a sharp blade. Indeed, this must be the place, Han Jixian affirms, her conviction solidified upon witnessing the might of the wind. Be cautious. It is said that this relentless gale possesses immense power, capable of claiming the lives of ordinary celestial immortals. Only those who have reached the true immortal realm can barely withstand it. Encountering multiple gusts could spell disaster, even for a golden immortal, Kai Yun Xian adds gravely. Chen Xuan nods slowly, acknowledging the magnitude of the situation, knowing that this is the handiwork of Pangu's incarnation. Thus, exercising prudence is warranted. You too. Let us proceed, he declares with anticipation, stepping into the canyon first. Han Jixian and Kai Yun Xian solemnly nod, retrieving their protective treasures before following closely behind Chen Xuan. Upon entering the canyon, the sound of the howling wind fills their ears. Chen Xuan squints, savoring the sensation, and a smile of delight emerges on his face. Within this canyon, aside from the fearsome gusts, countless laws and rhythms of Tao swirl through the void. They manifest not as formless substances as in the outside world, but instead coalesce into vibrant, colorful ribbons in this realm. Suddenly, Chen Xuan reaches out to grasp a faintly red ribbon in the air, his palm brushing against it. Although the laws reveal their colors, they remain intangible, eluding capture. Observing Chen Xuan's actions, Han Jixian giggles. Senior brother, these Tao rhythms cannot be captured. They can only be comprehended through one's mind. We should hurry deeper. Kai Yun Xian, wielding a parasol-shaped treasure that envelopes herself, urges him onward. Chen Xuan retracts his hand, chuckling nonchalantly, then points ahead. Could it be that the deeper we venture, the more potent the Tao rhythms become? Indeed, for that axe's radiance traverse from our current location to dissipate at the other end. Hence the rhythms will be much denser there, Han Jixian affirms, tossing out an ancient bronze mirror that emits a yellow halo. Shielding herself. However, the deeper they go, the more perilous the bone-chilling winds become. It is said that even ordinary Tai golden immortals avoid the depths. Kai Yun Xian remarks, her expression grave as she gazes into the abyss. Chen Xuan's eyes gleam with excitement. The Tao rhythms here evoke an irresistible urge to comprehend them immediately. If the depths are even more concentrated, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. Let us proceed. Chen Xuan urges eagerly, stepping forward. Han Jixian and Kai Yun Xian exchange glances before following in his footsteps. Though they have yet to activate their escape lights, the trio moves swiftly, covering a distance of 10,000 miles in no time. At this juncture, they occasionally glimpse primordial beings engaged in contemplation, most of whom possess peak celestial immortal or early true immortal cultivation. Here, everyone is focused on their cultivation, maintaining a respectful distance from one another to avoid disturbance. The arrival of Chen Xuan and his companions naturally draws some attention, but upon sensing the aura emanating from Chen Xuan, the creatures regard them with reverence, some even offering polite bows. However, this area is still too peripheral for Chen Xuan and his companions. They do not linger long, continuing their journey deeper into the canyon. After progressing for several tens of thousands of miles, the winds within the canyon grow increasingly fierce, causing Kai Yun Xian's parasol-shaped treasure to sway uncontrollably. The yellow halo emitted by the bronze mirror above Han Jixian's head dims slightly, as if struggling to withstand the onslaught of the winds. Among the three, Chen Xuan remains the most at ease. He has not even summoned his treasures, relying solely on his exceptional defenses. The bone-chilling winds that could fell a celestial immortal feel like a gentle spring breeze against his face, merely cooling his skin. The two women can only regard Chen Xuan's relaxed demeanor with envy. They are not entirely shocked, knowing that their senior brother is capable of withstanding the attacks of golden immortal beings with his physical form. How could the might of these winds pose any threat to him? The two women feel a sense of helplessness. They had expended considerable resources to procure several protective treasures for the sake of comprehending the Tao rhythms, only to discover that this place is far more challenging than they had imagined. Their treasures, it seems, would only suffice for peripheral cultivation, leaving them too fearful to venture further inward. After some time, the trio reaches a point 30,000 miles from the canyon's entrance, marking nearly one-third of their journey. However, at this moment, both Han Ji-hsien and Kai-Yun-hsien are beginning to struggle. Initially, they had summoned their parasol and bronze mirror, but due to the unrelenting winds, they were forced to retract them. Subsequently, they had to summon multiple additional treasures just to hold out until this point. Yet, they can go no further, for the winds grow even more ferocious ahead, and their current levels of power cannot withstand them. Senior brother, Han Ji-hsien and Kai-Yun-hsien watched as Chen Xuan continued to walk, biting their lips to call out to him. "What is it?" Chen Xuan turned around, puzzled that we fear we can no longer proceed. Han Ji-hsien said, her face displaying a troubled expression that in truth, reaching this point was already quite commendable. After all, they were exceedingly close to the midpoint of the canyon, where many beings not yet at the Xian immortal realm chose to pause and cultivate, with their cultivation merely at the late stage of the true immortal realm. It was indeed a remarkable fortune for Han Ji-hsien and her companion to cultivate here. "In no matter, let us continue onward. I shall protect you on the path ahead," Chen Xuan said with a slight smile, then swiftly slipped out of his tortoise shell. Han Ji-hsien and Kai-Yun-hsien widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight. The body structure of the Xiangui clan truly like this? The two exchanged glances, feeling that this scene was somewhat absurd. However, Chen Xuan paid no mind to their astonished gazes. After emerging from the tortoise shell, he quickly donned a South Bright, Li Hua armor bestowed upon him by his master, then pointed at his tortoise shell. "Go." A beam of radiant light shot forth from his fingertip, causing the tortoise shell to spin in the air before transforming into a canopy-like shape that enveloped the three of them. "Let us proceed," he said, casting a spell to transform himself into a human form, smiling confidently at the two women. Observing Chen Xuan's transformed appearance, both Han Ji-hsien and Kai-Yun-hsien were momentarily entranced. However, they soon regained their composure, nodding in agreement before following in Chen Xuan's footsteps. The tortoiseshell canopy emitted a faint ethereal glow, appearing rather inconspicuous compared to the vibrant lights within the canyon. Yet, at this moment, Han Ji-hsien and her companion felt an immense sense of security, for those bone-piercing gales that seemed so formidable to them could not penetrate the defenses of the tortoise shell in the slightest. "Senior brother, why did you not reveal such means earlier, sparing us the exertion?" Han Ji-hsien glared at Chen Xuan, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly in response. "Junior sister, the opportunities in this primordial world must be seized through one's own efforts. If I were to assist you at every turn, over time, you may develop a sense of complacency, which would be detrimental to your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Han Ji-hsien's expression turned thoughtful, and Kai-Yun-hsien seemed to grasp something as well. The two simultaneously expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "In the matter of cultivation, one must strive diligently. However, now that you have done your utmost, as your senior brother, I shall lend some support." The two women naturally expressed their gratitude once more. After Chen Xuan summoned the tortoise shell, their pace through the canyon quickened significantly, rendering the bone-piercing gales almost ineffective against them. The tortoise shell enveloped the three as they advanced rapidly, soon crossing the midpoint of the canyon and reaching its depths. In the heart of the million-mile canyon, only those of the golden immortal level could tread here. Those below that threshold could only arrive with the aid of a congenital spiritual treasure or a protective elder. Yet, even then, caution was paramount, for one's insufficient strength could lead to dire consequences that it was exceedingly rare to see individuals like Chen Xuan and his companions strolling leisurely through such perilous terrain. Their presence inevitably drew the attention of many. What treasure is this, that it can shield three beings of insufficient golden immortal cultivation to reach this place? Some beings gazed upon them with greedy eyes, considering them as nothing more than a delicacy. The fact that these three could arrive here at such low cultivation implied the existence of a powerful figure backing them. It was wise to avoid provoking them. Among the greedy, there were also those with reason. Chen Xuan and his companions paid no heed to those scrutinizing gazes, for their goal lay elsewhere. Though they had entered deeper territory, Chen Xuan showed no signs of halting. From the very beginning, his aim had been fixed on the final destination, a place so legendary that even the Tai Golden Immortals would hesitate to tread lightly. After engaging with the peak-level Golden Immortal Black Bear's spirit, Chen Xuan had developed a basic understanding of his current defensive capabilities. Although he was merely at the peak of the Xian Immortal realm, his defenses had surpassed what could be shaken by a Golden Immortal. Chen Xuan believed that to breach his defenses would require considerable effort, even for an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. Furthermore, with his indestructible body, he was confident that even some capable Tai Golden Immortals would find it nearly impossible to eliminate him. While the gales within the canyon grew increasingly fearsome, they remained within Chen Xuan's capacity to endure. Amidst the surrounding gazes filled with greed, reason, and curiosity, Chen Xuan continued onward with the two women. After a while, the trio finally reached the end of the canyon. To their astonishment, the bone-piercing gales emanated from this very spot. Han Xian gazed ahead in awe. That is, a barrier formed by the convergence of laws. Chen Xuan's eyes also reflected surprise. Before them, at the end of the canyon, where the remnants of the heaven-opening axe's light had once dissipated, now lay a dazzling spectacle of 9 colors. With endless law vibrations lingering, manifesting as a smooth, colorful wall. The gales were the result of the collisions and evolutions between these laws at this moment. Beneath the law's luminous wall, 6 or 7 beings were meditating against the wall. Their cultivation had all reached the Tai Golden Immortal realm, and sensing the arrival of Chen Xuan and his companions, they opened their eyes in unison, their expressions filled with wonder as they gazed at Chen Xuan. Having reached this level of cultivation, they could easily discern Chen Xuan's true form, realizing that the 3 of them had arrived here solely due to his formidable defenses. That it was known that this place was fraught with hazards from the constant collision of laws. Even for them, the Tai Golden Immortals, great caution was required. Yet here was Chen Xuan, a mere Xian Immortal, daring to venture into this treacherous domain while escorting 2 others. Such prowess naturally astonished these Tai Golden Immortals. "Friend, you possess remarkable skills." A voice of admiration reached Chen Xuan's ears, and before he could react, 2 figures, one red and one white, appeared before him. The speaker was a woman dressed in a fiery red gown, her crimson hairpin standing tall, exuding an air of nobility. "You flatter me, senior," Chen Xuan replied with a polite gesture, aware that these 2 were of the Tai Golden Immortal caliber, until he grasped their intentions. Caution was prudent. Noticing Chen Xuan's humble demeanor, the woman in red seemed quite pleased. She pointed to the young man beside her, dressed in white, and introduced herself openly. "I am Yin Hong, and this is Bai Li Yu. May I ask how you are addressed?" "I am Chen Xuan, a disciple of the Tongtian Patriarch from the Jiejiao. These 2 are my junior sisters, Hanji and Kaiyun." Since they had introduced themselves, Chen Xuan felt it best to reveal his background to avoid unnecessary trouble. A disciple of a sage. "No wonder you possess such formidable abilities," Bai Li Yu remarked, a look of realization dawning on his face, followed by admiration. Not just Bai Li Yu, but the other Tai Golden Immortals present also exhibited expressions of understanding, acknowledging the reason behind Chen Xuan's ability to arrive here at the Xian Immortal level. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's identity as a disciple of a sage, Yin Hong's eyes sparkled with interest, and she smiled at him, saying, "We noticed your extraordinary abilities and hope to make your acquaintance." Yin Hong pondered that although his current cultivation was below hers, being a disciple of a sage meant he possessed noteworthy skills worth befriending. Bai Li Yu also wore a friendly smile. Despite their race having retreated from the primordial world, forming connections with a sage's disciple could provide advantages in future endeavors. "Certainly, it would be my honor to befriend both of you," Chen Xuan replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Hearing this, both Yin Hong and Bai Li Yu appeared delighted. They then gestured toward the colorful wall behind them, saying, "Are you planning to comprehend the laws here, Chen Xuan?" "Indeed, my junior sisters and I have come here for that very purpose," Chen Xuan replied, casting a glance at the law-infused wall, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. "However, you must be aware of certain taboos. Yin Hong said, her smile fading as she spoke earnestly to O. Is there some peril within? Chen Xuan inquired, puzzled. Yin Hong nodded, then explained, you should know that this place is where the 12 ancestors of sorcery formed the 12 capitals heavenly god-killing array to summon the true body of Pangu during the primordial battle between the witches and the demons. Chen Xuan was well aware of all this. He chose to remain silent, adopting a posture of rapt attention. Pangu, the primordial deity and creator of the universe, while his true form was an embodiment of formations, nonetheless gathered within him the essence of 3,000 laws. Yin Hong continued, saying, it is precisely for this reason that the laws here are in disarray, despite the boundless rhythm of the Tao. Comprehending it is exceedingly arduous. Most importantly, the chaotic laws have formed a peculiar balance through their mutual collisions. Should this balance be disrupted by external influences, the consequences would be unimaginable, perhaps even beyond the endurance of a great Luo golden immortal. Yin Hong spoke with a grave demeanor, then continued in an exceedingly solemn tone, thus, it is strictly forbidden to engage in combat here. This is a rule established by us, the Tai golden immortals, and anyone who dares to act will face unanimous opposition. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded in agreement. He had come with the intent of comprehending the rhythm of the Tao, and naturally, he would not violate the established rules. That is well, Yin Hong said. You may proceed with your understanding. After articulating the prohibitions of the place, Yin Hong and Bai Li Yu departed to engage in their own contemplation beneath the luminous wall. My two junior sisters, shall we commence? Chen Xuan, filled with anticipation, observed the immense power of the laws contained within the luminous wall, for the three of them, who had not yet attained the stature of Tai golden immortals. It seemed rather premature to encounter such formidable forces. However, even if they could not fully grasp the laws, the emanating rhythm of the Tao was undeniably enticing to Chen Xuan and his companions. Leading the two maidens, Han Ji and Kai Yun, beneath the luminous wall, Chen Xuan seated himself cross-legged, beginning to deeply feel the boundless rhythms of the Tao. Han Ji and Kai Yun, seeing this, followed suit. With Chen Xuan's protective barrier surrounding them, they were free from the fearsome winds that surged around them, allowing them to devote themselves entirely to their understanding. Just as the trio was on the brink of entering a meditative state, an incongruous voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Make way. We are disciples of the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Those who do not wish to stir trouble, step aside. As this boisterous voice rang out, everyone present opened their eyes to look in that direction. Chen Xuan frowned slightly, having just been poised to enter a state of enlightenment, only to be interrupted by this raucous individual, which irked him considerably. Three figures approached from a distance. Above their heads, a flag of a deep yellow hue stood tall, radiating a faint golden light, with countless golden lotuses swirling around them. The fearsome winds in the canyon dissipated the moment they brushed against the golden lotuses. Ha ha! Brother, we are fortunate to have sought the protection of the Wuji apricot yellow flag from our master. Otherwise, it would be uncertain if we could have made it here, remarked a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe. His appearance somewhat lecherous, as his gaze swept across the crowd, seemingly flaunting the power of his treasure. Indeed, even amidst the fierce winds of this million-mile canyon, how could they possibly breach the defenses of the apricot yellow flag? The leader among them was a man in a white robe, who smiled gently, exuding a subtle air of arrogance. I did not expect to find a few anomalies here. A man in a blue robe with white beard suddenly pointed at Chen Xuan and his companions, his face brimming with curiosity. Upon hearing this, the other two followed his gaze, and, upon sensing the cultivation levels of Chen Xuan and his companions, each displayed a look of intrigue. The lecherous middle-aged man revealed a smirk of amusement. Propelling himself toward Chen Xuan's direction with a burst of speed, "My friend, you truly possess remarkable skills, bringing two exquisite beauties here despite your mere Xian immortal cultivation." As he spoke, his mouth displayed a set of yellowed teeth. Eliciting discomfort, Chen Xuan cast a cold glare at him, disdainful of the self-important disciples of the saints. Meanwhile, Kai Yun, sensing the ill intentions of the man before them, rose and offered a slight bow to the trio. proclaiming loudly, "I am Kai Yun of the Pleased to Meet You, Esteemed Brothers." With the protection of the Wuji apricot yellow flag, their identities were undoubtedly credible. Kai Yun thought that by revealing her affiliation, she might quell any ulterior motives they harbored. "You are disciples of—" The lecherous middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. "Indeed, may I inquire if you three are disciples of the Primordial Master?" Kaya nodded, beginning to assess their identities. "Indeed, I am known as Huang Longzhenren, and these two are my brothers, Ling Bao de Fa Shi and Dao Xing Tianzun." The middle-aged man in yellow introduced himself, his tone laced with arrogance. "So it is Huang Long, Ling Bao, and Dao Xing, my esteemed brothers." Kaiyan bowed once more, then introduced her companions. "This is my senior sister Hanji, and this is brother Chen Xuan. By the way, brother Chen Xuan is the fifth true disciple of the Tong Tian Master." As she spoke of Chen Xuan, a hint of admiration flickered her eyes. This gaze evidently stirred a measure of discontent in Huang Long. Since earlier, Chen Xuan had regarded him with an air of indifference. Even after revealing his sect, Chen Xuan showed no inclination to rise and pay his respects. In Huang Long's mind, he was one of the 12 immortals of the Jade Void. His status was considerably higher than that of the seemingly inconsequential disciples from Tong Tian. Moreover, at this moment, he had reached the peak of the golden immortal realm, a full realm above Chen Xuan. Given such a disparity, it was galling for Huang Long to see Chen Xuan not even rise to address him as brother. Contemplating this, Huang Long's eyes narrowed, his tone dripping with disdain as he said, "True disciple," turning to his companions, Ling Bao de Fa Shi and Dao Xing Tianzun. He remarked in a mocking tone, "Our Tong Tian Master remains the same, taking in disciples without discernment. Even those who barely qualify can become true disciples." Huang Long's words elicited snickers from the other two. However, the expressions of the present Tai golden immortals darkened significantly. Although Huang Long appeared to be mocking Chen Xuan, the phrase barely qualifying encompassed everyone present. Had it not been for Huang Long's title as a disciple of the Jade Void Palace's primordial heavenly sovereign, it was likely that some would have confronted him for an explanation. Nonetheless, their gazes turned to Chen Xuan, curious to see how he, as the true disciple of the Tong Tian Master, would respond. After all, he was facing three peak golden immortals, and many speculated that given Chen Xuan's cultivation level, he would choose to let the matter slide, though that would inevitably diminish the prestige associated with being a true disciple of the saint. Barely qualifying? Chen Xuan's lips curved into a slight smirk, his gaze steady as he looked at Huang Longzhenren. "As far as I am aware, my friend hails from the Dragon Clan. Might you not be born from an egg, but rather from a womb? If so, your mother's personal life seems rather chaotic." With a smile lingering on his lips, Chen Xuan did not conceal the sarcasm in his words. The interruption of his cultivation by Huang Long's trio had thoroughly irked him. And now, facing them, he was unreserved in his retort. "Bravo!" Chen Xuan's words ignited a spark of admiration among the Tai golden immortals present. Their spirits lifted as they silently applauded him, particularly Yin Hong, whose race was indeed egg-laying, felt a sense of offense at Huang Long's earlier remarks. As the Tai golden immortals reveled in their secret delight, Huang Longzhenren's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, red and white alternating furiously. The Dragon Clan, in ancient times, was once the mightiest race among the realms. During that era, even the Phoenix and Shilin clans could not contend with them. However, their overwhelming strength led to their downfall, as the Phoenix and Shilin clans united against them, resulting in the Dragon Clan's decline during a cataclysm. The descendants of the Dragon Clan that now roamed the primordial lands were afflicted by calamities, burdened by karma. Despite being one of the 12 immortals of the Chen Sect, Huang Longzhenren was not valued by his master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, due to his lineage. Huang Longzhenren harbored a deep aversion to his origins. He would seize any opportunity to distance himself from being a dragon. Now, Chen Xuan had not only exposed his heritage before all, but had also belittled it with words that suggested chaotic personal life. Although Huang Long did not fully grasp the implications of such terms, he understood well enough that Chen Xuan was indirectly insulting him, essentially branding him a bastard. Such words struck a blow to Huang Long's pride, a pride that had always been inflated. "You young whelp, you seek death," Huang Longjinren's voice turned frigid, his gaze like a bolt of lightning directed at the indignant Chen Xuan within the palm. A sharp aura quickly coalesced. Stop! Upon witnessing the imminent action of the Huang Longjinren, the previously indifferent Taiji Golden Immortals were taken aback. The IT was no jest. The power of the laws gathered here stemmed from the divine axe that once cleaved the heavens. Should Huang Longjinren disrupt the balance, it would not only be perilous for them, but even a Deluo Golden Immortal would find it difficult to retreat unscathed. In an instant, several figures transformed into streaks of light, surrounding Huang Long and the three disciples of Yushu. The overwhelming presence of the Taiji Golden Immortals filled the air, causing Huang Longjinren's expression to shift. What do you intend to do? Huang Long was astonished by the audacity of these wandering Taiji cultivators. Daring to provoke the disciples of Yushu. If you wish to fight, kindly take it outside. This place is chaotic with laws, and combat is forbidden. An elderly man with a gray beard resolutely met Huang Long's gaze. Sensing the late-stage Taiji fluctuations emanating from the elder, Huang Long's expression changed once more. Although he was confident that these Taiji Golden Immortals could not breach the defenses of the Wujixing Huang flag, the trio at the pinnacle of Golden Immortal strength had no hope of countering. This would inevitably lead to a loss of face. Junior brother, do not forget our purpose for coming here. Dao Xingtian Zun suddenly tugged at Huang Long's sleeve, casting him a knowing glance that Huang Long's expression shifted, instantly comprehending. He suppressed the anger towards Chen Xuan in his heart, allowing a cold smile to surface before regaining his composure. He turned to the surrounding Taiji Golden Immortals and said, "Very well, in consideration of my fellow Taoists, we shall temporarily refrain from further actions." Upon seeing Huang Long relent, the elder's expression softened somewhat, and he waved his hand, prompting everyone to disperse. Clever tongue brat. I shall spare you today, but I will come to settle the score in the future. Huang Longjinren shot Chen Xuan a fierce glare, seemingly imprinting his visage into his memory. I await your arrival, Chen Xuan replied, meeting his gaze with calmness. As the Tongtian Sect master had said, Jie Jiao does not seek trouble, yet is unafraid of it. Although Huang Longjinren and his companions were more powerful, Chen Xuan felt no trace of fear. They possessed the supreme defensive spiritual treasure, the Wujixing Huang flag, but he too wielded the exquisite offensive spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, with his exceptional defenses and recovery abilities. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome remained uncertain. Your tongue is quite formidable. I hope your shell is equally so. Huang Longjinren, noticing Chen Xuan's lack of trepidation, cast a long, scrutinizing glance at the protective shell enveloping him. Chen Xuan remained silent, a slight smile gracing his lips, treating the threat with indifference. Humph! With a final cold snort, Huang Longjinren flicked his sleeve and, along with Dao Xingtian Zun and Ling Bao Grandmaster, sought a vacant space to begin their contemplation of the laws. Sisters, let us seize the moment. Chen Xuan called out to Han Ji and Kai Yun as the turmoil finally subsided. He then set up a rudimentary, soundproofing array around them and sat cross-legged. Han Ji nodded and took a seat beside Chen Xuan. As for Kai Yun, she cast a complex glance at Chen Xuan. From the earlier confrontation, she realized her misunderstandings. The relationship between the Chan and Jie sects was far from harmonious. The notion of the three teachings being one was mere fallacy. She had expected that revealing her identity as a disciple of Jie Jiao would foster a more amicable atmosphere, yet the Chan sect members immediately began to mock Chen Xuan, who retaliated without restraint. With tensions heightened, it seemed inevitable that a conflict would ensue. Kai Yun sighed inwardly, recognizing that in the primordial world, strife was omnipresent. Only personal strength served as the foundation of all. After her lament, she, like Han Ji, settled beside Chen Xuan and began to contemplate the laws. Humph! These three, who lack even the status of golden immortals, dare to seek understanding of the laws. They are courting death. Huang Longjinren sneered as he observed the trio's earnest attempts at cultivation. The laws were such that even Taiji Golden Immortals could not fully grasp their power. Their presence here was merely a hope for a fleeting insight that might facilitate their breakthrough to the Golden Immortal realm. Even the top-tier Golden Immortals approached this endeavor with cautious optimism. What right had Chen Xuan and his companions to attempt the same? Junior brother, do not concern yourself with them. These three, with their meager cultivation, foolishly attempt to tread upon realms beyond their reach. They may very well explode on the spot. Dao Xingtian Zun chuckled coldly, offering his reminder. I could tea these words. Huanglong Jinren nodded in satisfaction, saying, Indeed, I too look forward to that scene. With that, neither spoke further, focusing intently on their contemplation of the laws. Should they achieve their purpose, overcoming Chen Xuan would surely be simpler. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan paid little heed to the external commotion, his mind wholly concentrated on capturing the endless rhythms of the laws entwining the light wall. The laws here were chaotic, and so too were the rhythms, making it extraordinarily difficult for an ordinary individual to glean even a trace of understanding. Yet, he was different. Endowed with unparalleled comprehension, Chen Xuan swiftly discerned the trajectory of the rhythms. Immersing himself in deep contemplation, within his mind, it felt as though countless rhythms resonated in a harmonious symphony, their reverberations shaking his very soul and ushering him into a peculiar state. I could tea that moment. A sharp intake of breath echoed from a short distance away. Chen Xuan has entered a state of enlightenment so swiftly. Yin Hong could not help but exclaim, quickly covering her mouth, though her eyes betrayed her astonishment. Her exclamation instantly drew the attention of those present. In truth, even without her outburst, everyone, including the three from the Chen Sect, had noticed Chen Xuan's unusual state. The trio led by Huanglong Jinren, while envious of Chen Xuan's comprehension, did not believe they would be outdone by him. Instead, they became even more engrossed in their own insights. Meanwhile, the surrounding Taiji golden immortals, who had long established themselves here, were utterly stunned. As Yin Hong had previously mentioned, the chaotic laws made it exceedingly difficult to grasp any understanding. Even someone of her exceptional caliber, as a Taiji golden immortal, could only scrape together a fraction of insight. The method she employed was not only mentally taxing, but also left a bitter taste, rendering her unable to endure for long. A witness, Chen Xuan directly entering a state of enlightenment was a source of immense envy. However, while they were envious, they harbored little resentment. After all, opportunities were something every individual encountered a few times in their lifetime. Perhaps Chen Xuan had merely fortuitously caught a rhythm within the light wall that resonated with him. After the initial shock, the onlookers retracted their gazes. Others' fortunes were not to be envied, and only one's own was truly tangible. In contrast to Chen Xuan, Han Ji and Kai Yun sat with furrowed brows, realizing that the situation here was far from idyllic. With their late-stage, true immortal cultivation, they found it impossible to extract even the slightest understanding from the law's light wall. Before them lay the convergence of myriad laws and countless rhythms in flux, yet they were unable to capture anything akin to Chen Xuan's experience. This left them with a sense of frustration akin to standing before a treasure mountain, yet being unable to enter. Hanji bit her lip in resignation, her eyes filled with discontent. Sister, what should we do? Kai Yun, at that moment, regretted following Chen Xuan into this place. Perhaps their cultivation levels would have suited them better in the periphery. Hanji seemed to share this realization, yet with Chen Xuan already engrossed in enlightenment, they dared not disturb him. With their strength, they could not withstand the layers of fierce winds outside. They could only wait for their brother to finish his contemplation. Hanji shrugged her shoulders, ceasing her attempts at understanding. Kaya nodded in agreement, retracting her focus. The two, with nothing to do, propped their chins in their hands, their beautiful eyes fixed longingly on Chen Xuan. After a brief moment, Hanji's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same moment, Kai Yun sensed a subtle change in their surroundings. Both stared wide-eyed at Chen Xuan as they began to perceive the emanating rhythm flowing from him. Brother is doing this for you. In that moment, Hanji Xian and Kai Yun Xian's eyes were simultaneously alight with excitement. Them. Chen Xuan appeared to radiate a luminous glow as he deftly unraveled the strands of Dao rhythm he had captured, transforming them into a form they could comprehend and subsequently releasing them. As they sensed the Dao rhythm flowing around them, the two women promptly sat up straight, fully immersing themselves in understanding. Little did they realize that all of this was unintentional on Chen Xuan's part. He had simply surpassed the limits of his own mind and spirit in his comprehension, leading him to involuntarily release some of it. Within Chen Xuan's consciousness, a majestic Penga deity wielded the divine axe of creation, exuding an unmatched might, as the axe's light swept away all adversaries in existence. Although the laws here were rampant, they were merely the initial forms. An axe light cleaved forth from Pangu's true form revealed within the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. Under the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension, Chen Xuan astonishingly reversed the essence of the laws in this place. Catching a glimpse of the true intent behind the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array, while others were deciphering the laws, Chen Xuan approached it directly from the array, although he had only comprehended a fragment at that moment. It greatly advanced his mastery of the array. Moreover, his gains did not end there. Within his consciousness, as the Pangu true form continued to swing the divine axe of creation, Chen Xuan's mind observed the trajectory traced by the axe. A peculiar sensation surged forth in his mind. Outside, Hanji Xian and Kaiyun Xian felt an overwhelming happiness that came upon them too suddenly. Reflecting on their lives thus far, they realized that all their previous fortunes paled in comparison to the intensity of this moment. The Tao rhythm emanating from Chen Xuan enveloped them, and they felt as if they were submerged in an ocean of Tao rhythm, utterly unable to grasp it. Such remarkable fortune inevitably stirred the surrounding Tai golden immortals. "Goodness!" Yin Hong exclaimed in astonishment, her figure flickering into place beside the tortoise shell, gazing at the magnificent Tao rhythm enveloped within. Her beautiful eyes widened in awe. Almost as soon as she arrived nearby, it seemed that the Tao rhythm within the tortoise shell had become too concentrated, causing a wisp to escape. Yin Hong's eyes lit up, and with a quick mental shift, she captured that fleeting Tao rhythm. Indeed, excitement gleamed in her eyes. Unlike the chaotic Tao rhythm swirling above the law's light wall, the Tao rhythm within the tortoise shell had been decomposed by Chen Xuan and subsequently overflowed. For others, merely a slight comprehension would yield rewards far easier than their own. Yin Hong paced back and forth in excitement, eagerly anticipating the Tao rhythm's release. Sure enough, she did not have to wait long before several strands of Tao rhythm drifted out from the tortoise shell. However, this time, the surrounding Tai golden immortals also noticed the anomaly and hurried over. "Hey, don't you dare snatch this from me. I discovered it first," Yin Hong exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips in displeasure as she saw so many people rushing to seize it. Dear friend Yin Hong, don't be so stingy," a petite woman in the crowd teased with a playful smile. "Indeed, if there are to be any distributions, it should be up to fellow Taoist Chen Xuan," spoke an elder with a white beard, the highest in cultivation among them. Upon hearing this, everyone except Yin Hong nodded in agreement. Yin Hong's face soured at the remark. She could tell that the old man was taking advantage of Chen Xuan being in a state of enlightenment. Nevertheless, she understood that it was unwise to provoke the collective ire, so she huffed and said, "In that case, let's each rely on our own abilities." "Very well, we shall all benefit from fellow Taoist Chen Xuan's fortune this time." Yin Hong's words immediately garnered nods of satisfaction from the crowd, who then turned their eager gazes toward Chen Xuan. The commotion did not go unnoticed by the three members of the Chan teaching. "What is happening?" Huang Longjinren's face twisted with unwillingness. The three had been comprehending alongside Chen Xuan. Yet in comparison to him, they had gained almost nothing. It was impossible. The chaotic essence within the law's light wall was far too jumbled. And the moment their minds brushed against it, they were overwhelmed by dizziness, as if struck by countless obscure runes, leaving them in a daze. With their peak golden immortal strength, they had exerted tremendous effort, only to find it futile. Not only had they gained nothing, but they had also expended considerable mental energy. Witnessing Chen Xuan's effortless success now made Huang Longjinren exceedingly displeased. The Tai golden immortals could flock to absorb the Tao rhythm nearby, while he and his companions had just clashed with Chen Xuan. Naturally, they could not enjoy the same privileges. Huang Longjinren harbored his own pride. Daoxing Tianzun and Ling Baoda Fa sure also found it difficult to swallow their pride. However, this only intensified the jealousy within them. Especially Huang Longjinren. Watching those Tai golden immortals eagerly surround Chen Xuan like a loyal hound awaiting a morsel, his resentment toward Chen Xuan grew ever stronger. "Master, we might as well." Huang Longjinren's eyes turned, and a malicious smile crept across his face. Ling Bao to Fa Shi was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent, while Dao Xingtian Zun quickly grasped the implication. This course of action seemed somewhat inappropriate. Ultimately, Dao Xingtian Zun still valued his reputation and hesitated. Noticing this, Huang Longzhenren expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "Master, have you forgotten how, back in Kunlun Mountain, those from the Jiejiao, like Duo Bao and Jin Ling, bullied us because of their superior cultivation?" As soon as he spoke, even Ling Bao to Fa Shi, who had remained silent, showed signs of being moved. Years ago, when the three pure ones had not yet separated, the two sides had experienced considerable friction over differing doctrines, with the Jiejiao using their numbers to bully the disciples of the Chan teaching that it was precisely because this matter escalated to the point of attracting the attention of sages that the three pure ones ultimately parted ways. However, the shadow of being bullied by Duo Bao and others lingered eternally in their hearts. In those days, they relied on their superior cultivation and numerical advantage to torment us. Now that we have finally caught a few lesser ones, should we not reclaim some semblance of face? Otherwise, it would be unwise to let the Jiejiao disciples look down upon us. Seeing his two companions moved, Huang Longzhenren eagerly stoked the flames further. Under Huang Long's persuasion, Dao Xingtian Zun experienced a degree of wavering. The memories of being defeated by Jin Ling, Sheng Mu resurfaced, stirring his discontent. However, he quickly shook his head. As the leader of this outing, he possessed a level of composure. After a moment's reflection, he stated that it was not the right time to act, especially with those Tai Golden Immortals present. Tai Golden Immortals? What are you afraid of? Master, Huang Longzhenren scoffed dismissively. A bunch of fur-clad, horned fellows, mere spawn of the wetland. Even if they dared to offend us, what could they possibly do? Even if they were to act recklessly, what of it? As he spoke, Huang Longzhenren pointed to the Wu Jixing Huang Qi floating above their heads. With his spirit treasure to protect us, even a Deluo Golden Immortal would find it challenging to break through. Why should we fear a few Tai Lu's cultivators? Seeing Dao Xingtian Zun's interest piqued, Huang Longzhenren continued, "Master, they have claimed that this Chen Xuan fellow is the fifth true disciple of the Tongtian master. In terms of status within the Jiejiao, he is on par with Duo Bao and Jin Ling at this moment." Ling Bao to Fa Shi was finally swayed by Huang Longzhenren's words. After a brief contemplation, he coolly stated, "We need not take his life. Let us spare some face for the Tongtian master. A small lesson will suffice." With both of his junior brothers agreeing to take action, Dao Xingtian Zun could no longer suppress his inner urges and nodded heavily. Let it be done. The three exchanged glances and concealed their presence beneath the Wu Jixing Huang Qi. On the other side, the sensation that had been bubbling forth in Chen Xuan's mind grew increasingly potent as he meticulously observed the trajectory traced by the divine acts of creation time and again. Faintly, Chen Xuan seemed to sense the earth-shattering power that accompanied the axe's edge. Meanwhile, beside him, Hanji Xian and Kaiyun Xian, having absorbed an abundance of Dao rhythm, directly broke through to the pinnacle of true immortal. Nearing the realm of Xian immortal, the Tai Golden Immortals beyond the tortoise shell wore expressions of satisfaction. As time passed, they discovered even more Dao rhythm drifting from within. With each strand they absorbed, it sufficed to equal decades of arduous cultivation. In a mere span of time, each of them reaped significant rewards, eagerly awaiting Chen Xuan's further offerings. Just as everyone reveled in their fortune, a sudden brownish-yellow beam of light shot through the void. Crashing heavily against Chen Xuan's tortoise shell, boom! The thunderous roar of an explosion echoed through the air, causing the tortoise shell to tremble violently. The tremendous commotion jolted Chen Xuan and his two companions awake simultaneously. Who dares to disrupt my plans? Such audacity! To strike here, before Chen Xuan could voice his thoughts, the group of Tai Golden Immortals erupted in furious shouts. Among them, Yin Hong was the most incensed. Though she had previously suggested that everyone rely on their own abilities, this opportunity was first discovered by her, and the others were wary of the power backing her. Thus, they had, intentionally or not, allowed Yin Hong to reap the greatest rewards. She had anticipated using this chance to break through to the later stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, only to find her efforts thwarted at the crucial moment. Her fiery gaze fixed on the void, her mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal aura swept across the surroundings. Shameless Junior, do you think that just because you are disciples of the Chen Sect, I would not dare to act against you? Yin Hong's eyes blazed with fury, her hair adorned with a brilliant red ornament. I could see this moment. The others followed her gaze, their anger igniting in the void. The Wujixing Huangqi fluttered in the wind. Who else could it be but the three from Huanglong? Ha ha ha! Go ahead. Make a move. I dare you. The Huanglong true man laughed maniacally, reveling in the disruption of Chen Xuan's cultivation. His previous gloominess dissipated. Impudent ruffians, today I shall teach you a harsh lesson. The brazen tone of the Huanglong true man immediately provoked outrage among the crowd. And under Yin Hong's leadership, several were ready to retaliate. Just then, the Dao Xing Tianzun spoke up. Dear friends, it will be prudent not to act impulsively, he said with a smile. The laws of this place are in disarray. Should we engage in conflict, it could lead to dire consequences. I tea that moment. The Lingbao Grandmaster chuckled, saying, the three of us are protected by our master's bestowed supreme, innate spiritual treasures, so we naturally have no concerns. I merely offer a kind reminder. The trio from the Chen Sect, akin to conniving villains, incited profound anger among those present. Yet, they understood the truth in the words of the three that without the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal and lacking protective treasures, should a conflict arise here, they would be the ones to suffer if the balance of the laws were disrupted. Yin Hong, could you assist me in safeguarding my two junior sisters? As the crowd found themselves in a dilemma. Chen Xuan directed his gaze toward Yin Hong. Of course, my friend. Yin Hong nodded, her expression turning to one of curiosity. It's nothing. I am merely about to face the transformation tribulation and will be unable to tend to my junior sisters. Chen Xuan explained, entrusting Han Ji and Kai Yun to Yin Hong. That is truly congratulations to you, my friend. Yin Hong smiled, using her powers to shield the two women before extending her congratulations to Chen Xuan. Congratulations to you, Chen Xuan, the other Tai Golden Immortals, who had recently gained considerable benefits, also came forward to offer their well wishes, recognizing Chen Xuan's remarkable potential, speculating that he might soon surpass them. That, if you all have no further business here, I urge you to depart swiftly. This place may soon become quite perilous, Chen Xuan warned, his gaze fixed on the three figures concealed by the Huangqi, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Earlier, while immersed in enlightenment, he had been observing the trajectory of the heavenly opening divine axe, attempting to glean some secrets from it. Just as he was on the verge of success, the disruption caused by the Chen Sect had interrupted his concentration. It is worth noting that even with extraordinary comprehension, attaining such a state of enlightenment is not something that can be achieved every time. Although the disciples of the Chen and Jie sects often engaged in contests of skill, such blatant interference with another's opportunity was nearly unheard of. One could say that the actions of the Huanglong true man and his companions transcended mere shamelessness. Hence, Chen Xuan resolved to impart a profound lesson to them. Observing the seriousness of Chen Xuan's demeanor, the surrounding Tai Golden Immortals were visibly moved. His words indicated a firm determination to take action. After all, the deeds of the Chen Sect had been excessively outrageous, inciting the collective wrath of the crowd. At this moment, Chen Xuan emanated an unusual fluctuation that surged through the void, reaching for the heavens. Sensing this extraordinary aura, the expressions of those nearby shifted. This energy was etched into each person's mind. The transformation tribulation was about to descend. Take care, fellow Taoist Chen Xuan, the elder with a white beard, sensing the ominous aura of the impending thunder tribulation, hastily bowed to Chen Xuan, his figure flickering into a streak of light as he vanished from sight. The others, witnessing the elder's swift departure, dared not linger, offering Chen Xuan a brief salute before hastily leaving. Yin Hong seemed to perceive Chen Xuan's intentions. Without further ado, she nodded at him and swiftly guided Han Ji and Kai Yun away, with Bailey following closely behind, in a matter of moments. The Tai Golden Immortals departed one after another, as they sensed the gradually encroaching aura of the thunder tribulation in the sky. The three from the Chen sect appeared to realize what was about to unfold. Senior brother, we should leave as well. Having achieved their goal of interrupting Chen Xuan's state of enlightenment, the Huanglong true man felt a sense of satisfaction and addressed Daoxing Tianzun and Lingbao Grandmaster. Daoxing Tianzun nodded. They were familiar with the aura Chen Xuan released, a sign that a being was on the verge of transforming into an innate Tao body, which also indicated that the thunder tribulation was imminent. If they did not depart promptly, they risked being caught up in the tribulation themselves. Even with the protection of the Wujixing Huangqi, they would still face considerable trouble. Glancing at Chen Xuan, who was now locked in the aura of the thunder tribulation, the Huanglong true man, feeling unsatisfied, taunted him again. Haha, Chen Xuan, let today's events pass, and I hope you will be cautious in the future, lest you seek to outwit me verbally again. This time, however, instead of becoming angered, Chen Xuan merely chuckled softly. He covered himself with the tortoise shell once more, unleashing the full extent of his peak Xuan immortal aura. Rumble. This aura provoked a series of thunderous roars from the heavens. In the void, supreme laws began to swiftly evolve. Senior brothers, why the haste to depart? Join me in facing the tribulation and together comprehend the supreme Tao. Chen Xuan laughed wildly, his body suddenly radiating vast. Dark divine light. His laughter echoed. His form expanded exponentially, transforming in an instant into a giant towering 10,000 zhang tall, his head resembling a peak, his limbs like pillars, roaring towards the heavens. His voice resounding like thunder. Boom! At that moment, it seemed as though the rules of the thunder tribulation had sensed Chen Xuan's provocation, and more calamity clouds manifested in the sky, rolling violently, as if an overwhelming force were about to burst forth from within the clouds. This is bad. The three from Daoxing Tianzun cried out in alarm, realizing that Chen Xuan's released aura had triggered the thunder tribulation, causing his form to swell and the range of the tribulation to expand. In the blink of an eye, they felt as though they too had been locked in the aura of the calamity clouds. Someone is about to undergo the transformation tribulation within the vast canyon. Countless beings awakened from their meditative states, sensing the rolling energy of the calamity clouds in the void, their expressions shifting dramatically before they frantically sought escape. This child has gone mad. A flicker of fear appeared in the eyes of the Huanglong true man. The transformation tribulation is a test from the heavens for the beings of the wilderness, a necessary trial to attain an innate Tao body. One must rely solely on their own strength. From a moment the rules of the thunder tribulation came into existence, no other beings are permitted to interfere if, during the tribulation, another being is caught within the thunder's grasp. Their aura will also be locked, provoking even more terrifying bolts of lightning. Consequently, the tribulation bearer will have to endure a significantly heightened intensity of the calamity. The Huanglong true man never anticipated that Chen Xuan would act so recklessly. It is worth noting that the three of them possessed peak golden immortal cultivation. By dragging them into the thunder tribulation, Chen Xuan would also face an even more terrifying ordeal. Every being undergoing the tribulation desires a simple and effortless passage. Yet Chen Xuan, in his quest for vengeance, was willing to plunge himself into a situation of near-certain death, a fate even more dire. In the eyes of the Huanglong true man, Chen Xuan's actions were tantamount to courting death. Quick! Run! At that moment, the Lingbao Grandmaster was utterly panicked. He even began to lay blame on the Huanglong true man in his heart, had it not been for the impudent taunt of this junior disciple just before their departure. How could it have provoked Chen Xuan into such an irrational act? Without the reminder of the master of spiritual treasures, the celestial virtue already commanded the apricot yellow flag, beneath which a golden lotus blossomed, propelling the three of them swiftly away. As the thunderous tribulation had yet to fully coalesce, as long as they could escape the binding aura, they would remain unscathed. However, while the three sought to flee, Chen Xuan was determined not to let them have their way. His maniacal laughter echoed in the ears of the three from the Chen sect. Disturbing my cultivation, severing my opportunities, and you wish to leave so easily? Not a chance, Chen Xuan proclaimed, throwing his head back and bellowing, "Tribulation, come forth." The obsidian-hued Xian turtle unleashed a ferocious might, And at that moment, Chen Xuan's realm surged, transcending from the pinnacle of the profound immortal to the golden immortal realm. With this breakthrough, his aura became even more tempestuous, and his figure expanded dramatically to a towering height of 30,000 zhong. The sudden inflation of Chen Xuan's form caused the rules governing the thunderous tribulation to shift, and the calamity clouds expanded several folds, once again enveloping the already distant trio from the Chen sect. Cursed be this child. He is intent on confronting us. The apricot yellow radiance enveloped them as the Taoist master of virtue cursed in frustration. His voice filled with indignation. Speak no more. Run. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to be ensnared in the tribulation. Even with the woody apricot yellow flag protecting them, this moment, Chen Xuan stood on equal footing with them in the golden immortal realm. The power of the thunderous tribulation he had summoned was not to be underestimated. Should the three of them be caught within, the force of the calamity would be magnified several times over. Such a powerful tribulation could spell doom, even for a Tai golden immortal. The trio accelerated through the void on their escape, scarcely daring to pause for breath. Yet while they sought to flee, Chen Xuan was resolute in his pursuit. With the tribulation already summoned, it would soon descend. He could not allow the Chen sect trio to escape. Each stride he took spanned thousands of zhong. As he relentlessly pursued Huang Long and the others, Chen Xuan, have you lost your mind? The Taoist master of virtue cried out in a desperate transmission upon realizing Chen Xuan's unyielding chase. Junior brother, cease this madness. You are courting your own demise. The master of spiritual treasures was in a state of panic. Do not forget, the three of us are protected by the treasures bestowed by the primordial master. Even if we are caught in the tribulation, we should be able to retreat unscathed. But you, in your obstinacy, is it worth risking death for the sake of angering me? Huang Long, the true man, bellowed, his tone laced with both threat and a hint of concession. However, Chen Xuan paid no heed to their words. With a derisive laugh, he retorted to Huang Long, treasures for protection, treasures for protection. Today, I shall see just how far this woody apricot yellow flag can shield you. As they engaged in a relentless chase, the distance they covered was immeasurable, startling numerous beings along the way who fled in terror, daring not to approach. Moments later, the rules of the void completed their evolution. Boom! Rumble! In the astonished gaze of Huang Long and the others, the void suddenly erupted with thunderous roars. Not good. The tribulation is upon us. The Taoist master of virtue could not suppress his alarm. As the rules of the tribulation manifested, enveloping the three of them as well. Both the master of spiritual treasures and Huang Long soon discovered, to their dismay, that they had ultimately failed to escape the range of the calamity. The calamity clouds rumbled with thunder, and countless heavenly fires descended, transforming into a rain of flames. This is the heavenly fire tribulation, the Taoist master of virtue exclaimed, as the tribulations might evolve based on the roots of the beings undergoing it. The stronger the roots, the greater the force of the tribulation. Typically, when ordinary beings face tribulation, it was through lightning as a test. For Chen Xuan to face the heavenly fire as his first trial was indeed rare. The Taoist master of virtue sensed something amiss, as the woody apricot yellow flag protecting them seemed to perceive this unusual aura. The apricot yellow essence spread, and countless golden lotuses floated in the void. Firmly safeguarding the three, just then, heavenly fire rained down, its fierce flames threatening to incinerate all. The golden lotuses emanated a Taoist aura, isolating the torrents of heavenly fire, granting the Chen sect trio a moment of respite. Thankfully, they had this treasure. Otherwise, even at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, they would have been utterly flustered in the face of such terrifying celestial might. The first trial was the heavenly fire. That young man is doomed. Seeing the woody apricot yellow flag successfully withstand the heavenly fire, Huang Long let out a sigh of relief, glancing toward Chen Xuan, not far away, in the next instant. A scene unfolded that left him wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this child's defenses be so formidable? Huang Long exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the massive black Xian turtle seemingly basking in the heavenly fire's baptism with an air of nonchalance. The heavenly fire, which could instill dread even in golden immortals, appeared utterly powerless against Chen Xuan. yet it still bore some potency that a few beads of sweat formed on Chen Xuan's forehead. It felt akin to being in a sauna during summer. An inexplicable thought crossed his mind. With a 100-fold enhancement to his defenses, he was already 99% certain of his success in overcoming the tribulation. Now, bolstered by a newfound understanding of the Tao, his confidence soared to 100% regarding this golden, immortal tribulation. Though the presence of the Chen Sect trio had amplified the might of the heavenly tribulation several-fold, it remained incapable of breaching his defenses. The heavenly fire tribulation persisted for 3 days before its might finally dissipated. Simultaneously, the void erupted with another thunderous crack. A howling wind surged forth, with relentless gusts descending from the void, each one 100 times more formidable than the bone-piercing winds within a vast canyon. The heavenly wind tribulation. The Chen Sect trio exchanged glances, having come to the realization that Chen Xuan faced a series of 3 calamities. The heavenly winds howled. The myriad golden lotuses swayed, but ultimately remained undispersed. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan stood immovable amidst the tempest, seemingly unperturbed. Delight surged within him. It felt as though the sauna had just concluded, with a fan now blowing upon him. A most refreshing sensation. Chen Xuan idly mused on the intriguing nature of this tribulation. Brother, when did the Xian turtle clan acquire such terrifying defensive capabilities? Huang Long stared in astonishment at Chen Xuan's relaxed demeanor, utterly dumbfounded, though the turtle clan was renowned for their innate defense. It seemed they had not reached such a level. The master of spiritual treasures was equally astonished. And oh wonder this child had been accepted as a direct disciple by the master Tong Tian. It was known that even some powerful Tai golden immortals could not enjoy such privilege. The Taoist master of virtue rubbed his nose, feeling a twinge of regret for having provoked Chen Xuan. It seemed this tribulation would pass without incident. The 3 of them inwardly sighed. They had initially thought that if Chen Xuan could not endure and perished in the tribulation, it would alleviate their current predicament. However, it appeared that such a possibility was no longer on the table. The heavenly wind tribulation lasted for 3 days, followed promptly by the heavenly thunder tribulation. Countless bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, cascaded from the void, enveloping the 4 of them. The Chen Sect trio, observing Chen Xuan's grimacing expression, felt their hearts grow numb. Each bolt of lightning was stronger than the last, and without the protection of the apricot yellow flag, the 3 would surely suffer grievous injuries facing such formidable lightning. Yet, Chen Xuan, despite his apparent grimace, exuded an aura of enjoyment. Electric massage, a delightful tingling sensation, was his assessment of the heavenly thunder tribulation. The 3 tribulations, heavenly fire, heavenly wind, and heavenly thunder, unfolded over a span of 9 days that, at long last, they emerged from the trials unscathed. Chen Xuan was surely on the cusp of transformation, as the final tribulation concluded. The Taoist master of virtue could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that the apricot yellow flag might not withstand the thunder's might. Yet, it seemed the situation was not so simple. The master of spiritual treasures wore a wry smile, gesturing toward the sky. Upon hearing this, the Taoist master of virtue glanced upward, his pupils contracting in sudden alarm, following the completion of the 3 calamities. The rules of the void did not dissipate. Instead, the calamity clouds churned with greater intensity, as if a great terror were brewing within. It was not over yet. The Taoist master of virtue felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Surely the apricot yellow flag can protect us? Huang Long voiced his unease. As long as it is not too terrifying, it should suffice. The great master of Lingbao spoke uncertainly. Although the Wuji Xinghuang banner is a supreme innate spiritual treasure that can place its wielder in an invincible position, it is ultimately driven by merely 3 golden immortals, making it difficult to unleash even a fraction of its true power. During the previous calamity of the 3 disasters, it was the treasure that autonomously activated its own defenses. While the hearts of the 3 from the Chen Sect were filled with trepidation, Chen Xuan, on the other hand, gazed expectantly into the void. Let us see something interesting. The prior calamity, though a cataclysm for an ordinary golden immortal, posed no challenge to Chen Xuan, especially when he observed that the three disasters could not even breach the protection of the Wuji Xinghuang banner. He felt profoundly disappointed by the might of the heavenly tribulation. As if sensing Chen Xuan's thoughts, the rules of heaven and earth began to operate, and a chilling aura erupted from within the endless calamity clouds. Subsequently, an overwhelming malevolent energy surged forth from within. Here it comes. Amidst the solemn gazes of the three from the Chen Sect, countless calamity beasts surged forth from the thunderclouds. Transformational calamity lightning. Dao Xing Tian Zun exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. The manifestation of the lightning calamity was a privilege reserved for innate divine demons. In the void, the sound of endless drums reverberated as boundless calamity beasts leapt from the thunderclouds. Each possessed strength close to that of a golden immortal, and their overwhelming numbers sent shivers down the spines of the three. Yet, the true master of the calamity, Chen Xuan, merely smiled faintly. This is somewhat intriguing. These calamity beasts seem to have evolved from the ferocious beasts of yore during the era of calamities. Upon colliding with Chen Xuan's body, each would self-destruct. The explosive force of these self-detonations was comparable to a strike from a golden immortal. However, even this posed no threat to Chen Xuan. He was so disinterested that he barely stirred. By the way, it seems I have just acquired a new avenue of power. A thought flickered in Chen Xuan's mind as he examined his new golden finger amidst the chaos of exploding calamity beasts. Natural will. Power of purification. Is that all? Chen Xuan tilted his head. Finding the description rather simplistic, he withdrew his thoughts and shifted his gaze to the distance. The calamity beasts surged forth amidst the cacophony. The Wuji Xinghuang banner appeared to tremble. Senior brother, I sense something amiss, Huang Long Zhenren said, noticing the surrounding myriad golden lotuses quivering slightly, his tone betraying a hint of tremor. Although the previous three disasters were terrifying, they did not shake the defenses of the Wuji Xinghuang banner. However, the current calamity beasts were causing the golden lotuses to tremble. Dao Xing Tian Zun smiled wryly at this, thinking to himself, "My dear junior brother, it is indeed not right." While Chen Xuan was the principal figure in this calamity, they were three in total, and within the shroud of calamity clouds, their number of calamity beasts far exceeded that of Chen Xuan's. "I hope this thunder tribulation passes swiftly," the great master of Lingbao murmured. The current thunder tribulation had already surpassed their capacity to endure. Were the Wuji Xinghuang banner's defenses to be breached, the three would surely meet a disastrous fate. Amidst the anxious anticipation of the three from the Chen Sect, the transformational calamity lightning persisted for a full 9 days before finally dissipating. The calamity clouds in the void seemed to pause their tumultuous rolling, having released an overwhelming amount of energy at once. Phew, it's finally over. Dao Xing Tian Zun sighed in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Throughout those 9 days, he had been on edge, fearing that the myriad golden lotuses would not withstand the explosive power of the calamity beasts. There can't be more, right? Huang Long Zhenren cautiously surveyed the void and tentatively spoke. Silence. The great master of Lingbao quickly chastised, for in the wilderness, the most fearsome thing was a prophetic utterance. Many occurrences would not manifest unless spoken, but once mentioned, they would indeed come to pass. Sure enough, as Huang Long Zhenren's voice fell, the calamity clouds began to churn once more. Junior brother, upon our return, I shall surely borrow the divine needle from Master Uncle to sew your mouth shut. Dao Xing Tian Zun glared at Huang Long Zhenren in anger. Hearing this, Huang Long Zhenren promptly shrank back, realizing that having his mouth sewn shut would be more painful than death. I don't see the harm. If the power of the lightning tribulation increases, perhaps Chen Xuan will be unable to withstand it. Huang Long Zhenren could not help but voice his thoughts, gesturing towards the distant Chen Xuan as if to reassure his two senior brothers. For the love of all that is holy, please stop talking. The great master of Lingbao's temples throbbed. At this moment, he fully understood that this lightning tribulation could not harm Chen Xuan in the least. If this continued, the most perilous fate would befall the three of them. Indeed, the next moment, a series of dragon roars and phoenix cries resonated through the void. What is this? Dao Xing Tian Zun's heart jolted at the sound, he beheld that from within the thunderclouds, 49 golden dragons and 49 golden phoenixes simultaneously soared forth. The 8-9 dragons and phoenix calamity. The great master of Ling Bao exclaimed in astonishment. Huang Longjinrun, too, fell silent, his face pale as he gazed into the void. As a member of the dragon clan, he knew all too well how terrifying this calamity was. In the void, those 98 golden dragons and phoenixes each possessed power comparable to the pinnacle of golden immortals. Legend has it that when the 8-9 dragons and phoenix calamity emerges, it essentially signals the impending demise of the tribulation bearer. After all, there were 98 terrifying beings far exceeding their own strength, and almost no one could successfully transcend the tribulation under such circumstances. What further horrified the three from the Chen Sect was that of those dragons and phoenixes in the sky. 63 were heading straight for them. Quick, channel all our strength into the Wuji Xinghuang banner. We must not allow its defenses to be shattered, or we shall surely face grave calamity. Dao Xing Tianzun was now thoroughly alarmed. Despite their own powers being at the pinnacle of golden immortals, how could they withstand the onslaught of so many calamity beasts of the same realm? In this moment, their only recourse was to use the Xinghuang banner to fend them off. On the other hand, Chen Xuan remained remarkably unfazed. The golden dragons and phoenixes were bombarding his body with formidable force, yet their strength evidently fell short of breaching Chen Xuan's defenses. The force is a bit lacking. At this rate, the technicians might be out of work. Chen Xuan pouted, feeling the vibrations on his back, and lazily turned over. Let us change the scenery. He drowsily squinted his eyes, quietly awaiting the passing of the lightning tribulation. Meanwhile, the three from the Chen sect were far from at ease. Faced with 63 calamity beasts of equal realm, they were compelled to remain ever vigilant. Were it not for being enveloped in the calamity clouds, they would have surely scattered to save themselves by now. The 63 golden dragons and phoenixes swirled in the void, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy as various attacks relentlessly bombarded the three from the Chen sect. Dao Xing Tianzun, leading the great master of Ling Bao and Huang Longjinrun, gritted their teeth and channeled all their strength into the Xinghuang banner to resist. The myriad golden lotuses descended into the void, swaying precariously under the assault of the golden dragons and phoenixes, as if barely managing to hold up to this moment. The three finally realized just how terrifying these dragon and phoenix manifestations of the lightning tribulation were. Although they were at the pinnacle of golden immortals, there existed disparities even within the same realm. Among the three, Dao Xing Tianzun was the most powerful, followed by the great master of Ling Bao. While Huang Longjinrun was the weakest, the calamity lightning they faced was also at the pinnacle of golden immortals. Yet, Dao Xing Tianzun felt a subtle intuition that if he were to confront any one of them alone without the aid of the treasure, he would likely only meet defeat. It seemed that this calamity lightning was an evolution of the ancient bloodlines of the dragon and phoenix clans, both of which inherently possessed formidable foundations. The dragon clan was physically invincible, while the phoenix clan boasted unparalleled speed. With the overwhelming strength of these two clans, even at the pinnacle of golden immortals, they possessed the power to contend with ordinary Tai golden immortals. At that moment, although the three were protected by the Wuji Xinghuang banner, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it must be acknowledged that they could not even unleash 1/10,000th of its true potential. It was precisely for this reason that they felt a deep-seated fear. With every tremor of the myriad golden lotuses, their hearts would lurch, and within the shadow of such dread, they could only continuously channel their powers into the treasure. Even if their powers were insufficient, in such a dire situation, if they could merely enhance the treasure's might by a fraction, it would grant them some measure of safety. Truly, as a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, it was remarkably resilient. On the other side, Chen Xuan leisurely indulged in the soothing service offered by the tribulation thunder, slightly stretching his body while marveling at the formidable power of the innate spiritual treasure. His Yuan Huang Shangqing Dao technique had long been cultivated to an exceedingly profound level, rendering his primordial spirit remarkably refined, with an insight that was nothing short of extraordinary. With a mere glance, He discerned that despite the myriad golden lotuses swaying under the relentless assault of the dragon and phoenix formed by the heavenly tribulation, they were far from perilously teetering. Such was the quality of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. If wielded with sufficient magical power, not even the peak of the golden immortal's illusory thunder tribulation, let alone an intervention from a saint, could easily overcome it. Although the attacks of the heavenly tribulation were fierce, they evidently lacked the capacity to breach the inherent defenses of the treasure, making the actions of the three from the Chen teaching nothing short of self-sabotage. However, Chen Xuan had no intention of offering any benevolent advice. He was rather keen to see these three suffer. He felt the continual onslaught of golden dragons and phoenixes upon him. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes, pondering the outcome of retaliating against the thunder tribulation with his spiked shell. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him, but he swiftly extinguished this thought. The heavenly tribulation was a manifestation of the Tao's rules, and currently, the Tao indeed had its spokesperson. Should his spiked shell inadvertently strike that individual, it could lead to dire consequences down the line. Chen Xuan dared not indulge in further reckless speculation and focused intently on confronting the heavenly tribulation. As time passed, the span of 9 days faded into memory. And finally, the 8 dragon and phoenix tribulations dissipated amidst a chorus of unwilling roars. Phew! Enveloped by the myriad golden lotuses, the 3 Taoist masters of the way of the Tao nearly collapsed onto the ground. They had finally weathered the ordeal. The Grand Master of Spiritual Treasures felt as though those 9 days had stretched longer than 9 millennia, and upon witnessing the dissolution of the golden dragons and phoenixes, his spirit relaxed instantly that moment. The true man of the yellow dragon clamped his mouth shut, fearful that an inadvertent utterance might summon greater trouble. The 3 of them fervently prayed for the storm clouds above to disperse. Yet soon, a voice emerged that rendered them utterly despairing. Can we have another round? I wish to challenge my Achilles heel. A colossal black tortoise, towering thousands of feet high, raised its head, its piercing gaze fixed on the tribulation clouds above. Speaking tentatively, the 3 Taoist masters of the way of the Tao nearly toppled from the clouds upon hearing this. Could it be that Chen Xuan was a complete lunatic? It would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. The true man of the yellow dragon found himself muttering to himself inexplicably. The other 2 cast him irritated glances, for it was he who had instigated this entire situation. What good was regret now? Indeed, the storm clouds in the sky showed no intention of concluding. The very moment Chen Xuan's words fell, a shadow as dark as pitch enveloped the 4 beneath the tribulation clouds. Within the tempest, an eerie aura subtly emerged, accompanied by strange, maniacal laughter echoing from within. As the laughter rang out, the 4 simultaneously turned their gazes skyward. The 6th tribulation had arrived. They beheld a gigantic black lotus flower manifesting from the heavens. Spinning with an ominous grace, steady your minds, a voice resonated from within the Wajiji Xianhuang banner, causing the 3 Taoist masters to change countenance. Each of them nodded gravely, too fearful to open their eyes to gaze upon the immense black lotus. Was this the legendary 12th grade, world-destroying black lotus? The heavenly tribulation could even conjure such a thing. Chen Xuan speculated, his gaze fixed intently upon the colossal black lotus above. The lotus rotated slowly, emanating waves of an eerie and terrifying aura that warped the surrounding space. Chen Xuan felt as though a vortex solidified before his very eyes. The instant this vortex manifested, Chen Xuan's primordial spirit felt an irresistible pull, causing his mind to tremble, and a look of bewilderment overtook his features. Simultaneously, the 3 from the Chen teaching, shielded by the Wajiji Xianhuang banner, also experienced a disorienting sensation, their expressions reflecting confusion. Interesting. Chen Xuan smiled faintly as he observed the unfolding scene, finding himself inexplicably transported back to the East Sea, to the place of his birth. That it appeared that this tribulation was indeed a trial of the heart. Within the illusion, Chen Xuan's gaze was clear, devoid of any trace of confusion. Earlier, as the heavenly tribulation conjured the world-destroying black lotus, it had drawn him into a trial of the heart. Yet just as he entered the tribulation, he felt a surge of divine clarity in his mind. The natural will of the great Tao manifested its purifying power, allowing him to regain his senses in an instant. This sensation was rather amusing, akin to watching a VR movie in his past life, where he felt as though he were immersed in the experience, yet was acutely aware of his detachment from it. Let us see what you have in store. Chen Xuan smiled lightly, allowing his vision to shift in accordance with the trial of the heart. The East Sea Xian Turtle Clan, heed my command. By the decree of the Demon Emperor, I summon the Xian Turtle Clan to belong to the Demon Court and order them to proceed forthwith. There shall be no mistakes. A colossal beast, resembling an iron tower, brandished its weapon, exuding an overwhelmingly tyrannical aura. Chen Xuan soon observed the Xian Turtle Clan capitulating under the oppressive force of the demon race. Yet, before many Xian turtles could join the demon ranks, a turtle egg was left behind in the East Sea. Within the illusion, Chen Xuan watched expressionlessly as his parents in this life unfolded before him. His heart devoid of any tumult, he had never belonged to this world, having traversed from another realm, and since the day he became conscious, he had never laid eyes upon them. Thus he felt no emotional stirrings in this moment. The trial of the heart sought to exploit familial ties to undermine his resolve, but it was a futile endeavor. Indeed, the next moment revealed to Chen Xuan that his parents had perished amidst the calamity of the witch and demon war. Not only his parents, but nearly the entire East Sea Xian Turtle Clan was laid bare before him in a brutal display of death. This trial of the heart seemingly aimed to stir his emotions and find a crack in his resolve. A hint of derision curled at Chen Xuan's lips. Were the events before him to be true, he might have felt stirred. Yet fully aware that it was but an illusion, how could he be swayed? It seemed that upon realizing the familial trial could not shake Chen Xuan's resolve, the scene before him abruptly shifted. In the next moment, Chen Xuan's pupils constricted, his lips twitching furiously, his face suddenly contorted in utter disbelief. Since embarking on his tribulation journey, no trial had ever elicited such a reaction from him. Before him danced over 100 beautiful Turtle Clan maidens, gracefully moving around him. It was evident that this heart demon was quite meticulous, for among them were stunning beings from various turtle clans of the Primordial era, including spirit turtles, Xian turtles, and AO turtles, each radiating the unique allure of their kind. Yet, witnessing the spectacle, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. What the hell? He slapped his forehead vigorously, his face flushing with a mixture of red and white. This heart demon had seemingly misjudged his taste. It was crucial to note that in his past life, he was indeed human, living and breathing, carrying with him the aesthetic sensibilities of his former existence. How could he possibly appreciate these beautiful turtles before him? Sensing the fluctuations in Chen Xuan's emotional state, the heart demon intensified its efforts, the turtle maidens encircling him, in the next moment, simultaneously shed their shells, revealing their forms entirely, reminiscent of the time when Chen Xuan had encountered them in the vast canyon. Gazing upon the multitude of bare bodies, striking alluring poses before him, Chen Xuan felt as if his eyes had been scorched by the flames of devilish pepper, tears threatening to spill. In that moment, he felt as though his vision had been assaulted beyond measure. Damn it. Change it to something else. You heavenly tribulation. Switch it to something else for me. Chen Xuan suddenly lost his composure, pointing at the grinning figure surrounding him, erupting in a furious uproar. Meanwhile, within the chaos purple sky palace, a figure with a white face, long beard, and clad in purple robes sat cross-legged in the void. Enveloped in endless Tao rhythms, seemingly in harmony with the Tao. Suddenly, a surge of regulatory power descended upon the area. The Taoist, sensing something, opened his eyes, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He raised his hand and made a subtle gesture, and in a mere thought, traversed immense distances to materialize within Chen Xuan's illusion. That moment, Chen Xuan was still vehemently cursing at the turtle maidens, unleashing a torrent of harmonious exclamations. Observing this, Hong Jun retracted his focus, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he muttered to himself. Surprisingly, he is not swayed by beauty. This child possesses a remarkably pure disposition. Tong Tian has indeed taken an exceptional disciple. Having spoken, he disregarded everything else, closing his eyes once more to merge with the Tao. Within the realm of illusion, Chen Xuan cursed for a moment before realizing he could not prevent the inner demon from presenting its visions. Resigned, he sat down on the ground, ignoring the scenes unfolding before him. After a brief interval, the imagery before him transformed again. This time, it depicted his master, the celestial teacher, and the numerous disciples of the falling one after another amidst the boundless calamities. Such scenes did not sway the clear-minded Chen Xuan in the slightest. Observing that these tragic images failed to disturb Chen Xuan's resolve, the inner demon began to unveil more alluring visions. Visions of acquiring innate spiritual treasures, supreme innate artifacts, boundless merits, attaining sanctity through enlightenment, and wandering freely across the cosmos. However, Chen Xuan merely sampled these temptations. Ultimately, the inner demon's trials grew increasingly feeble, and the images it conjured evoked in Chen Xuan a feeling akin to watching advertisements. If you can't do it, just disperse, he thought. With the inner demon's tactics exhausted, Chen Xuan waved his hand in impatience, his consciousness instantly breaking free from the illusion. Simultaneously, the calamity clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The terrifying and violent celestial might gradually receding. In their place arose auspicious clouds, billowing above Chen Xuan's head as a radiant golden light descended from the heavens, showering upon him the power of merit. Chen Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never heard of anyone receiving merit after passing through the transformation tribulation. Yet, recognizing it as a valuable boon, he readily accepted it. Having successfully navigated the transformation tribulation, his massive form contracted at this moment, successfully manifesting his innate Tao body. With the innate Tao body, his future cultivation would resonate more harmoniously with the Tao. The armor of South brightly fire enveloped him, transforming into a dark crimson Tao robe. Chen Xuan admired his appearance with satisfaction before shifting his gaze into the distance. The calamity clouds had vanished, but the three members of them remained motionless in the void. They continued to guard them, yet it was evident that this treasure could not withstand the onslaught of an inner demon. Chen Xuan chuckled, a hint of a pure smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he propelled himself towards the trio. Arriving above, the Chen Xuan reached for his waist, and a 3-foot azure peak materialized in his hand. Indeed, it was the innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword. As the Qingping sword emerged, a palpable aura of murderous intent pervaded the void. This treasure, forged from the leaves of the primal blue lotus, was carried by the celestial teacher and was extraordinarily formidable. Its appearance caused the below to tremble violently, and countless golden lotuses began to swirl in the air. Grasping the Qingping sword, Chen Xuan cast a malevolent glance at the three guardians of it. "Stop!" At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Xuan's mind from within His expression shifted, realizing it was a warning from the flag's spirit. Did it think he would heed its command? A wicked smile crept upon his lips as he continued his actions. Infusing the Qingping sword with his profound magical energy, they had disrupted his cultivation during his moment of enlightenment. Thus he would repay them in kind as they fell into the realm of the inner demon. Such was the cycle of cause and effect. Chen Xuan shook his head, asserting that the three members of the were at fault, and that his actions now were merely a reclamation of that cause, even if this escalated to the level of the saints. He had no fear. Clutching the Qingping sword, he recalled the trajectory of the celestial axe from his moment of enlightenment and instinctively mimicked its movements. The Qingping sword erupted with a brilliant azure light, its blade feeling inexplicably heavy, rendering Chen Xuan's movements seemingly sluggish. With a fierce roar, he swung the Qingping sword through the void, unleashing a streak of azure light that illuminated the heavens, the sound of the sword's cry resonating throughout the universe. At that moment, the Qingping sword appeared to stretch infinitely long and wide, and wherever the blade passed, countless miniature worlds underwent continuous evolution and destruction. Before the sword could reach them, they sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Could such a technique truly be wielded by a being of the golden immortal level? The flag's spirit trembled. Having accompanied the primordial beginning for years, it had never witnessed any golden immortal capable of such a formidable attack. If the three of Daoxing Tianzun were not lost in the realm of illusion, Perhaps they could have combined their powers to resist. Yet now, they were entrapped within the inner demon's illusion and had not awakened, causing the flag's spirit to grow increasingly anxious. Thus, it did not hesitate to transmit its thoughts, desperately attempting to rouse the trio. "Wake up! Quick, awaken!" The voice of the continuously reached the ears of the three members of Daoxing Tianzun, making those lost in the illusion twitch as if striving to awaken. However, the assault of the Qingping sword would not cease. Chen Xuan's magical energy surged, and this strike represented his most potent technique. To breach this defenses, he exerted all his strength upon the Qingping sword, meticulously imitating the swing of the celestial axe to deliver an overwhelmingly powerful blow. The azure light flickered, casting the faces of Daoxing Tianzun into a verdant hue. Damn it! The flag's spirit grew anxious upon witnessing this. It had previously attempted to forcibly awaken the three, but to little availed this moment, as they remained oblivious. The Qingping sword descended in a critical moment. The spirit had no choice but to unleash its primordial power. Countless golden lotuses illuminated the void, merging into a massive golden lotus that surged towards the Qingping sword. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, shaking the void as mountains crumbled and the earth quaked, as if countless miniature worlds had instantaneously perished. The golden light and azure radiance divided the heavens and earth into two colors, the sky a vibrant green, the ground a dazzling gold. The two hues burst forth, threatening to transform the surroundings into a realm of blue and gold. Perceiving the formidable aura emanating from the golden lotus, Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he let out a low growl, striking once more with his sword. This strike nearly drained his magical energy, yet in doing so, the azure light swelled dramatically, suppressing the golden lotus. "Break!" Chen Xuan roared, thrusting the Qingping sword down with great force. This blow evidently exceeded this defensive capabilities. Without a master to guide it, the flag emitted a mournful cry as the golden lotus erupted in the void. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated, and the three individuals sheltered by the simultaneously spewed forth a mist of blood, awakening from the illusion, horrified as they gazed skyward. The Qingping sword. The three members of the exclaimed in shock. This sword was a treasured possession of the celestial teacher. How could they not recognize it? Yet they had not anticipated that the celestial teacher would bestow such a treasure upon Chen Xuan. Under Chen Xuan's control, the Qingping sword had shattered its defenses, inflicting severe injuries upon the three, who now appeared utterly defeated. Countless specks of golden light cascaded from the sky, swiftly transforming into myriad golden lotuses encircling them. However, among these lotuses, 8,000 merely exhibited faint illusions. Hurry and flee. The urge upon seeing Daoxing Tianzun awaken. The Qingping sword's assault had depleted its primordial power, making it unfit for further battle. At this juncture, the three members of Daoxing Tianzun finally comprehended the events that had transpired, casting aside their shock as they exerted their spirits to hastily command them to flee. In an instant, the figures of the trio vanished from Chen Xuan's sight. Observing this, Chen Xuan chose not to pursue. The cause and effect had been settled. They were all disciples of the saints. And while it was acceptable to determine victory and defeat, it was not yet time to decide life and death. He stowed the Qingping sword away and sat cross-legged in the void, needing to swiftly restore his nearly depleted magical energy after unleashing two strikes. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from him, four figures stood motionless in the void, gazing intently in Chen Xuan's direction, lost in contemplation of the preceding scene. Was this fellow truly a golden immortal? Bai Li Yu was the first to regain his senses, hesitation flickering in his eyes. He was unaware of the terrifying nature of his defenses, yet he had sensed a lethal threat emanating from Chen Xuan's earlier strike. Chen Xuan, having just passed the transformation tribulation, was undoubtedly a golden immortal. It could only be said that the might of the celestial teacher's Qingping sword was simply extraordinary. As Han Jixian spoke. She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. Had it not been for Yin Hong and Bai Li Yu, who had intervened to mitigate the residual impact, both she and Kai Yunxian would have faced the peril of potential demise. The innate spiritual treasure was merely one aspect. The terrifying power displayed was a testament to Chen Xuan Dao Yu's extraordinary prowess. Yin Hong stroked her chin, her expression revealing deep contemplation. Their clan, during the ancient era, had once possessed several potent, innate spiritual treasures, understanding that while the treasures themselves were formidable, the wielder's capability was equally crucial. Let us proceed. The three from the Chen sect have already fled, Cai Yunxian remarked cautiously. Since the onset of Chen Xian's tribulation, the four had remained at a distance, silently observing, too wary to approach until the calamity clouds dissipated, of their astonishment, upon coming closer. They witnessed Chen Xian severing the Wu Ji Xing Huang banner. Yin Hong nodded in acknowledgement of her earlier promise to Chen Xian to protect Han Ji Xian and Cai Yunxian during his tribulation. Now that the transformation calamity had passed, it was indeed time to return the two to safety. 4 beams of escape light surged forth, swiftly drawing near to Chen Xian. Sensing their approach, Chen Xian opened his eyes and smiled faintly upon recognizing Yin Hong and the others. Before he could speak, Yin Hong beamed and said, "Congratulations, Chen Xian Daoyu, on successfully overcoming your transformation tribulation and ascending to the golden immortal realm." Acknowledging her words, Chen Xian returned a slight bow. Responding courteously, "It is I who should express my gratitude for your assistance in caring for my 2 junior sisters. Your help in dealing with those 3 miscreants has indeed avenged us. There is no need for such formality among us," Bai Liu chuckled, effectively bridging the camaraderie among them. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. The trio from the Chen sect certainly warranted retribution. "Brother, you weren't injured, were you?" Both Han Jixian and Cai Yunxian inquired with concern as they approached. "They could hardly inflict harm upon me. However, our protective master uncle may not take this matter lightly." Chen Xian replied, his gaze flickering slightly. He had not only severely injured the 3 from Huanglong, but had also forcefully disrupted their heart demon illusion, leaving cracks in their Dao hearts. The path ahead for them would likely be fraught with obstacles. With his beloved disciple so grievously harmed, the primordial heavenly sovereign would undoubtedly intervene. Chen Xian realized he must hasten his return to Jinao Island. Turning back, he addressed Yin Hong and Bai Liu with a slight fist salute, stating, "Esteemed friends, my junior siblings and I must swiftly return to Baiyu Palace to inform our master, Tong Tian, of the events that have transpired here. Let us part ways for now. May we meet again in the future." Yin Hong and her companion had initially wished for a deeper discussion with Chen Xian. Though he had only just entered the golden immortal realm, his comprehension of the laws was likely considerable. Yet they understood the urgency of his situation. The trio from the Chen sect had wielded the Wu Ji Xing Huang banner, clearly indicating their significant standing within the sect. Given this, they acknowledged the necessity of postponing their discourse. "Then we shall meet again another day," they replied, bowing in respect. Yin Hong paused, then added, "Should you find leisure in the future, do come visit me at the Undying Volcano." The Undying Volcano. Chen Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yin Hong belonged to the Phoenix clan. This lineage had retreated to the Undying Volcano following the ancient war, rarely manifesting in the wilderness. "Did you not realize? Yin Hong Daoyu is of the 2nd generation of the Feng clan, the Zhu Ke," Bai Liu interjected with a mysterious smile, continuing, "As for myself, I hail from the Baihu clan. Should you traverse the western Gungjin mountain range in the future, feel free to seek me out. We could engage in discussions of the Dao, which would be quite delightful." Chen Xian was astonished that a mere quest for opportunities had led him to encounter such reclusive clans. Though the Zhu Ke and Baihu clans had withdrawn, their collective strength was not to be underestimated. Such ancient clans undoubtedly harbored many formidable practitioners. Contemplating this, he nodded solemnly, exclaiming, "I am truly honored to meet 2 esteemed friends from ancient clans. It is a privilege to be regarded so highly. Rest assured, I shall make a visit in due time." Both Yin Hong and Bai Liu displayed expressions of joy. Their invitation to Chen Xian was rooted in recognition of his potential and a desire to foster goodwill. With his acceptance, their happiness was palpable. After bidding farewell to Yin Hong and Bai Liu, Chen Xian took Han Ji Xian and Cai Yunxian back to Jinao Island at the swiftest pace. "Brother, we have now reached the pinnacle of the true immortal realm that we wish to seize this opportunity to enter seclusion and attempt to break through to the Xian immortal realm. so we shall forego an audience with our master." The two women eagerly announced upon returning to the vicinity of Jinao Island. Having reaped immense rewards within the vast canyon, they possessed numerous insights yet to be fully absorbed, necessitating swift seclusion. Chen Xuan understood their urgency and proceeded alone to Bayou Palace. Disciple Chen Xuan pays respects to master. The gates of Bayou Palace opened wide as Chen Xuan approached Tong Tian. Bowing deeply, "Indeed, you have swiftly overcome the transformation tribulation. It appears your journey has been quite fruitful," Tong Tian remarked, his gaze fixed on Chen Xuan's innate Tao body, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Chen Xuan had only recently arrived at Bayou Palace as a celestial immortal, and yet within a mere 10,000 years, he had ascended to the golden immortal realm. Such a remarkable pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. After all, among the disciples of the Sect, aside from the 4 primary disciples and the 4 external disciples, the majority had yet to break through to the golden immortal level. Chen Xuan's rapid advancement in such a short span had pleased Tong Tian, who mused that it would not be long before Chen Xuan's cultivation aligned with the other true disciples. However, it has not been entirely smooth. Chen Xuan scratched the back of his head, recounting the entire saga of his conflict with the 3 from the Chen Sect. The disciples of the Chen Sect have become increasingly outrageous, even hindering others' cultivation. Tong Tian scoffed, a hint of disdain evident in his tone, that it was precisely for this reason that I took action to discipline them. However, this may provoke our master uncle, Yuan Shi, Chen Xuan stated, casting a tentative glance at Tong Tian. Sensing Chen Xuan's gaze, Tong Tian's face lit up with admiration. His ability to consider the dignity of the saint indicated a far greater level of thoughtfulness than that of Tao Ba and others. However, it must be noted that Yuan Shi, protective of his own, would not remain indifferent either. Do not concern yourself. As long as you emerge victorious, that is sufficient. That I have said before, our Sect does not seek trouble. Yet we do not shy away from it either. Mentioning Yuan Shi, Tong Tian was filled with it was his disciple who had instigated matters at Kunlun Mountain, incessantly invoking the name of the beastly ones and the progeny of the damp and unrefined. After one of his disciples had been reprimanded for his indiscretion, Yuan Shi had blamed Tong Tian, claiming he had failed to properly educate his disciples, thus creating a rift between the 2 brothers. Yuan Shi, this time your 3 peak golden immortal disciples could not best even one of my early golden immortal disciples. Surely, you cannot continue to assert that my disciple relied solely on his superior cultivation and numbers to bully your disciples. Tong Tian thought to himself, inwardly sneering. He even anticipated that Yuan Shi might come seeking him, eager to engage in a debate and see what further excuses Yuan Shi could muster. As he contemplated this, he felt a surge of satisfaction, almost looking forward to the potential confrontation. "You handled this matter splendidly. Such is the nature of our Sect disciples," Tong Tian affirmed, before producing various treasures and materials to bestow upon Chen Xuan. He continued, "Now that you have ascended to the golden immortal realm, you may begin to comprehend the power of the laws. Seize this opportunity, and I shall impart some teachings to you." Receiving the treasures bestowed by Tong Tian, Chen Xuan was overjoyed. Within the wilderness, there existed 3,000 laws, and from the golden immortal realm onward, living beings could cultivate the power of the laws. The journey from golden immortal to Deluo golden immortal was fundamentally a process of accumulating comprehension of the laws. Mastering even one of them could lead to the attainment of Deluo golden immortal status. As a revered saint, Tong Tian had already comprehended the power of the great Tao. Once one path is traversed, all paths are accessible. Although he could not fully present all 3,000 laws, he could guide Chen Xuan through related principles, allowing him to gain understanding. The path of the laws encompasses myriad techniques. But one must first discern what they truly desire. Only by understanding one's true heart can one navigate the road ahead. Disciple, have you decided upon your direction for cultivation? The celestial master of the way spoke slowly, his layered Taoist rhythms unfurling as the surrounding forces of law spread out, enveloping Chen Xuan as if he were adrift in an ocean of principles in regard to his future cultivation. Chen Xuan had long since made his plans. In truth, Since his passage into the primordial chaos, he had been acutely aware of his desires. What is paramount in cultivation? Undoubtedly, it is survival, to endure in this perilous world of primordial chaos. Invulnerable defenses are essential. From the very beginning, Chen Xuan had envisioned the need to maximize his defenses, particularly after acquiring a 100-fold increase in defense. This aspiration became all the more urgent. Just imagine the exhilaration of one day possessing defenses so formidable that even saints could not breach them. At this moment, within the Bo Palace, the sound of splashing waves faintly echoed. Amidst the boundless ocean of laws, a dark tortoise suddenly opened its eyes. "That I have resolved my path." Chen Xuan's gaze revealed a profound yearning for the Tao. "Ha ha! Excellent." The celestial master of the way chuckled heartily upon witnessing this and began to elucidate the teachings to Chen Xuan. When a saint expounds on the Tao, it is naturally profound and inscrutable. With the surrounding sounds of the Tao permeating the air, golden lotuses blooming, an extraordinary phenomenon manifesting. Enveloped by the resonance of the Tao, Chen Xuan swiftly entered a state of enlightenment, swimming through the ocean of principles in search of his own path. Observing Chen Xuan's rapid entry into enlightenment, the celestial master felt a surge of joy. His disciple's comprehension was truly rare in the world, and he anticipated that it would not be long before Chen Xuan grasped the threshold of the laws. Time swiftly passed, and a millennium had elapsed. Within the Bo Palace, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by the pervading rhythms of the Tao, as if the powers of law were wandering nearby. Over this millennium, Chen Xuan had successfully comprehended a thread of the power of LAW. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the practice relies on the individual. Seeing that Chen Xuan had made progress, the celestial master promptly ceased his explanations, and the surrounding phenomena dissipated. Each individual's understanding of the Tao is unique. If the teachings were to continue, Chen Xuan would merely inherit the path the celestial master had walked, thereby limiting his own journey and preventing him from transcending himself. With the disappearance of the phenomena, the Bo Palace fell into silence, and after a moment, the rhythms of the Tao surrounding Chen Xuan gradually faded. He opened his eyes, sensing the sliver of power of law within him, his expression brightening with joy. The power of the law of mastery, the mightiest force of protection among the myriad laws, would significantly enhance Chen Xuan's strength. Disciple thanks master for the teachings. Rise, your comprehension is commendable. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate and do not grow complacent. The celestial master waved his hand. Disciple shall heed your guidance. Chen Xuan bowed deeply to the celestial master and exited the Bo Palace. Having initially grasped the power of the laws, his cultivation had grown somewhat, and there seemed to be hints of impending breakthroughs. He summoned his escape light and returned to his place of cultivation, the Xuanqing mountain range, where everything remained unchanged. The simple formations he had set up in years past were still functioning. However, Chen Xuan now regarded these formations with a touch of disdain that on the law-light wall within the Great Canyon, he had once comprehended a fragment of the true essence of the 12 capital heavenly God's grand array. Now, having acquired some materials for formation from the celestial master, Chen Xuan prepared to reinforce the surrounding defenses. After all, even within the realm of he did not wish to endure the unpleasant experience of enlightenment being interrupted once more. The might, at any moment, launch a vengeful attack, and Chen Xuan must be adequately prepared. With these thoughts in mind, he began to refine the formation materials. As he refined the materials, Chen Xuan's mind was immersed in contemplating the true essence of the 12 capital heavenly God's grand array. Apart from the extermination of a mortal sword array, this formation could almost be deemed the mightiest in the primordial chaos, originally set by the 12 ancestor witches, its evolution giving rise to the true form of Pangu, possessing the power to shake the saints at this moment. Even though he had only comprehended a sliver of its essence, it was quite remarkable. However, as he was not of the witch clan, he could not gather the 12 positions, making it impossible to set up the original array. Yet he could draw parallels and, using the 12 capital heavenly God's grand array as a model, create a simplified version. While this would result in a significantly reduced power compared to the original, it would suffice as a protective array for a golden immortal As Chen Xuan continued to refine the array instruments, he hurled one formation flag after another into the surrounding void. The flags flew from his hands, landing throughout the Xuanqing mountain range, rooting themselves in the earth's veins, drawing in spiritual energy, and soon, a force of law began to manifest around him. Chen Xuan's hands moved unceasingly. Before long, 36 flags had been planted within the Xuanqing mountain range. Only then did he pause, pointing to the void, channeling the power of the mountain's veins, and in a low voice commanded, "Activate the formation." The 36 flags radiated various colors of light, and in an instant, they linked together, merging into one. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and struck out with his hand. Bang! A brilliant explosion of golden light erupted in the void, instantly deflecting his attack. Chen Xuan nodded in approval and stepped into the formation. As he entered, his vision blurred, and he found himself standing on a vast, desolate plain. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath him began to rise dramatically. In the blink of an eye, 3 colossal figures appeared before Chen Xuan. They appeared to be formed from sand and stone, towering at a height of 100,000 zhong, each wielding a massive axe that emanated an astonishing aura. Upon seeing Chen Xuan enter the formation, the 3 gigantic beings swung their axes down upon him. Rumble! The sound of tremendous crashing echoed as the 3 mighty beings relentlessly struck at Chen Xuan. The power was formidable. Each one, if taken individually, would likely possess the strength of a peak golden immortal. Sensing the formation's assault, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. But he had used the 12 capital heavenly gods grand array as a template, employing 12 formation flags as the foundation, connecting 3 arrays in parallel to manifest the 3 colossal beings before him. Together, the 3 giants formed a formidable defense. Even an ordinary Tai golden immortal would find it challenging to breach this array in a short time. Let us call it the 36 heavenly giants formation, Chen Xuan mused, feeling that the name was quite fitting. With a snap of his fingers, the formation ceased its assault. After arranging the formation, Chen Xuan returned to the spiritual spring within the mountain range and began to cultivate in peace. With the guidance of the celestial master, he had now comprehended the law of mastery. All that remained was for him to continually grasp the laws. Spiritual energy wafted through the air, and celestial light danced gracefully. The Xuanqing mountain range returned to its former tranquility as a myriad of years flowed by. One day, 3 beams of escape light swept across the skies above the eastern sea. Elder sister, how does this formation appear to you? In the midst of the escape light, a girl clad in azure, her face adorned with a hint of innocence, pointed to a certain island below while inquiring of the leading woman in white. The woman in white, upon hearing this, smiled slightly but merely shook her head slowly. Bi Xiao, your perspective is somewhat limited. One of the women in red stifled a laugh, pointing below as she continued. This formation, who knows who set it up, though it has transcended the crude level. It can only be deemed simplistic. I fear even it would struggle to withstand it. Hearing this, Bi Xiao pouted and remarked, Second sister, we have traversed much of the, if you think so little of senior brother Duobao's protective array. When will we be able to arrange the 9 curves yellow river formation? Little sister, how many times must I reiterate? One must not rush in all matters that we, as disciples of, have numerous adept practitioners. There are surely formidable formations we can draw inspiration from. With your disposition, how will you seek the Tao and peace in the future? The ethereal Yuncio, clad in white, spoke gently, though her tone bore a hint of reproach. Elder sister only knows how to admonish me. Just wait and see. Even if we explore the eastern sea, it would be remarkable if we could piece together 4 curves for the 9 curves. Bi Xiao murmured under her breath, unwilling to retort that that place seems quite promising. Suddenly, Chen Xiao, in flight, pointed toward the distant Xuanqing mountain range. She recalled passing by this spot a millennium ago and had previously marveled at the richness of spiritual energy in the Xuanqing mountain range. Even among the entirety of, it ranked among the finest. However, what left the deepest impression on her was that such a splendid cultivation sanctuary had been set up with a formation that was utterly crude and entirely amateurish. Upon later learning that this place was Chen Xuan's domain, Chen Xiao felt somewhat relieved. Given the brevity of her training time, it is understandable that you have not delved into the intricacies of array formations. However, upon gazing at the Xinshan mountain range, Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. This mountain range at this moment was enveloped in a grand formation, astonishingly without the slightest trace of spiritual energy leaking out. Moreover, from external perspective, it appeared remarkably natural, almost mundane. It is precisely this ordinariness that commands attention. Indeed impressive, at this juncture, the fairy Yinxiao also discerned the extraordinary nature of the location. Within the Jie sect, numerous beings are proficient in the art of formations, with Yinxiao being a standout among them. The three sisters, having traversed many formidable formations, encountered such an unpretentious one for the first time. This ignited a flicker of curiosity within Yinxiao, who led Xiongxiao and Bixiao towards the Xinshan mountain range. Sister, whose cultivation ground is this? Over the years, Yinxiao had been in seclusion, and it was only recently that she had broken through to the Deluo realm. Rendering her largely ignorant of external affairs, it seems to belong to brother Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, the newly accepted true disciple of our master, Yinxiao murmured. Indeed, it's him that I've heard brother Gongming speak of his exceptional nature. Though he appears to be a reclusive cultivator, seldom seen within the sect, Xiongxiao nodded, expressing her curiosity regarding this junior brother. Having confirmed that this was Chen Xian's residence, Yinxiao called out to the formation. Is brother Chen Xian present? Her voice gradually traversed the air, yet the moment it brushed against the formation, it was rebuffed. In isolation formation, Bixiao observed, rendered speechless. Typically, even during seclusion, a cultivator would not completely seal off their formation, at least leaving a slender line of communication to the outside world. Chen Xian, however, having been disturbed during a moment of enlightenment, had taken precautions, utilizing the formation to isolate all external sounds, creating an environment of absolute tranquility for his cultivation. Outside, the three sisters exchanged glances, and aside from brother Daobao, this was their first encounter with such a situation. What should we do? Xiongxiao looked towards her eldest sister. Let us return. Brother Chen Xian has set up an isolation formation. Clearly not wishing to be disturbed, Yinxiao shook her head, reasoning that since they were all within the sect, they could simply visit another day. This formation appears quite intriguing. Bixiao's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Do not act recklessly, Yinxiao admonished sharply, as forcing one's way into another's domain was hardly a friendly gesture. Under Yinxiao's scolding, Bixiao seemed to wilt like a withered eggplant, pouting slightly before quietly retreating a few steps. In my view, it would be harmless to test the power of this formation, considering we've come this FART that moment. Xiongxiao's face revealed a hint of contemplation. Why are you also acting so recklessly? Yinxiao remarked, somewhat exasperated. Xiongxiao shrugged, smiling lightly. What I mean is, let us merely test the power of this formation, without attempting to break it. This way, we will not disturb brother Chen Xian's cultivation, and we may glean some insight ourselves. Yinxiao nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Xiongxiao's reasoning, though she understood that such actions still bore a measure of audacity. Eldest sister, why not give it a try? Otherwise, how long will it take for our 9 curves yellow river formation to take shape? Bixiao interjected, seizing the opportunity. Very well, we shall merely observe within the formation, without causing any destruction. After issuing a stern warning, Yinxiao stepped forward into the formation. Within the 36 celestial giants formation, the three sisters surveyed their surroundings, commenting, this scene appears remarkably vivid. Before long, 3 colossal figures materialized within the formation, wielding massive axes with an imposing presence. Exquisite! Yinxiao marveled at the formation's ability to conjure beings of such caliber in the primordial realm. Formidable formations typically required a practitioner to activate them. Yet this one, seemingly harnessing the power of heaven and earth, manifested beings comparable to the pinnacle of golden immortal status. A rarity indeed. Truly impressive. It seems that brother Chen Xian possesses profound mastery over formations, Xiongxiao mused, absorbing the aura of the colossal figures. Thus, our 9 curves yellow river formation may very well progress further. Bixiao evaded an attack from a giant's axe, her face lighting up with excitement. As the 3 sisters continued to assess the formation from various angles, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged above a spiritual spring, subtle strands of law power entwining his form, resonating with the rhythm of the Tao. Thanks to the teachings of the Tontian Patriarch and a millennium of cultivation, his realm had reached the late stages of golden immortal, and his insights began to stabilize. Just as Chen Xuan was consolidating his cultivation, a voice penetrated through the formation into his mind. Tontian, your disciples act with impunity. What punishment do they deserve? Though the voice was faint, it struck Chen Xuan's heart with the force of thunder. Startling him awake, he scanned his surroundings warily. Then, as if comprehending something, a look of realization crossed his face. Trouble has arrived. Chen Xuan rose from the spring, stepping forth. Who are they? He quickly noticed the three figures within the formation, their shapes flickering before disappearing from sight. As the three sisters were engrossed in their exploration, that voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Yuan Shi Tianzun? What brings him here? The three sisters exchanged glances, surprise evident on their faces. Judging by Yuan Shi Tianzun's tone, it was clear that the visitor bore ill intentions. It seemed he had come to seek trouble for Chen Xuan. With a bitter smile, Chen Xuan approached, offering a slight bow. Chen Xuan greets the three sisters. The three figures exuded an aura surpassing that of Tai Golden Immortal, particularly the one in white attire, whose depth Chen Xuan could not fathom. Such an impression he had only experienced before with Patriarch Tontian and Brother Daobao. Within the Sect, the only beings of such caliber were the three sisters, leading Chen Xuan to easily deduce their identities. Junior brother, you are too polite. Please do not take offense at our sudden visit. Yun Xiao stepped forward, her tone tinged with an apology that my sisters and I were exploring a formation, and upon witnessing the impressive protective array of junior brother, we couldn't resist entering to observe. We hope we have not disturbed your cultivation. Bi Xiao winked playfully, showing no signs of embarrassment. Chen Xuan shook his head, surprised that the three had come due to the formation. Let us discuss the formation later. How have you offended Yuan Shi Shibua? Yun Xiao shifted the conversation, suddenly inquiring. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's question, Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao looked at Chen Xuan with curiosity, wondering how a golden immortal like him had provoked a saint. Thus, Chen Xuan recounted the events of a millennium prior in detail. I see. Yun Xiao nodded. Yuan Shi Tianzun was known for being fiercely protective of his own, often to an unreasonable degree. Years ago, disputes among disciples had caused a rift with their master, Patriarch Tontian, leading to the separation of the three pure ones. Now that Chen Xuan had severely injured one of his disciples, it was unlikely he would let the matter rest easily. Those from the Chan sect are truly shameless. Qiong Xiao scoffed, a look of disdain creeping onto her face. They brought this upon themselves. It takes gall for Yuan Shi Tianzun to come seeking retribution. Bi Xiao's expression was one of indignation. This incident had been instigated by the Chan sect, yet they had the audacity to approach a saint with their grievances. At this point, Yuan Shi Tianzun's voice had already resonated across the Eastern Sea, startling countless beings engaged in cultivation in the vicinity. A golden light spread from afar, filling the heavens and the earth, the saint's Dharma form towering above, surrounded by clouds of celebration and golden lotuses. With ethereal mist suffusing the boundless void, accompanied by harmonious celestial music, as the celestial phenomena unfolded, a middle-aged Taoist figure crossed the void, followed closely by the 12 immortals of the Chan sect, each bearing an air of arrogance. Disciples, come, let's meet your master, commanded Yuan Shi Tianzun. Within Bo Palace, Patriarch Tontian laughed heartily, waving his robe, summoning Daobao, Jin Ling, Wu Deng, Gui Ling, Zhao Gongming, and the 7 accompanying immortals to appear in the palace. Hearing Patriarch Tontian's voice, Chen Xuan, who had been conversing with the three sisters, turned. Suddenly, a profound shift enveloped the surrounding void, and in the blink of an eye, I, along with Sanshao, found ourselves before Tongtian. Observing that all were gathered, Tongtian immediately manifested the visage of a sage, summoning his disciples and followers as they ventured outward. Within the emptiness, 2 colossal manifestations of sages filled the heavens and the earth, their sacred might resonating, causing countless beings along the shores of the East Sea to tremble in fear, too terrified to stir. Brother Yuan Shi, what brings you to my golden Ao island today? Tong Tian exclaimed jovially upon stepping outside. Addressing Yuanshi Tianzuan, enough of your frivolous banter. You are well aware of the misdeeds of your wicked disciple. Yuanshi Tianzuan retorted, his tone unyielding and confrontational. Master, it is him. He is the one who ambushed us. At that moment, Daoxing Tianyan, Lingbao Dashi, and Huanglong Jinren, standing beside him, pointed vehemently at Chen Xuan, their faces flushed with indignation, as if they had suffered a grave injustice. Instantaneously, all eyes turned to Chen Xuan, while Duo Bao and Jin Ling, perplexed, cast inquiring glances at him. Sensing the collective gaze, Chen Xuan remained composed. He glanced at the three from the Chen Sect and spoke leisurely. You three brothers have recovered remarkably quickly. I presume you wish to engage me anew. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, adopting a stance suggestive of impending conflict. Humph! Before a sage, how dare you act so presumptuously? Daoxing Tianzuan scoffed, fully aware of Chen Xuan's formidable strength and wisely refraining from inviting unnecessary punishment. With Yuanshi Tianzuan present, he would undoubtedly advocate for the three of them. Junior brother, your sect is riddled with incompetence. How dare a mere golden immortal display such arrogance before me? Allow me to teach you a lesson. Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze fell upon Chen Xuan, his expression devoid of emotion as he casually pointed a finger, unleashing a beam of golden light. The might of a sage is indescribable. Even before the attack arrived, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming pressure constricting his entire being, rendering him utterly immobile. The eye in his eyes, that beam of golden light loomed larger, bearing an unimaginable force that bore down upon him. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted sharply as he realized he may have overestimated Yuanshi Tianzuan's restraint. This sage was willing to forego his dignity and personally confront him due to a single provocation. What Chen Xuan did not understand was that had he merely wounded the three from the Chen Sect, Yuanshi Tianzuan, despite his lack of shame, would not have resorted to attacking a mere golden immortal. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that in the past, the Wuji Xinguang banner had been mobilized to protect Daoxing Tianzuan and the others, only to be shattered by Chen Xuan's Qingping sword, causing damage to this precious treasure. The Wuji Xinguang banner was one of the few rare treasures in Yuanshi Tianzuan's possession. Thus, Chen Xuan's actions had naturally incited his ire. Yuanshi, my Tong Tian's disciples require no instruction from you. Tong Tian barked, his countenance darkening at Yuanshi's audacity to strike against his disciple. With a flick of his finger, he sent forth a sword chi that swiftly deflected the golden light away. As the golden light dissipated, Chen Xuan felt a sudden release of pressure. Tong Tian, do not be so obstinate. The thwarted attack seemed to ripple Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression. Have you come today to challenge me to a duel? If so, let us engage in battle amidst the chaos of the void. Tong Tian's gaze turned icy. Yuanshi's flagrant aggression suggested that today's affair would not be easily resolved. Thus, a confrontation it would be. This child has harmed my Yushu disciples and damaged my treasure. I demand an explanation. Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze bore down upon Chen Xuan, laden with pressure. An explanation? Does my esteemed uncle not know that it was they who first interrupted my junior brother's cultivation? At that moment, the typically hot-tempered Bixiao stepped forth, recounting in full detail the events as relayed by Chen Xuan. Preposterous. How absurd. To be outmatched and yet seek vengeance. Zhao Gongming suddenly burst into laughter. Clapping his hands, isn't this how the Chen sect has always behaved? Duo Bao, Jin Ling, and others echoed his sentiments, reminiscing about their time in Kunlun Mountain, astonished that even after millennia, the Chen sect's ethos remained steadfastly unchanged. The words from a few disciples of the GS sect caused the 12 immortals of Yushu to exchange glances, reminiscent of bygone days when they would call upon their elders when faced with defeat. Even if we struck first, he merely disrupted a moment of enlightenment. Yet I, along with my companions, suffered tangible injuries. Huanglong Jinren suddenly emerged from the ranks of the 12 immortals, detailing how Chen Xuan had utilized the tribulation to ensnare them and how he had ambushed them during their confrontation with their inner demons. As he spoke, his expression bore a look of despair, lamenting that had it not been for their master's provision of the innate spiritual fruit, Huangzhong Li, their foundations would have been irreparably damaged. A Upon hearing Huang Longzhen's account, several disciples of the GS sect raised their thumbs in admiration toward Chen Xuan. Junior brother, what a remarkable tactic. You truly bring honor to our GS sect. Huh. Who would have thought our junior brother possessed such astute cunning? Defeating those three incompetents with but his early golden immortal prowess. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another, and the same holds true for deities. Huang Longzhen, seeing that his words had failed to sway the opposition, felt a surge of anger as he observed their disdainful gazes directed toward him. Chen Xuan, he pointed accusingly at Chen Xuan, his voice trembling with indignation. Do you not realize that your actions jeopardize the relationship between the Chan and GS sects? Even if we were in the wrong, your heavy-handedness demands an explanation, one that must reach our esteemed uncle. Huang Longzhen's face was flushed with indignation, as if he were the true victim in this scenario. Chen Xuan, witnessing this, felt a deep sense of oppression wash over him. The shamelessness of the Chan sect's members was such that even the Western two saints would likely bow in submission. His gaze swept across the assembly and noted that apart from Huang Longzhen, the rest of the Chan sect remained composed. Clearly, they had come well prepared. Chen Xuan mused to himself, recognizing that they had orchestrated Huang Longzhen's role to set the tone for the confrontation. Their strategy was shrewd, immediately casting him in a negative light. However, this only piqued Chen Xuan's interest. Their elaborate efforts, even involving Yuanshi Tianzuan's intervention, hinted at deeper motives. He glanced at his master, Tong Tian, who offered him an encouraging look. Evidently, Tong Tian was keen to observe how Chen Xuan would navigate this predicament. Let us see what your true intentions are. Not a faint smile graced Chen Xuan's lips. Emboldened by Tong Tian's presence, he turned his gaze toward the Chan sect. Speaking coolly, having said so much, what explanation do you seek? Hooked. A glimmer of concealed delight flashed in Huang Longzhen's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of righteous indignation as he proclaimed, the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf. Our three sects were originally one family that we, as brothers, should not resort to open conflict. If our junior brother agrees to one simple request, we can put our grievances behind us. How does that sound? What request? Chen Xuan inquired, stroking his chin. All that is required is for junior brother to withstand 3 strikes from brother Guanqing. Huang Longzhen replied, a semblance of goodwill gracing his countenance, as though he were acting in Chen Xuan's best interests. Shameless. The proposition was utterly unacceptable. The disciples of the GS sect erupted in outrage, pointing fingers at Huang Longzhen. Everyone was aware that Guang Chengzi possessed peak tight golden immortal prowess and was on the cusp of breaking through to the Deluo realm. How could he possibly require 3 strikes to defeat a late-stage golden immortal like Chen Xuan? A mere casual strike could likely obliterate him on the spot. Unmoved by the chorus of objections, Huang Longzhen continued, the might of junior brother's physical form leaves me in awe. Even the 8 dragons and Phoenix Tribulation could not best you. Surely, you would not shy away from this request. He spoke earnestly, persisting in his shamelessness. Humph. Is it merely 3 strikes? Guang Chengzi, do you dare to strike me? At that moment, Zhao Gongming could no longer contain himself, his aura of Deluo golden immortal radiating unabashedly. Come, Huang Long, you first take 3 strikes from me. The Daobao Daoist could hardly tolerate the shamelessness of Huang Long and immediately rolled up his sleeves as the two advanced side by side towards Chen Xuan. Hold on, my esteemed seniors. Chen Xuan raised his hand, stopping the eager pair. The current situation had become clear. Since earlier, the Chan sect had been scheming for him to withstand the attacks of Guang Chengzi, seemingly possessing considerable confidence. However, what they were unaware of was that Chen Xuan's confidence was far greater. Ever since he comprehended the principles of defense, his defensive capabilities had surged once more, complemented by the indestructible body technique. Not to mention Guang Chengzi, even a great Luo golden immortal would pose no fear to him without a formidable spiritual treasure. Since the Chan sect had extended their hand, Chen Xuan was more than willing to deliver a resounding slap in return. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, he addressed the two beside him. This matter was instigated by junior brother, so there is no need for my esteemed seniors to intervene, as he spoke. He cast a reassuring glance at them. Junior brother, are you certain? Despite sensing Chen Xuan's remarkable prowess, The two still felt uneasy, for the gap in realms was indeed vast. Chen Xuan nodded once more. Disciple, there is no need for concern. With me present, none shall harm you. The Tongtian Patriarch was aware that Chen Xuan practiced the most formidable defensive technique among the 3,000 laws. Yet he also understood that the Chen sect had undoubtedly prepared thoroughly for such schemes. Master, indeed my actions in the past were somewhat excessive. Today, it is only fitting to resolve this karmic entanglement. Chen Xuan bowed respectfully to the Tongtian Patriarch, his expression resolute, upon witnessing Chen Xuan's demeanor. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. Did this lad perhaps harbor some hidden prowess? Very well, Tongtian could only smile and nod. With the master's consent, Chen Xuan stepped forward and bowed to the Yuan Shi Tianzun, saying, Yuan Shi Shibua, today I willingly accept 3 strikes from senior brother Guangchengzi for the sake of harmony between our 2 sects, regardless of life or death. However, before that, I kindly request a small favor from you. Chen Xuan's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Seeing his sincere attitude, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied, If you are truly repentant, it is not without hope. Speak your wish. Yuan Shi Tianzun understood that both sides were currently staking their bets in this contest, and Chen Xuan was prepared to wager his life. However, recalling the preparations he had made for Guangchengzi, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt confident in the Chen sect's victory and readily agreed. Yes, I am but a novice. I fear I may not withstand senior brother's strike, if that is the case. It would merely be a reflection of my shallow fortune, and death would be deserved. Yet, should I miraculously survive, might Shibua grant me the initiation into the Shi Qing Yu Qing Dao method? Though I am dull-witted, my curiosity for this technique is profound, and even in death, I wish to comprehend it. Chen Xuan pondered briefly before articulating his condition. What? This is utterly impossible, before Yuan Shi Tianzun could respond. The 12 immortals of Yushu erupted in uproar. The Shi Qing Yu Qing Dao method, akin to the Yuan Huang, Shang Qing Dao, and Xian by Tai Qing Dao methods, was a means for the 3 pure ones to cultivate their primordial spirits. Possessing boundless wonders and profound mysteries that a disciple from the Jie sect, a mere fledgling, dared to attempt to comprehend their Chen sect's techniques. How could the 12 golden immortals possibly acquiesce? Junior brother, Chen truly has lofty aspirations. Did Tongtian Shu not impart the Yuan Huang Shang Qing Dao to you? At this moment, Huanglong Jinren revealed a subtle sneer. Such saintly techniques, grasping even a fragment, is a monumental fortune. Does junior brother wish to cultivate simultaneously? Huanglong Jinren's mockery was unreserved. The Yushu disciples ceased their clamoring, coming to a realization. Indeed, such esoteric methods could only be understood in part, even by them, let alone their disciples. Even Yuan Shi Tianzun himself might not have fully comprehended the Shi Qing Yu Qing Dao method. The notion of a mere golden immortal, like Chen Xuan attempting to cultivate 2 methods simultaneously, was nothing short of absurd. Yuan Shi Tianzun instinctively considered rejecting Chen Xuan's request. The law is not to be passed to the 6-eared, and moreover, Chen Xuan was not originally of the Chen sect. However, Huanglong Jinren's derision incited a private smirk within Yuan Shi Tianzun. Indeed, the sublime methods practiced by the 3 pure ones were inherited from the primordial deity Pangu. Even the 3 brothers could not fully fathom them, let alone Chen Xuan. While Yuan Shi Tianzun acknowledged Chen Xuan's talent, he did not believe him comparable to himself. Furthermore, should Guangchengzi strike, this lad might very well perish on the spot, leaving no opportunity for him to delve into the Tao. Since you sincerely seek the Tao, Shibua shall grant your request. A gentle smile suddenly graced Yuan Shi Tianzun's face, that he failed to notice the flicker of delight in Tongtian Patriarch's eyes at that very moment. Thank you. Shibua, upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's agreement, Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy within. In his past practice of the Yuan Huang Shang Qing technique, he had found it exceedingly marvelous, significantly strengthening his primordial spirit. The Shi Qing Yu Qing technique was of equal standing, but if he could cultivate both simultaneously, it would undoubtedly fortify his spirit even further. Enough chatter. Guangchengzi, please proceed and deliver your guidance to your junior brother. Yuan Shi Tianzun waved his hand, and Guang Chengzi swiftly stepped forward. Junior brother, are you prepared? Guang Chengzi's gaze fell upon Chen Xuan, revealing a hint of ruthlessness beneath that a myriad of years ago, the Dao Xing Tianzun and his companions returned to the Chen Sect with the damaged Wujixing Huang flag. Bringing shame to their senior brothers, they had plotted revenge since then. However, due to Guang Chengzi's critical period of seclusion, the matter was momentarily set aside, though Guang Chengzi had not broken through to the great Luo golden immortal realm upon emerging from seclusion. He had gained a considerable grasp of the power of the laws, now mere moments away from closing the gap to the great Luo golden immortal. Perhaps at any moment, he could condense the three flowers atop his head. Guang Chengzi floated in the void, looking down upon Chen Xuan, intending not to utilize any treasures against a mere golden immortal. Senior brother, feel free to strike. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, his form transforming into a mysterious tortoise, its surface shimmering with black light. Upon witnessing this, Guang Chengzi clenched his fists, the power of the laws surging as he launched a punch towards Chen Xuan from a distance. This strike was executed with 50% of his strength. Guang Chengzi was exceedingly confident that, despite Chen Xuan's reputation for being extraordinary, he could not withstand this blow. Be careful. Junior brother. The Sect disciples sensed the might of this strike and could not help but feel anxious for Chen Xuan. After all, this was an attack from a pinnacle Tai golden immortal. Even figures like Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Chen Xuan is truly courting death. Among the Sect immortals, one being felt an inner glee. It was the Chong heir Ding Guangxian. Ever since Chen Xuan was taken as a true disciple by the Tongtian patriarch, jealousy had blossomed within him, especially upon learning that the Tongtian patriarch had bestowed his personal sword upon Chen Xuan. Chong heir Ding Guangxian was driven to the brink of madness with envy. Now, witnessing Guang Chengzi's overwhelming assault, he felt an immediate surge of delight, his eyes blood-red as they fixated on Chen Xuan. The power of the formation coalesced into a massive fist, ruthlessly crashing down upon Chen Xuan's tortoise shell. A brilliant light flashed, followed by a resounding roar. PFF! A jet of blood erupted from Chen Xuan's mouth, his internal energy surging violently. Chen Xuan, the Sect disciples were gripped with concern. After just the first strike, Chen Xuan was already injured. What would follow? Good, 2 more strikes remain. Let us see how you would stand them. Chong heir Ding Guangxian, witnessing Chen Xuan spitting blood, could not help but give Guang Chengzi a thumbs up. The Chen Sect disciples, upon seeing Chen Xuan wounded, felt a rush of satisfaction. However, at that moment, Huanglong Jinren and 2 others who had previously been defeated by Chen Xuan urgently warned Guang Chengzi, senior brother, do not underestimate him. This child possesses means far beyond what you perceive. Witnessing Chen Xuan navigate the tribulations of the heavenly calamity with such ease, how could Huanglong Jinren and his companions be deceived by a mere blood arrow? In truth, Chen Xuan had not suffered significant harm. He deliberately refrained from wielding his power of the laws, allowing himself to appear injured, solely to mislead Guang Chengzi. Now that his ruse had been uncovered by the 3 of Huanglong Jinren, Chen Xuan showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and addressed Guang Chengzi, truly worthy of being a Tai golden immortal. Just 2 more strikes. Senior brother, do be swift. Seeing Chen Xuan's bravado, Guang Chengzi scoffed and stomped his feet in the void. Instantly, a colossal foot materialized, brimming with the fluctuations of the laws, descending forcefully upon Chen Xuan. This strike was infused with 70% of Guang Chengzi's strength. He could scarcely believe that Chen Xuan could withstand it. The violent force seemed to shake the very fabric of the void, heightening the anxiety among the disciples of Jiejiao. Could Chen Xuan withstand this? As the onlookers fretted, Chen Xuan suddenly let out a hearty laugh. The power of the laws? I possess that as well. At the moment his laughter echoed, the fluctuations of the laws radiated from his body, swiftly coalescing into a formidable barrier. Even a grain of rice can shine. Feeling the aura of the laws emanating from Chen Xuan, Guang Chengzi was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a cold chuckle. While it was indeed remarkable for Chen Xuan to cultivate the laws to this level with his late-stage golden immortal cultivation, he still fell far short compared to Guang Qingzi. The seemingly solid barrier shattered almost instantaneously beneath Guang Qingzi's foot, which then landed heavily upon Chen Xuan's tortoise shell. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and to the observers, Chen Xuan's life force seemed to dim significantly, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. You must be on the brink of death. Once you perish, the position of true disciple may very well become mine, chuckled Chong heir Ding Guang Xian, reveling in the anticipation of vengeance. Meanwhile, the other disciples of Jie Jiao were filled with alarm and indignation. With Duo Bao and the others preparing to rush forward and confront Guang Chengzi directly. Stop! Tong Tian Jiao Zhu raised his hand to halt their advance, for he had sensed that Chen Xuan was unharmed. The power of the laws gradually dissipated into the void, revealing Chen Xuan's dark tortoise shell at this moment. The shell shimmered with alternating bursts of light, and Chen Xuan's faint aura began to recover at an astonishing rate. If my senior brother continues to hold back like this, then junior brother, Shi Qing Yu Qing Dao, will be quite ungracious, Chen Xuan remarked with a faint smile, his gaze locked onto Guang Qingzi. A glint of provocation flickering in his eyes. This youth must have employed secret techniques to forcefully recover from his injuries. Senior brother, unleash your full power. At this juncture, Huang Longjinren, watching from the sidelines, visibly grew anxious. What had been promised as 3 strikes now afforded only one final opportunity. Guang Qingzi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that failing to exert his full strength would result in a loss of face for the Chen Sect. Though I prefer not to go all out, since my junior brother insists, so be it. Exercise caution, Guang Qingzi declared as his eyes gleamed with divine light. With a low chant, the peak aura of a Tai golden immortal surged forth like a tidal wave. In the void, the power of the laws began to boil with fervor. This is bad, exclaimed Duo Bao Daoran, his complexion shifting as he sensed the overwhelming essence of the laws. He realized that Guang Qingzi was on the brink of stepping into the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. Not just Duo Bao, but the others, including Yu Xiao, Zhao Gongming, and Jin Ling, also perceived Guang Qingzi's level, their expressions turning grave as they voiced their concerns. While the disciples worried for Chen Xuan, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu remained unfazed. The power of the laws Chen Xuan displayed while blocking Guang Qingzi's second attack was merely superficial. Long ago, during their teachings, Chen Xuan's comprehension had already surpassed that level. Moreover, a millennium had passed. Chen Xuan's understanding of the laws was undoubtedly deeper now. Tong Tian Jiaozhu's thoughts shifted, recognizing that his disciple was concealing his true capabilities. A knowing smile crept upon him, as he understood that Chen Xuan had his reasons for this act. As Chen Xuan's master, he found no objection to playing along to that moment. A sliver of magical energy coalesced in Tong Tian's hand, giving the impression that he could intervene at any moment. Almost simultaneously, Tong Tian sensed a presence locking onto him. He raised his gaze just in time to meet the eyes of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi, the bond of brotherhood between us is growing ever fainter. Tong Tian mused internally with a sigh before refocusing on the unfolding events at this moment. The overwhelming power of the laws began to coalesce in Guang Qingzi's palm. The chaotic essence of the laws condensed into a radiant sphere of divine light. Concentrate, Guang Qingzi commanded, his entire being vibrating with magical energy. Instantly, the divine light in his palm solidified into a seal. Though this seal emitted no violent aura, the sense of oppression it conveyed was magnitudes greater than the previous fluctuations of the laws. This was Guang Qingzi's most formidable divine ability. Chen Xuan, let us see if you can withstand this. On the other side, Huang Longjinren and his companions glared at Chen Xuan with predatory intensity. A sense of vengeance glimmering in their eyes below. Upon sensing the aura of this formidable seal, Chen Xuan's expression grew serious. He began to channel the power of the laws within him, forming a protective barrier around his body. Immediately, the dark spikes on his tortoise shell stood erect, revealing a fearsome visage, with enhanced defense, an indestructible body, and the power of the laws at his disposal. Chen Xuan summoned all his strength to face Guang Chengzi's mightiest strike. Witnessing Chen Xuan's formidable stance, Guang Chengzi's gaze flickered with disdain. The previous two strikes had been mere casual attempts. This one would be executed with full divine power. Even if Chen Xuan harbored hidden strengths, he could never hope to withstand his divine ability. Rest assured, Master, I shall not bring shame upon you. This brat dares to covet the techniques of my Chen sect. He is simply courting death. Guang Chengzi thought to himself, raising his hand decisively. Go. With a low shout, the seal descended from his hand, rapidly expanding before the eyes of all present. In an instant, it grew to an immense size, bearing down upon Chen Xuan with unimaginable force. Come, Chen Xuan bellowed, his form swelling as boundless dark light enveloped the earth, charging toward the seal of the laws. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, light and darkness clashing, dust swirling violently. The overwhelming shockwaves compelled the onlookers to retreat, and had it not been for the intervention of two saints, many lives would surely have been lost in the aftermath. Almost simultaneously with the deafening roar, Chen Xuan felt an immense force crash against his tortoise shell, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, threatening to grind his very being to dust. The entangled power of the laws shattered upon contact with the seal. Yielding in mere moments, Guang Chengzi, nearing the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm, wielded an understanding of the laws far beyond Chen Xuan's grasp, given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Even with 100-fold defense, Chen Xuan was grievously wounded almost instantly. The seal continued its relentless descent, the pressure mounting with each passing moment. The cracks on Chen Xuan's shell multiplied, as if it could shatter into fragments at any moment under the seal's crushing weight. If his proud tortoise shell was in such peril, the condition of Chen Xuan's physical body was even more dire. Blood gushed forth as if it were of no consequence, and Chen Xuan appeared to be on the brink of death. Teetering precariously at the edge of oblivion, Junior Brother, the disciples of Jiao, cried out in alarm. Chen's sect, this is too much. Master, please intervene. Numerous disciples of the glare with eyes that seemed ready to unleash fire, roaring as they prepared to strike. However, at that moment, the Of raised his hand, halting the crowd. The disciples could only behold the tragic state of Chen Xuan, yet, as a saint, he could sense a flicker of life within Chen Xuan, persistently resisting the obliterating force of the, almost simultaneously, above Chen Xuan. The imposing figure suddenly underwent a drastic change in expression. Boom! A seemingly overwhelming force of rules descended, crashing heavily upon. His form was immediately struck as if by a tremendous blow. Despite the dazzling brilliance of the he wore, could not suppress a mouthful of fresh blood that erupted forth, causing him to plummet from the clouds. Senior Brother, the sudden turn of events left the disciples in shock, utterly bewildered by the occurrence affecting. Upon witnessing this scene, his countenance darkened rapidly. He had underestimated Chen Xuan, this seemingly unassuming fellow at the late stage of the in that fleeting moment. He had sensed the essence of emanating from Chen Xuan. It was this very power that subjected to an equivalent assault as Chen Xuan. You have acquired a remarkable disciple, silently gritted his teeth, realizing that at this juncture it was that had suffered defeat. The abnormalities surrounding also left the crowd momentarily stunned, including, as none had anticipated that Chen Xuan possessed such formidable abilities. Ha! Splendid! Could not help but exclaim, his gaze fixed upon Chen Xuan below. This moment, that had dissipated along with S fall from the heavens. The worked its magic, and Chen Xuan's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, the previously cracked shell gradually knitting together. In merely a brief span, he had returned to his former state. On the other hand, was not faring as well that he had intended, to severely wound Chen Xuan, even if he could not defeat him. Having unleashed his full power without any defenses, had it not been for the protective he wore that mitigated some of the force, he would have likely sustained serious injuries on the spot. Nevertheless, was far from well. Blood continued to spill from his mouth, and his aura had significantly weakened, the on his surface dimmed, clearly indicating he was gravely wounded. I'm grateful for your mercy, Senior Brother. As his injuries healed, Chen Xuan retracted his true form and clasped his hands toward the distant. Puffed. Upon witnessing this, felt a surge of blood rush within him, spewing forth another mouthful, his complexion paling further. Is my junior brother unharmed? The disciples, including and others, gazed in astonishment at this scene. Just moments ago, Chen Xuan had seemed in dire peril, causing everyone to worry for him. Yet unexpectedly, the situation had reversed dramatically. Not only was Chen Xuan unscathed, but who had attacked him was now injured. Why junior brother possesses such divine abilities? It is truly a blessing for. Laughter echoed joyfully. Indeed, such prowess for my junior brother makes us feel inadequate. Expressed his admiration, astonished by the resilient vitality that emanated from Chen Xuan. Who would have thought that my junior brother not only excels in formations, but possesses formidable combat power as well? S face displayed admiration, with and behind her nodding in agreement. How could this be? While everyone rejoiced for Chen Xuan, only felt a deepening jealousy within. 3 strikes have passed. Do you still have words to say? At this moment, felt overwhelmingly pleased that observing's grim visage, a hint of pride, crept into his tone. Glanced at the opposing side, remaining silent. It had previously been agreed that if Chen Xuan withstood 3 attacks from, the enmity between him and would be resolved. Now that the wager had been fulfilled, had no intention of retracting his promise. With a flick of his robe, he summoned, enveloping him in celestial clouds, preparing to depart with the disciples of Master. You promised me earlier, Chen Xuan exclaimed, hastily voicing his concern, unwilling to let the opportunity slip by. Humph. A cold snort echoed, and then Chen Xuan saw a beam of golden light descend from the sky, directly embedding itself into his forehead. Simultaneously, the appeared in its entirety within Chen Xuan's mind. As the colorful clouds dissipated and the gradually faded, they have swiftly vanished beyond the horizon under its lead. That a joyful expression crossed Chen Xuan's face. Although lacked any sense of decorum, he was willing to honor his bet, refraining from meddling with the technique. However, the profound nature of this was perplexing, leaving Chen Xuan momentarily bewildered, clearly indicating that grasping it would not be a simple task. Likely believed that it was immensely profound, confident that Chen Xuan would not easily comprehend it, thus opting to impart the entire text to him. Nonetheless, Chen Xuan was confident that, with the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension, mastering this remarkable was merely a matter of time. Congratulations, junior brother! As Chen Xuan acquired the mysterious, the disciples approached to offer their congratulations, although they felt that delving into the was unnecessary, given the challenges they faced even with their own, which was already quite arduous to master. It was doubtful they would ever fully comprehend in their lifetimes, rendering the pursuit of other techniques unnecessary. In response to everyone's well wishes, Chen Xuan smiled and returned their greetings. Yet he was eager to delve into the he had just obtained. Therefore, he concocted an excuse, claiming his injuries had not yet healed and he required time to recuperate. Upon hearing this, the others ceased to press further. Though were eager to discuss formation matters with Chen Xuan, they had no choice but to hold off. After bidding farewell to the group, Chen Xuan retreated to his cave abode and began his secluded contemplation. The akin to the he practiced was a method for refining the. Since there were manifestations of Pangus, Chen Xuan faintly sensed that if he could integrate it might yield unexpected results. However, compared to these techniques, this was not so easily mastered. In his earlier endeavors with, he had the guidance of, allowing him to progress smoothly into the path. Now, with he could only rely on his own insights, as would not kindly offer him any teachings. It was no wonder that no one among them had ever attempted to comprehend techniques from other sects. Even saints focused solely on their own arts. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow. The saintly was complex and obscure. Others struggled to master even a single technique, so how could they afford to seek out additional methods? Yet, with his extraordinary comprehension, he might just create a miracle. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan settled his mind and patiently began his study. As time flowed like a river, 3,000 years swiftly passed. Chen Xuan opened his eyes. After 3 millennia of cultivation, he had finally grasped a hint of the profound essence of the why cultivating both, he had successfully broken through to the peak of. However, surpassing into would not be so straightforward. Achieving was not merely a matter of relentless practice. After muttering to himself, he rose to stretch his body, and with a single step, he exited having reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. He resolved to first visit several senior brothers and sisters within, and then embark on a journey to seek opportunities for breakthrough. Upon leaving, Chen Xuan transformed into a streak of light and sped away. Days later, at the outer edge of Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the protective formation surrounding the island, a spark of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The truly were masters of formation within. Just a glance revealed to him that their protective formation was far more intricate than his own 36. Even the most formidable masters at the Tai Golden Immortal level would likely return defeated when attempting to breach this formation. Observing the remarkable proficiency of the three Xiaos, Chen Xuan's face immediately reflected a hint of delight. For their mastery of formation techniques was evidently superior to his own. Engaging in discourse with them would surely yield profound insights at this moment. Within the confines of Sanxian Island, the ethereal Bixiao was idly toying with several magical artifacts. "Dear elder sister, when shall we pay another visit to junior brother Chen Xuan?" she inquired. Yu Xiao, who was meditating nearby, responded in a calm tone, "There is no rush. Junior brother Chen Xuan has recently acquired profound methods and will undoubtedly be sequestered in contemplation. It would be rather inappropriate for us to disturb him at this juncture." Bixiao pouted in response, seemingly growing a bit impatient at that moment. A voice resonated through Sanxian Island. "Sisters Yu Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bixiao, are you present? It is your junior brother Chen Xuan, here to pay a visit today." "Junior brother Chen Xuan has arrived?" Bixiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only she, but Qiong Xiao and Yu Xiao, who had been seated calmly, also opened their eyes, their expressions brightening with joy. Having previously witnessed Chen Xuan's mountain-protecting formation, the three had long desired to engage him in a discussion to validate their understanding of formation techniques. However, their intentions had been interrupted by the sudden arrival of the primordial heavenly venerable. Now that Chen Xuan had come to Sanxian Island, it was only fitting that they extend him a warm welcome. With this thought in mind, Yu Xiao rose and waved her hand to dispel the formation. Qiong Xiao smiled gently and tidied up their surroundings, while Bixiao arranged some fruits and fragrant tea upon a stone platform. "Junior brother, please enter." Once everything was in order, the three sisters called out to the outside. Chen Xuan nodded with a smile and stepped into Sanxian Island. As he entered, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. The surroundings were shrouded in ethereal mist, invigorating the spirit, while the island was adorned with numerous spiritual roots, radiating various hues in the distance. Spiritual deer and celestial cranes frolicked merrily. It was truly an exquisite sanctuary for cultivation. Chen Xuan could not help but exclaim in admiration, comparing it to his own Xuanqing mountain range. Although it too could be deemed a sacred place for cultivation, it paled in comparison to this locale. Upon reaching the stone platform, Chen Xuan bowed respectfully to the three sisters before him. "This desolate island is humble. Please do not mind it, and take a seat." The three Xiaos greeted Chen Xuan warmly, their faces adorned with smiles. The four of them gathered around the stone platform, and Yu Xiao spoke first. "It has been 3,000 years since we last met, and your cultivation has evidently progressed." In their wager 3 millennia ago, Chen Xuan had triumphed over the teachings of the Chen school. Now, with his cultivation having reached new heights, Yu Xiao surmised that he must have gleaned significant insights. "Haha, elder sister, please do not jest. My humble cultivation pales in comparison to yours." Chen Xuan replied modestly, waving his hand, "that I have now reached the peak of the Golden Immortal realm and am preparing to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Thus, I have come to seek your guidance on the matter of formation techniques. Would you be willing to impart your wisdom?" Upon hearing that Chen Xuan sought to discuss formation techniques, the faces of the three Xiaos lit up with joy. They had initially wished to explore the path of formations with him to complement their understanding of the 9 curves Yellow River formation. Now that Chen Xuan had taken the initiative, it was a most welcome opportunity. "Guidance is hardly necessary. We hold your understanding of formations in the highest regard," Yu Xiao replied with a gentle smile, while Qiong Xiao and Bixiao nodded in agreement, in truth. Their admiration for Chen Xuan extended beyond his formation skills. They were also in awe of his strength, especially since even the peak Tai golden immortal Guangchengzi had suffered defeats at his hands. Seeing the three sisters agree, Chen Xuan wasted no time in articulating his insights on the path of formations. Although his understanding was somewhat limited, it stemmed from the profound 12-capital heavenly god-slaying formation. As he spoke, the astonishment on the faces of the three Xiaos became evident. The 12-capital heavenly god-slaying formation was among the most elite formations in the primordial world, even if Chen Xuan had merely grasped a fragment of its true essence. It provided immense enlightenment to the three Xiaos. The four of them sat around the stone platform, engaging in spirited discussion, transitioning from the path of formations to cultivation methodologies, knowing that Chen Xuan was about to attempt a breakthrough to the Tai golden immortal stage. The three Xiaos shared their cultivation experiences one by one. Chen Xuan, now practicing the supreme teachings of the Chan and Jie schools, provided insights that were anything but ordinary. The four of them exchanged thoughts and validated their understandings, losing track of time as they delved deeper into the discourse. Meanwhile, while Chen Xuan was a guest on Sanxian Island, the primordial world was rife with undercurrents. Though the Wu and Yao clans had agreed to a temporary ceasefire under the mediation of the Dao ancestor Hongjun, both factions were acutely aware that the other would not rest indefinitely. Thus, both clans busied themselves with strengthening their forces while awaiting the day of reckoning. During this period, the human race quietly rose to prominence, expanding rapidly through an astonishing rate of reproduction, quickly establishing numerous tribes in the surrounding areas of the primordial world. At this moment, within the Yao clan's heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were engaged in discussions with several prominent officials of the Yao court. Your Majesty, the rumors have proven true. Devouring the physical forms and souls of the human race indeed enhances our clan's essence and power, reported Ing Zhao, one of the 10 great Yao saints. Licking his lips as if savoring a memory. Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. Moreover, utilizing the blood and souls of humans to refine treasures significantly amplifies their potency. Even capable of breaching the formidable physique of the Wu clan, Ing Zhao added, noticing the interest piqued in the Yao Emperor. Are you certain? Emperor Jun asked, a hint of skepticism surfacing on his imposing visage. They had witnessed firsthand the immense strength of the Wu clan's physical forms, and the lower-tier Yao clansmen could scarcely contend against even ordinary Wu clan members, relying instead on sheer numbers to navigate this persistent dilemma. Absolutely, Ing Zhao affirmed, having personally verified the claim that I knew it. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's face brightened with excitement. The human race was indeed a perfect sustenance created by Nuwa for our Yao clan. His proclamation elicited a chorus of agreement from the surrounding Yao officials. Congratulations, Yao Emperor. With the human race at our disposal, we shall undoubtedly triumph over the Wu clan and seize dominion over the cosmos, exclaimed Shiyang, Beis, and other Yao saints, voicing their congratulations to Emperor Jun and Tai. As the assembly of Yao saints congratulated their leaders, the Yao strategist Kunpeng suddenly interjected, his eyes gleaming as he proposed a plan. Emperor Jun's eyes lit up at Kunpeng's suggestion, but upon considering the relationship between the human race and the Grand Sage, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. However, he swiftly suppressed that doubt. Sage, once I eradicate the Wu clan and unify the cosmos, I shall also gain the supreme fortune to ascend to sagehood. The prospect of achieving sagehood motivated Emperor Jun to adopt Kunpeng's strategy. Intending to slaughter the human race and forge the Slaughter Wu sword from their blood and souls, he dispatched the 10 great Yao saints to engage the human race. Emperor Jun reasoned that as long as he refrained from direct involvement, even if the Grand Sage were to intervene, there would be no justification for retribution against him. At the Panga Temple on Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestors of the Wu were diligently comprehending the 12-capital heavenly god-slaying formation. During the last conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, their formation had been shattered by the Dao ancestor Hongjun, leading the ancestors to believe that their understanding of formations was insufficiently profound. Their seclusion was aimed at mastering the 12-capital heavenly god-slaying formation thoroughly, ensuring that the next confrontation with the Yao clan would exact a heavy toll upon them. The Pangu temple radiated an immense crimson light, and the surrounding space was thick with the power of blood and vitality. The 12 ancestors of the Wu sat cross-legged, each emanating an aura of terror. Suddenly, Hutu, who had been absorbed in her cultivation, opened her eyes and gazed toward the outside of the Pangu temple, her lips moving as if to convey something. "Sister, what troubles you?" inquired the eldest of the 12 ancestors, Emperor Jiang, sensing Hutu's movement. Feeling the curious gaze from Emperor Jiang, Hutu's expression turned grave as she replied, "The Yao clan is rampantly slaughtering the human race. Why concern ourselves with weak beings? We should focus on our cultivation." Zhurong interjected, opening his eyes with a hint of impatience. The other ancestors also blinked awake, casting bewildered looks at Haotu. The Hutu tribe has always maintained cordial relations with the human race. Many beings within our tribe have intermarried with them. We have already birthed numerous Wu-human hybrids, and thus cannot afford to ignore this matter. Hutu patiently began to explain. Moreover, the protection of the human race would greatly benefit my Wu clan. What benefits could there possibly be, other than your feudal benevolence? The ancestral witch of fire, Zhurong, spoke in a frigid tone. Hutu paid no heed to him, instead directing her gaze toward Dijiang. Rumors currently circulate in the wilderness that the demon clan seeks to devour the human race to augment their magical essence. They evidently aim to strengthen themselves through the human race. If our clan were to disregard this, would we not be allowing the demon clan to flourish? Hutu's words immediately stirred the expressions of the other ancestral witches. Indeed, given the nature of the demon clan, they would not indiscriminately slaughter such feeble beings as the humans without ulterior motives. "Brother, I believe we must take action to protect the human race," Hutu stated earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Dijiang nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Hutu's assertion. Allowing the demon clan to develop unchecked was not a course they wished to pursue. Thus, let it be decided. Inform our kin to extend their protection over the human race. If the demon clan dares to raise arms against us, we shall not hesitate to abandon any notions of a truce and engage in immediate conflict. Under Hutu's counsel, the Wu clan commenced their efforts to shield the human race. However, due to the sheer number of humans, they could not provide comprehensive protection and could only safeguard the tribes near Mount Buzhou for the time being, while the Wu and demon clans engaged in their covert skirmishes. Chen Xuan and the others at Sanxian Island ceased their discussions. During this millennium of deliberation, both Chen Xuan and the Sanxiao sisters had garnered significant insights. Particularly, the Sanxiao sisters found fresh understanding in the formations expounded by Chen Xuan. And the power of the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation left them yearning. The sisters resolved to modify the 9 curves yellow river formation based on their newfound knowledge. This alteration would undoubtedly require considerable time to refine the new formation. Observing the sisters' eagerness to enter seclusion, Chen Xuan took his leave. After departing Sanxian Island, Chen Xuan visited several other true disciples and the outer Sect senior brother, Zhao Gongming. From each of them, Chen Xuan gleaned valuable insights into cultivation, deepening his understanding of the Tai golden immortal realm. Thus, 2,000 years passed. Chen Xuan felt that the time had come. He was drawing closer to the Tai golden immortal stage and decided to leave Jinao Island to wander the wilderness in search of opportunities for breakthrough. Exiting the shores of the East Sea, Chen Xuan journeyed westward. This wilderness has truly descended into greater chaos. As he traversed the land, observing the landscapes around him, Chen Xuan couldn't help but sigh. The current wilderness was far more tumultuous than when he had first entered this world. The demon clan's rampant slaughter of the human race had drenched the land in blood. Cries of anguish echoed throughout, and resentment permeated the air. Witnessing the dire state of the wilderness, Chen Xuan was overcome with a profound sense of compassion. "I wonder if my natural can purify the surrounding environment." A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The moment this notion appeared, it stirred a strong impulse within Chen Xuan, compelling him to attempt it. Purification. Chen Xuan floated in the void, his form standing still as he began to summon the purifying power of his natural will. An invisible wave emanated from his being, expanding outward. The void emitted a faint humming sound. The earth trembled slightly, and where the wave passed, The once withered vegetation seemed to be infused with new life, naturally unfurling. Not only the plants, but even the parched and cracked ground responded similarly. Centered around Chen Xuan, the area within 100 miles seemed to regain its former vitality, and the malevolent aura that had pervaded the sky began to dissipate. Effective, as he sensed the changes in the surrounding environment, Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. With the environment being purified, he faintly felt an increase in his fortune, suddenly realizing it was a reward from the heavens. Fortune, though intangible and formless, undoubtedly brings numerous advantages. Beings favored by fortune are cherished by the heavens in this wilderness, as long as one refrains from egregious acts. One can traverse smoothly, as he felt the surge of fortune. Chen Xuan could not contain his joy. He activated his natural will, continuing to purify the surrounding environment. The purifying force persisted, transforming the once gloomy world into a realm of clarity. Simultaneously, the fortune surrounding him gradually grew stronger. A century later, in a certain part of the wilderness, Chen Xuan floated through the void, and wherever he passed, the earth regained its vitality, and the once ominous sky gradually brightened. After a century, Chen Xuan had lost count of how many places he had purified. Yet, the ever-thickening fortune enveloping him filled him with uncontrollable delight. His fortune was increasing. Perhaps before long, he would be able to attempt a breakthrough into the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Chen Xuan sensed the bottleneck of the Golden Immortal stage loosening, and the fortune of heaven and earth was facilitating his growth and power. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded from afar. "You there! Halt!" Chen Xuan's expression shifted slightly as he looked up in the distance. Thousands of streaks of light charged toward him. Demon Clan. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes. Their approach was evidently hostile. That a few breaths later, a group of demons materialized before Chen Xuan, led by a demon general draped in black robes, with a leopard's head and a human body. Exuding the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal, he looked down at Chen Xuan with arrogance and inquired, "What clan do you belong to? Why are you alone here?" Feeling the demon general's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. He merely wished to be a diligent cleaner of the heavens and earth, yet trouble had found him unbidden. "And who might you be, my friend? What is the meaning of blocking my path?" Chen Xuan replied calmly, his tone unwavering. Despite the demon general's Tai Golden Immortal strength, he appeared to be merely at the initial stage, and Chen Xuan felt no fear. "Impudent! How dare you show disrespect to the lord of the demon clan?" Chen Xuan's nonchalant tone incited the fury of the demon generals and lesser demons behind him, who angrily pointed at him and shouted. The leopard-headed demon general's gaze remained fixed on Chen Xuan. With a slight gesture of his hand, the lesser demons immediately dispersed and encircled Chen Xuan. "Speak. What treasures do you possess?" A glint of greed flickered in the demon general's eyes. He had observed from afar how the land restored its vitality wherever Chen Xuan passed, and believed he must possess some remarkable treasures. Realizing the demon's intent, Chen Xuan understood that this creature had mistakenly assumed he bore some formidable artifact that granted him the ability to purify the world. After making this statement, the demon general's greed was laid bare. He could see that Chen Xuan was indeed only at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage, with his Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. The leopard demon believed it would be easy to deal with Chen Xuan, especially with dozens of Golden Immortal level demon kings and numerous lesser demons at his command. This overwhelming strength made him covetous of whatever treasures Chen Xuan might possess. "If you desire something, come and take it." Chen Xuan's gaze turned icy. Since the other party had revealed their fangs, he saw no reason to hold back. The leopard demon's anger flared at Chen Xuan's words, and with a cold snort, he commanded, "You brought this upon yourself. My minions, seize him. Do not let him escape." The surrounding lesser demons erupted in a chorus of roars as they charged toward Chen Xuan. Seeking death, Chen Xuan's eyes flashed with killing intent at this sight. Thousands of lesser demons, led by dozens of demon kings, surged toward Chen Xuan, creating an overwhelming tide. Malevolent energy filled the air, as if each demon sought to tear a piece of flesh from Chen Xuan. Yet soon, their expressions shifted to one of bewilderment and horror. Amidst the dark shadows, A sudden flash of azure light illuminated the scene. A resonant sword cry echoed, followed by an endless wave of sharp sword energy that surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing demon horde was reduced to mere fragments, their bodies raining down from the sky like drops of rain. What just transpired? The leading demon general wore a face of astonishment and uncertainty, seemingly pondering how his subordinates had vanished in an instant. Such a feat, even for one of the Tai golden immortals like himself, seemed unattainable. This thought, a tremor coursed through his heart, and he instinctively turned to flee. Did my comrade not desire treasures? Let us see how this sword fares. The demon tribe encircling Chen Xuan was annihilated as he stood in the void, wielding the Qingping sword, its aura of spiritual treasure sending shockwaves through the heart of the leopard demon. A congenital spiritual treasure. The leopard demon could not suppress a cry of alarm, inwardly lamenting his ill fortune for encountering a golden immortal who possessed such a treasure. It was well known that even the most inferior congenital spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare within the demon court. And even some demon gods at the great Luo golden immortal level lacked such artifacts. The might radiating from the Qingping sword in Chen Xuan's grasp was evidently far beyond that of an inferior spiritual treasure. As the terrifying sword energy emanated from the Qingping sword, the leopard demon's gaze gradually filled with dread. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retreated. Possessing such a formidable artifact, this golden immortal was beyond his capacity to confront, and a moment's inattention could spell his doom. However, while he sought to escape, Chen Xuan was resolute in not allowing him to flee. Having engaged in battle, he intended to eradicate the foe entirely. Otherwise, the current strength of the demon clan would undoubtedly bring forth endless troubles. Chen Xuan merely wished to exist peacefully as a cleaner, devoid of complications. Thus, he decisively struck at the leopard demon. Heavenly slash! With a mighty shout from Chen Xuan, his entire magical essence surged into the Qingping sword like a raging torrent. The sword blazed with brilliant light, and a fierce aura swept through the void, causing the fleeing leopard demon to freeze in place. In his early days as a golden immortal, Chen Xuan had once used this technique to shatter the defenses of the Wujixing Huanqi. Now, on the verge of reaching the Tai level, its power had grown immensely as the sharp aura swept over the leopard demon. A chilling sensation gripped his heart. What manner of monster was this? The leopard demon's mind screamed in alarm, as Chen Xuan's prowess shattered his understanding of the golden immortal realm. Yet, the Qingping sword afforded him no opportunity for further thought. Almost as soon as he froze mid-flight, the sword light had already cleaved through. Countless miniature worlds were born and destroyed in the wake of the sword's passage, and in the blink of an eye, the leopard demon's form was utterly engulfed in a sea of azure light. Chen Xuan, his expression impassive, sheathed the Qingping sword and swiftly transformed into a streak of rainbow light, darting away into the distance. With the Qingping sword as his weapon and the Taoist principles he possessed, Chen Xuan felt confident. Even against a great Luo realm demon god, he believed he could contend. However, such encounters could prove troublesome. The demon race now had many great Luo beings in their ranks. Even the quasi-saints were not FEW. As he was on the cusp of breaking through to the Tai golden immortal stage, Chen Xuan was naturally reluctant to attract such complications. He flew with all his might, traversing vast distances over several months, until he finally landed on the ground, oblivious to how far he had escaped. Sensing the Earth's essence, a contemplative expression crossed Chen Xuan's face as he slowly burrowed beneath the surface. Descending, he soon discovered a promising spiritual vein underground. Activating the purifying power of his innate will, he began to cleanse the surrounding negative energies, leaving only abundant spiritual energy for cultivation. Sitting cross-legged atop the spiritual vein, Chen Xuan commenced his meditative practice. After a century of purifying the primordial chaos, he had garnered substantial fortune, significantly enhancing his cultivation level. Coupled with his previous discussions with the disciples of the Sect on Golden Ao Island, he felt that the time was ripe to begin condensing the 5 energies within his chest. The aura of the laws enveloped him, as the principles of Yuan Huang and Shangqing operated in tandem. with the surrounding spiritual vein supplying an unending flow of energy. While Chen Xuan was in seclusion, the slaughter of humanity by the demon race in the primordial world had not ceased. Rather, it intensified. The Wu clan, due to its dwindling numbers, could only offer limited protection, insufficient to safeguard the entirety of the human race in the primordial expanse. At this juncture, the Grand Master of the Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi, unable to tolerate the demon's actions, decisively opened the barrier of Mount Wanshou to accept the human race. News of Zhen Yuanzi's protection for humanity spread, prompting a continuous influx of humans toward Mount Wanshou. A century later, deep within the subterranean realm, Chen Xuan sat atop the earth vein, emanating alternating flashes of light and darkness. Suddenly, the law power entwined around him trembled, visibly expanding. You have reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Acquiring the Taoist principle of colossal fear, an ancient voice resonated within Chen Xuan's mind, and he opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within. He had finally broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Joy illuminated Chen Xuan's features as he examined his new Taoist principle. Colossal fear. Your corporeal form expands, instilling terror in your enemies. The T.O. grow larger. Chen Xuan stroked his chin, pondering that merely increasing in size might not prove particularly useful. Yet he was curious to see just how large he could become. With a thought, he transformed into his true form and unleashed the colossal fear. Expand. Rumble. Almost instantaneously, the depths of the primordial earth erupted with a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The surface trembled violently, causing countless rocks to tumble and mountains to shake as if some great terror were about to descend. The earth dragon stirs. Nearby, some demons sense the disturbance in the ground, their expressions shifting in alarm. Something from beneath the earth was about to emerge. Higher-level demons seemed to sense something amiss and hurriedly took to the skies, glancing down below with bewildered expressions. The ground began to crack, and terrifying auras emanated from the depths, instilling fear in the demons observing from above, compelling them to flee further into the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, and all who witnessed this scene could only stare in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. The once quaking earth was now propped up by 4 towering pillars, and those present could hardly fathom the sight before them. A vast expanse of land suspended in mid-air, stretching endlessly. The North Sea, Xiangui. How could this beast appear here? Far from Chen Xuan, a great Luo golden immortal named Niu Hao, observing Chen Xuan's colossal form, felt a jolt within a demon god of the demon court. He had been following the orders of the demon emperor, harvesting the blood and souls of humanity. Recently, however, one of his Tai golden immortal subordinates had inexplicably gone missing, and Niu Hao suspected foul play. With the demon race reigning supreme, humanity dared not resist, and there were no Wu clan members nearby. Thus, Niu Hao had been searching for suspicious figures. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, a realization dawned upon him. If it were indeed the North Sea Xiangui, then his subordinate's demise would not be unjust. This beast possessed quasi-saint cultivation, and he had once caught a glimpse of its immense form from afar in the North Sea. Too intimidated to approach. Yet, this was not the North Sea Xiangui. Niu Hao's eyes bulged as he sensed the aura emanating from Chen Xuan, his heart easing slightly. Although both were colossal, the power emanating from Chen Xuan's surface was evidently lacking. How could a being of merely Tai golden immortal cultivation possess such a massive form? Niu Hao gazed at the floating land in the sky, his eyes filled with confusion. Among the demon race, the typical Tai golden immortal's true form rarely exceeded several 100,000 zhang. Even among those races that are inherently colossal, their stature seldom exceeds 1,000,000 zhang. In stark contrast, the form that Chen Xuan now exhibits dwarfs that of a typical Tai demon clan by an astonishing magnitude, far exceeding 100 or even 1,000 times. As per Niu Hao's estimation, even among Tai golden immortals, beings with weaknesses in their primordial spirits would likely find it impossible to encompass the entirety of Chen Xuan with their divine consciousness. Even at full strength, Niu Hao's gaze fixated on Chen Xuan, and inexplicably, a sense of dread began to burgeon within him, that he understood that this fear was an ancestral inheritance from the ancient times. In the primordial epoch, when the world was newly formed and the laws were incomplete, beings cultivated without structure, and size was regarded as the paramount standard of strength among all races. This ingrained belief that larger stature equates to greater power still resonates deep within the consciousness of all beings in the wilderness. Thus, confronted with Chen Xuan's immense form, even a being of Niu Hao's caliber, a Deluo golden immortal, could not help but feel a flicker of trepidation, let alone those of lesser cultivation, who would likely be paralyzed with fright upon witnessing such a titanic entity. Indeed, after Chen Xuan revealed his form, those demons in the sky who were observing the anomalies of the earth were immediately intimidated by his terrifying silhouette, plummeting from the clouds like dumplings. Upon landing, they unveiled their true forms, trembling violently. This beast bears the karmic ties of our demon clan. The flower leopard must have perished at his hands. Niu Hao's gaze shifted slightly, as if suddenly struck by a realization. After carefully sensing the aura, an unmistakable killing intent emerged in his eyes as he looked upon Chen Xuan. He stepped forward, instantly shifting his form. The manifestation of the terrifying giant was presently experiencing a transformation in his own body. Enormous, truly immense. Chen Xuan squinted his eyes, peering down through the clouds. Previously at the golden immortal level, even when exerting his full strength, his size barely reached 80 or 90,000 zhong. Now, endowed with the concept of the giant's terror, his form had multiplied countless times, rendering everything in the primordial world considerably smaller in comparison. The once towering peaks now appeared as mere mounds of earth in his eyes, with a gentle step. It felt as though a colossal pillar was shifting. Each stride spanned innumerable miles. The explosive growth of his body instilled in Chen Xuan an overwhelming sense of confidence. Possessing such a formidable physique, he felt unfazed even in the presence of a Deluo golden immortal. While Chen Xuan reveled in this extraordinary sensation, a sudden flash of black light appeared before him. "You are the one who killed my subordinate." The demon general, the flower leopard. Niu Hao stood firm in the void, his bovine eyes glaring at the gargantuan turtle head of Chen Xuan, exuding an overwhelming Deluo aura that pressed forward. He aimed to demonstrate to this behemoth that size alone bore no significance. Before his might, it must yield. "Oh, who might you be, my friend? If not for your imposing aura, I fear I might not have noticed you at all." Sensing the oppressive presence of a Deluo golden immortal, Chen Xuan turned his head, his colossal irises focusing with difficulty, ultimately locating the minuscule figure in the void, akin to an atom. His tone elicited a sense of condescension in Niu Hao, who bristled at the perceived slight. "That I am Niu Hao, a divine being of the demon court." As he spoke, Niu Hao's form suddenly expanded, revealing his true self. The immense Koei Niu materialized before Chen Xuan. From the perspective of a Deluo golden immortal, Niu Hao's true form was indeed considerable. However, when compared to Chen Xuan, it seemed woefully inadequate. Niu Hao's form was dwarfed by even a toenail of Chen Xuan. Despite being a level above Chen Xuan in cultivation, the stark difference in size imparted a sense of being in entirely different realms. The divine being of the demon court. Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Then he spoke with a nonchalant tone. "You claim that I killed your subordinate. Do you possess any evidence?" "Evidence? The karmic ties of my demon clan still cling to you, and you require additional proof?" A hint of crimson glimmered in Niu Hao's eyes, his tone turning icy. "I see." Chen Xuan nodded. The force of karma is traceable, a perception he was yet to grasp, while the other, as a Deluo golden immortal, possessed the ability to sense such ties. "Are we done talking?" Niu Hao, witnessing Chen Xuan's nod, felt increasingly convinced that he was indeed the culprit. Initially, he had merely harbored suspicions, as his own cultivation could only vaguely discern the karmic ties surrounding Chen Xuan. "Daring to slay my demon court's general, you are courting death." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Niu Hao's eyes. Once exposed, Chen Xuan ceased to feign ignorance. His expression remained unfazed as he coldly stated, "Your subordinate brought about his own demise. He deserved it. As for whether I am courting death, you may test and see." "Umph. Arrogant brat. Then you shall pay with your life." With a disdainful snort, Niu Hao raised his hand and grasped the air. manifesting a gleaming golden wolf-toothed club. Gripping the weapon, Niu Hao's aura surged once more, the Deluo might crashing toward Chen Xuan like a tidal wave, as if intent on drowning him in its force. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he recognized that, aside from the treasures, Niu Hao's aura surpassed that of several Deluo golden immortals within the Jiejiao sect. This indicated that, even if he was not at mid-level Deluo golden immortal, he was exceptionally close. Yet despite Niu Hao's formidable cultivation, Chen Xuan felt no fear. The giant's terror had endowed him not only with a monumental physique, but also with a significantly enhanced aura. Facing the oncoming Deluo pressure, Chen Xuan stood unmoving as a mountain, akin to a colossal reef weathering the relentless waves. Regardless of how ferocious the surf, he remained steadfast, a Deluo golden immortal. I wonder how far you can contend with me. Against the overwhelming pressure, Chen Xuan let out a resonant roar, and upon his turtle shell, countless black spikes erupted, each one grotesque and fearsome, instilling trepidation in any who beheld them. Roar! Niu Hao, unwilling to waste further words, recognized that his aura appeared ineffective against Chen Xuan. He raised the golden wolf-toothed club and struck at Chen Xuan. This level of cultivation, barring some exceptionally powerful techniques. Combat primarily devolved into physical confrontation. Come forth. Sensing the onslaught of Niu Hao's potent attack, Chen Xuan activated the laws flowing around him, augmenting his defenses. Die. With blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent, Niu Hao was confident that despite Chen Xuan's imposing size, he remained merely a Tai golden immortal, and his strike would surely obliterate him like a withered twig. This scene was astonishing. The disparity in their sizes was so immense that from a distance, it resembled an ant attempting to gnaw at a turtle. Yet this was no ordinary ant. Niu Hao's club came crashing down upon Chen Xuan. Instantly, the sky reverberated with a sound akin to thunder. This resounding echo spread outward through the void for miles. Chen Xuan felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. His body shuddered, and his internal energies surged tumultuously, causing him to stagger backward. At his current size, even a single step covered an immense distance. Meanwhile, upon striking Chen Xuan, Niu Hao experienced a formidable recoil that jolted him back several steps in the void. When he glanced back at Chen Xuan, their gazes collided, and both their expressions shifted, clearly indicating that they had sustained some degree of injury from that exchange. Chen Xuan regarded Niu Hao with curiosity. His spike shell seemed reminiscent of a particularly resilient demon he had encountered before. The coarse-skinned black bear spirit. That bear had endured the impact primarily due to the inadequacy of Chen Xuan's attack strength. The spike shell retaliated with full force. Thus it had not sustained any harm. Others, even those like Guang Chengzi at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, would likely suffer grievous injuries if caught off guard. In Niu Hao, Chen Xuan could clearly perceive his strength. Had he not ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he would likely have been slain in an instant. Fortunately, he possessed a defense 100 times greater, and the giant's terror had elongated his vitality significantly. Thus, this strike merely inflicted a slight injury upon him. And under the influence of the indestructible body, he swiftly recuperated. While Chen Xuan marveled internally, he remained unaware that Niu Hao's astonishment surpassed his by countless folds. In that fleeting moment, Niu Hao felt as though he had been ambushed by a great Luo golden immortal. And this power was strikingly familiar to him. That was my attack. A flicker of uncertainty flashed in Niu Hao's eyes. He had already condensed the 3 flowers atop his head, attaining the great Luo Dao, where one's essence, energy, and spirit reach eternity, becoming indestructible through the ages. Without formidable spiritual treasures or unimaginably powerful divine abilities, it was impossible to annihilate a great Luo golden immortal. Yet, the individual before him, clearly only at the Tai golden immortal level, managed to inflict harm upon him, which left Niu Hao profoundly unsettled. Even more shocking to him was the realization that he had assumed one strike would obliterate his opponent. Yet Chen Xuan appeared hardly affected. Delightful. Come again. Chen Xuan stretched his body and provocatively beckoned Niu Hao. Having already engaged, Chen Xuan had no intention of letting his adversary escape. He aimed to enrage his foe. inciting a loss of reason, and then seized the opportunity to unleash the Qingping sword. Indeed, in the next moment, Chen Xuan observed Niu Hao's eyes reddening at a visible pace. The golden wolf Fang club suddenly swelled in size, swinging violently towards Chen Xuan. After another strike, Niu Hao finally sensed that power that it was unmistakably his own attack being rebounded back at him. What kind of divine ability is this? Niu Hao's gaze was filled with disbelief. Could there truly be a power capable of completely reflecting another's attack? No comment. If you're afraid, then begone. Chen Xian's eyes brimmed with disdain, his tone laced with mockery. Feeling Chen Xian's provocation, Niu Hao's fury surged. As a great Luo golden immortal, he could not accept being looked down upon by this younger generation. With a furious roar, golden light flashed repeatedly, and the wolf Fang club descended upon Chen Xian like a torrential rain. As if countless thunderbolts were boiling in the void, the resounding thunder echoed far and wide. This was a contest of endurance, a tug-of-war between offense and defense. With Chen Xian's hundredfold defense and indestructible body against Niu Hao's great Luo eternity and indestructibility. Neither side yielded an inch, calculating ways to vanquish the other in their minds. As Chen Xian and Niu Hao clashed, the little demons below yearned to assist. However, the overwhelming aura radiating from both Chen Xian and Niu Hao deterred these demons from approaching. Particularly Chen Xian, whose colossal, boundless form sent shivers down the spines of many. A few Tai golden immortal-level demon generals rushed over, suppressing their inner fear to attack Chen Xian. Yet soon, they felt the terror of Chen Xian. Their attacks felt like mere tickles against him, who seemed utterly unconcerned. The counterattack from his spiked exterior, however, inflicted great suffering upon the demon generals, forcing them to ultimately retreat. Lacking the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, they could not contend with Chen Xian. Nonetheless, a few of the clever demon generals, realizing their inability to intervene, decisively sought assistance. Thus, years later, this battle transitioned from a 1v1 between Chen Xian and Niu Hao to a coalition of three great Luo demon gods besieging Chen Xian. The two newly arrived demon gods were on par with Niu Hao, both at the early stage of great Luo. Even with the three demons working together, they could not inflict any fatal wounds upon Chen Xian. Often, their attacks would barely take effect before Chen Xian's injuries would instantly heal. The demon gods felt increasingly troubled, while Chen Xian sensed a sense of impending danger. His cultivation was inferior to theirs, making it nearly impossible to extricate himself from the battlefield. If this continued, it might attract even more demons. Currently, great Luo beings were abundant among the demon race, with many quasi-saints as well, that if he could withstand the assault from three demon gods. What if it were 30 or 300? If a quasi-saint level demon saint were to arrive, Chen Xian would be at a loss. He began contemplating whether to unleash the chaotic sword energy bestowed upon him by the Tongtian Patriarch to slay these three clingy adversaries. The chaotic sword energy was nearly equivalent to a casual strike from a saint. Not only the three great Luo demon gods before him, but even quasi-saint level demons would have to avoid its edge. However, using such a powerful trump card against three early-stage great Luo beings felt like an extravagant waste to Chen Xian. Yet, if he were to utilize the Qingping sword, although he would surely secure victory, he would be unable to keep these three demons alive, which could spell endless trouble later on. Just as Chen Xian was caught in this dilemma, a resounding roar suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Demon race. Prepare to die. This thunderous shout reverberated like a clap of thunder, completely overshadowing the sounds of battle on Chen Xian's side. Following the voice, he gazed toward the sky at a golden light, slender as a thread, shot towards them at extraordinary speed. Within the golden glow, a sharp wooden staff could be faintly discerned, enveloped in a rich aura of merit, carrying an unimaginable force as it surged forth, puff, in the astonished gazes of Chen Xian and the three demons. The golden light, accompanied by the wooden staff, pierced cleanly through Niu Hao's head. Niu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood frozen, evidently taken aback by his sudden misfortune. Without time for further thought, Niu Hao let out a wretched scream as he plummeted from the sky. Flames quickly ignited atop his head, consuming the three flowers in an instant. Niu Hao, The other two demon gods participating in the assault on Chen Xuan were filled with shock. A great Luo, golden, immortal demon god had perished just like that. Run. This is beyond our capacity to handle. Witnessing Niu Hao's fate, the two demon gods trembled within, instantly transforming into streaks of light to flee. After striking your grandfather for so long, you think you can leave just like that? Seeing the two demons attempting to escape, Chen Xuan, momentarily disregarding the identity of the attacker, decisively summoned the Qingping sword and slashed at one of the demon gods. Innate spiritual treasure. Enveloped by the murderous intent of the Qingping sword, this great Luo demon god exclaimed in alarm. Yet before he could react, the Qingping sword had already swept through the void at an astonishing speed. Puff! The green light flashed, and the demon court's great Luo demon god was cleaved in two to yet, being a great Luo powerhouse. With his three flowers still intact, he managed to sacrifice half of his body and fled frantically. Chen Xuan certainly would not let him escape so easily. The aura emanating from him swept across all directions, instilling a fear derived from the colossal presence, causing the already wounded demon god to tremble, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. In that fleeting moment, the Qingping sword swept through once more, severing his three flowers as Chen Xuan annihilated a demon race great Luo. The wooden staff enveloped in golden light had already brought down another demon god from a void. The surrounding demon race, who had been observing, were left utterly petrified. Before they could escape, the blue and gold light had already engulfed the heavens and the earth, swiftly exterminating millions of lesser demons. Once the surrounding demons were annihilated, Chen Xuan sheathed the Qingping sword and turned his gaze toward the horizon. Thank you, friend, for your assistance. After retracting his physical form, Chen Xuan offered a respectful salute to the figure clad in beast skins. No need for thanks. With such a formidable spiritual treasure, even if I had not intervened, it would not have been difficult for you to escape. Moreover, the conflict between the human race and the demon race is inherently one of life and death. Even if I were not aiding you, I would still eliminate any demons I encounter. The man extended his hand, retrieving the golden wooden staff. Human race? A hint of intrigue flickered across Chen Xuan's face. Although he could not discern the precise cultivation level of the individual before him, he sensed that this person, even if not a quasi-saint, was surely an exceptional figure among the great Luo. It was inconceivable for anyone else to so easily slay a demon god of the great Luo realm. Among the current human race, only a few possess such cultivation. Indeed, my name is Xuan. The Xuan introduced himself with a respectful bow, emulating Chen Xuan's gesture. You are one of the three ancestors of the human race. My name is Chen Xuan, a true disciple under the Tontian Patriarch at the Bio Palace on Golden Ao Island. Upon recognizing that the individual before him was one of the three ancestors of the human race, Sui Run, a flicker of reverence crossed Chen Xuan's countenance. In the present era of the primordial chaos, the plight of the human race could be described as exceedingly dire. Niuhua, having solely focused on the creation of humanity, had not imparted any means for their survival in this harsh realm. Although Laozi had bequeathed the golden elixir Tao, the mediocre aptitude of ordinary mortals rendered them incapable of cultivation. Despite the vast numbers of the human race, scarcely a few could lift a hand in defense. Relying predominantly on the enduring efforts of the three ancestors, the revelation that his companion was indeed a disciple of a sage elicited a similar respect in Sui Ren's gaze upon learning Chen Xuan's identity. As one of the three ancestors, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming power possessed by the sages, whose status within the primordial chaos was unparalleled. If a sage were to extend their assistance to the human race, how could the demon race dare to strike against them? Contemplating this, Sui Ren could not help but sigh. For even Niuhua, who created humanity, and Laozi, who transmitted the golden elixir Tao, seemed to neglect the human race in their time of need. How could they dare to hope for aid from other sages? Isn't the human race residing near Mount Buzhou? What brings you to this place? Chen Xuan, noticing Sui Ren's sigh, could not help but voice his curiosity. To speak candidly, our human race is now at a critical juncture of survival, Sui Ren lamented, his heart heavy with concern. The demon race, in their quest to forge artifacts, had perpetrated widespread slaughter against our people. While those near Mount Bujo were fortunate to have the protection of a shaman clan, our scattered kin throughout the primordial chaos were not so fortunate. As Sui Ren spoke, he gazed skyward, lamenting the overwhelming strength of the demon race, which was beyond their capacity to resist. I have come here, primarily, to escort our scattered kin to Mount Wanshou. Chen Xuan nodded in understanding. Aware of the unfolding narrative, he knew that the master of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhenyuan Daxian, harbored an unfavorable impression of the demon race due to the affairs of his friend, Hongyuan Laozu. Witnessing the current slaughter of the human race, he had decisively opened the barrier of Mount Wanshou to accept them. My friend, I have a humble request. I implore you to save my people. Sui Ren's expression suddenly turned grave as he deeply bowed to Chen Xuan. What are you doing? Please rise. Chen Xuan's expression shifted, and he hurried to assist him back to his feet. You overestimate me. I am merely a humble Tai golden immortal, even if I possess some abilities. How could I claim to aid the human race? Chen Xuan chuckled wryly, feeling that Sui Ren held him in too high regard. No, you can indeed assist us. Although Sui Ren had risen, his face remained solemn. Seeing that he was not jesting, Chen Xuan shook his head, but he suspected that Sui Ren was hoping he would summon Tong Tian to take action. However, given the current plight of the human race, even Yuhua and Laozi, who had enjoyed the fortune of the human race to attain sagehood, had not intervened. Chen Xuan speculated that perhaps there were unseen forces restraining them. Even if he were to inform Tong Tian of the human race's plight, it was uncertain whether Tong Tian would be able to intervene. It was not a matter of desire, but rather of capability. Observing Chen Xuan shaking his head repeatedly, Sui Ren grew anxious. My friend, you must help save my people. Sui Ren earnestly beseeched once more, leaving Chen Xuan feeling helpless. After all, the man had just offered assistance, and it would be ungracious to refuse so bluntly. Perhaps you should first explain how I might assist. If you wish for me to invoke my master, Tontan. No, there is no need to call upon a sage. Before Chen Xuan could finish, Sui Ren interrupted him. Then what do you mean? Chen Xuan was taken aback by Sui Ren's words. His curiosity piqued. Within our human race, there are many who are weak and have yet to reach Mount Wanshou, only to be slain by the demon race. Your form is immense. If you could aid in transporting our kin to Mount Wanshou, we would be eternally grateful for your kindness. Sui Ren gazed at Chen Xuan with eager anticipation. When he had first seen Chen Xuan's colossal form, resembling a continent, he had conceived this thought. Witnessing Chen Xuan's decisive intervention against the encroaching demon race had only solidified his resolve that, I see. Chen Xuan's expression shifted to one of realization. Sui Ren wished for him to carry the human race to Mount Wanshou for protection under Zhenyuanzi. Contemplating this, he adopted a pensive demeanor. Chen Xuan was not a native of the primordial chaos. As a transmigrator, he understood that in the future, the human race would rise as the protagonists of this realm, especially after the retreat of the shaman and demon clans. Should he choose to intervene now, he would surely partake in some of the human race's fortune. Fortune was a coveted asset, sought after even by the sages. He had no reason to refuse. However, given that the demon race was currently slaughtering the human race in their quest to forge the sword of slaughtering shamans, if he were to intervene at this moment, he might incur the wrath of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. Opportunities and risks coexisted. After a moment of introspection, Chen Xuan resolved to agree. He had always enjoyed embracing risks. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's acquiescence, Sui Ren's face lit up with elation. With Chen Xuan's immense form aiding in the transport of their kin, countless lives could surely be saved. Excellent. Thank you, my friend. Our human race will forever remember your great virtue. The thought of preserving more of their kindled hope filled Sui Ren with excitement, and he bowed deeply once again to Chen Xuan. This time, Chen Xuan accepted the bow without reservation. Truth be told, although he had been of the human race in his past life, that was now a bygone in this life. Chen Xuan was rooted in the Xian turtle lineage, with little connection to the human race of the primordial chaos. This realm operated on the principles of causality. His willingness to assist the human race warranted such a bow. Time is of the essence. We must depart swiftly to avoid unforeseen changes, aware of the original plot. Chen Xuan understood precisely what lay ahead. "Very well. Please follow me," Sui Ren responded, clearly recognizing the urgency of the situation for the human race. Every moment wasted could result in countless lives lost to the demon race. The two transformed into beams of light, vanishing from their spot. With Sui Ren's guidance, they swiftly located the main body of the human race's migration. It is the ancestor. The ancestor has returned. Among the crowd, many members of the human race spotted Sui Ren's return, erupting in joyous cheers. With the ancestor present, they felt a renewed strength to face the ever-looming threat of the demon race, standing beside Sui Ren. Chen Xuan's gaze casually swept over the scene. Currently, most of the human race resembled Sui Ren, clad in animal skins to cover their vital areas, starkly contrasting with his own robe. Though numerous, not everyone among them possessed the ability to cultivate. The majority of this migrating throng consisted of ordinary mortals, devoid of any martial prowess. Many members of the human race recognized Chen Xuan. Although they did not know him, they were curious about his connection to the ancestor. Their faces adorned with innocent smiles that embody the essence of humanity. One is inherently good. Chen Xuan's gaze traversed the weary faces of the crowd, and he could not help but silently lament, seeing that the migration was proceeding smoothly. Sui Ren appeared notably relieved. He stood in the void, addressing the kin below with a resonant voice. "Fellow kin, our human race is currently besieged by the demon race and has reached a critical moment of survival. Fortunately, the master of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhenyuan Daxian, has graciously extended his protection to our clan to expedite our journey to the realm of Mount Wanshou. I have specifically invited my friend, Chen Xuan, to assist us." After delivering his message, he turned solemnly to Chen Xuan and said, "My friend, I am truly grateful, and no trouble at all." Chen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. He then transformed into his true form, which resembled a colossal landmass. As he manifested his true form, he retracted his aura, for the sheer magnitude of his presence could instill fear. If left unchecked, the mortals below might be frightened to death by his overwhelming energy. The multitude of the human race gazed in awe as darkness enveloped them, and four immense legs like celestial pillars stretched from the horizon, supporting the black carapace above them. All members of the human race stood dumbfounded, having never encountered such a colossal being, momentarily stunned into silence. "Everyone, come aboard!" At that moment, a deep and resonant voice echoed from the horizon, belonging to Chen Xuan. Only then did everyone come to their senses. At this moment, Sui Ren also found himself reflecting in awe. Even though it was the second time he had witnessed Chen Xuan's true form, he was still astonished. This was a size not possessed by any ordinary being. "Quickly, those among our kin with cultivation, assist the mortals in ascending to that land." Sui Ren, regaining his composure, swiftly began to instruct. With the cultivation of a fully realized Luo golden immortal, a surge of magical energy coursed through him, and countless sparks rained down upon the mortals below. Instantly, the surface of many mortals began to shimmer, their forms lifting lightly towards the heavens, sensing the struggle of the human tribe in their ascent. Chen Xuan too lowered his stature. At this juncture, those among the human tribe with cultivation finally realized that this was not land at all, but an unimaginably vast giant tortoise, with the efforts of many cultivators. It took nearly half a day for this group of migrating humans to finally ascend onto Chen Xuan's shell. "Hold on tight," Chen Xuan instructed, straightening his body while a protective shield formed around him, enveloping the humans above. Observing this, Sui Ren commanded several of the more powerful kin to remain vigilant, while he positioned himself before Chen Xuan to clear the way. With Chen Xuan's presence, the human tribe felt a significant increase in security. However, such a colossal entity as Chen Xuan would inevitably attract the attention of other beings in the wilderness. Now that he had staked the safety of his kin on Chen Xuan, he could not allow any mishaps. "Let us depart," Chen Xuan bellowed, taking strides toward Mount Wanshou. His pace was not swift, yet due to his immense size, each step covered a vast distance. During their journey, Chen Xuan exerted his natural will, simultaneously purifying the malevolent energies of the world around him. Before long, he discovered a delightful surprise. As his form expanded, the range of his natural will also broadened. Rejuvenating the land, he traversed into a realm of purity. This extensive purification of the earth naturally granted Chen Xuan a substantial amount of heavenly fortune, enveloping him in an aura of auspiciousness. The mortals upon Chen Xuan's back sensed the changes around them, as if, in some vague manner, they too were basking in Chen Xuan's radiance, allowing some who were previously injured or ill from their journey to swiftly recover. The mortals thrived, and those with cultivation among the immortals keenly sensed the anomaly that moment. Chen Xuan's back seemed to transform into a sanctuary for cultivation, although lacking in abundant spiritual energy. If one could reside here long-term, they would undoubtedly reap profound blessings and enduring fortune. The divine Tortoise, the people exclaimed in admiration. This colossal creature appeared as though it had been sent by the heavens to rescue humanity. Under Sui Ren's leadership, Chen Xuan slowly made his way toward Mount Wanshou. Along the way, they encountered numerous demon tribes searching for traces of the human tribe. Upon seeing the giant tortoise carrying such a large number of humans, the demons were immediately stirred with excitement. However, when they attempted to rush forward to claim this great achievement, they found themselves utterly incapable of breaching the protective barrier of the tortoise's surface. Before the demons could make their next move, Sui Ren had already led his kin into action. With Sui Ren, a top-tier Deluo golden immortal present, the ordinary demons stood no chance and were swiftly annihilated. Thus, they continued their journey, slaying demons whenever encountered and rescuing humans along the way as they headed westward. In a certain region of the wilderness, a being as large as a mountain, resembling a water buffalo, was slowly advancing. It emanated an incredibly terrifying aura, with every inch of its skin appearing as though forged from steel. Behind it trailed countless demon soldiers and generals. Whoosh, a blood-red streak of light shot from afar, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Lord Demon Saint. The massive water buffalo's eyes slightly shifted as it gazed upon the being within the streak of light and spoke. Aren't you one of Phalian's subordinates? Why are you wandering aimlessly instead of searching for humans? The streak of light dissipated in the void, revealing a creature radiating the aura of a Deluo. Sanyo pays respects to Lord City. The fiery red-feathered avian quickly bowed before the colossal water buffalo, a hint of excitement evident on its face. My lord, I have discovered traces of the human tribe. Humans? Where? Upon hearing this, City's expression shifted to one of intrigue. In the eyes of the demon tribe, the humans were a coveted prize. Consuming their flesh and blood could enhance the demon's magical power, and artifacts refined with human blood and souls wielded immense power. Most importantly, the demon emperor had explicitly directed that the souls and blood of humans be used to refine the slaughter witch sword. Whoever could bring back a large quantity of blood and souls would earn great merit. Thus, even a demon saint like City took the matter of the humans very seriously. My lord, this group of humans is extraordinary. Xingyo exclaimed excitedly, recounting all it had seen and heard. A giant tortoise is carrying the humans westward. City's face displayed a hint of surprise. Indeed, that group of humans somehow managed to enlist the help of that colossal being. Due to the presence of a troublesome individual, I only sensed it from afar and dared not approach too closely. The back of that tortoise is laden with countless humans. It could very well be a major human contingent, Sanyo narrated vividly, further igniting City's desire. A human tribe capable of instilling concern even in the presence of this demon god might very well be the legendary progenitors of humanity. If so, it must be a significant human force. If I could eliminate them, the credit would be monumental. Perhaps the demon emperor would reward me with several innate treasures. Even having reached the quasi-saint realm, City still yearned for innate treasures. Quickly, take me there. Excitement glimmered in City's eyes, and he exhaled hot breath for his nostrils. Yes, please follow me, my lord. Sanyo was equally exhilarated. With Lord City present, they would undoubtedly be able to intercept this group of humans, ensuring that the credit would be shared with him. You all, continue searching for traces of the human tribe. City commanded his demon soldiers before following Sanyo. Meanwhile, the giant tortoise continued its journey across the land. The purifying force it exuded revitalizing the barren earth, causing it to burst forth with vibrant life. That my friend, How much longer until we reach the domain of Mount Wanshou? Facing the fierce winds above, Chen Xuan glanced at Sui Ran beside him. His speed was not slow in theory, but due to frequent encounters with demon disturbances and the need to assist the humans along the way. They had been traveling for over half a month and still had not reached Mount Wanshou. Our pace is steady. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should arrive within 3 days, Sui Ran replied uncertainly. Reflecting on the numerous challenges they had faced on their journey, the demon attacks were manageable with a Deluo golden immortal like himself present, but when encountering migrating humans, they could hardly ignore their plight. Although Sui Ran understood that the longer they delayed, the more perilous their situation became, he could not bear to let his kin perish without assistance. Then, let us hasten our pace, Chen Xuan nodded. After traveling for half a month, 2 or 3 days were of little consequence at that moment. Far from Chen Xuan and his group, city, under Sangyo's guidance, was rapidly approaching their location. Lord Demon Saint, look quickly. These are the traces left by the tortoise. I wonder what kind of divine ability this creature possesses to restore vitality to the desolate land. Sangyo exclaimed in awe as it sped along, pointing at the ground. The tortoise clan possesses such an ability. Tai also sensed the unusual disturbances on the ground in the past, during the first assault of the demon race against the witch race. A fierce battle erupted between the two factions, with flames of war nearly engulfing a significant portion of the primordial wilderness. Moreover, the demon race is currently pursuing the human race across the entirety of the primordial wilderness, resulting in an overwhelming presence of malevolent energy that lingers incessantly. Among the demon race, there exists a Xiangui, yet in Tai's recollection, this lineage, despite possessing some abilities, could never wield such earth-shattering divine powers. The Xiangui ahead, however, demonstrated such capabilities, piquing Tai's curiosity. If he possesses such powers, following this trail will surely lead us to him soon. Master is wise. With a clear direction, catching up to Chen Xuan was a straightforward task. And Tai and Song Yu surged forward at full speed. 2 days later, while clearing the path for Chen Xuan, the Sui Ran clan suddenly seemed to sense something, abruptly halting his movements. His gaze fixated on the rear, a grave expression etched on his face as he spoke to Chen Xuan. Friend, you should proceed first. Follow this direction, and you will soon reach the borders of Wanshou Mountain. What is it? Chen Xuan inquired, puzzled. Though there had been some troubles along the way, he had never witnessed such a demeanor from Sui. Ts nothing. Leave this to me. You should just advance. Sui Ran replied, his expression still solemn. He had sensed 2 immensely powerful auras approaching rapidly from the distance, one of which even posed a threat to him. Upon seeing Sui Ran's expression, Chen Xuan immediately understood that formidable demons were closing in on them. Although he was currently at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he had cultivated 2 sacred techniques, making his primordial spirit significantly stronger than others of the same tier. He extended his consciousness towards the direction Sui Ran was gazing at. Soon, he vaguely detected 2 powerful auras. Point 1 was similar to the Nyo he had encountered earlier, while the other startled him. It felt considerably stronger than Sui Ran. Quasi-Saint. Chen Xuan's heart trembled. Obi targeted by Quasi-Saint just as they were about to reach Wanshou Mountain was indeed quite unfortunate. Have they discovered us? In the rear, Tai, sensing the probing of the 2, did not conceal his presence at all. With his Quasi-Saint cultivation and Song Yu being adept in flight, they quickly caught up to Chen Xuan and the others. Indeed, a colossal creature from a distance, seeing Chen Xuan's immense form, Tai could not help but exclaim. The world knew of the gigantic size of the Xiangui from the North Sea, yet he never imagined there would be another in the primordial wilderness that could rival it. Furthermore, judging by Chen Xuan's aura, he was merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level, making it difficult to imagine what scale he would reach if he grew to the Quasi-Saint realm. So much prey. I'm rich. Tai noted the countless humans on the back of the Xiangui, laughing maniacally. Friend, you go ahead that I will deal with this creature. Hearing Tai's unabashed laughter, Sui Ran understood that there was no escaping at this moment. They had no choice but to fight. With a flick of his hand, a golden wooden staff appeared, an artifact he had once used to create fire, now elevated by the heavenly Tao into a treasure of merit. Grasping the treasure, Sui Ren did not wait for Chen Xuan to speak before he dashed forward. Ha! Come on! Seeing Sui Ren take the initiative, Tai burst into fits of laughter. The treasure in Sui Ren's hand was indeed impressive. But his cultivation fell short compared to Tai. Moreover, Tai also possessed an innate spiritual treasure, and he felt slighted by Sui Ren's attack. Roar! A mighty roar erupted from Tai, who then stood upright, his massive muscles radiating waves of heat. The ferocious aura of a quasi-saint surged forth, as if countless red lightning bolts danced in the void. Sensing this terrifying presence, Chen Xuan hastily quickened his pace. Sui Ren was facing a quasi-saint with his deluo cultivation. He could not afford to hold him back. Most importantly, the momentum exhibited by Tai was overwhelmingly frightening, making Chen Xuan acutely aware of the threat to his life. The scorching waves in the void rapidly desiccated the ground, while a faint golden light enveloped Sui Ren's body, shielding him from the oppressive heat. But he gazed seriously at the imposing Tai. Gripping the fire-drilling staff tightly, the treasure suddenly expanded several-fold, igniting with the flames of the human race. Humph! Seeing Sui Ren reveal his treasure, Tai also reached out with one hand, summoning a blood-red wolf-tooth club into his grasp. This was his pride, a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, as a member of the demon race that had survived since the era of ferocious beasts. Tai's well surpassed that of other demon saints. Leave this place, demon race, Sui Ren, holding the fire-drilling staff, cast a cold gaze at his opponent. Huh, you think the saint will leave? Let us see if you have the ability. As soon as Tai's words fell, his eyes turned a deep crimson, and his form swelled to an enormous size as he swung the wolf-tooth club with ferocity towards Sui Ren. Facing this strike, Sui Ren felt as if a storm was barreling towards him in the void. Wherever the wolf-tooth club passed, the laws of heaven and earth in the void were thrown into chaos. The impact was indeed earth-shattering. With countless humans behind him, Sui Ren knew he had no retreat. He was uncertain if he could handle this demon saint, and could only strive to buy time for Chen Xuan. Roar! Sui Ren let out a roar akin to a wild beast. His long hair whipping in the wind, his entire being aglow with golden light as the wooden staff erupted in dazzling brilliance. Kill! The human race had fought hard to establish their footing in the primordial wilderness. And even knowing they might be outmatched, Sui Ren would not back down. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he gripped the staff and charged forward. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, the violent clash reverberating through the void of the primordial wilderness, causing countless mountains to explode into dust, blinding light obscuring the sky. Even the stars could not shine at that moment. The shockwaves from the collision swept across thousands of miles. Curiously, these waves did not affect Chen Xuan at all. Sui Ren had managed to forcibly contain the battle's turbulence, preventing it from sweeping back towards Chen Xuan. Humph! Tai felt Sui Ren's tenacity, which only fueled his rage. Get lost! Tai's power was already astonishing. And now, unleashing his full strength, he sent Sui Ren staggering back several steps. Enduring the force of Tai's assault caused Sui Ren's internal energies to spiral out of control, and he could not help but let golden blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Sui Ren fall into a disadvantage, Song Yu, who had been watching the battle, immediately had an idea. Seizing the moment Sui Ren was still recovering, he dashed through the air, aiming directly for Chen Xuan. Just as Sui Ren was about to intervene, Tai seized the opportunity to strike, leaving Sui Ren no choice but to turn and respond. Song Yu's form raced through the air, quickly closing in on Chen Xuan. Not good! That is a deluo demon god. On Chen Xuan's back, countless humans turned pale upon sensing Song Yu's approach, but they did not dwell on it and swiftly took flight. Even against the deluo golden immortal, they had to do their utmost to obstruct him. After all, their kin were on the back of the divine turtle. But soon, Chen Xuan's voice halted them in mid-flight. You all hold on tight. I will deal with this demon. Chen Xuan did not intend to waste time. Entangling with this demon beast would only complicate matters further. With a thought, a beam of azure light erupted from within him. Innate spiritual treasure, Song Yu exclaimed. immediately revealing a greedy expression. He never expected to have such an unexpected gain. His eyes fixated on the Qingping sword. If he could obtain this treasure, his status within the demon race would surely soar. Seeking death. However, Chen Xuan's gaze suddenly turned icy, his focus sharpening as he wielded the Qingping sword. Heavenly slaughter. A dazzling azure light blossomed in the void, transforming the surrounding space into a verdant lotus pond. The sword radiance, imbued with unparalleled might, descended upon Sanyo with a deadly intent. Such formidable power! Sanyo's countenance shifted abruptly. In the instant the Qingping sword struck, he sensed himself enveloped by a terrifying aura of murderous intent, rendering his form significantly heavier. His thoughts raced, instinctively yearning to escape like a fleeting rainbow, to distance himself from this perilous locale. Yet at that moment, he heard a low growl emanating from Chen Xuan. Fear. This roar resounded in Sangyo's mind like a thunderclap. In an instant, a thread of dread seemed to awaken from ancient memories, taking root within Sangyo's consciousness, swiftly spreading throughout. The fear of colossal beings rendered Sangyo momentarily frozen in the void. It was this fleeting pause that sealed his fate. The Qingping sword cleaved through the three blossoms, scattering sword light that shattered the demon deity of the demon court into fragments. The sword's brilliance retracted. Chen Xuan swiftly advanced towards Mount Wanshou. However, no sooner had he covered a short distance than a furious roar echoed from the horizon. Get lost! Accompanied by this bellow, a tempest swept through the void. The horrific waves of battle surging directly toward Chen Xuan. This is not good. Chen Xuan's expression shifted. He exerted all his strength to manipulate the laws of control. The shield enveloping his form trembled precariously amidst the aftermath of the battle, visibly straining under the pressure, compelling Chen Xuan to summon the Southern Ming fire armor to shield himself. Boom! A golden light, mingled with the storm, shot forth from afar. Within the golden radiance, a rather disheveled figure emerged. Swearen clan. Chen Xuan's expression altered. This demonic saint was unexpectedly formidable. Even Swearen could not withstand him. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he prepared to assist Swearen, only to witness him forcibly halting his movement in the void. Do not mind me. Continue on. A frenzied gleam flickered in Suren's eyes, his stubble standing on end as a terrifying aura radiated from him. Yet, Chen Xuan could sense that the energy emanating from Swearen had an unmistakable quality of being outwardly strong yet fundamentally hollow. Chen Xuan opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, a colossal presence rapidly approached from the distance, its violent momentum tightening the surrounding space. Ha! Come again! Zidi, wielding a wolf-toothed club, seemed to come alive, every muscle appearing as though it might explode at any moment. Sensing this overwhelming force, Swearen displayed no sign of retreat. Instead, the madness in his gaze intensified. Roar! A furious roar erupted from Suren's lips, and Chen Xuan felt the constricting space around him loosen in response to that cry. Upon glancing at Swearen, he observed the yellow hair visibly turning white, yet his figure stood more erect, his face transforming from that of a weary middle-aged man to that of a youth. Intriguing. Zidi noted the changes in Swearen, excitement flickering in his eyes. Being a battle-hungry beast, encountering an opponent who could barely match his prowess was a rare delight he intended to savor. The wolf-toothed club churned through the void, obliterating countless laws in its sweeping path, compelling Chen Xuan to hasten his steps once more. Ancestor. On Chen Xuan's back, countless human figures gazed up at the one bathed in golden light, their voices rising in fervent cries. The collective faith of humanity surged, and the flames of the human race upon the fire staff in Swearen's hand blazed fiercely. Kill! Swearen's gaze remained frenzied as he brandished his extraordinary weapon. Charging forward, the thunderous sounds resonated behind him, as if innumerable laws and rules were shattering and reforming. Chen Xuan dared not linger for even a moment at this juncture, while Swearen momentarily held off the demon saint. Chen Xuan understood that this came at a tremendous cost. Regardless of how much time Swearen could buy him, he had to press onward as swiftly as possible. Reaching the territory of Mount Wanshou was his only escape. 4 legs akin to colossal pillars strode through the primordial wilderness. In this dire situation, Chen Xuan could no longer afford to purify the world around him. After a brief passage of time, just as he neared the borders of Mount Wanshou, Chen Xuan suddenly heard a sound of air being sliced behind him. A dim golden light hurtled back from the distance. Sueren's aura in disarray, the flames of humanity upon his weapon flickering as if on the verge of extinguishment. Golden blood mist scattered across the vast sky as his form tumbled helplessly onto Chen Xuan's back. "Friend," Chen Xuan exclaimed anxiously. Sueren's current state appeared dire, seemingly devoid of any combat capability. "Huh? Do you have any more tricks?" Just then, from the distant void, Zidi's steel-like figure became visible. Though his aura seemed somewhat chaotic, it was evidently far better than Sueren's. "All this blood and flesh, they are mine." Zidi's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty red hue as he licked his lips, envisioning a grand achievement falling into his grasp. With a triumphant roar, the wolf-toothed club, bearing an unstoppable momentum, swept through the AI in that fleeting moment. A look of sorrow flashed in Sueren's eyes, having expended too much of his essence to fend off Zidi. He was left unable to fight further. The golden immortals who had been steadfastly guarding Chen Xuan's back, those of the Tai golden immortal level, harbored intentions of rushing forward to intervene. However, as soon as they took flight from Chen Xuan's back, they were crushed to the ground by an overwhelming force. Zidi's savage might rendered them aghast, making them realize the terrifying creature their ancestor, Sueren, faced, witnessing their finest warriors being swept aside by the opposing force. A wave of desolation surged within the hearts of countless humans. Was this the end? They despairingly closed their eyes, the demon before them far too fearsome for any human to withstand. Perhaps their fate was to become mere blood for his feast. The wolf-toothed club stirred the void, Zidi's enormous bovine visage drawing near. Chen Xuan felt he could almost smell the foul wind of his breath. "Master, save me." In the face of unavoidable doom, a thought struck Chen Xuan, and he opened his mouth with fervor. From the void, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens, and a chaotic sword energy shot forth from Chen Xuan's lips. In Zidi's incredulous gaze, the sword energy pierced through his body in an instant. Simultaneously, far away on the shores of the eastern sea, the meditating Tantianjiao seemed to sense something, leisurely opening his eyes. "Who dares to lay a hand on my beloved disciple?" The expression of Tantianjiao turned cold as he began to calculate. Moments later, his countenance relaxed, and "Oh harm done," a slight smile graced the lips of Tantianjiao as he murmured to himself before closing his eyes once more, returning to his meditation at Mount Wanshou. Within the Wuzhuangwan, a Taoist clad in robes, with a beard cascading to his waist, sat in meditation beneath the ginseng fruit tree. He was none other than the master of Wuzhuangwan, known as Jinyuan Daxian, who was said to share longevity with the heavens. The moment Chen Xuan unleashed the chaotic sword energy, Xinyuanzi, who had been comprehending the supreme mysteries, abruptly opened his eyes, gazing curiously into the distance. Has a saint intervened? A hint of astonishment crossed Xinyuanzi's face as he extended his hand to grasp the void, summoning a tome adorned with golden edges, exuding a faint green glow. Its surface inscribed with countless mysterious runes. With a solemn expression, Xinyuanzi opened the tome of the earth, which simultaneously revealed a vivid scene. Within the image, a colossal black turtle expelled chaotic sword energy, piercing through the bovine demon opposite. This aura belongs to Tantianjiao. Xinyuanzi first sensed the energy of the chaotic sword before fixing his gaze upon Chen Xuan's back. Human race? Zheng Yinzi's expression subtly shifted as he suddenly comprehended the unfolding situation. He swiftly retracted the earth's script, transforming his figure into a radiant arc. Vanishing from Wuzhuangwan in an instant, Itai emitted a wretched scream, his form retreating repeatedly through the void. He had not anticipated that Chen Xuan possessed such terrifying abilities. In a moment of carelessness, he failed to evade this juncture. The chaos sword energy had pierced through his chest, causing his primordial power to leak out incessantly, akin to a deflating balloon. The loss of primordial energy rendered Tai's gaze filled with terror. What manner of technique is this? In the primordial realm, the great Luo golden immortal gathers 3 flowers atop. with their essence, chi, and spirit eternally fixed, deemed indestructible through countless tribulations. Moreover, quasi-saints seal their primordial essence, allowing them to remain in peak condition, immortal and unyielding. Yet the method Chen Xuan employed so effortlessly penetrated his body, causing his primordial energy to escape. How could Tai not be astonished? As his essence leaked out, Tai repeatedly invoked various secret methods to heal his wounds, striving to stabilize his condition. However, regardless of the techniques he employed, no signs of healing emerged at the wound site. Remnants of chaotic energy lingered, incessantly devouring and damaging his corporeal form, preventing any chance of recovery. On Chen Xuan's back, countless humans erupted in jubilant cheers. Divine Tortoise! The overwhelming sensation of narrowly escaping death exhilarated the crowd, who fervently hailed the name of the Divine Tortoise, the monstrous saint whom even the progenitor could not withstand. Had been severely injured by the Divine Tortoise, retreating under the onslaught. In that very moment of triumph, Chen Xuan felt an unseen force seemingly bestowing itself upon him. This. The fortune of the human race. Chen Xuan's spirit jolted. He realized that he had successfully established a connection with humanity. He hastened his pace, for although the chaos sword energy had wounded Tai, it had not slain him. And he still lacked the confidence to contend with such a formidable beast. Hearing the multitude of human cheers, a frenzied glint flickered in Tai's eyes. The tearing pain emanating from his wound was excruciating, and the leaking primordial energy made him feel increasingly feeble. This cannot continue. As he observed Chen Xuan rapidly withdrawing, a ruthless expression crossed his face. Explode, he bellowed, having already paid a grievous price. He could not allow Chen Xuan to depart unscathed. With that thunderous cry, he decisively detonated his own body. Boom! The tremendous explosion startled Chen Xuan. He had not anticipated such ruthlessness from his opponent, willing to self-destruct to ensure his demise. The terrifying energy shattered countless rules, obliterating the void, surging towards Chen Xuan amidst the chaos. This is bad. That a sense of helplessness arose within Chen Xuan. With a hundredfold defense and an indestructible body, he might survive this dreadful force. But the multitude of humans on his back, including Swearin, were undoubtedly doomed, countless humans perishing because of him. He questioned whether he could bear such karmic retribution. Chen Xuan's heart was heavy with regret, pondering if he should have refrained from aiding humanity. I shall fight. Gritting his teeth, he realized that remorse was futile. He could only exert himself to the utmost. He unleashed the law of control with all his might, fortified by the celestial fortune and the fortune of humanity, transforming into layers of solid barriers that enveloped his entire being. The explosive force approached with incredible speed, nearly overwhelming the barriers as they formed. Bang! Despite the numerous enhancements, Chen Xuan's comprehension of the laws remained insufficiently profound. In an instant, the shield forged from the law of control was breached consecutively, witnessing the imminent collapse of his defenses against the self-detonation. Chen Xuan could not help but sigh, I have done my best. His gaze gradually dulled. Tai's self-detonation would undoubtedly not obliterate him entirely, and upon rebirth, he would ensure to extract his soul and refine his essence. Just as Chen Xuan felt a sense of powerlessness, a figure emerged from the void before him. Receive at a voice, calm and composed, reached Chen Xuan's ears, and he witnessed the figure wave their robe sleeve forward. To his astonishment, the terrifying self-detonation energy, as if drawn by an unseen force, was directly absorbed into the robe sleeve. The sleeve contained a universe. It was Zhen Yuanzi. Upon witnessing this individual employ their divine powers, Chen Xuan quickly comprehended the situation, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With Zhen Yuanzi present, he could finally feel secure. The explosive force continued to be drawn into Zhen Yuanzi's sleeve, causing Tai, at a distance, to widen his eyes in disbelief. Unable to mend the wounds inflicted by the chaos sword energy, he resolutely sacrificed his body. Detonating everything below his head, he believed that the power of the explosion would surely annihilate Chen Xuan and the multitude of humans. Afterwards, he would devour their essences. Even if he could not fully restore himself, he would be close. That he did not anticipate that, at such a critical moment, Jin Yuanzi from Wu Zhuangguan would arrive just in time. Ci Tai was well aware of the formidable prowess Zhen Yuanzi possessed, setting aside his severely damaged primordial essence. Even in peak condition, Ci Tai would not dare to challenge Jin Yuanzi. After all, he was an existence that even the Demon Emperor and Demon Sovereign regarded with trepidation. Although Ci Tai bore the name Iron, he was far from foolish, seizing the opportunity while Zhen Yuanzi had yet to take action. He transformed into a radiant arc and fled. For as long as the green hills remained, there would be no fear of running out of firewood. Zhen Yuanzi, you oppose my demon court. I will surely settle this debt with you in the future. Ci Tai's voice echoed as he retreated. Though he fled in disgrace, he could not allow the might of the demon court to diminish. He resolved that upon his return, he would promptly recount the events here and seek the Demon Emperor and Demon Sovereign's intervention against Zhen Yuanzi. I await your arrival. Zhen Yuanzi, upon hearing Ci Tai's threats, displayed no sign of concern. Years ago, the demon courts Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Kuan Peng had jointly besieged his friend Hong Yun to obtain the primordial purple energy, leading to his demise. A grievance he had yet to settle that if they dared to come, it would be the perfect opportunity to avenge this wrong. The shattered space gradually converged, the rules reassembling in the void. As the power of Ci Tai's self-detonation was entirely absorbed into the sleeve. Only then did Zhen Yuanzi slowly turn, fixing his gaze upon Chen Xuan. Disciple Chen Xuan of the pays respects to Master Zhen Yuanzi. Feeling the weight of Zhen Yuanzi's gaze, Chen Xuan hastened to speak, not daring to show any negligence. The figure before him was among the few top-tier powerhouses beneath the saints, wielding the primordial ethical binding array that even saints regarded with caution. In the past, I had the honor of attending lectures alongside your master in the Purple Cloud Palace. You calling me Master Uncle is indeed appropriate. Zhen Yuanzi regarded Chen Xuan, a hint of goodwill reflected in his eyes. He, who governed the Earth script, could sense the celestial fortune emanating from Chen Xuan, a harmonious connection with the Earth. This sensation compelled Zhen Yuanzi to draw closer to Chen Xuan that I am grateful for Master Uncle's timely assistance. Otherwise, I would have surely been in peril. Chen Xuan expressed his appreciation, seeing the friendly gaze from Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand, saying, "It is but a small matter, even if I had not intervened. Your master, the celestial master of heaven, would not have stood idly by." Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the might of a saint was unfathomable. Perhaps the monstrous saint, Ci Tai, who posed a threat to his life, would be akin to an ant before his master. Even across vast distances, a saint could easily subdue a quasi-saint. Observing Chen Xuan lost in thought, Zhen Yuanzi smiled faintly, then turned his attention to the humans on his back. Noticing the faint aura of Suiren, his expression subtly shifted. He swiftly approached Suiren, retrieving a fruit shaped like an infant from his sleeve, and placed it into Suiren's mouth. The essence of the ginseng fruit circulated within, replenishing the primordial energy that Suiren had expended and smoothing out his internal powers. His complexion regained a hint of color, and after casting a grateful glance at Zhen Yuanzi, he began to meditate. In the current primordial realm, fraught with danger, Master Uncle's willingness to protect humanity is indeed a great virtue. Upon perceiving the movements of Zhen Yuanzi, Chen Xuan could not help but exclaim in admiration. As he set forth towards the borders of Wanshou Mountain, Zhen Yuanzi, catching a hint of flattery in Chen Xuan's words, immediately exhibited a subtle smile, seemingly quite pleased. To dare take such risks with your Tai golden immortal cultivation is indeed extraordinary. He mused, harboring a profound appreciation for Chen Xuan's actions, feeling that this young man before him was remarkably aligned with his own tastes in both speech and deeds. As the two engaged in conversation, they traversed the distance to Wanshou Mountain in less than half a day. At this moment, Wanshou Mountain was already teeming with countless humans who had taken root there, sheltered by Zhen Yuanzi, and thus free from the disturbances of the demon race. After gently placing the humans he had carried on his back down, Chen Xuan reverted to his original form, feeling a complete sense of relief wash over him. "Master Uncle, I entrust the care of these humans to you," he said, saluting Zhen Yuanzi with a respectful gesture. Having delivered the humans to this place, his task was deemed complete, for the conflict between the witch and demon races was bound to erupt into war sooner or later. He must hasten back to Bo Palace to evade the impending calamity. Since you have come, do not be so hasty to depart. Although my abode may not possess the same safety as Bo Palace under Brother Tongtian's protection, it is still quite serene. Stay for a while, indulge in fruits and spirit tea, and let us engage in philosophical discourse. Zhen Yuanzi interjected, noticing Chen Xuan's intent to leave, having perceived Chen Xuan's immense form earlier. He had already harbored a desire for camaraderie, and upon closer inspection, he felt that this youth was enveloped in a profound aura of fortune, destined to carve out a place for himself in the vast wilderness. Hearing Zhen Yuanzi's invitation, a smile of delight graced Chen Xuan's face in the realm of the wilderness. It was common knowledge that the Wuzhuang Temple housed a primordial spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree. In his previous life, he had often imagined the taste of this fruit while reading Journey to the West. Now, with Zhen Yuanzi extending an invitation, Chen Xuan saw no reason to refuse. He smiled gently and replied, "It is indeed my fortune that Master Uncle is willing to guide me." "Excellent," Zhen Yuanzi replied with a slight smile. Days later, within Wuzhuang Temple, Chen Xuan and Zhen Yuanzi sat upon the ground, while a young acolyte brought forth an array of fruits and tea. The swearing clan had been in seclusion, recovering from significant losses to their essence. Chen Xuan had long heard of the primordial spiritual root ginseng fruit within Wuzhuang Temple, yet had never had the fortune to behold it. Yes, he gazed upon the three infant-like fruits before him. He picked one up and admired it closely. This fruit blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000 years, and takes yet another 3,000 years to mature. Each time, it yields only 30 fruits, highly beneficial to cultivators. I encourage you to partake." Zhen Yuanzi chuckled lightly, his mood evidently buoyant. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Chen Xuan responded with a slight smile. His understanding of the ginseng fruit was largely derived from Journey to the West, where he had learned of its remarkable properties. Having witnessed the swearing clan's improvement after consuming one, he surmised that this fruit was even more potent than depicted in the television series. Bringing the ginseng fruit to his lips, he took a gentle bite, and an exquisite sweetness cascaded down his throat. Even before swallowing, the juice transformed into a rich spiritual energy that spread throughout his being. Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed with delight. This single bite equated to hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. Truly, the ginseng fruit deserved its reputation as a supreme primordial spiritual root. After consuming one fruit, Chen Xuan was left wanting more. Encouraged by Zhen Yuanzi's approving gaze, he reached for the other two. The consumption of 3 ginseng fruits filled his internal essence to the brim, simultaneously elevating his realm of cultivation. Chen Xuan, who had only recently broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal level, now felt as though he had grazed the threshold of the mid-Tai Golden Immortal stage. What a marvelous fruit! It truly lives up to the name of a primordial spiritual root, Chen Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, his heart swelling with gratitude towards Zhen Yuanzi for the extraordinary gift. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction. Chen Xuan's appreciation made his offering of the 3 fruits feel worthwhile. He then began to share his insights into the Tao. Realizing Zhen Yuanzi's intention to impart guidance, Chen Xuan understood that although the discussion was framed as a philosophical exchange, Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation level far surpassed his own, making it a challenging endeavor for Chen Xuan to measure up. Fortunately, with his concurrent mastery of 2 paths of saintly Tao and his exceptional comprehension, every utterance from him evoked astonishment from Zhen Yuanzi. "My friend, what you just articulated does not seem to align with the teachings of the Jiejiao. Does it?" Zhen Yuanzi, unaware, had begun to regard Chen Xuan as an equal. Hearing this, Chen Xuan chuckled and recounted his past wager with the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Chanjiao. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head. After all these years, the primordial heavenly sovereign remains unchanged in character. The two engaged in joyous conversation, and what began as a discussion of the Tao swiftly morphed into a span of several decades. One day, as their discourse reached a fervent peak, a sudden, thunderous voice echoed from the horizon. "Zhen Yuanzi, come out!" Upon hearing this voice, A grave expression crossed Chen Xuan's face as he thought to himself that the demon court had indeed come knocking. Meanwhile, Jianzi remained unfazed, the glimmer of resentment subtly surfacing in his gaze. "My friend, stay here. I shall return shortly." Being interrupted during such an engaging discussion was already irksome, but the intruder was none other than the foe responsible for his friend's demise. Filling Chen Xuan with an overwhelming desire for vengeance, "I shall accompany you," Chen Xuan declared, rising to his feet, eager to witness the true majesty of the demon court's emperor and king. Chen Xuan did not refuse. Leading him outward as they soared into the sky, that moment, a dark cloud gathered ominously on the distant horizon beyond Wanshou Mountain, perpetually advancing. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a cloud, but an uncountable horde of demon soldiers and generals, their overwhelming malevolence coalescing in the void. The sounds of drums and horns reverberated, exuding an imposing grandeur. Atop the throng of demon soldiers stood two towering, formidable figures, one clad in a black robe with long hair billowing in the wind, exuding an emperor's regal aura, the other donned in golden robes with golden hair and black eyes, emanating imperial might. They were none other than the emperor of the demon court, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and the demon king, Di Jun. Beside them stood 5 of the 10 demon saints, namely Bai Zhe, Ying Zhao, Fei Yan, Gui Che, and Itai appeared somewhat diminished, having suffered a loss of essence from a previous self-detonation, yet he retained the presence befitting a demon saint, his massive form brimming with tightly coiled muscles, each resembling a dragon in its power. Compared to the other 4 demon saints, Tai exuded a more oppressive aura, as the demon race advanced with such ferocity. Even a figure as grand as Chen Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. While he regarded the 5 demon saints and the multitude of demon generals and soldiers with disdain, the arrival of Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai compelled him to adopt a serious demeanor. Both Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were formidable opponents, capable of matching him in battle. In a life-and-death struggle, it was difficult to predict which side would emerge victorious. That Di Jun possessed the He-Tu and Luo Shu, 2 treasures that, even when considered individually, could be deemed among the most superior spiritual treasures in the wilderness. Coupled with his profound magical prowess and the fortunes of the demon court, Di Jun's combat capabilities had reached a level rarely rivaled beneath the saint realm. On the other hand, his brother Dong Huang Tai was equally remarkable. Likewise endowed with the fortunes of the demon court, Tai not only wielded tremendous magical powers, but also possessed the Chaos Bell, a weapon of terrifying might, capable of stabilizing all space and time and defending against the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Once unleashed, it would nearly ensure an unbeatable position. However, compared to Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, Chen Xuan was no mere novice. He commanded the foremost ethical binding formation in the wilderness and possessed the unique ability of heaven and earth sharing longevity. Any being attempting to slay Chen Xuan would first be burdened with inexhaustible karma, a weight not even a saint would dare to touch. Now, Chen Xuan was prepared to unleash this divine ability. Given the overwhelming presence of the demon court, he was far from foolish enough to engage in reckless combat. He had to protect the multitude of humans thriving in the blessed land of Wanshou Mountain. Sensing the rapidly approaching aura of Di Jun and Tai Chen Xuan waved his robe sleeve, and in an instant activated the Earth Book defensive formation. Standing beside Chen Xuan, Chen Xuan keenly sensed the unfolding event. The moment the Earth Book defense formation was activated, Chen Xuan appeared to merge seamlessly with the heavens and earth. He stood beside himself, yet not a trace of his aura could be felt. Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai, I am right here. Come if you dare. Chen Xuan's calm gaze fell upon his adversaries, a faint smirk of derision gracing his lips. As the great Jin Wu, Di Jun's fiery temperament, combined with his imperial dominance, could hardly tolerate even the slightest provocation. Almost immediately after Chen Xuan's words fell, he reached out with a single hand, grasping at the void. Instantly, a flame of true sun fire ignited in his palm. This inferno lit up the emptiness. Fireballs began to manifest and rapidly expand in the surrounding space. Each fireball was a manifestation of condensed true sun fire. and even a Luo Jin Xian would not dare to approach them. Remarkably, there were a total of 365 such fireballs, casting a crimson glow that transformed the very sky. The earth itself was visibly parched and cracked, its surface blackened. It was as if 365 suns had simultaneously descended upon the realm. Even within the formation, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming dryness in his throat. If faced with just one of these fireballs, he might have had a chance to withstand it. However, should they all strike at once, he feared he would be reduced to ash in an instant. Xuanyuanzi remained unfazed. The Earth Book defense formation, capable of connecting to the entire veins of the primordial earth, allowed him to command the immense power of the land. Not even Dijuan's minor tactics could breach his formation, let alone an attack intensified tenfold. Indeed, in the next moment, Dijuan's hand slowly relaxed, his fingertips pointing towards the protective shield formed by the Earth Book defense formation. The 365 fireballs surged forward with incredible speed. Boom! The sound of violent explosions reverberated as the fireballs collided with the Earth Book defense formation, erupting into a dazzling display of true sun fire that clung fiercely to the shield emanating from the formation. In that instant of detonation, the temperature of the flames surged exponentially, their ferocity seeming to threaten to incinerate everything in their path. Hidden within the Earth Book defense formation, Chen Xuan's expression was one of astonishment. Dijuan, indeed, was a top-tier powerhouse of the primordial realm, and his mastery over fire was formidable. Yet despite this, the Earth Book defense formation remained as unyielding as ancient ice, showing no signs of melting. Kill. With the Demon Emperor having made his move, the Demon Court's denizens erupted with fervor. Under the leadership of the 5 great demon saints, they charged forth, unleashing their most potent capabilities against the shield. Whether demon saints, demon gods, demon generals, demon kings, or demon soldiers, each demon exerted their utmost effort. With the Demon Emperor and Demon Monarch at the forefront, there was no room for complacency. Countless attacks rained down like a tempest, akin to towering waves intent on breaching all barriers before them. Yet, regardless of the tactics employed, their efforts were ultimately in vain. The Earth Book defense formation was immensely powerful. Even the arrival of a sage would not guarantee a breach in a short span, let alone these demons. Moments later, as the Demon Court's denizens realized they could not penetrate the formation, a sense of helplessness surged within them. And no matter how hard they fought, how could they possibly compare to the might of the earth itself? Everyone stand aside. A low shout resonated through the void. Upon hearing this command, the demons instinctively withdrew their spells and abilities, knowing that their Demon Emperor was finally about to take action. Many of the demon soldiers and generals felt a surge of excitement. Dongwang Tai, aside from Yuhua, was the strongest among them. His voice served as a reassuring balm, instilling confidence in the hearts of many demonkind. They believed that with the Demon Emperor's intervention, no formation in existence could withstand his might. Amidst the countless expectant gazes, the long-haired figure clad in black, Dongwang Tai, stepped forth from the void. He emanated a formidable aura, his hair swirling without wind, as his cold gaze swept over the formation below before he extended his hand. Buzz! In Dongwang Tai's palm, an ancient, intricately engraved bell materialized. The Chaos Bell. Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fixed his gaze firmly on the treasure in Dongwang Tai's hand. He had long been aware of its legendary status, and witnessing it firsthand only solidified his understanding of its extraordinary nature. The moment the Chaos Bell appeared, it began to spin incessantly, and as it did, a swirl of chaotic energy seemed to envelop Dongwang Tai. A gentle humming resonated from within the bell, conjuring countless runes that danced and twirled around him. With a sudden grip of his fingers, the hum ceased abruptly, and with it, the surrounding fabric of time and space came to a standstill. Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. At the instant the Chaos Bell unleashed its power, he felt as though he had been detached from the primordial realm. The time and space around him no longer adhered to the rules he was familiar with. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt akin to a rootless plant or a goldfish leaping from water. An overwhelming sense of helplessness and solitude washed over him. His astonishment deepened as he realized he was not alone in this predicament. Even the demons outside the formation stood frozen in place. It was not merely a matter of stillness. What horrified Chen Xuan was the fact that each demon within the court seemed trapped in an independent reality of their own. It was as if an unfathomable force had forcibly displaced them beyond the bounds of past or future. Though they appeared to be anchored in the present, they were impervious to the chaos of shattered space and obliterated laws surrounding them. Donghuang Tai's abilities extended far beyond this. Having solidified the eternal time and space around him, he lifted the chaos bell, his eyes alight with divine radiance. An inexhaustible power of laws surged from Donghuang Tai into the bell, causing it to emanate an even more terrifying aura. Dong, dong. This was the first time Chen Xuan had heard the sound of the chaos bell. The moment the bell rang, he felt a jolt coursing through his body and realized that he had not been immobilized by the bell itself, but rather he had been momentarily daunted by its formidable power, causing a disruption in his perception. What a wondrous treasure! Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The chaos bell was undoubtedly the most powerful artifact he had ever encountered. Even the Qingping sword bestowed by Tong Tian did not compare, falling short by several tiers. If only he could possess this treasure. Chen Xuan's thoughts began to race. However, he quickly quelled his greedy impulses. After all, Donghuang Tai was a formidable adversary, and he was in no position to provoke such a being. Boom! In the midst of Chen Xuan's fleeting thoughts, a cacophony of explosions erupted throughout the primordial realm. The Earth Book defense formation trembled, and upon witnessing this, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze shifted slightly. Donghuang Tai's strike had reverberated through the very veins of the primordial earth. Simultaneously, towering mountains across the primordial landscape erupted into dust. Countless earth veins became depleted by this singular attack. In the vicinity of Wanshou Mountain, outside the Earth Book defense formation, the void shattered and chaotic currents surged. Numerous chaotic time and spaces stirred within the void, tearing and fracturing the surrounding realm, only to reconstitute once more. Strangely, amidst this tumultuous chaos, the myriad demons remained unscathed, as they were no longer bound to this chaotic time, the only one capable of movement. Donghuang Tai felt a spark of irritation as he realized his strike had failed to breach the Earth Book defense formation. Just as he prepared to unleash another assault, he suddenly sensed a wave of karmic retribution wash over him. His expression changed abruptly, shadows flitting across his gaze. Damn it! Donghuang Tai cursed vehemently. The Earth Book defense formation was utterly insufferable. Although it was Zhen Yuanzi who had summoned it, the karmic retribution had inexplicably targeted him. All across the primordial expanse, countless earth veins and mountains erupted simultaneously. The weight of such karma was utterly terrifying. Even with the fortune of the demon court, Donghuang Tai felt a tightening in his heart. He raised his hand, intent on launching the next strike, yet his gaze wavered. Should he unleash another attack, he held a modicum of confidence in breaching this formation, but the boundless karma was beyond what Donghuang Tai could endure. With that thought, the courage to act dissipated entirely. He inwardly sighed in resignation. With such a formation in place, the human race in this locale was no longer prey for his demon tribe to slaughter at will. He summoned the Chaos Bell, stabilizing the chaotic time and space around him while simultaneously lifting the restraining force. Countless demon clan members felt an immediate relief. Although they were immobilized, they witnessed the recent scene across numerous past and future timelines. Retreat. Dijun realized that even Donghuang Tai's Chaos Bell could not breach the Earth Book formation. He understood that no matter how fiercely the demon clan exerted themselves today, they would likely be unable to contend with Zhen Yuanzi, and thus, plans would need to be made for the future. Zhen Yuanzi, a reckoning would surely come for you in due time. The unfortunate burden of endless karma had caused Donghuang Tai to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Zhen Yuanzi, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he shot a fierce glare at him. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Xuan, who stood beside Zhen Yuanzi, had not attracted the attention of the demon court. In their eyes, this diminutive figure of a Tai, golden immortal, was likely just a servant accompanying Zhen Yuanzi, hardly worthy of note. Although Tai sensed Chen Xuan's aura, they could not even breach the Earth Book defensive formation, let alone seek vengeance. With Dijun's command, The demon clan surged forward with great ferocity, then hurriedly retreated. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the surrounding demon clan members had gradually departed from the Wansho Mountain territory. Observing this, Chen Xuan finally rescinded the Earth Book defensive formation. At this moment, the periphery of Wansho Mountain was already in ruins. Where the demon clan had passed, the land lay desolate, as if bereft of life. The spiritual veins lay shattered, the earth scorched, and the landscape was a scene of devastation. Chen Xuan sighed deeply. Though he had not caused the destruction, the death of the land fell upon his shoulders as a consequence, for a considerable length of time thereafter. Chen Xuan would likely need to expend significant effort to restore the earth veins. While Chen Xuan lamented silently, Chen Xuan beside him suddenly brightened with excitement. What a good being. No, surely it is a good demon. That a glimmer of joy flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. The ordeal involving Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he had created an employment opportunity for him. The earth-cleaning worker of the primordial chaos, the severely damaged land appeared to Chen Xuan as a treasure trove brimming with potential. Eagerly, he exited the Wansho Mountain territory. With a swift motion, his colossal form suddenly manifested. Witnessing Chen Xuan's peculiar actions, Chen Xuan initially displayed a hint of confusion, which quickly transformed into an uncontrollable wide-eyed astonishment as Chen Xuan invoked his natural will. The ground beneath his feet visibly revived at an astonishing speed. What kind of supernatural power is this? A flicker of alarm crossed Chen Xuan's gaze. He was among the first beings birthed after the creation of heaven and earth. From a moment of his existence, he had never heard of such an incredible supernatural power within the primordial chaos. Even a saint, attempting to repair the earth veins, would require considerable effort. This was a point best illustrated by the two saints of the West. Yet Chen Xuan, without so much as lifting a finger, was resurrecting this vast expanse of land that had been utterly lifeless, breathing forth the essence of nature. Such a method, in Chen Xuan's eyes, was simply beyond description in its defiance of the natural order. As the land was purified, the fortune of heaven and earth bestowed upon Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan finally comprehended the source of Chen Xuan's extraordinary heavenly fortune. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over him, and he gazed at Chen Xuan with gratitude. With the land restored and vitality rekindled, the karmic debt Chen Xuan owed was significantly reduced. However, this also meant that he now owed Chen Xuan a tremendous favor. A favor, much like karma, is not easily repaid. Chen Xuan regarded Chen Xuan in the distance, his eyes shifting thoughtfully as a plan took shape in his mind. As Chen Xuan continued to restore the land with his natural will, he pressed forward, for this time the demon court had come with great force. 5 great demon saints, over 100 demon gods, thousands of demon generals, and countless demon kings and soldiers. They had spared no effort in their attempts to breach Chen Xuan's Earth Book defensive formation. Moreover, the assault methods employed by Di Jun, the demon emperor, were even more fearsome. Wherever the true fire of the sun passed, the earth was reduced to desolation, and the surface bore witness to immense ruin. Following Dong Huang Tai's intervention, countless earth veins shattered. Their attacks covered an extensive area, devastating untold stretches of land beyond Wansho Mountain. Yet now, under the influence of the natural will, these ravaged lands gradually began to reclaim their former vitality. Chen Xuan pressed on, and even as he transformed into his colossal form, fully restoring the scars left by the demon clan would require considerable time. Although the fortune of heaven and earth was not visible to the naked eye, it enveloped Chen Xuan's spirit like warm sunlight. This sensation of being favored by the universe brought him profound tranquility. After consuming 3 ginseng fruits in succession, Chen Xuan's magical power surged significantly. Compounded by the substantial insights gained from his earlier discussions with Chen Xuan, he was already on the brink of a breakthrough. Now, with the blessing of heaven and earth, his own bottleneck began to loosen. Without expending much effort, Chen Xuan effortlessly broke through, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. This breakthrough further enhanced his already colossal form, drawing astonished glances from Chen Xuan in the distance. In the west, atop the sacred ground of Shumi Mountain, stood a magnificent pagoda, resplendent with treasures and colors, where countless Buddhas chanted their sacred verses, instilling a sense of devotion in all who heard them. Above the Buddhas, clouds billowed, and upon those clouds rested an imposing throne. Disciples of the Western teachings sat upon that throne, including the medicine master, Kate Itagarba, Mithra, and Golden Cicada, each adorned with an air of solemnity. Today, it was the second patriarch of the Western teachings, the purity Taoist, who imparted the teachings. Though his strength ranked among the lowest among the saints, he had nonetheless attained the status of a saint. At this moment, as he recited his own doctrines, golden lotuses blossomed from his mouth, filling the surrounding void with the sound of Dharma, captivating the disciples who listened in rapt attention. Suddenly, the purity Taoist raised an eyebrow. A flicker of surprise crossing his waxen face, his expression shifted as he abruptly parted the clouds before him, gazing through layers of space. The purity Taoist's countenance altered dramatically, and he transformed into a speck of golden light. Vanishing from his location, the disciples of the Buddhist sect, who had been engrossed in the teachings, suddenly found themselves in silence, each opening their eyes to the now empty throne, exchanging puzzled glances. Senior brother, a great fortune awaits. Just as the purity Taoist departed from the throne, he materialized atop Shumi Mountain. The Jain Taoist, who had been in the midst of meditation, opened his eyes to find the purity Taoist's face alight with joy, revealing a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Junior brother, what has caused such a display of emotion? In Jain's recollection, his junior brother had always worn a frown, as if burdened by insurmountable debts. Yet today was different. The waxen hue of his face bore a hint of ruddy color. Clearly, something extraordinary had transpired. Senior brother, come with me quickly. At that moment, the purity Taoist was brimming with elation, hardly inclined to offer explanations as he eagerly pulled Jain along. Intrigued, Jain followed his junior brother out of Shumi Mountain. Junior brother, where are we headed? Once outside Shumi Mountain, Jain could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Wanshou Mountain, the purity Taoist replied swiftly, then took off at breakneck speed without looking back. Jain could only shake his head in resignation. The speed of a saint's escape was astonishing, almost as soon as the words left his mouth. The two had already distanced themselves from the Shumi Mountain territory. After several breaths, Jain, following closely behind the purity Taoist, was taken aback by what he saw. The black sea Xiangui, his gaze fell upon the enormous black turtle in the distance. Momentarily stunned, yet he quickly realized that the aura emanating from this turtle was far weaker than that of the black sea's Xiangui. Before Jain could ponder further, he witnessed the ground beneath Chen Xuan's feet rejuvenating at a visible pace. Upon seeing this scene, Jain's pupils suddenly contracted. Ha! Senior brother, I wasn't mistaken, was I? A great fortune indeed. At this moment, the expression of Zhuan Tidao Run was flushed with a vibrant hue, akin to a debtor who has finally settled their long-standing debts and reached the shore. It is widely known that both Jie-in and Zhuan Ti, having witnessed the three purities consecutively establishing their teachings and achieving sanctity, emulated this by founding the Western teachings. However, due to their singular status as dual saints, the merits of their founding were insufficient for both brothers to attain sanctification simultaneously. In desperation, they were compelled to fervently declare 48 grand vows to enhance the Western domain, borrowing boundless merits from the heavenly path, thus achieving their sainthood. Yet burdened by an overwhelming debt, the brothers were left with no choice but to labor perpetually for the heavenly path, mending the ley lines of the West that were damaged during the conflicts between the righteous and the demonic in years past. After years of indebtedness, Zhuan Tidao Ren's countenance grew increasingly sorrowful with each passing year. The boundless merits acquired through sanctification were not easily repaid, and neither he nor his elder brother knew when they would cease their servitude to the heavenly path. However, upon meeting Chen Xuan today, the dark cloud that had long lingered over Zhuan Tidao Ren's heart seemed to dissipate in an instant. Indeed, while he and his brother owed a considerable amount of merit, if they could successfully restore the ley lines of the West and strengthen it, their grand vows could be fulfilled, allowing them to repay the immense debt owed to the heavenly path. Chen Xuan was precisely the hope for them to clear all their merits. Why bringing Chen Xuan into the Western teachings and utilizing his power to restore the ley lines, The brothers would not only settle their karmic debts, but also benefit from the fortune that Chen Xuan would bring as he traversed the vast wilderness. Mending the ley lines. Contemplating this, Zhuan Tidao Ren's gaze towards Chen Xuan became fervent. Such great fortune! Indeed, it was immense fortune. Jane Dao Ren's gaze was fixed intently on the distant figure of Chen Xuan. His voice unconsciously tinged with a slight tremor. The brothers. Chen Xuan seemed to be a divine envoy sent to rescue them. Jie Yin's thoughts raced, and soon he and Zhuan Ti arrived at the same conclusion. Meanwhile, Zhuan Ti was already pondering in his heart whether to manifest a saintly form and forcibly guide Chen Xuan into the Western teachings. This child is indeed fated to be with us in the West. Zhuan Ti suppressed his inner excitement, restoring a visage of tranquility, adopting a solemn demeanor, and gracefully moved towards the direction of Chen Xuan. "Wait, brother!" At that moment, Jane furrowed his brow and called out to Zhuan Ti. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti halted, casting a puzzled glance at Jane. "What is it?" As Zhuan Tidao Ren expressed his confusion, a hint of vigilance arose within him. He thought to himself that he owed significantly more merit than his brother. Only by becoming this child's master could he repay it. Surely his brother would not seek to seize this opportunity from him. His concerns were evidently unfounded, as Jie Yin pointed towards the distant Chen Xuan and sighed. "Brother, can you discern his roots?" "Roots? Is that not obvious? He belongs to the Xiangui clan," Zhuan Ti replied with certainty. "Not only that, did you not sense a familiar aura emanating from his primordial spirit?" Jie Yin inquired, a trace of reluctance appearing on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti promptly closed his eyes to carefully perceive once more. "The Tao of upper purity?" Zhuan Tidao Ren responded, somewhat uncertain, sensing that the aura from Chen Xuan's primordial spirit felt both familiar and strange. Not merely that. Jie Yin, possessing slightly greater power than Zhuan Ti, had already detected the peculiarities surrounding Chen Xuan's primordial spirit. Zhuan Ti, upon hearing this, focused intently once more, and his expression finally revealed a look of astonishment. The Tao of jade purity? Zhuan Tidao Ren's countenance displayed uncertainty, seemingly perplexed. How could one simultaneously cultivate the doctrines of the two disparate teachings of Chen and Jie? Alas, Jie Yin sighed at this moment and continued, "This child is indeed a prodigy, capable of concurrently cultivating two sacred methods and refining them to such an extent. This is fortuitous. I increasingly feel that he is destined to be with our Western teachings." Witnessing Chen Xuan restore the ley lines, Zhuan Tidao Ren was overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. "Foolishness, brother!" Jie Yin suddenly exclaimed in a low tone, as if awakening Zhuan Ti from stupor, causing his mind to buzz. "The likes of Tong Tian and Yuan Shi are not to be trifled with. Should you dare to guide this child today, they might turn our Western teachings upside down tomorrow." Although Jin directed his admonition towards Zhuan Ti, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Xuan, filled with reluctance. Zhuan Tidao Ren, shaken by this admonition, regained some clarity. The mere thought of the capabilities possessed by Tong Tian and Yuan Shi filled him with dread. Each of these figures was someone he could not afford to provoke, especially considering they had a brother, albeit one who was known for being indifferent, yet was deeply involved in all matters. If they inadvertently angered them, it could spell disaster for the Western teachings, leaving the brothers forever unable to repay their debts. "Brother, what shall we do?" Zhuan Ti's eyes were filled with conflict. On one hand, he wished to take Chen Xuan as a disciple to repay their merits. Yet on the other, he was wary of the dual saints, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Jie Yin was evidently also deeply concerned about Chen Xuan, unwilling to let this opportunity to swiftly repay their merits slip away. His gaze shifted, and thoughts raced through his mind as he sought a solution. After a brief moment, Jie Yin's eyes brightened slightly. "Brother," Zhuan Ti sensed the change in his brother's gaze and urgently inquired. In response to Zhuan Ti's questioning, Jie Yin smiled mysteriously, stroking his non-existent beard, and slowly spoke, "Brother need not be anxious. The discord between the Chen and Jie teachings will inevitably lead to conflict. For now, we merely need to proceed with caution and exercise patience." Hearing this, Zhuan Tidao Ren could only suppress his inner turmoil. allowing a sorrowful expression to return to his face as he lamented. Our western land is barren. When will this come to an end? Jane Daorin chuckled lightly, waving his hand as he led Zhuan back to Mount Xiumi, appearing utterly unperturbed. Meanwhile, immersed in the purification of the vast wilderness, Chen Xuan remained blissfully unaware that he was being watched by the two saints of the West. He simply summoned the will of nature, continuously purifying the scorched earth beneath him. Day after day, months passed, and finally, Chen Xuan succeeded in revitalizing the land around the Wanshou mountain that had been ravaged by the demon clan. The aura of heavenly fortune surrounding him grew ever denser. His spirit became crystal clear, and he was favored by the heavens, each movement resonating with the essence of nature. Returning to the confines of Wanshou Mountain, Zhen Yuanzi greeted him with an exuberant smile. "Friend, what remarkable skills you possess!" Zhen Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly puzzled by Zhen Yuanzi's sudden display of courtesy. He waved his hand, humbly replying, "Not at all. In comparison to Uncle Master, who single-handedly repelled the demon army to protect humanity, my efforts are but trifling tricks, and my friend has indeed rendered me a great service. There is no need to refer to me as Uncle Master any longer. If you do not mind, I would like—" Zhen Yuanzi paused for a moment, as if slightly embarrassed to continue, causing Chen Xuan's heart to race. "That I wish to establish a brotherly bond with you." Zhen Yuanzi finally regained his composure and expressed his thoughts. Chen Xuan was once again taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his newly recognized Uncle Master would wish to transition into a brother so soon, leaving him momentarily hesitant. "Do you have any concerns?" Zhen Yuanzi, noticing Chen Xuan's hesitation, inquired with genuine concern. He had contemplated this approach for quite some time, and repaying favors was indeed challenging. However, forming a brotherly bond seemed entirely natural, as brothers are meant to support one another. There are no concerns, merely a sense of confusion regarding the hierarchy. Chen Xuan internally found himself not averse to the idea of brotherhood. After all, since Zhen Yuanzi was willing to lower his status, what reason did he have to hesitate? This is of no consequence. As practitioners of the Tao, following one's heart is of utmost importance. I felt a connection with you from our very first meeting. It is only fitting that we become brothers. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "In that case, I, Chen Xuan, greet you, brother," sang Zhen Yuanzi's nonchalance. Chen Xuan decided to put aside any lingering doubts and clasped his fists in salute. "Ha ha! Excellent. Last time we were interrupted by the demon court, but this time let us converse freely," Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed joyfully. And the two returned together to Wu Zhuangguan. Over 1,000 years later, under the watchful eyes of Zhen Yuanzi and Sui Run, Chen Xuan departed from Wu Zhuangguan. Before he left, Zhen Yuanzi specially bestowed upon him some local specialties. As for Sui Run, he was filled with gratitude towards Chen Xuan. Upon exiting the territory of Wanshou Mountain, Chen Xuan did not employ his usual method of utilizing his true form to purify the land. Instead, it transformed directly into a radiant beam, hastening back towards the Bo Palace. In this primordial world, the majority of the human race is under the protection of the Witch Clan and Zhen Yuanzi, which has compelled the demon race to abandon their plans for crafting the witch-slaying sword. With the inability to procure more essence and souls, the conflict between the demon and witch clans is on the brink of eruption. At such a critical juncture, Chen Xuan dared not indulge in the triviality of purifying the earth. Thus, upon exiting the Wuzhuang Temple, he unleashed his full speed. Over the course of the past millennium, his discussions with Zhen Yuanzi had yielded profound insights. After their brotherhood was forged, Zhen Yuanzi took great care of him, imparting his teachings without reservation, even generously passing down the divine art of the cosmic bag. With such an accumulation of knowledge, Chen Xuan now stood on the precipice of the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, merely in need of a secure place to retreat and diligently cultivate. Certain he would achieve a breakthrough. As Chen Xuan made his way back to the Bo Palace, within the demon clan, the demon master Kuanpeng, witnessing the setbacks in forging the witch-slaying sword and wary of the formidable 12-capital heavenly god's great array, suddenly conceived a plan. Since the crafting of the witch-slaying sword faced obstacles, they must carve out an alternative route. To triumph over the Witch Clan, they must ultimately target the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. If they could dismantle this formation, the Witch Clan would pose no threat. As thoughts whirled in Kunpeng's mind, a smirk gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. The rock took flight with the wind, soaring to great heights, and Kunpeng darted out of the demon court to implement his scheme. 2.5 years later, a golden light enveloped a young man clad in a dark red Taoist robe. Racing through the void, whoosh, the golden light zipped past the shores of the East Sea, unabashedly revealing its presence, drawing the attention of numerous disciples from the Bo sect. Who is that? Chen Xuan's ostentatious demeanor piqued the curiosity of several disciples from the Jia sect. However, upon sensing Chen Xuan's aura, their expressions shifted dramatically. Tai, golden immortal. Many Jia sect immortals exhibited looks of awe. Within the Jia sect, apart from the original 4 true disciples and the 4 outer disciples, those who had attained the Tai, golden immortal realm were few and far between. Itsm. Brother Chen Xuan, one disciple of the Jia sect suddenly exclaimed as a realization struck him. Brother Chen Xuan. Isn't he the newly accepted true disciple of our master? Goodness! Has it only been such a short time, and he has already broken through to the Tai golden immortal realm? Upon recognizing the identity of the figure in the fleeing light, the other Jia sect disciples gasped in astonishment, realizing why Chen Xuan had been chosen as a true disciple. Such an astonishing pace of cultivation was nearly unparalleled throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. Yet, Chen Xuan, the focus of their attention, paid no heed to the gazes of others. With his current cultivation level, he no longer needed to remain low-key within the Jia sect. A tranquil voice resonated within Chen Xuan's mind. Initially intending to return to his place of cultivation for a breakthrough, Chen Xuan's expression subtly changed as he swiftly altered his course towards the Bo Palace. He soared onward, arriving directly at the entrance of the Bo Palace. Outside, the 7 immortals stood guard, and upon seeing Chen Xuan, they promptly bowed in respect. How could his cultivation have surged so rapidly? Upon sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from Chen Xuan, Cheng'er Dingguang's expression shifted, and he hurriedly lowered his head to mask his astonishment. When Chen Xuan first joined the Jia sect, he was merely at the Xian immortal realm, while at that time, Cheng'er had already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal level. It was only recently that Cheng'er felt his own bottleneck loosening, sensing that the opportunity for a breakthrough was nearing. Little did he expect that before he could break through, Chen Xuan would outpace him, advancing to the Tai golden immortal realm in just a few tens of thousands of years. Chen Xuan sensed the emotional turbulence within Cheng'er Dingguang and turned his gaze towards him. It occurred to him that since entering the Jia sect, he had not paid much attention to this particular disciple. You better behave yourself, otherwise, Chen Xuan thought to himself, a hint of inscrutable authority flickering in his gaze, causing Cheng'er Dingguang to quickly rein in his thoughts, not daring to entertain any fantasies. Seeing Cheng'er adopt a submissive demeanor, Chen Xuan finally stepped into the Bo Palace. Master, your disciple has returned. Upon entering the Bo Palace, Chen Xuan discovered that at this moment, the palace was graced by the presence of Duo Bao, Jinling, Wudong, Gui Ling, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Xiaos. Disciple, your timing is impeccable. Come. The Tongtian patriarch, seated above, appeared unsurprised by Chen Xuan's return. Gesturing towards a mat below, Chen Xuan greeted each of his senior brothers and sisters in turn before sitting beside the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Junior brother, what is this rapid advancement in your cultivation? No sooner had Chen Xuan settled than Duo Bao Daoist, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. The others, hearing Duo Bao's question, also looked at Chen Xuan with keen interest. Over the years, they had borne witness to Chen Xuan's growth. Whether among the 4 true disciples or the 4 outer disciples, each had engaged in discourse with Chen Xuan, and they held immense admiration for his displayed comprehension. While they believed it was only a matter of time before Chen Xuan caught up to them, they had not anticipated his progress to be so swift. Currently, among the many disciples of the Jia sect, only Duo Bao, Jinling, Zhao Gongming, and Yun Xiao had reached the great Luo golden immortal level, while the others remained at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage. Sensing Chen Xuan's realm, They all felt an impending sense of being surpassed. It's nothing, merely luck. Chen Xuan opted not to elaborate on how he managed such rapid advancement, instead shifting the conversation to inquire why everyone had gathered there today. "It is for the purpose of summoning you," the Tontian patriarch responded, addressing Chen Xuan's confusion that a great calamity is imminent. "In the coming times, I will be quite occupied. You must remain within the sect and avoid wandering outside." The Tontian patriarch sighed, aware that the time for the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's decree to cease hostilities was drawing near, and he sensed that the calamity between the witches and demons would soon erupt in full force. The 9 individuals before him were his treasured disciples, and any misfortune befalling any of them would be unacceptable to Tontin. They had yet to truly mature, and should they be caught in the calamity, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the calamity approached and the heavenly secrets became chaotic, even with the cultivation of a saint, Tontian was uncertain of his ability to protect his disciples during such turmoil and could only sternly instruct them to refrain from venturing outside. The disciples nodded in silent agreement, especially Chen Xuan, who had already brushed against the bottleneck of the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal and was intent on retreating for arduous cultivation. Having no desire to become embroiled in the chaos, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, and Chen Xuan, shifting his gaze, suddenly smiled and said, "Master, during my travels, I brought back some fruits to share with my senior brothers and sisters." Upon hearing this, the Tontian patriarch's eyes brightened as if struck by an idea, and he urged quickly, "Bring them out." Duobao Taoist initially harbored a hint of disdain upon hearing Chen Xuan mention presenting spiritual fruits to entertain the others. It was not due to a lack of respect for Chen Xuan, but rather because he was renowned as the foremost treasure seeker within the Sect in terms of spiritual fruits. Duobao possessed hundreds of varieties, each one a tantalizing delicacy. Naturally, he regarded Chen Xuan's mention of spiritual fruits with some skepticism. However, upon perceiving the slight urgency in his master's tone, Duobao's expression shifted. The other disciples also looked on with curiosity, anticipating Chen Xuan to unveil something surprising. Sensing their gazes, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and waved his sleeve. From the cuff, 21 orbs of emerald green light swam forth. Each of the 8 major disciples received 2 orbs, while the remaining 5 orbs settled in the void before the Tontian patriarch. "What is this?" Gazing at the infant-shaped spiritual fruits before him, Duobao Taoist felt a jolt in his heart, as if a realization dawned upon him. He picked one up and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply, and his eyes immediately lit up. Shaped like an infant, its aroma is utterly invigorating. "Junior brother, could this be the legendary?" A look of anticipation spread across Duobao's face. "Indeed, it is the ginseng fruit." The Tontian patriarch had previously predicted that Chen Xuan would share a connection with Xinyuanzi, and he never expected Chen Xuan to return with such a bounty of ginseng fruits. Ginseng fruit. Upon hearing the confirmed response from the master, the remaining disciples displayed expressions of astonishment. The reputation of the ginseng fruit is quite formidable in the primordial realm, even when compared to the Huangzhong Li in the possession of the primordial heavenly lord. It is not pale in significance that in the past, those from the Chan teachings often flaunted the Huangzhong Li bestowed by the primordial heavenly lord before us on Kunlun Mountain. Who would have thought that now? We could also savor a primordial spiritual fruit comparable to the Huangzhong Li. The Wudong Holy Mother picked up a ginseng fruit and sighed. This moment, Zhao Gongming was equally filled with emotion. It is said that the ginseng fruit is wary of the 5 elements and is exceedingly difficult to preserve. To be able to partake in it today is indeed a stroke of fortune, all thanks to our master's blessing. The 3 Shaos exchanged smiles with Chen Xuan. "Dear brothers and sisters, please do not be modest. This fruit is quite delightful. Everyone do have a taste." As Chen Xuan spoke, he drew another fruit from his sleeve. The others ceased their hesitance and eagerly began to sample the ginseng fruit, filling the Bo Palace with a joyful atmosphere. The flavor of the ginseng fruit, along with its contained spiritual essence, left everyone in awe, and they began to offer praises. "Disciple, how did you come by this fruit? When did Jin Yuanzi become so generous?" After everyone had tasted the ginseng fruit, the Tontian patriarch curiously turned his gaze toward Chen Xuan. although he had deduced that Chen Xuan shared some affinities with Zhen Yuanzi. The current celestial mechanics were murky. Moreover, given Zhen Yuanzi's considerable power, it was challenging to ascertain the cause and effect of his actions. Thus, Tong Tian remained quite curious about how Chen Xuan had procured such a bounty from Zhen Yuanzi. In the primordial realm, many beings were aware that the ginseng fruit was cultivated at the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. However, throughout the years, no being had ever managed to forcibly seize this tree from Zhen Yuanzi's hands. This alone illustrates how formidable Zhen Yuanzi truly is. Upon hearing Tong Tian's inquiry, the disciples all perked up their ears, eager to know what means Chen Xuan had employed to acquire such an abundance of spiritual fruits from a peak quasi-saint. Feeling the curious gazes upon him, Chen Xuan, somewhat embarrassed, rose to his feet and said, "Master, in truth, I have already formed a brotherhood with Brother Zhen Yuanzi, so this ginseng fruit, naturally, was a gift from him." At his words, the crowd was first taken aback, then filled with astonishment. "What? You, a Tai golden immortal, went and formed a brotherhood with a quasi-saint?" The likes of Duo Bao and others found this utterly absurd. "I see now. It is likely that Zhen Yuanzi, valuing Master S' reputation, wished to cultivate a good relationship with him through Brother Chen Xuan." The turtle spirit Holy Mother pondered for a moment before softly speaking. "Enough, turtle spirit, do not flatter me unnecessarily. I know Zhen Yuanzi's temperament all too well." Tong Tian Patriarch waved his hand, skeptical that Zhen Yuanzi would lower himself to form a brotherhood with his disciple simply due to his status as a saint. Seeing the renewed curiosity in the eyes of the others, Chen Xuan could only smile wryly, thinking to himself how unexpected it was that this group, despite their lofty cultivation, still harbored such a penchant for gossip. Naturally, he could not deceive them with tales of having an instant bond with Zhen Yuanzi, nor did he intend to lay everything bare. He merely mentioned that he had rendered Zhen Yuanzi a significant favor. The crowd nodded in understanding, yet within their hearts, they still regarded Chen Xuan as remarkable, having made friends with such a powerful figure on his recent adventure. Today, with little else to do and the rare opportunity to gather with all my senior brothers and sisters here in Bo Palace, I suggest we engage in a discussion of the Tao, Chen Xuan proposed, seeing that everyone was in high spirits. "Excellent," they all nodded in agreement, especially the three Shaos, who eagerly drew Chen Xuan into recounting the insights they had gained from their last discussion among the four of them. They expressed a desire to slightly modify the Nine Curves Yellow River formation into the Nine Curves Yellow River Divine Array. It was indeed an intriguing concept. Chen Xuan readily agreed, noting that the three Shaos had likely been inspired by their previous encounter with his protective mountain formation, leading them to glean a different understanding from the essence of the 12 capitals, heavenly god array, he had imparted. Nevertheless, the Nine Curves Yellow River formation was already an exceptionally formidable array. Any modifications would undoubtedly require immense effort, and thus, Chen Xuan could only wish them good fortune in their endeavor. Tong Tian sat in the upper seat, observing his disciples gathered in groups, exchanging insights on their respective paths with expressions of admiration in his eyes. The interactions among the disciples provided a commendable means of cultivation, as their master. He too remained engaged, occasionally offering guidance that illuminated the minds of those present, creating moments of clarity. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and several hundred years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while they were engrossed in discussion, a sudden thunderous sound reverberated throughout the primordial realm. The entire Bo Palace began to tremble violently. "What is happening?" The disciples were all taken aback, questioning what force could possibly shake the Bo Palace, a sanctum of the saints. Instinctively, they released their spiritual senses, and upon observing the external situation, expressions of alarm spread across their faces. It turned out that not only was the Bo Palace shaking, but the entire primordial world was in upheaval, as if it might collapse at any moment. Chen Xuan retracted his spiritual sense, and, seemingly grasping the situation, directed his gaze toward Tong Tian. He witnessed Tong Tian slicing his hands forward, causing a water curtain to materialize in the void. Within the scene, the sounds of rushing water and the anguished cries of countless beings could be faintly heard. After discerning the circumstances within the vision, Tong Tian's expression darkened. "Master, what has transpired?" Duo Bao, whose original form belonged to the treasure-seeking mouse clan, possessed an acute sense of danger. Even he, as a great Luo golden immortal, felt a chill rising from within as the primordial realm stirred ominously. Mount Buzhou has collapsed. Tong Tian had already witnessed the devastation surrounding Mount Buzhou from the earlier vision. The collapse of Mount Buzhou had caused the heavens to shatter, tilting the celestial sphere to the northwest, with torrents of water pouring into the primordial realm. Countless laws ran rampant, and all living beings that touched them met instant demise. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind lost their constraints, and the entire cosmos began to crumble outward from the center of Mount Buzhou. There was even a subtle tendency toward a return to chaos. Who would have thought that such a severe calamity would arise so soon after the onset of the tribulation? Tong Tian's face was grave. What was unfolding could be deemed the greatest crisis ever faced by the beings of the primordial realm since the beginning of creation, should the heavens collapse and life find no refuge. It would ultimately dissolve into chaos, vanishing without a trace. The primordial realm must not be allowed to perish in this manner. All disciples, heed my command. Tong Tian's thoughts raced as he swiftly made a decision. His gaze swept across Chen Xuan and the others, realizing that in the face of such catastrophe, only the Tai golden immortals might be of some use. Present. Follow the master. Prevent the collapse of the heavens. Rescue all living beings. Yes. With a single command, the 9 disciples wore solemn expressions at a sound of a sword's cry rang out as Tong Tian led Chen Xuan and the others toward Mount Buzhou. At this moment, near Mount Buzhou, torrents of water surged backward from the 9 heavens, containing countless chaotic laws that could spell instant death for ordinary beings. The cries of anguish echoed across the land. A scene too tragic to behold, a golden light emerged from the void as Nuwa, the closest to the scene, hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the situation below, her expression turned grave as she hastily summoned her treasured artifact. Clang! At the juncture of heaven and earth, a formidable sword formation emerged, channeling the cascading waters from the 9 heavens into its midst. The chaotic sword energy swept through the formation, obliterating all that it touched. The master of the celestial teachings led his disciples forth from the void, and as Chen Xuan and the others surveyed the ground, their faces were etched with shock. The state of the earth was beyond the realm of mere tragedy. While the disciples contemplated how to employ their powers from the direction of Kunlun Mountain, the Panga banner unfurled in the void, releasing an endless torrent of chaotic sword energy that shattered the tumultuous elements of fire, water, and wind. Simultaneously, at the 8 Sceneries Palace of Shouyang Mountain, the old master Taiji flipped his palm, unleashing the Taiji diagram, which spread across the heavens and earth, traversing the void, with the yin-yang fish spinning ceaselessly, restoring stability to the cosmos. That in the western Shumi Mountain, the dual saints also took action, deploying their treasures to seal the breaches in the fabric of reality. The 6 saints subsequently joined forces. Witnessing the turmoil, the mighty beings across the primordial world sprang into action. Zhen Yuanzi, the Queen Mother of the West, and others displayed their powers, some aiding the beleaguered beings of the cosmos, while others worked to stem the flow of the 9 heavens waters. Within the demon court, as the moment of Mount Buzhou's collapse unfolded, both Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai sensed impending doom. The chime of the chaos bell resonated, as Dong Huang Tai manipulated it to connect with the formations on the sun and moon stars, stabilizing the celestial bodies and restoring their orderly motion. The river diagram and Luo book unfurled, with Di Jun acting to protect the heavenly court. The cataclysmic collapse of heaven and earth was, at last, temporarily halted through the concerted efforts of the great powers of the primordial realm. The 6 saints gathered at Mount Buzhou to discuss how to confront the current crisis. While the saints deliberated, the disciples from various sects were not idle, rallying together. Master Xiandu, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, approached a young Taoist clad in a blue robe to pay their respects. The Jie sect also advanced under the guidance of Duo Bao, acknowledging Xiandu, the elder brother of the Taoist sect, who had now appeared before them. As they were all kin, formalities were unnecessary. Xiandu regarded the assembly with a benevolent gaze, his curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar face of Chen Xuan. Brother, This is my master, the newly accepted disciple of the celestial teachings, Chen Xuan, Duo Bao introduced. Chen Xuan paid his respects to his elder brother, sensing Xian Du's gaze upon him, and offered a slight bow. Ah. Indeed, Xian Du remarked, Brother Chen Xuan possesses profound fortune. His future achievements will be remarkable. At that moment, the 12 golden immortals of the Chen Sect simultaneously scoffed, their relations with the GS Sect already strained, particularly towards Chen Xuan, who they found particularly distasteful. Xian Du raised an eyebrow at their reaction, causing the group to temper their demeanor. Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the 12 individuals. Guang Chengzi seemed to have suffered a setback during their last encounter, resulting in stagnation at the Tai E Golden Immortal level. The others, however, were all at the Tai E Golden Immortal stage, including the hindering Huang Longzhenren. Upon feeling Chen Xuan's scrutiny, Huang Longzhenren shot him a fierce glare, while Chen Xuan merely smiled slightly, subtly revealing the aura of a mid-stage Tai E Golden Immortal, which instantly startled Huang Longzhenren. Not only him, but Daoxing Tianzun and Ling Bao de Fa Shi were equally shaken. They could hardly believe that in such a brief span of time, Chen Xuan's cultivation had surpassed theirs. Yet, despite their astonishment, they could not afford to show any weakness, glaring at Chen Xuan with renewed intensity. Observing the hostile glares from Huang Longzhenren and others directed at Chen Xuan, the members of the GS Sect retaliated with their own fierce stares, as tensions brewed between the two factions. It seemed a conflict was imminent, prompting Xian Du to furrow his brow. Dear friends, at that moment, the Xian Nu and Sun Nu from Nuwas lineage arrived. The presence of these two beautiful celestial maidens immediately dissipated the charged atmosphere, and Xian Du felt a sense of relief that, as the elder brother of the Taoist sect, it would be quite embarrassing if he allowed the disciples of the two teachings to engage in conflict while he was present. Sisters, please come forth, Xian Du called, feeling an innate affinity towards Nuwas lineage as a member of the primordial human race. Sisters Su Nu and Xian Nu, I extend my greetings to all the elder brothers. Upon their arrival, the two maidens saluted each one in turn, their expressions grave as they spoke. Though the cataclysm has been temporarily averted, countless beings continue to perish in this calamity. We wonder if any of you have devised a strategy. Everyone in the Taoist sect turned their gaze towards Master Xian Du, awaiting his decision. Sensing the weight of their expectations, Xian Du inwardly laughed bitterly. What strategy could he possibly devise? Though he was a great Luo golden immortal, his power felt utterly insignificant amidst such a monumental disaster. Furthermore, given the current situation, it seemed implausible to expect the disciples of the Chan and GS sects to unite. With a sigh, Xian Du resigned himself to a passive approach, simply wishing to cultivate in peace. Let each rely on their own methods. Any lives we can save will be a blessing. He shook his head, surrendering to the circumstances, an astute plan, brother, to Xian Du's surprise. The disciples of the Chan and GS sects responded positively, each giving a thumbs up in agreement. Chen Xuan also perceived the wisdom in this approach. Given the already strained relations, there was no need for forced collaboration. Better to rely on individual abilities. Ha! If that is the case, we shall make our move first. Guang Chengzi from the Chan sect laughed heartily, leading the charge. Brothers, let us assist all beings. With a flourish of his robe, he summoned several orbs of spiritual light that danced like fish from his palm. In an instant, these transformed into massive spiritual vessels across the expanse of heaven and earth. He stepped onto a spiritual vessel, his expression one of triumph. Excellent, brother. The others from the Chan sect were visibly invigorated. They were adept in the art of artifact crafting and had an array of treasures at their disposal, including several spiritual vessels. Witnessing Guang Chengzi's actions, the others began to unfurl their own magical artifacts. In no time, numerous spiritual vessels surfaced upon the waters of the nine heavens, akin to vessels of life, navigating through disaster to rescue the suffering souls, having heard of the Chan sect's prowess in artifact crafting. Su Nu and Xian Nu could not help but express their admiration upon witnessing it firsthand. Indeed, impressive, Xian Du nodded in agreement. As the three acknowledged the Chan sect's efforts, the members of the Chan sect felt elated. Yet they cast provocative glances towards the GS sect. The Sect celestial beings felt a surge of indignation at the taunts, but found themselves at a loss for a counter. Indeed, compared to the Chen Sect's expertise in crafting, the Sect held no advantage. After all, the formation arts required favorable conditions, and once established, they were nearly fixed in place, unable to shift. Thus, even with the presence of great Luo golden immortals like Duo Bao, they seemed overshadowed by the Chen Sect's capabilities. What shall we do, brother Duo Bao? Our Sect is not adept in artifact crafting. How can we compete? Chen Xuan feigned a tone of mockery, shaking his head exaggeratedly. Duo Bao was momentarily taken aback, but upon perceiving the implication in Chen Xuan's gaze, he quickly grasped the situation and feigned distress, replying, "Alas, brother, it is simply unavoidable. We have focused solely on enhancing our cultivation and lack proficiency in ancillary paths." With a hint of bitterness underlying his words, he appeared to lament, yet subtly derided the Chen Sect disciples for their supposedly inferior cultivation compared to the Sect. The 12 golden immortals of the Chen Sect were not oblivious to the underlying meaning. Duo Bao, what do you imply? Guang Qingzi had previously missed an opportunity to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal stage due to injuries sustained in his duel with Chen Xuan, leading to a stagnation in his cultivation. Hearing Duo Bao's derision now felt like a dagger to his heart. Igniting his eye, our EDO suggests we practice ancillary paths. Our approach is surely superior to your impotence. Under the leadership of Guang Qingzi, the disciples of the Chen Sect gazed fiercely at Duo Bao. Yet, Duo Bao remained unfazed, calmly enduring the collective glare, exuding an air of indifference that he firmly believed that since Chen Xiankai initiated this, he undoubtedly possessed the means to address it. All that was required was to patiently await Chen Xuankai's words, as Duo Bao with Taoist, expectant gaze rested upon him. Chen Xiankai slowly rose, casting a glance at the various spiritual vessels and treasures from the Chen Sect, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Who said we are utterly helpless? Rise! A low command resonated from Chen Xuankai's lips, and in an instant, the onlookers felt a blinding flash before their eyes. When they looked again, a dark shadow loomed over the entire scene. Brothers and sisters, come forth quickly. My Sect lacks spiritual vessels, so I shall lead by example. His resonant voice reverberated through the hearts of the crowd, prompting all to lift their gazes towards the floating continent in the sky, astonishment flickering in their eyes. What is this? Duo Bao and others from the Chen Sect were taken aback upon witnessing the immense form of Chen Xiankai, their expressions reflecting sheer amazement. Such a colossal being was indeed a rarity throughout the vastness of the primordial world. How could this fellow be so enormous? The 12 immortals of the Chen Sect stared dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing giant turtle, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. Junior brother, what extraordinary powers you possess. Duo Bao Taoist, witnessing the dazed expressions of the Chen Sect members, could not help but feel elated. With a long howl, he leaped onto Chen Xuankai's back. With such divine powers, what need do we have for spiritual vessels? Zhao Gongming laughed heartily and soared into the air alongside the 3 Xiaos, the 3 holy mothers, Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and Gue Ling, exchanged knowing glances, sharing a faint smile before vanishing from sight. The moment Chen Xiankai transformed into his true form, the 6 saints, who had been gathered in the void to discuss how to mend the heavens, simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. Tong Tian, with a face full of pride, reveled in the glory of having such a disciple. Laozi of Taiji revealed a curious expression, lost in thought. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan's countenance darkened, his displeasure palpable, as if the words "not amused" were written across his face. Brother Tong Tian has truly taken on a remarkable disciple. Niwa openly praised. She had already sensed the burden of the human race's fate upon Chen Xiankai, thus harboring admiration for him. Meanwhile, the Western saints remained silent, their eyes betraying a peculiar glint, as if their hearts were torn with an intense longing for Chen Xiankai. We wish to assist the myriad beings of the primordial world. Would Master Xuandu care to join us? Upon the Sect disciples alighting on his back, Chen Xiankai extended the invitation to Master Xuandu. The Chen Sect members were taken aback by his clever stratagem, realizing he was clearly attempting to draw Xuandu to his side. Their anxiety heightened, for Xuandu, As the eldest disciple among the three teachings, if he were to side with the Sect, they would likely face perpetual subjugation. Xuan, understanding the underlying implications of Chen Xuan words, felt the concerned gazes of the Chen Sect upon him. He chuckled lightly and shook his head. Above him, the Linglong Xianhuang pagoda materialized. There is no need to travel together. We, as disciples of the three teachings, ought to follow the prior plan and employ our respective methods. As he spoke, Xuan, shielded by the Linglong Xianhuang pagoda, soared into the distance, clearly unwilling to become embroiled in the strife between the Chen and Sects. We, being disciples not of the three teachings, wish to accompany junior brother Chen Xiankai. Witnessing Xuandu's hasty departure, the disciples of the Nuwa Palace, Xian Nu and Su Nu, exchanged gentle smiles and spoke, with two elder sisters accompanying us. Our journey shall surely be delightful. Sensing the goodwill conveyed by Xian Nu and Su Nu, Chen Xiankai promptly showered them with compliments. The Nuwa Palace had few disciples, and their current demeanor subtly communicated the goodwill of Nuwa Nyang towards him. The two women clearly appreciated Chen Xuankai's flattery, giggling softly before alighting on his back. "Let us set forth." Chen Xuankai's voice rang out, vibrant and resonant, echoing far and wide, with four colossal limbs resembling celestial pillars. He stepped into the waters of the 9 heavens, moving forward with deliberation. The individuals atop Chen Xuankai's back were initially astonished to witness him make contact with the chaotic forces of the heavenly waters, but soon regained their composure. One by one, they began to deploy their abilities, rescuing the suffering beings of the primordial world and guiding them onto Chen Xuankai's expansive shell, which was as vast as a continent, capable of accommodating countless lives. The Chen Sect members, observing Chen Xuankai's departure, were filled with a sense of reluctance. His colossal stature rendered their spiritual vessels trivial by comparison. However, with matters having reached this point, they could only strive to seize this opportunity for merit. As the disciples of the saints embarked on their mission to aid the myriad beings of the primordial world, the 6 saints engaged in further discussions. The heavens were temporarily stabilized, yet the waters of the 9 heavens continued to pour down incessantly, necessitating a solution to mend the gaping hole. Tong Tian gazed at the great chasm above with a furrowed brow. In my opinion, Sister Nuwa excels in the Tao of creation and could utilize her skills to forge stones to mend the heavens. Taiji Laozi proposed this solution. Mending the heavens with stones? Brother Taiji, you overestimate me. Such a vast chasm would take an eternity to repair. Nuwa's lips curled into a faint smile of resignation, even with her saintly cultivation. Crafting the stones needed to patch the heavens was no simple feat. That moment, a sudden flash of golden light erupted in the void, and a soft voice resonated in the ears of the 6 saints. Nuwa, I grant you the Qian Kuan Ding to aid you in forging stones to mend the heavens. Upon hearing the voice emanate from beyond the 9 heavens, the faces of the 6 saints simultaneously displayed reverence. Master, they collectively bowed towards the heavens. Nuwa reached out to receive the Qian Kuan Ding, her eyes shimmering with joy. Thank you, Master. After bowing in gratitude, she commenced gathering materials across the primordial world with the aid of the Qian Kuan Ding. With the support of the Qian Kuan Ding, within merely a few days, Nuwa successfully forged the first colorful stone, and over the following years, she managed to create 36,501 colorful stones. Utilizing these stones to mend the heavens, she consumed 36,500 of them, finally sealing the breach in the sky. The remaining colorful stone was casually cast into the primordial world, its whereabouts unknown. With the heavens repaired, the torrential waters of the 9 heavens subsided, and the wounds inflicted upon the earth began to heal gradually. However, following this calamity, the primordial land had transformed into 4 distinct plates: Dongsheng Shenzhou, Xinyo Hezhou, Nanzhan Buzhou, and Beiju Luzhou. The sky had been restored, yet the celestial pillars had collapsed, necessitating the search for new supports. Otherwise, the heavens would inevitably cave in, plunging back into chaos. With the sky mended, Nuwa and the other saints reconvened in the current situation, they needed to find a means to prop up the heavens. Nuwa wore a pensive expression, having taken the lead among the saints in this great tribulation under Hongjuan's guidance. The other saints, realizing that this opportunity was uniquely hers, silently yielded the initiative to her. However, upon hearing the mention of seeking a supporting object, Yuanshi Tianzuan's thoughts began to stir. He gazed through the layers of void towards Chen Xuan, who was some distance away, a faint smile playing on his lips as a notion sparked in his mind. If you seek a supporting object, I have a splendid recommendation, Yuanshi Tianzuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Tongtian. Brother, your disciple's opportunity has arrived. With such a massive physique, if we sever his limbs and forge them into pillars for the heavens, he shall undoubtedly reap endless merits in the future. But wouldn't that be a marvelous affair? Yuanshi, do you still have any shame left? Tongtian's ire surged upon hearing this, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuanshi Tianzuan. His beloved disciple, Chen Xuan, was in the midst of growth. Should he be deprived of his limbs now? It would lead to a loss of his essence. Even if there were merits to be gained, how could he ever recover? Yuanshi Tianzuan's suggestion was clearly a deliberate act of vengeance. Unfazed by Tongtian's reprimand, Yuanshi Tianzuan maintained an expression of indifference, even responding coolly, Brother, I am merely looking out for your best interests. Clang. The four-sword of extermination emerged above Tongtian's head, radiating a fierce, killing intent. Yuanshi, repeat that. Tongtian's eyes glinted coldly, poised for a confrontation at any moment. Are you afraid? Yuanshi Tianzuan's head was adorned with the auspicious clouds of the heavens, a mocking smile dancing on his lips. Enough, at that moment. The previously silent, touching Laozu unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the void to resonate with a deep hum. His sacred presence radiated outward, pressing down upon the two individuals before him. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from touching Laozu, Tongtian and Yuanshi exchanged fleeting glances, instinctively halting their actions. This matter must be decided by Sister Nuwa. Touching Laozu gazed at his two younger brothers, his heart heavy with disappointment. Once upon a time, the three of them had traversed the vast wilderness together, their bond as strong as could be. Yet now, for the sake of their disciples, they found themselves embroiled in such discord, leaving Laozu with a throbbing headache, prompting him to pass the matter on to Nuwa. All eyes turned toward Nuwa, and while Tongtian appeared outwardly composed, internally he had already resolved that should Nuwa truly decide to act against Chen Xuan in accordance with Yuanshi's wishes, his Juxian sword array would unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Feeling the myriad peculiar gazes directed at her, Nuwa maintained an impassive demeanor, allowing her gaze to slowly settle upon Yuanshi's face as she spoke. Her tone tinged with a hint of coldness. Brother Yuanshi, have I ever offended you? Taken aback by her response, Yuanshi shook his head and replied, Not at all. We have always kept our distance. Then why do you seek to harm me? Nuwa's voice rose sharply, her eyes sparkling with fierce determination. Sister, Faced with Nuwa's assertive stance, Yuanshi seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Xuan is endowed with profound heavenly fortune. If my brother wishes to sever his limbs, does it not burden me with endless karmic retribution? What is your true intention, Yuanshi? As she advanced a step, her aura reached its zenith, compelling even Yuanshi to display a hint of disarray. Indeed, brother Yuanshi, your actions seem rather unscrupulous. Chen Xuan is merely a Tai golden immortal. Even if his abilities surpass those of his peers, how can he possibly bear the weight of heaven? Just as Yuanshi found himself rendered speechless by Nuwa's words, the figure of the Western Sect Jinni interjected, his tone laced with a hint of bitterness. In his heart, he had already designated Chen Xuan as his cherished disciple, awaiting the moment when he could assist him in repaying his accrued merits. Should Chen Xuan suffer the loss of his limbs now, Junti would naturally be unwilling to see such an outcome. Observing Nuwa's advantageous position, Junti seized the opportunity to voice his grievances on behalf of his beloved disciple. Junti, even you! As Junti's words struck home, Yuanshi's expression darkened, his fury surging forth as he glared at Junti with malevolence. Humph! I possess my own truths. Feeling the intensity of Yuanshi's murderous glare, Junti could not feign calmness. Yet having spoken, there was no recourse. After all, he too was a sage, and a modicum of dignity was still required. Enough of this bickering. Touching Laozu, witnessing Yuanshi's predicament, was reluctant to allow matters to escalate further and quickly intervened. Sister Nuwa, What are your intentions? Taching Laozu fixed his gaze upon Niuhua. Upon hearing this, Niuhua inwardly sighed. Realizing that the responsibility ultimately rested upon her shoulders, I observed that the North Sea's Xiangui is immense. With limbs like pillars, and its cultivation has reached the quasi-saint level that it should be capable of supporting the heavens. Excellent, Tong Tian agreed eagerly. For as long as his beloved disciple remained unscathed, he was indifferent to the fate of the North Sea's Xiangui. However, the Xiangui had always been reclusive, surviving for countless ages, its back serving as a land upon which myriad beings thrived. To go slay it recklessly would incur immense consequences. Niuhua sighed and cast her gaze upon the other sages, seeking a solution that might satisfy all parties. Upon hearing her words, the assembly of sages fell into silence. While merits were desirable, no one was willing to shoulder the burden of karmic retribution. This suggestion had originated with Niuhua herself, and thus none were inclined to take action. Observing the scene, Niuhua offered a wry smile before transforming into a cascade of golden light, vanishing into the void. In the North Sea, Niuhua beheld the countless beings inhabiting the Xiangui continent, forcibly suppressing her reluctance. She summoned the slumbering Xiangui and explained her intentions. Support the heavens? I refuse. The North Sea Xiangui exhibited a strong resistance, having always sought a life of seclusion, only to find calamity knocking at its door. Niuhua sighed at this, recognizing that this predicament was not one anyone would willingly accept. Yet the fate of the entire wilderness could not be disregarded. Resolving to cast aside her indecision, her gaze grew resolute. With a wave of her hand, a fierce sword light flashed through the void, swiftly severing the Xiangui's 4 limbs and casting them toward the 4 cardinal directions, transforming into colossal pillars that upheld the heavens. The Xiangui emitted a pained roar. Though filled with rage, it found itself powerless against the sage, watching the 4 pillars in the distance with a heart full of desolation, ultimately succumbing to despair. Upon its demise, the resentment and overwhelming malice within it coalesced into a toxic barrier that enveloped the North Julu prefecture, lingering for ages. Niuhua let out a final sigh, her figure shimmering as she returned to Mount Buja. That moment, the earth was devoid of the waters from the 9th heaven, while numerous disciples of the sages, along with powerful beings of the wilderness, restored the lives they had saved to the mainland. The sky was clear, and all felt a sense of relief after the calamity. A brilliant golden light illuminated the realm, with clouds of auspiciousness drifting through the void, and countless golden lotus flowers exuding a serene fragrance, as golden rays cascaded from the heavens upon the gathered crowd. Heavenly Tao conferred merits upon those who had contributed during this great tribulation. Niuhua's act of mending the heavens and severing the Ao's limbs earned her the greatest credit, claiming 6/10 of the merits. The remaining 5 sages who had intervened to block the waters from the 9th heaven shared 2/10 of the merits. The various powerful beings of the wilderness and the disciples of the sages who had rescued countless lives collectively received 1/10. The final 1/10 descended into the North Sea, settling upon the Xiangui's body, which under the influence of the merit's power gave rise to a giant turtle. This giant turtle bore the souls of the deceased, transforming into a colossal serpent, which cultivated the essence of both turtle and serpent, attaining the status of a Deluo golden immortal, and named itself Xuanwu. After the calamity, the myriad beings of heaven and earth rejoiced, with the 6 sages who had benefited leading their disciples back home. All beings celebrated, save for the Wu and Yao clans, who remained shrouded in sorrow. The recent cataclysm had arisen from their conflict, and as punishment, the heavenly Tao unleashed boundless karmic retribution upon them. In the Yao court, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai wore expressions of deep concern, especially for Dongwang Tai. The karmic burden he had incurred during the previous encounter with Jin Yuanzi had already weighed heavily upon him, and now he found himself further encumbered. The predicament was exacerbated for Kunpeng, the Yao master, as the fracture of Mount Buzhou was instigated by his instigation of the battle between Gonggong and Zhurong. Now, burdened by immense karmic debt, Kunpeng could only rely on the merit he had accrued from creating the Yao text long ago to alleviate his plight. Alas, Dong Huang Tai sighed, feeling overwhelmed by his troubles. At this juncture, there is no need for lamentation. Fortunately, the Wu clan has lost 2 ancestral witches this time, so we do not bear the brunt of the losses. Upon hearing this, Dijuan offered words of consolation. Dong Wang Tai nodded, acknowledging that the loss of 2 ancestral witches for the opposing side was indeed favorable news for them. At the Panga Temple of Mount Buzhou, the 10 ancestral witches gathered, each bearing a grim countenance. Cursed be it! How could the Yao clan take advantage of our vulnerability? Ancestral Witch Xiangli's face was filled with rage, as the mutual destruction of Gonggong and Zhu Rong had inflicted grave losses upon the Wu clan. With the ceasefire date looming, the only course of action was to find a way to restore the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Emperor Jiang, suppressing his inner fury, instructed the great witch Jiu Feng and Shi Yu to fill the positions once held by Gonggong and Zhu Rong. Although this would reduce the formation's overall potency, it was fortunate that the Yao clan's slaughtering sword had yet to be completed, granting them a glimmer of hope that in the chaotic void outside the Nuwa palace. Nuwa regarded the 5 sages before her, her gaze icy. What do you intend? Nothing of the sort. Sister has recently acquired boundless merits and requires time to assimilate. We have come merely to protect her. Yuanshi's eyes glimmered with faint mockery, as if he had just avenged a great grievance. Tong Tian awkwardly touched his nose, appearing somewhat helpless, while touching Laozu, with a serious expression, stated, "The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans is a matter of heavenly decree. We hope Sister will refrain from intervening. Our only desire is for Sister to focus on her cultivation within the Nuwa palace." Jiejing and Zhuanti remained silent, tacitly blocking Nuwa's path. Very well, very well. In a fit of rage, Nuwa coldly surveyed the faces of those before her, a chilling glare sweeping across the assembly. The immortal conflict between the witch and demon races persisted, and the teachings of the saints could not spread. The 5 saints were resolute in their determination to thwart her today. While her heart burned with indignation, a sense of helplessness gripped her. The presence of the saints here was undoubtedly at the behest of Hongjun. Even if she wished to resist, she would be powerless to do so. With a silent sigh, she cast a lingering glance at the saints before turning back to the palace of Nuwa. The threads of fate woven today would surely be unraveled in the future. The day of reckoning was fast approaching, yet none of this bore any relevance to Chen Xuan, who had already returned to his secluded dwelling. On that fateful day, when the heavenly Tao bestowed merits as a reward, Chen Xuan, having contributed the most, received a considerable share of merit, which allowed his cultivation to break through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Now, as the calamity of the witch and demon races was on the verge of erupting in full force, Chen Xuan prepared to heed the command of the Tongtian cult master, retreating into seclusion within his cave abode. In recent times, he had engaged in discussions and explorations of the Tao with Xinyuanzi and his fellow disciples, and with the practice of the primordial spirit techniques from the Chan and Jie sects. His understanding of the Tao had progressed by leaps and bounds. Now he needed only to maintain his focus and strive towards the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. After deploying several protective formations around the mountain, Chen Xuan stepped steadily into the spiritual spring, allowing the essence of the liquid to envelop and cleanse him. After 3 days of serene relaxation, he finally rose, assuming a meditative posture in the void, and began his cultivation in earnest. Time flowed swiftly like water, and after 20,000 years, a roar reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Heaven and earth are heartless. The saints are heartless. They toy with the lives of mortals. Heavenly Tao. This is the heavenly Tao. The voice startled Chen Xuan from his meditative state, and he quickly recognized it as that of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Clearly, the battle between the witch and demon races had reached its climax. With a slight shift of his gaze, he grasped the general situation. Indeed, the next moment was marked by the resounding toll of a bell echoing through the primordial realm. That instant, everything seemed to come to a standstill. Following this, a tremendous sound erupted, after which silence reigned at without achieving sainthood. One is ultimately but an ant. Chen Xuan sighed, reflecting on his own cultivation, which had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal level. Yet, even someone as formidable as Eastern Emperor Tai was merely a plaything in the hands of the saints. Without reaching the realm of sainthood, How could he claim to be anything more than an ant himself? His eyes glimmered with resolve. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the understanding of the great Tao, he suddenly felt a jarring impact at the back of his head, as if struck by an unseen force. Clang! What the? The unexpected hit caused Chen Xuan to stagger, his heart racing in alarm. This was the domain of the GS Sect, and to think someone could stealthily breach his mountain protection array to ambush him was utterly shocking. Yet before he could take action, a familiar bell toll resonated within his cave. The sudden sound of the bell startled him anew, and he swiftly turned to look in the void behind him. A fractured space was slowly mending, and beneath this rift, an ancient, palm-sized bell floated serenely, emanating a faint aura of chaos. Chen Xuan's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing. This is the Chaos Bell? He swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his features, according to the original narrative. The Chaos Bell had mysteriously vanished after the war between the witches and demons, with some claiming it shattered the void and entered chaos, while others believed it returned to the Sun Star, awaiting the return of the Eastern Emperor Tai, who may never come back. Yet now, the Chaos Bell was undeniably present before Chen Xuan. What is happening? Gazing at the floating bell, Chen Xuan helplessly scratched his head. In terms of cultivation, he was merely a Tai golden immortal, far from being able to compete with the great powers of the primordial realm, in terms of appearance, though he possessed a modicum of charm. It was hardly enough to attract such a treasure. After much contemplation, he could only attribute this to the elusive force of fortune. Yes, it must be due to luck that in the past, when the Eastern Emperor Tai wielded the Chaos Bell to obliterate countless mountains and rivers, he had intervened to restore them. Now that Tai was deceased, perhaps fate had guided the bell to him. Having unraveled this mystery, Chen Xuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Gaining fortune without insight into the underlying causes might not be entirely beneficial. He extended his hand, and a force of attraction enveloped the Chaos Bell, causing it to gently float into his palm. With his eyes closed, he took a moment to sense its essence before he heaved a soft sigh. Although this artifact was indeed a treasure, it had suffered severe damage during the calamity of the witch and demon races, and its inner spirit lay in a deep slumber, unaware of how long it would take to awaken. Since you have sought me out, you shall accompany me henceforth. Chen Xuan gently traced the ancient and mysterious runes upon the Chaos Bell, his gaze filled with delight. He had witnessed the immense power of this treasure during his time at the Wanshou Mountain, and it had left a lasting impression on him. Though the Chaos Bell was damaged, its restoration was merely a matter of time. Chen Xuan, brimming with joy, activated his spatial abilities, stowing the Chaos Bell away. Meanwhile, in the primordial realm, a being wept silently. She was the ancestral witch, Hutu. During the recent decisive battle between the witches and demons, the newly formed 12 heavenly god-slaying array of the witch clan had proven insufficient in power, resulting in a mutual destruction with the demon clan's great star array. Under the guardianship of her brothers, Hutu had led the gravely wounded great witch Jiufeng, Qiyu, Xing Tian, and Xiang Lu to retreat. Now, as her brothers perished alongside Emperor Jun and Tai, the witch and demon clans suffered devastating losses. Wandering through the primordial realm, Hutu witnessed the cries of despair and the souls of the wronged. Stirring her compassion, great Tao above, the ancestral witch Hutu, witnessed the myriad souls of the primordial realm in torment, the departed left without a home that I wish to transform into the cycle of reincarnation. To provide for the lives of the future, moved by her compassion, Hutu established a grand vow of the great Tao, and from beyond the firmament, boundless merit descended upon her. The underworld emerged, and in this moment, Hutu birthed her primordial spirit, attaining sainthood and becoming the blessed mother of equanimity. Within the underworld, Hutu pointed her finger, and the book of life and death appeared, along with the pen of reincarnation manifesting within the 6 paths of reincarnation. With another wave of her hand, she created the first entity of the underworld, the Yin Emperor, to oversee all operations within the realm of the underworld. As the underworld came into being, countless vengeful spirits within the primordial realm suddenly felt a pull, rushing towards the underworld in droves. Before the 6 paths of reincarnation, chaos ensued. Observing this, Hutu appointed the 5 ghost emperors to assist the Yin emperor, establishing the 10 Yama kings to govern the various departments of the underworld, enhancing the 6 case clerks and the 4 great judges, alongside the 10 Yin commanders, to maintain order in the underworld. Thus, the path to the underworld was established, and stability was secured, allowing all to operate according to rules. Returning to the primordial realm, the ancestral, which Hutu transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, leaving the witch clan leaderless. Under the guidance of the great witch Jiufeng, they retreated as a clan to their ancestral lands in the vast mountains. Meanwhile, on the demon clan side, Prince Luya, under the counsel of Baizé, led the demon race into the poisonous barriers of the northern Zhu Lu continent, awaiting the moment to rise again. With both the witch and demon clans diminished, chaos reigned once more in the primordial realm, as countless beings vied for dominance in this new world. Hundreds of years later, within the chaos Xixiao Palace, the 6 saints gathered, their gazes filled with respect as they regarded the Taoist in the purple robe above. The witch and demon clans have retreated, and the primordial realm is in turmoil. I wish to establish a heavenly emperor to govern the order of the primordial realm on behalf of heaven. Any of you have suitable candidates to recommend? Hong Jun sensed the gazes of his disciples upon him and spoke languidly. Upon his words, subtle changes flickered across the faces of 5 of the 6 saints, each inwardly contemplating the lucrative position of governing the primordial realm on behalf of heaven. The old master Taiji remained silent. While he held some interest in the position of heavenly emperor, he understood that his disciples' temperament did not suit such a role. Niwa was the first to speak. I wish to nominate the demon prince Luya to inherit his father's legacy and re-establish the heavenly court. That cannot be. The demon clan's fortune has waned. My beloved disciple Guang Chengzi has attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal and is capable of undertaking this great responsibility. Yuan Shirtian Zun interrupted Niwa directly, advocating for Guang Chengzi, a great Luo golden immortal. In terms of cultivation, there are many within my GS sect who surpass Guang Chengzi. Tom Tian, cult master, with eager anticipation, clearly expressed his keen interest in the position of heavenly emperor. I, from the West, embody the utmost compassion. If one of my disciples were to assume the role of heavenly emperor, the primordial realm would assuredly transform into a pure land of bliss. As the 2 figures of the guiding and the precise principles spoke simultaneously, a sardonic smile suddenly appeared on Yuwa's face. If that were the case, would the primordial world not be teeming with Buddhas? My 2 junior disciples certainly have a clever scheme in an instant. The 5 sages engaged in a heated argument, each unable to persuade the others. Observing this, Hong Jun furrowed his brow and summoned 2 young attendants from a distance. You wish to take me as your master? The male and female disciples of Xixiao Palace seemed taken aback by this monumental opportunity that had unexpectedly fallen into their laps, nodding repeatedly in disbelief. Excellent, I bestow upon you both true names, Hao Yin and Yaozi. As Hong Jun spoke, he raised his hand, and 6 beams of spiritual light flew forth, landing in the hands of Hao Yin and Yaozi. Hao Yin received a treasured sword, a magnificent pagoda, and a precious mirror, while Yaozi was granted a protective golden hairpin, a plain-colored cloud banner, and a primordial spiritual root, an aquatic peach tree. I grant you both these treasures to stabilize the heavenly court's fortunes. From this day forth, you shall govern the heavenly realm. With that, Hong Jun waved his hand, elevating their already considerable cultivation to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. He then conferred the rank of 6 sovereigns, appointing Hao Yin as the chief of the 6 sovereigns, with the title of the Jade Emperor of the Golden Palaces, to rule over all beings and oversee the 10 directions, acting as the heavenly law enforcer. He established Hao Yin alongside the likes of the Eastern Extreme Azure Emperor, Western Extreme Go Chen Emperor, Southern Extreme Longevity Emperor, and Northern Extreme Purple Tenuity Emperor, among others, to assist in managing the cycles of yin and yang, the growth of all things, the warring realms, longevity, and the fortunes of the celestial bodies. After bestowing 6 titles in one breath, Hong Jun finally spoke. The primordial world must not lose its order. With those words, he transformed into specks of golden light and vanished from Xixiao Palace. the assembly of sages fell into a deep silence. Though the title of emperor seemed grand, it was entirely under Hao Yian's control. Unable to vie for the position of heavenly emperor, they were also unwilling to see their own disciples constrained by a mere young attendant. Thus, each departed from Zixiao Palace, leaving Hao Yan and Yaozi to exchange glances in bewilderment. "Brother, what shall we do?" Yaozi blinked, looking towards Hao Yan. "What to do? We will take it one step at a time," Hao Yan replied with a wry smile. The events of the day had been exceedingly sudden. He and Yaozi, who had merely been gatekeepers, had inexplicably transformed into sovereigns of the primordial realm. The abrupt elevation in both cultivation and status left Hao Yan feeling somewhat disoriented. However, as he was now the heavenly emperor, he quickly resolved to take decisive action. Hao Yan and Yaozi promptly exited Zixiao Palace and arrived at what had become a desolate heavenly court. With their current powers, they merely exerted a bit of effort to restore the celestial structures. After mending the heavenly court, Yaozi planted the peach tree gifted by Hongjun, absorbing the court's spiritual essence, transforming the aquatic peach tree into 3,600 trees of varying sizes. In an instant, the heavenly court not only regained vitality, but surpassed its former glory. Witnessing this, Hao Yan felt a surge of ambition and proclaimed to the primordial realm, earnestly inviting all celestial beings to ascend and serve, thereby jointly governing the order of the primordial world. His voice echoed throughout the expanse, drawing many wandering immortals to his side, though most were of modest cultivation, akin to the followers of the former Dong Wanggong. The highest among them barely reached the Tai golden immortal level. This left Hao Yan feeling somewhat disheartened while simultaneously intensifying his desire for capable subordinates. As the heavenly emperor, he naturally required a few competent allies. The Tai golden immortal's prowess was hardly sufficient in the primordial realm. Now, with the great calamity having just passed, the powerful beings in the primordial world remained hidden, making it exceedingly difficult to encounter one. Hao Yan could only feel a deep sense of helplessness regarding this matter. The establishment of the heavenly court extinguished the ambitions of the various races vying for dominance, leading the primordial realm to gradually return to tranquility. Several hundred years later, Chen Xuan, who had been in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes. After this period of cultivation, he had finally touched upon the threshold of the great Luo golden immortal, sensing an impending opportunity for enlightenment. A faint smile graced Chen Xuan's lips as he transformed into a flash of golden light, emerging from his cave dwelling. From that day forth, an enormous black tortoise began to traverse the primordial realm, purifying the lands it passed through. "Brother, this child has begun again, in the western Shumi mountain." The Taoist of precise principles sensed Chen Xuan's movements, and his withered countenance twitched slightly. The guiding Taoist remained silent, his gaze penetrating through layers of void to observe the colossal tortoise, seemingly pondering something. "Brother, since we are aware of the discord between Tongtian and Yuanshi, why not intervene to guide this child?" The Taoist of precise principles' gaze remained fixed on Chen Xuan, his desire for the latter's ability to purify the earth palpable. Previously, when he sought to take Chen Xuan as a disciple, the guiding Taoist had discerned that Chen Xuan practiced both the upper clear and jade clear schools of profound methods. Unsure of the nature of his relationship with the Yuanshi Tianzuan, he had refrained from acting. However, upon witnessing the fracture of Mount Buzhou, the Taoist of precise principles recognized Yuanshi Tianzuan's evident hostility toward Chen Xuan, and his understanding deepened. Now, seeing Chen Xuan walking in the primordial realm, he could no longer contain his thoughts. "Junior brother, there is no need for action." The guiding Taoist, noticing the urgency of his companion, shook his head with a light chuckle. "Brother, at this point, is there still any reason for hesitation? I believe that if we unite our efforts, we need not fear Tongtian." The Taoist of precise principles was puzzled. If they were aware that Tongtian and Yuanshi had no possibility of collaborating, what was there to fear? Why not directly intervene and forcefully guide Chen Xuan to the Western bliss? "There is no need for haste. My brother, I have my own clever methods," the guiding Taoist replied, a confident expression gracing his face. "Brother, do tell, what are your clever methods?" The Taoist of precise principles, seeing this, revealed a look of delight and eagerly inquired. "The higher the path, the greater the magic. The guiding Taoist joined his palms together, his eyes gently closing, that a mysterious smile played upon his lips as a shadowy figure slowly emerged from his palms, dissipating into the void as black smoke. Upon witnessing this, the Taoist of precise principles revealed an expression of realization, then extended his thumb in admiration. "Brother, this scheme is indeed brilliant. I am in awe." "Haha, my junior brother, await the good news," the guiding Taoist replied, not lifting his eyelids as he began his cultivation. The Taoist of precise principles followed suit, withdrawing his gaze and sitting cross-legged in the void. Seemingly confident in the recent shadow that I in the heavenly court within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Yin surveyed the few celestial officials below, his heart filled with dismay. Though his heavenly court had been established for several hundred years, most of the celestial beings drawn to him were of modest cultivation. There were scarcely any golden immortals, and only one at the Tai level. The Tao ancestor has tasked me with governing the primordial realm. But can I truly accomplish this with such a meager assembly? Hao Yin's gaze swept over the gathered immortals, doubt beginning to gnaw at him. "Let us disperse. This shall suffice for today." He waved his hand in boredom. As the heavenly emperor, a pinnacle quasi-saint, it was indeed tiresome to hold court with those who were not even Tai golden immortals. Once all the celestial officials had departed, Hao Yin turned to the person beside him. This individual, clad in a white robe with a white beard and face, was known as the Tai by Jin Xing, the only Tai golden immortal to have joined Hao Yin in recent years. "My dear minister, when do you suppose there will be a great Luo golden immortal within this Lingxiao treasure hall?" Tai Bai Jin Xing merely smiled gently in response. "Your Majesty, there is no need for haste. The heavenly court has just been established, and in time, there will surely be powerful figures flocking to it.by then. Even the lesser immortals may find it difficult to stand so close to your Majesty." "Ha, dear minister, there is no need for such modesty. You are a veteran of the heavenly court, and I shall not treat you unfairly." Upon hearing Tai Bai Jin Xing's words, Hao Yin's mood visibly brightened. "To serve your Majesty faithfully is my duty," Tai Bai Jin Xing replied, seemingly pleased with the assurance. "Ha, since we are in good spirits today, why not descend to the mortal realm for a journey? I wish to see what the current state of the primordial world is like." As Hao Yin spoke, he had already summoned auspicious clouds and soared towards the Lingxiao palace. Upon witnessing this, Tai Bai Jingxing smiled faintly and promptly followed suit. In the primordial land of the southern Jianbu continent, an enormous black turtle, akin to a moving continent, traversed the earth. With its 4 sturdy legs, which were even larger than towering pillars, it stepped forward, each toe blooming with golden lotuses. The once desolate, barren, and decaying land quickly awakened, as if infused with vitality the moment the turtle passed, a verdant glow spreading across the ground, as nature was swept over, causing countless plants to grow at an astonishing pace. The soil became fertile, teeming with life, and the gloomy sky transformed into a clear expanse, sunlight pouring down and filling the air with a refreshing sense of freedom. Everything was revitalized, as if the cataclysm of the war between the witches and the liches was merely a nightmare for this realm. Since departing from his cave that day, Chen Xuan had transformed his essence. Journeying north from the east, and upon passing through the North Julu continent, he refrained from attempting to purify the pervasive poison in order to avoid a conflict with the demon clan. Merely skirting the edges before stepping into the territory of the southern Jianbu continent. Over a century had passed since his departure, and during this time, through the continuous restoration of the Earth's veins, the celestial energy surrounding Chen Xuan had become increasingly dense. Walking upon the land of the southern Jianbu continent, blessed by fortune, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if wherever he treaded was his own backyard. Imbued with an exhilarating sense of freedom to go wherever he pleased, his spirit also basked in the nourishment of the cosmos, akin to luxuriating in warm water, resulting in a constant feeling of comfort that made him sigh with contentment. Chen Xuan relished this sensation, seeking the opportunity to transcend to the status of a great Luo golden immortal within it. Thud! A light sound echoed, and from the skies above, an unexpected golden light hurtled down, striking the back of Chen Xuan's head. "Seriously? Must you always strike my head upon arrival? After all, I make my living with my head, And of course, my face as well, Chen Xuan mumbled, exerting a modicum of magical power to draw the golden light before him. Encased within the golden radiance was an ancient, dark-hued long zither, upon which were inscribed 7 exquisite star-like dots, the Fengyan 7-star zither, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Despite his mild complaints, Chen Xuan's actions were swift as he quickly stowed the precious item away, his expression betraying his genuine delight. This journey had already bestowed upon him his second innate spiritual treasure. Perhaps it was the blessing of fortune that led to such uncanny occurrences, where he would inexplicably be struck by innate treasures along his path. With the treasure secured, Chen Xuan felt an even greater joy, and his pace quickened imperceptibly. Decades later, Chen Xuan traversed the southern Jambu continent, heading directly towards the eastern Shengxian continent. "Senior brother, take a look at this child," remarked the Taoist Kunni, who had been attentively monitoring Chen Xuan's movements from the western Shumi mountain, his gaze tinged with mild dissatisfaction. Despite Chen Xuan having traversed the North Julu and southern Jambu continents, he had chosen to pass directly through the western Yoho continent. "In no matter," replied the Taoist Jiejing, not bothering to lift his eyelids, a slight upward curl of his lips hinting at a touch of conspiracy. On this day in the southern Jambu continent, 2 auspicious clouds descended from the sky. Upon them were a tall man adorned in lavish garments and an elderly figure with a white face and beard. As they descended, Hao Yan surveyed the land below, a look of perplexity crossing his features. "Why, dear minister, do you sense anything amiss?" Tai Bai Jinxing was momentarily taken aback, gazing down at the earth beneath them with a hint of confusion, seemingly struggling to comprehend Hao Yan's meaning. Noticing Tai Bai Jinxing's lack of understanding, Hao Yan reiterated, "Have you forgotten the great calamity that befell the cosmos? Does the land beneath us appear to be the aftermath of such a cataclysm?" As a disciple of the Taoist patriarch Hongjun, Hao Yan was one of the few innate beings in existence, having witnessed the might of calamities. "Your Majesty, suggesting." Tai Bai Jinxing finally grasped the implication, pointing at the land below, his eyes widening in astonishment. The aftermath of a great calamity, especially following a fierce battle, should have left the earth in ruins. How could it possibly resemble the pristine land before them? Hao Yan clearly shared this sentiment, and the two exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. The restoration of the Earth's veins was an arduous task, and even formidable beings, such as the Western Twin Saints, could not accomplish it easily. What kind of individual could have achieved such a feat? Hao Yan closed his eyes, keenly sensing the lingering traces of Taoist resonance in the surrounding space. Let us follow and investigate, with a spark of realization. Hao Yan's eyes lit up, promptly leading Tai Bai Jinxing to pursue the direction in which Chen Xuan walked, in the eastern Shengxian continent. Chen Xuan traversed the sea, his terrifying aura causing the marine tribes he encountered to flee in panic. In the eastern Sea Dragon Palace, countless eyes fixated on the colossal figure above the surface, their expressions filled with profound curiosity. Curiously, however, all the dragon clan hid within the depths of the ocean, showing no inclination to approach. As Chen Xuan walked, his gaze occasionally scanned his surroundings. The scenery of the eastern Shengxian continent was significantly more picturesque than that of the other 3 continents, particularly after his restoration efforts, which had revitalized the spiritual mountains and veins, rendering the landscape even more enchanting. Suddenly, while walking, Chen Xuan let out a soft exclamation, his gaze shifting slightly downward. Not far ahead, on a coastal highland amidst a mountain range, a 5-colored spiritual stone stood majestically by the shore, basking in the sun and swaying in the wind. The stone of heaven's repair. Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed with interest. It seemed that Nuwa had casually discarded it, yet it fortuitously rested upon the spiritual vein of this mountain, hinting at some profound significance. A traveler from another world, Chen Xuan was acutely aware of what this stone would eventually nurture. My idol from a past life, he mused nostalgically. Unable to suppress the recollection of that towering figure, he retracted his form, appearing before the 5-colored stone, and gently caressed its surface. What an intriguing encounter. I never expected to meet you in this manner. Chen Xuan closed his eyes to sense the essence within the stone, which was formed by Nuwa's creative powers and imbued with the merit of repairing the heavens. harboring immense fortune. At that moment, a faint breath of life was beginning to emerge within the stone. Almost instantaneously, as Chen Xuan approached the five-colored stone, deep within the chaotic void of the Niwa palace, Niwa abruptly opened her eyes. "Have I been discovered?" she murmured, reaching out to stir the void before her, her gaze piercing through layers of chaos to observe the primordial realm. Moments later, she withdrew her gaze, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Knock, knock, knock. Hello. Is anyone there?" Chen Xuan gently tapped the five-colored stone, curious to transmit a thought within. The stone remained silent, but a hint of perplexity returned to Chen Xuan's mind. "Are you a girl or a guy? Shall we be friends?" Upon sensing the emotional response from within the five-colored stone, Chen Xuan's eyes brightened, internally marveling at the cleverness of creation. This spiritual stone had already developed a semblance of intelligence even before nurturing life. He continued to convey his thoughts into the stone. However, perhaps due to the complexity of Chen Xuan's messages, the consciousness within failed to comprehend, only transmitting back a continuous stream of confusion. Chen Xuan felt as if this situation resembled his past life, when he enthusiastically greeted a new friend on a chat application, only to be met with an endless series of question marks in response. This state persisted for a while before Chen Xuan abandoned his attempts at communication. When every message results in a question mark, anyone would find it impossible to continue. He considered offering something beneficial, but abruptly halted his actions. This flower and fruit mountain was a remarkable spiritual vein within the eastern Xiangxin continent. Niwa had chosen this place precisely because it had been minimally affected during the Great Calamity. The Earth's veins required no purification from him, as it bore the merit of repairing the heavens and was additionally bolstered by immense fortune. After some contemplation, Chen Xuan concluded that he could not part with an innate spiritual treasure, for he possessed so few himself. Thus, it seemed there was little he could offer at present. "Let us just get acquainted today, and perhaps we'll meet again." Chen Xuan patted the colorful stone's rear and departed without a glance back. At a flicker of confusion spread within the colorful stone, its consciousness unable to comprehend the purpose of the peculiar being before it. Exiting Flower Fruit Mountain, Chen Xuan transformed back into his original form, traversing the sea towards the distant land. This time, upon encountering the monkey brother within the stone, Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy. His spirit elevated by this newfound elation, as he walked upon the earth, the natural will unfurled, gradually leading him into a state of forgetting both self and surroundings. The five energies within his chest converged, while the three flowers atop his head subtly revealed their true countenance. In this state, Chen Xuan continued his journey, enveloped by the fortunes of heaven and earth, the luck of the human race, and the protection of the keeping all dangers, misfortunes, and sufferings at bay. A wretched scream echoed within Chen Xuan's mind, prompting him to focus intently on the shadow before him, which was billowing forth black smoke. "Is this a heart demon?" Chen Xuan mused to himself. Throughout his journey, he had sensed no anomaly, yet this external fiend had somehow infiltrated his consciousness. Had it not been for the protective aura surrounding him, he might have remained oblivious that moment. Boundless fortune manifested as a radiant halo, attempting to completely obliterate this heart demon. Feeling the malevolent aura emanating from the fiend, Chen Xuan couldn't help but be taken aback. The presence felt remarkably comparable to that of the ancient Swearin. This indicated that this was at least a peak Deluo golden immortal. Given his own strength, it seemed implausible for such a formidable heart demon to emerge. Furthermore, Chen Xuan had been diligently cultivating without encountering any issues. "Speak. Who are you?" Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened, instinctively sensing something amiss. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed his fortune power, forcefully suppressing the demonic aura that surged from the fiend. Please spare me, immortal," the demon howled, internally feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Ever since Luo, who had sworn the oath that as the Tao rises, the demon rises higher, heart demons had become a terrifying existence in the eyes of all cultivators. Once they infiltrated a practitioner's mind, they could discern everything in a formless manner. As the demon flourished, the Tao diminished. If a cultivator gave birth to a heart demon without immense willpower, they would inevitably become fodder for it. This demon, possessing peak de luo golden immortal cultivation, had been inadvertently captured by the guiding Taoist during his travels through chaos. That it was a rather formidable entity among heart demons. Unexpectedly, this time it had encountered a formidable opponent. Faced with Chen Xuan's terrifying fortune, it found itself compelled to plead for mercy. That's so. Chen Xuan dismissed the demon's pleas. A demon is a demon, treacherous and sinister. Should he harbor even a fraction of pity, it would surely backfire upon him. With a cold snort, he unleashed the boundless brilliance of his fortune power, ruthlessly pressing down upon the demon, from which endless black smoke erupted, rapidly evaporating. The demon wailed repeatedly, seemingly attempting to elicit a modicum of sympathy from Chen Xuan through its plight, but it was evident that this was a futile endeavor. As the power of fortune intensified, the demon's aura plummeted alongside the black smoke emanating from its body. In the blink of an eye, it had fallen from the peak of Deluo. Please, I cannot speak. If I do, I will surely die. It could bear no more, begging for mercy. Clearly, you have not grasped the current situation, Chen Xuan remarked, his gaze icy. The demon's words revealed it had been schemed against. He continued to amplify his pressure while declaring, "If you do not speak, you will still die, and it shall be immediate." The demon screamed in terror, its demonic energy swirling chaotically from within as its aura swiftly diminished. In a matter of moments, it had plummeted to the early stage of the Luo golden immortal. I will speak. I will speak. As Chen Xuan seemed poised to end its life, genuine fear gripped the demon's heart. It is the West. They wish to control you using the Tao heart demon technique. At the instant the demon uttered this revelation, far away in the Western realm, the guiding Taoist opened his eyes, disappointment flashing across his gaze. Brother, the nearby Taoist sensed the anomaly and quickly inquired. The plan has failed, the guiding Taoist replied, a hint of reluctance in his tone. He gently rubbed his fingers together and sighed. This external fiend had aided him in locating several highly qualified disciples in the West, and now their loss at Chen Xuan's hands was indeed regrettable. However, as the plan had been exposed, it seemed there remained only the option of silencing witnesses. Upon hearing this, the Taoist sighed as well, saying, "Then we must await the opportune moment." With that, the two of them simultaneously closed their eyes, resuming their quiet meditation. Meanwhile, within Chen Xuan's mind, the demon's expression abruptly shifted. It cried out, panic evident on its face. "He intends to kill me. Quick, save me. I beg you, save me. I am willing to serve you." Its voice was filled with frantic desperation, and at that moment, its form visibly began to dissipate, as if an overwhelming force was forcibly annihilating its very being. Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened, realizing that he had unknowingly fallen victim to the schemes of the two saints from the West. "Very well. Since you wish to employ the Tao heart demon against me, I shall reciprocate with a demon heart Tao." Chen Xuan's mind raced, swiftly concocting a plan for vengeance. "Zhong, bind him!" As soon as Chen Xuan's words fell, the dormant chaos bell trembled violently. Ding! The sound of the bell resonated, and time and space fell silent. The demon's panicked expression froze in the void. Its body, which had been on the verge of annihilation, was forcibly halted. The power of time and space immobilized it, rendering the supreme force intent on its destruction completely ineffective. Chen Xuan materialized, revealing himself within the demon's mind. He approached, gazing intently at the fiend, stroking his chin in contemplation. Moments later, a slight smile graced his lips as he raised his hand and pointed at the demon's brow. "Purify." With an expressionless demeanor, he uttered those two words, channeling his natural will, allowing the purifying force to directly penetrate the demon's body. This moment, within Chen Xuan's consciousness, the chaos bell's power of time and space held firm, while the purifying energy caused black smoke to continuously emanate from the demon, visibly evaporating. Its once pitch-black form began to transform rapidly, yet the demon's frozen expression of panic rendered the scene somewhat surreal. As the purifying force surged forth, the demon's demonic aura diminished significantly, and its essence plummeted rapidly. In mere moments, the demon fell from the early stage of the Luo golden immortal to the early stage of Tai golden immortal. A full realm's drop. Its aura dwindled. The demonic energy also faded until it became imperceptible. When the demonic energy finally vanished from existence, the guiding Taoist atop Shumi Mountain in the west side once more, subsequently turning his attention away from Chen Xuan's situation. After a brief interval, the power of time and space dissipated, and the panic on the demon's face instantly receded. It stood before Chen Xuan, respectfully bowing. Having shed the shackles of the past, I now understand my true self. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. How do you feel? Chen Xuan inquired, observing the demon before him, who now bore no trace of its former malevolence. Instead, it radiated an aura of celestial spiritual essence, characteristic of primordial beings, even its soul appearing pure and untainted. I have been reborn. The past is but a fleeting memory. From this day forth, I shall be known as Wu Tian. Wu Tian clasped his hands together, a look of compassion adorning his face. Seeing this, Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction and remarked, I perceive that you possess considerable wisdom. Why not journey to the west and become the ancestor of myriad Buddhas? Excellent. Wu Tian revealed a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. He once again bowed respectfully to Chen Xuan before his form transformed into specks of ethereal essence, vanishing within Chen Xuan's consciousness. Observing the spot where Wu Tian had disappeared, a slight grin graced Chen Xuan's lips. He had sent a fateful individual to the Western Church, and it seemed that the West was destined for great prosperity. However, all of this was merely a tale for another time. For now, the primary focus was to consolidate the three flowers atop the head. Chen Xuan gathered his thoughts, and with the support of the power of fortune, he refined the 5 energies within his chest, channeling his vitality and spirit upwards towards the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Hao Yin and the Tai, by Jinxing, who had been tracking Chen Xuan's trajectory, were increasingly astonished. The southern Jiangbu continent was flourishing, vibrant with life, showing no signs of having just endured a great calamity. The more Hao Yin witnessed the earth's splendor, the more curious he became about the extraordinary being capable of such restoration of the earth's veins, as the ruler of the heavenly court. Overseeing myriad primordial beings, he naturally yearned for the companionship of such a powerful individual. Even if he could not recruit them into the heavenly court, it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate to summon his escape light, swiftly heading towards the direction of the Eastern Victory divine continent alongside Tai by Jinxing. With Hao Yin's perfected quasi-saint cultivation, his speed was exceedingly rapid. Upon entering the realm of Eastern Victory, he soon discovered the immense and unparalleled black tortoise ahead. At the sight of Chen Xuan's colossal form, Hao Yin felt a twinge of astonishment, and as he beheld the flourishing landscape left in Chen Xuan's wake, disbelief flickered in his eyes. Is it truly so? Hao Yin murmured to himself. Before witnessing this scene, he had speculated that any being capable of restoring the earth's veins must at least be a quasi-saint, if not a saint. Yet the creature before him seemed scarcely even a Deluo golden immortal. My lord, how splendid! Tai by Jinxing's eyes sparkled with joy as he sensed that Chen Xuan's realm was not far beyond his OWN. It was precisely this realization that filled Tai by Jinxing with delight. What do you mean, my loyal minister? Hao Yin appeared momentarily stunned by Chen Xuan's extraordinary ability to mend the earth's veins, failing to react at first. If the individual were indeed a being of astonishing cultivation, approaching him might prove difficult. However, now it seemed, Tai by Jinxing stroked his long beard, a profound smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin suddenly understood. Indeed, if the individual were of the same quasi-saint caliber as himself, he would undoubtedly look down upon the current heavenly court. But if he were merely a Tai golden immortal, the chances of winning him over would be considerably higher. Seeing Hao Yin's realization, Tai by Jinxing's face radiated a friendly smile that he prepared to step forward to greet Chen Xuan, believing that as the ruler of the heavenly court, Hao Yin should not lower himself. Thus, it was most appropriate for him to initiate the outreach. However, before he could advance, Hao Yin at that moment reached out to stop him. My lord. Tai by Jinxing's smile froze, replaced by a look of confusion. This being seemed poised to attain the Deluo. We must not disturb him. Hao Yian's eyes sparkled with divine light, excitement bubbling within him. Although the heavenly court currently boasted numerous celestial officials, none were of the Deluo caliber to preside over it. If he could recruit this remarkable being into the heavenly court, it would undoubtedly bolster his strength. Tai Bai Jinxing, upon hearing Hao Yian's thoughts, also displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, as Tai, golden immortal himself. Witnessing the birth of a Deluo golden immortal would be nothing short of a divine miracle. Thus, the ruler of the heavenly court, accompanied by its sole esteemed minister, followed closely behind the black tortoise. Observing from a distance, as Hao Yian trailed behind Chen Xuan, he grew increasingly astonished, realizing that the aura of fortune emanating from this being surpassed even that of the heavenly court's ruler himself. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the heavenly court had yet to fully flourish. Nevertheless, this was still enough to leave Hao Yian in a W. As Chen Xuan progressed, his aura only intensified. Years later, while in motion, Chen Xuan suddenly halted, emitting a long, resonating roar. His enormous form abruptly contracted, transforming into a primordial Tao body, seated in the void. It is about to commence. A curious expression adorned Hao Yian's face as he anticipated the level of Chen Xuan's Deluo flower. At the same time, within the Bo palace of the Zhejiao, the Tongtian master, who was contemplating the power of the great Tao, suddenly seemed to sense something, abruptly opening his eyes. Just moments ago, he had felt a surge of fortune enveloping him, so potent that even he, a saint, could not help but show signs of emotion. He quickly extended his hand to calculate. "Ha ha, my good disciple." Moments later, Tongtian erupted into hearty laughter, his form flickering as he vanished from the Bo palace. In the blink of an eye, the Tongtian master arrived at Chen Xuan's location. Hao Yian and Tai Bai Jinxing, who were observing Chen Xuan from a distance, felt the space around them ripple, as if countless celestial melodies resonated and auspicious clouds billowed forth. When they looked again, a majestic figure clad in a blue robe stepped forth from the void. "Hao Yian, what brings you here?" Upon his arrival, Tongtian's gaze swiftly fell upon Hao Yian, his expression imbued with profound significance. "Brother Tongtian," Hao Yian, upon seeing the esteemed presence of the Tongtian master, instinctively displayed a measure of respect. Promptly bowing, Tai Bai Jinxing beside him went even further, prostrating in utmost reverence. After Hao Yian's bow, as if struck by a thought, he pointed toward the distant Chen Xuan, cautiously inquiring, "Brother, your visit here, could it be related to?" Mentioning Chen Xuan, a hint of a smile appeared on Tongtian's otherwise placid visage as he nodded. "Chen Xuan is my disciple, so. His name is Chen Xuan." Hao Yian's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Previously at the Zixiao Palace, the six saints had looked down upon him, unwilling to allow their disciples to join the heavenly court. Now, learning that Chen Xuan was indeed a disciple of the Zhejiao, Hao Yian could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. Given Tongtian's evident regard for Chen Xuan, it seemed highly unlikely that he would allow him to join the heavenly court. Yet, gazing at Chen Xuan in the distance, feeling the increasingly potent aura he exuded, Hao Yian, despite his discontent, gritted his teeth and resolutely asked, "Brother, might you allow your nephew Chen Xuan to serve in my heavenly court? He may choose any position as a great emperor. I bid to recruit a Deluo golden immortal." Hao Yian was willing to go to great lengths, even promising the title of emperor. However, Tongtian clearly did not regard this title as particularly appealing. Chen Xuan was his true disciple. In terms of status, he was already quite esteemed, so why should he submit to the constraints of the heavenly court? Especially considering the meager fortune possessed by the heavenly court at present, in Tongtian's view, it hardly warranted attention. The fortune that flowed from Hao Yian was even less than what Chen Xuan currently commanded. Unconsciously, he intended to decline on Chen Xuan's behalf, yet before he could speak, he heard Tai Bai Jinxing exclaim in astonishment. He has begun. Seeing this, both Tongtian and Hao Yian had no choice but to set aside their discussion, each turning their gaze back to Chen Xuan, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. In the void, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged. The Xian breathing technique, the Yuan Huang Shangqing Dao method, and the Shi Qing Yu Qing Dao method circulated rapidly within him, drawing in the spiritual energy from a radius of millions of miles. The 5 energies within his chest illuminated the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, causing Chen Xuan's form to emit a faint, resplendent glow. Essence, qi, and spirit converged to their pinnacle, and above his head, a 3-colored Tao flower transformed from the ethereal into the tangible. Poised to bloom in an instant, an exotic fragrance wafted through the surrounding space, resonating with the sounds of the Tao. As laws manifested like dragons in flight, various extraordinary phenomena unfolding in succession. 3 flowers gather at the crown. The 3 onlookers simultaneously murmured as the flowers blossomed. At this moment, it could be said that Chen Xuan had already placed 1 foot into the Deluo realm, with the remaining uncertainty resting upon the grade of the flower that would bloom. In the expectant gazes of the 3-colored Tao flower began to unfurl slowly. You could see the moment of its blossoming. 3 golden lotus flowers encircled the Tao flower, blooming in unison above Chen Xuan's head. 3rd grade, Hao Qian whispered, recognizing that a flower blooming at this grade indicated an ordinary Deluo. He could not believe that Chen Xuan possessed only this level of potential. Indeed, the next moment, Hao Qian witnessed 3 more golden lotuses materialize above Chen Xuan's head. 6th grade, the Tai-Bai Jinxing gazed upon the spectacle with envy. The 6-petaled Tao flower, signifying that this individual's aptitude could at least reach the pinnacle of the great Luo level, which represented Tai-Bai Jinxing's highest aspirations for himself. However, the Tongtian Jiaozhu remained silent, harboring absolute confidence in Chen Xuan that in the days before he pledged allegiance to the Sect, when Chen Xuan was merely at the true immortal realm, he was already able to pursue the great Tao. His potential, without a doubt, surpassed that of the 6th rank. 6 golden lotuses swirled above his head, casting a golden light upon the earth, akin to a blanket of gold. This moment, the 7th golden lotus quietly unfurled. The 7th rank, the stature of a quasi-saint. Hao Qian uttered a sound of admiration. Given Chen Xuan's Xingguo root, to manifest a 7th rank Tao flower was indeed remarkable. After all, the Xingguo bloodline within him had been inherited through countless generations. Tongtian nodded in satisfaction. With a 7th rank Tao flower, Chen Xuan's qualifications were already among the elite within the Sect. Yet he pondered where exactly lay the limits of this senior's potential. Could it be? The astonishment in Tai-Bai Jinxing's eyes deepened as he instinctively grasped at his graying beard, inadvertently plucking a few hairs without noticing. 8th rank. In the distinct gazes of the 8 golden lotuses began to whirl rapidly around Chen Xuan's Tao flower. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Tongtian could not contain his laughter. The blooming of the 8th rank Tao flower denoted that Chen Xuan possessed the most exceptional aptitude beneath the saints, rivaling many innate beings. While Tongtian laughed, Hao Qian's gaze involuntarily revealed a hint of disappointment. With such qualifications, how could Chen Xuan possibly serve in the heavenly court? At this moment, Tai-Bai Jinxing was so astonished that he could scarcely utter a word. His eyes alight with excitement as he bore witness to the manifestation of a formidable being attaining the great Luo. Yet the astonishment Chen Xuan instilled in them clearly had not reached its zenith. Even Tongtian was taken aback as Chen Xuan's head suddenly coalesced into a 9th golden lotus. 9th rank. Hao Qian's pupils constricted sharply. The 9th rank represented the potential to attain sainthood. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 9th lotus above Chen Xuan, Hao Qian entirely relinquished the notion of pulling Chen Xuan into the heavenly court. The 9 golden lotuses spiraled around the Tao flower. Even Tongtian, upon seeing this sight, momentarily fell into a daze. Yet it was but a fleeting instant before he regained his composure. Tongtian's expression shifted abruptly as 4 beams of sword light erupted from his being. Zhu Xian, Lu Xian, Xian Xian, Zhu Xian. In an instant, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian fanned out in all directions, suppressing the void and sealing off the surrounding celestial machinations. A 9th rank Great Luo could already instill a sense of crisis in the saints. The 6 saints maintained a delicate balance, preventing the emergence of another saint that could disrupt their equilibrium. Should Chen Xuan's aptitude be exposed to the gaze of other saints, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to thwart his path to enlightenment. Once the void was sealed, Tong Tian's gaze pivoted to the two individuals beside him, but he abruptly raised a hand and, without further ado, seized Tai Bai Jinxing. Tong Tian Shixiao. Hao Yan's expression changed dramatically, as if he understood Tong Tian's intentions. In the next moment, Tong Tian struck Tai Bai Jinxing's forehead with his hand, then turned to Hao Yan with a smile, saying, "Rest assured, I have merely erased a segment of his memory." He cast Tai Bai Jinxing into the heavenly court, and then fixed his gaze upon Hao Yan. As he felt Tong Tian's stare, Hao Yan's demeanor stiffened. Despite Tong Tian's smile, the look in his eyes sent chills down his spine. Let today's events remain buried. Tong Tian's tone brooked no disagreement. Hao Yan numbly nodded, fully aware that were it not for the backing of Dao Ancestor, he too could not escape the fate of having his memories erased. Seeing Hao Yan remain compliant, Tong Tian finally withdrew his gaze, turning it towards the distant Chen Xuan. At this moment, the four swords of Zhu Xian sealed the void, and only Tong Tian could discern the happenings within their radius. His attention settled on the 9 golden lotuses that swirled above Chen Xuan's head, and a sense of bewilderment began to brew within him. With a 9-ranked Dao flower, it was customary for the next step to be Chen Xuan formally stepping into the great Luo Jingxian realm. Yet the swirling golden lotuses sparked an absurd thought within Tong Tian. Could it be that there was more? As this notion took root, even Tong Tian felt his heart race. He revealed no signs of his inner turmoil, fixating his gaze intently on the golden lotuses above Chen Xuan's head. Their rotation captivating him and igniting boundless anticipation. The 3-colored Dao flower emitted a fragrant aroma as the 9 golden lotuses danced gracefully. With the passage of time, their whirling slowed as if encountering some resistance. Chen Xuan, with his eyes closed, faint beads of sweat trickled from his brow, his expression suggesting a certain strain. Just as Tong Tian found himself perplexed, the density of gold in the void intensified beyond the 9 golden lotuses. An ethereal silhouette gradually materialized above Chen Xuan's head, revealing yet another golden lotus. Yet, as this flower emerged, its exterior shimmered with a blurriness, as though it could vanish at any moment. Hiss! Tong Tian inhaled sharply. 9 signifies the extreme of the Dao. But what of 10? If the first 9 signified Chen Xuan's potential to attain sainthood, then the appearance of the 10th might suggest that he could surpass the saints in the future. Tong Tian dared not dwell on the thought, merely grateful that he had acted swiftly to seal the heavenly machinations. In the instant the 10th lotus's illusion appeared, all the golden lotuses above Chen Xuan's head ceased their rotation. The dazzling golden light gradually retracted, and soon, one by one, the golden lotuses merged into the 3-colored Dao flower. The Dao flower bloomed, showering down an abundance of vital energy, while Chen Xuan's aura surged with each passing moment. Observing this, Tong Tian smiled faintly and subsequently withdrew the 4 swords of Zhu Xian. The myriad spiritual energies seemed to be summoned at that instant, rushing toward this location with fervor that in but a few breaths. Chen Xuan successfully ascended to the great Luo Jingxian realm, showing no signs of halting. As Chen Xuan's cultivation broke through, the very fabric of the realm around him underwent a transformation. Across the primordial land, countless spiritual veins coiled like dragons, each infused with an unimaginable richness of spiritual energy, and where they traversed, the earth bloomed with flowers and fragrant aromas. The previously cloudless sky was suddenly adorned with auspicious clouds, upon which flickered countless golden glimmers. The ground was suffused with spiritual energy, voluntarily harvested by Chen Xuan's Dao flower, while the heavens rained down streams of golden merit like a waterfall. The heavens celebrated. Such a grand phenomenon naturally drew the attention of many observers that in the chaos purple cloud palace. A Taoist clad in purple slightly lifted his eyelids before closing them once more. The 8th scenery palace of Shiyang Mountain. Taiji Laozu, who was attempting to deduce the next heavenly ruler's role, halted his actions and gazed in the direction of Chen Xuan, his eyes sparkling with strange light. In the Yushu palace of Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi Tian'an likewise turned his gaze towards the Dongsheng divine continent, though his expression was laden with coldness. Within the Nuwa palace, Inhua wore a smile, her intentions inscrutable. In the western Shimi mountain, The dual saints displayed a mix of reluctance and anticipation in their eyes. Meanwhile, as Chen Xuan's master, Tongtian Jiaozhu, found merit pouring down upon him as well. Simultaneously, the fortunes of the entire Jia sect seemed to subtly elevate. Tongtian's heart swelled with ecstasy. As Chen Xuan restored the primordial veins and purified the malevolent energies of the world, he was now receiving the heavens' accolades. Even he, as a master, along with the entire Jia sect, basked in the glory. Observing Chen Xuan, his cultivation surged uncontrollably after breaking through the Great Luo, rapidly advancing to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Jingxian. And in the ensuing moments, he ascended to the late stage of the Great Luo Jingxian. Only after reaching the late stage did Chen Xuan's aura gradually stabilize. The commotion on the ground subsided as the various spiritual veins returned their offerings. However, the auspicious clouds in the sky remained unscattered, showering golden light and boundless merit. Chen Xuan refrained from utilizing this merit to break through his realm, instead choosing to collect it within his turtle shell for future use. After a brief passage of time, the vast auspicious clouds in the sky finally began to dissipate. With the 3 flowers atop his head merging into his crown, Chen Xuan slowly rose, his thoughts turning to the newly acquired entry. Chimen Dunjia. Each grid on your turtle shell can house an array in Chen Xuan's heart. A murmur arose. Since ancient times, the tortoise shell has been revered as a symbol of the heavens above and the earth below. Embodying the concept of a round sky and a flat earth on its back, there are 37 squares, with the 3 central squares representing the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity. The 10 squares in the middle correspond to the 10 heavenly stems. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Hexen, Ren, and Gei. The outer 24 small squares signify the 24 solar terms. Meanwhile, the 12 squares at the bottom of the tortoise shell represent the 12 earthly branches. Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yusu, and Hai. This implies that if each square could be arranged into a formation, Chen Xuan could wield 49 different formations. Astonishing. As the realization dawned on him, excitement sparkled in Chen Xuan's eyes. Just imagine, on some future day, when all 49 formations converge upon him, revealing his true form and surrounding his enemies for a thorough thrashing. What a delightful vision. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Chen Xuan stepped forward to the Tongtian patriarch and bowed respectfully. Disciple is profoundly grateful for Master-S protection. Ha! Splendid, splendid, my obedient disciple. The Tongtian patriarch beamed with joy. Chen Xuan's breakthrough to the late stage of the Luo immediately surpassed the likes of Duo Bao and others. In the eyes of the Tongtian patriarch, he had already become the future of the congratulations. Chen Xuan, my friend, that moment, Hao Yan, standing nearby, took the initiative to speak that he did not presume superiority due to his seniority, but instead greeted Chen Xuan in a tone of equality. Aware of Chen Xuan's potential for achieving sainthood, Hao Yan dared not be presumptuous. His only intention was to foster goodwill. Who might this esteemed elder be? A hint of confusion flickered in Chen Xuan's gaze, for he sensed an immense aura emanating from Hao Yan. Far from ordinary, he is your master uncle, Hao Yan, the Tongtian patriarch replied, in high spirits, granting Hao Yan some degree of respect. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's expression turned solemn, and he clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "So, it is the Celestial Emperor. I am truly honored." The Celestial Emperor. A wry smile crept upon Hao Yan's lips at Chen Xuan's address. His celestial court currently lacked even a handful of competent officials, making the title somewhat unmerited. With no capable subordinates, Hao Yan found it perplexing how his celestial court could maintain its standing in the vast wilderness with only his quasi-saint cultivation. Not to mention, the various saintly sects hardly regarded the celestial court with any respect. The fact that someone like Chen Xuan would address him as the Celestial Emperor left Hao Yan feeling both flattered and bewildered. Sigh, the Celestial Court. Hao Yan shook his head, letting out a sigh. He had intended to recruit Chen Xuan, but realized that the Celestial Court might not be able to accommodate such a formidable figure. After all, Chen Xuan possessed the potential for achieving sainthood, which meant he would likely stand on equal ground with Hao Yan in the future. How could someone of such caliber serve him? While Hao Yan hesitated to extend an invitation, Chen Xuan began to contemplate the celestial court. In his view, joining the celestial court seemed a promising direction. The celestial court's fortune was undeniable, and more critically, it was the orthodox authority recognized by the Tao ancestor. Aligning himself with the celestial court would place him on the side of righteousness within the wilderness, facilitating his actions significantly. Moreover, with the calamity of the Wu and Yao now concluded and the Fengshen War looming, if he could lay the groundwork in advance, it would undoubtedly benefit the. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xuan feigned curiosity and asked Hao Yan, "Why does the Celestial Emperor bear such an expression? Is there perhaps something troubling you?" Upon hearing Chen Xuan's inquiry, Hao Yan initially wished to conceal his troubles, but, harboring a desire to draw Chen Xuan closer, he ultimately sighed and confessed, "To be honest, my friend, as the ruler of the Celestial Court, I am merely a figurehead." Hao Yan continued, unperturbed by the possibility of ridicule from the Tontian Patriarch, and elaborated on the current plight of the Celestial Court. As Chen Xuan listened to his lamentations, he could not help but feel a sense of sympathy. Indeed, Hao Yan, as the Celestial Emperor, had it rather difficult. Although Hong Jun had tasked him in Yao Qi with overseeing the Order of the Wilderness, he had provided no substantial support. Much like the former East King and West Queen Mother, they had merely received a few treasures to enhance their cultivation, after which they were left to their own devices. Hao Yan's situation was even more dire than that of the East King, for at that time, aside from Hong Jun, no other saints had emerged in the world. Most beings were still in awe and fear of Hong Jun's saintly might, resulting in a fair number of followers for the East King. Now, however, the 6 saints looming over Hao Yan felt like an insurmountable weight, suffocating him. Not only the saints, but even their disciples often held him in contempt, failing to regard him as the Celestial Emperor. In such circumstances, it was unsurprising that the beings of the wilderness held little reverence for this new Celestial Emperor, with most who approached him driven by the desire to reap benefits. Who would have thought that one as esteemed as the Celestial Emperor would have so many burdens? Chen Xuan sighed, seemingly empathizing. Indeed, Hao Yan echoed, sighing as well, suddenly feeling lost about his future. Observing the two engage in conversation, the Tontian Patriarch felt a twinge of confusion. His disciple seemed unusually talkative today, but he sensed that Chen Xuan was perhaps plotting something but chose not to intervene, instead offering a few parting words before returning to the Bio Palace. As Tontian departed, Hao Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the presence of saints, some matters were indeed difficult to articulate. My friend, would you be willing to join my celestial court to uphold the order of the wilderness? After some contemplation, Hao Yan ultimately decided to take a chance that, if Chen Xuan agreed, perhaps the celestial court could eventually boast a saint among its ranks. Joining the celestial court? Naturally, I am amenable. Almost simultaneously with Hao Yan's words, Chen Xuan nodded in affirmation. Hao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Chen Xuan's prompt agreement caught him off guard. Yet soon, joy filled his heart. Is that truly the case? Rest assured, it is no jest, Chen Xuan affirmed with a nod. Excellent. My friend is so forthright. I shall not be stingy. Aside from the position of the Celestial Emperor among the 6 sovereigns, you may choose any of the others. Hao Yan laughed heartily, presenting the 5 divine positions among the 6 sovereigns to Chen Xuan. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's face lit up with delight. He mused to himself how advantageous it was to be the first to claim a position. Being among the 6 sovereigns represented the highest divine authority in the celestial court. Hao Yan's willingness to offer him one of those positions was quite generous. For Chen Xuan, as long as it was one of the 6 sovereigns, he would be satisfied. The specific position mattered little, as each came with its own set of responsibilities. Ultimately, considering that his dwelling was situated by the Eastern Sea, Chen Xuan silently chose the position of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. After all, convenience was always preferable. Having selected his imperial rank, Hao Yan immediately conferred upon Chen Xuan the title, proclaiming to the wilderness, "I am the Jade Emperor of the Golden Turret. Henceforth, I bestow upon Chen Xuan the title of Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, to govern all beings and oversee the growth of all things, standing equally with me." Hao Yan's voice echoed throughout the wilderness, stirring a flurry of reactions to the 8 Scenes Palace of Shouyang Mountain. Laozi furrowed his brow upon hearing Hao Yan's announcement. Initially, he had held little regard for this celestial emperor appointed by Hongjun. However, Chen Xuan's sudden inclusion piqued Laozi's interest. He raised his hand to calculate, and moments later, his expression changed dramatically. What a celestial court that Laozi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as a benevolent spirit emerged from within him. Dressed in a Taoist robe and holding a whisk, he immediately bowed to Laozi. Reciting a sacred verse, "Go forth." Laozi smiled faintly. Pointing to the heavens, the benevolent spirit smiled back and swiftly departed from Shouyang Mountain. The Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzuan displayed a look of disdain upon hearing Hao Yin's proclamation. He had assumed that after Chen Xuan achieved a luo, he would strive for higher realms with his immense merits. His surprise, Chen Xuan had entangled himself with a mere attendant. Both Yuan Shi Tianzuan and the other disciples of Yushu Palace shared similar sentiments. And upon hearing Hao Yin's announcement, the 12 immortals of Yushu displayed expressions of contempt. What a farce! As a true disciple of a saint, he has chosen to become a subordinate. Indeed, they mused, could Chen Xuan genuinely believe he would be treated as an equal? Unexpectedly, this newly appointed celestial emperor possessed a certain knack for persuasion. Regardless of the circumstances, this truly tarnishes the reputation of the sage. Our esteemed Master Tongtian must be displeased by this turn of events. While the crowd in Yushu Palace ridicules and scorns, a look of bewilderment also graces Tongtian's face in Bo Palace. Just as he had departed, how could his precious disciple be summoned to the heavenly court? Tongtian could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. Had he known, he would have kept a closer watch. He harbored a certain disdain for the heavenly court. If Tongtian felt this way, one can only imagine the sentiments of his disciples. Though disciples such as Duo Bao, Jin Ling, and Yun Xiao, who shared a close bond with Chen Xuan, expressed confusion, they did not harbor contempt for those of lower status among the disciples. While they dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts, they ultimately felt that Chen Xuan's actions were somewhat inappropriate. Only Cheng Dingguangxian displayed overt displeasure. What nonsense is this? A true disciple serving as a mere subordinate to mortals. It is utterly disgraceful. Enough. Just as Cheng Dingguangxian could no longer contain his complaints, the most powerful among the 7 immortals in attendance, Huangxian, interjected with a reprimand. Brother Chen Xuan is a true disciple. How can we mere mortals pass judgment on matters of right and wrong? Chastised by Huangxian, Cheng Dingguangxian remained somewhat unconvinced. He had long harbored jealousy towards Chen Xuan, and his audacity to speak out was backed by a well-prepared resolve. Though Cheng Dingguangxian's own strength was lacking, his innate talents allowed him to glean much information regarding the heavenly court. From this information, he could easily deduce that the 6 saints looked down upon the heavenly court in the current era. He speculated that Chen Xuan's decision to join at this juncture would undoubtedly incite dissatisfaction from Master Tongtian. Thus, he aimed to display his cleverness at this moment, hoping to provoke Tongtian's ire towards Chen Xuan. However, he misjudged Tongtian's thoughts. The significance of Chen Xuan in Tongtian's eyes was far beyond what Cheng Dingguangxian could fathom. Just as he was about to retort to Huangxian, a cold voice reached his ears. "You shall face the wall for a millennium." This pronouncement caused Cheng Dingguangxian's expression to change dramatically. His long ears drooped immediately, and he dared not utter a word of defiance, turning to bow towards Bo Palace. Disciple acknowledges the error and is willing to accept punishment. Go. Tongtian concluded, turning his attention elsewhere. A bitter expression crossed Cheng Dingguangxian's face as he silently rose. The others present secretly rejoiced that they had not displayed any dissatisfaction moments before. In the chaotic void of the primordial universe, within the palace of Nuwa, upon hearing Hao Yin's decree, Nuwa had been quietly observing the movements across the primordial realm. Upon witnessing the figure emerging from the 8 sceneries palace atop Shouyang Mountain, a smile graced her face. "Brother Taching, while I may not possess your foresight, I wholeheartedly agree with your insight. The heavenly court is indeed formidable." Nuwa mused, her expression contemplative. Moments later, she beckoned her disciple, Xian Nu, to come forth. "You shall carry my decree and ascend to the heavens as an official." She spoke. A beam of golden light shot from her fingertip and entered Xian Nu's forehead. Understood. Xian Nu nodded in compliance and promptly flew out of the palace of Nuwa. in the western region of Shumi Mountain. Upon hearing of Chen Xuan's induction into the heavenly court, Xuan sensed an unusual aura. This Chen Xuan possesses great fortune. His joining the heavenly court must carry profound significance. The look of eagerness appeared on Xuan Ti's face. However, this suggestion was met with immediate opposition from Jane. Foolishness, junior brother. Our western region is already impoverished. Sending disciples to the heavens would only result in unnecessary losses of strength. Seeing Jie Yin's decisive rejection, Xuan Ti pondered and found some validity in the reasoning. Thus choosing to disregard the idea that in the Eastern Victory divine continent, as Hao Yin's decree was issued, under the witness of the heavenly Tao, the position of the Eastern Emperor Qinghua was conferred upon Chen Xuan. Simultaneously, the fortunes of the heavenly court were bestowed upon him. With the shift in divine status, the celestial beings within the heavenly court sensed the change. Brother, you have finally recruited a mighty being, exclaimed Yao Qi, her expression brightening with joy as she grew serious. Hao Yin has attracted an emperor. I cannot fall too far behind. Determined, Yao Qi resolved to visit Kunlun Mountain to seek out the Queen Mother of the West. Hoping to leverage her past connections to recruit formidable beings for the heavenly court, Yao Qi set forth towards Kunlun Mountain, in the Eastern Victory divine continent. Hao Yin and Chen Xuan exchanged knowing smiles, each bowing in mutual respect. Heavenly Emperor, Great Emperor, with smiles in their eyes, both recognized their shared appreciation for one another. Now that you have entered the heavenly court, why not accompany me to familiarize yourself with the surroundings? I can also introduce you to the various celestial officials. After the conferral, Hao Yin warmly invited. Perhaps another day, Chen Xuan replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head, that I have just broken through to the great Luo realm, and my mind is somewhat unsettled. I require seclusion to consolidate my strength. Hao Yin felt a tinge of regret upon hearing this. Yet with the divine position already conferred, he was unperturbed by the prospect of Chen Xuan's departure. Very well, let it be another day. He smiled once more before gradually ascending into the sky. I shall await your esteemed arrival in the heavenly court. With that, he departed gracefully. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, his form shimmering as he transformed into a rainbow and vanished. Within the Bio Palace of Golden Ao Island, Tong Tian regarded Chen Xuan with an inquiring gaze. Does Master feel that my joining the heavenly court has compromised my standing? Meeting Tong Tian's gaze, Chen Xuan wore a faint smile. Tong Tian remained silent, though internally he somewhat acquiesced to Chen Xuan's perspective, patiently awaiting his explanation. Disciple believes that attaining this position of emperor is akin to seizing an unexpected fortune. Chen Xuan maintained his smile, though it bore an air of inscrutability. Pray, share your thoughts. Tong Tian, intrigued by Chen Xuan's words, urged him to elaborate. Chen Xuan gathered his thoughts before slowly articulating. Throughout the history of the primordial realm, since the dawn of creation, it is inevitable that beings of significant strength will engage in conflict. Tong Tian nodded silently, grasping Chen Xuan's meaning. Chen Xuan continued. After each calamity, beneficiaries emerge to claim their place as the new protagonists of the heavenly Tao. The ancient three races, the witch and demon clans, were all beneficiaries of such calamities. Master, consider this. Now that the witch and demon clans have retreated, what other powerful beings remain to dominate the primordial realm? His gaze held profound significance. Tong Tian furrowed his brow, as if a spark of enlightenment flickered within him. Are you suggesting? Indeed, with the retreat of the witches and demons, the ensuing conflict will be among the various sects and doctrines. Chen Xuan's tone remained calm, asserting that the struggle for doctrines was inevitable. He did not believe that even the saints could fail to foresee this outcome. Tong Tian had evidently already deduced this. Yet he remained puzzled about Chen Xuan's decision to join the heavenly court. However, Chen Xuan's next statement struck him like a thunderclap. Master, ponder this. Which force in this world holds the most powerful doctrine? Chen Xuan emphasized the term doctrine with intention. Surely it is my Jia. Tong Tian began to respond instinctively, but just as the words left his mouth, he seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in shock. Sensing Tong Tian's astonishment, Chen Xuan smiled but said nothing. The heavenly court, Tong Tian murmured to himself. If what Chen Xuan speculated were true, then the rise of the heavenly court would indeed be unstoppable. Thus, I maintain that acquiring this position of great emperor is a stroke of incredible fortune. Chen Xuan beamed with delight. Now it makes sense that Tongtian's expression shifted to one of realization. Chen Xuan's actions, while seemingly a gamble, appeared to hold a considerable likelihood of success upon further contemplation. With this thought, Tongtian's mind began to race with possibilities. Disciple, there are still 4 vacancies remaining for the 6U positions. Contemplating deeply, Tongtian mused that if the ultimate beneficiary of the impending struggle for the Dao lineage were to be the heavenly court, perhaps he could strategically position himself in advance to seize the supreme divine authority. This matter required careful deliberation. Otherwise, it might alarm the esteemed Emperor of Heaven. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. He had only just joined the heavenly court, and if he were to hastily demand the position of the 6 sovereigns alongside his senior brothers and sisters from Jiejiao, it would likely unsettle Haoyin. Moreover, other saintly sects would undoubtedly discern a glimmer of truth, leading to further complications in the ensuing disputes. Tongtian nodded, reflecting that he had indeed been somewhat impulsive. After all, this was merely Chen Xuan's conjecture. Should he gamble incorrectly, it could jeopardize the futures of his fellow disciples. Nevertheless, he ultimately placed greater trust in Chen Xuan, nodding in agreement. As you wish, when the time is ripe. Feel free to bring your senior brothers and sisters into the heavenly court. Chen Xuan acknowledged this with a nod and subsequently took his leave. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Chen Xuan began to enter seclusion to solidify his newfound realm. This breakthrough had proven immensely fruitful, granting him not only a wealth of merit, but also propelling his cultivation to the late stage of Deluo, marking him as a standout among the second-generation disciples. Such a rapid advancement necessitated thorough consolidation. The millennium swiftly passed, and on one particular day, Chen Xuan opened his eyes from his meditative state. "What is this?" he exclaimed softly, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. Within the depths of his consciousness, fleeting images began to coalesce. The scenes depicted countless human beings bowing in reverence before him, prompting Chen Xuan to delve deeper into these visions. Simultaneously, far from the shores of the Eastern Sea, in the region of Mount Wanshou in the west, the human race had, after centuries of recuperation, successfully revitalized and proliferated throughout the vast wilderness. "Mother, why must we worship the divine turtle?" A little girl, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years of age, tugged at her mother's sleeve, her curiosity evident. The mother, upon hearing her daughter's question, smiled gently. "Our ancestors were safeguarded by the divine turtle, allowing them to survive. My child, remember this. Worshipping the divine turtle brings blessings." "Oh," the girl replied, her understanding unclear as she gazed at the clay statue of the divine turtle in the temple. Somehow, she felt as if the turtle's eyes had just blinked. "The divine turtle is moving," she exclaimed joyfully while pointing at the statue. "Child, do not speak so recklessly." The adults nearby exchanged worried glances, quickly admonishing her. The girl's mother hastily knelt down with her child. Observing the throng of worshippers bowing before him, Chen Xuan finally comprehended the situation. Years prior, he had aided the human race, and it seemed this act of kindness had not been forgotten. As Chen Xuan basked in the fortunes of the human race, he discovered that his incense offerings were still being passed down in the mortal realm. Just as he was reflecting on the sincerity of Suiren, his gaze was suddenly drawn to another clay statue beside him. "Oh, Brother Jinyuan, you are here, too?" Sensing the subtle vibrations emanating from the statue, Chen Xuan called out eagerly. "You have also arrived?" Jinyuan's thoughts resonated within Chen Xuan's mind. He too had sheltered the human race and was now reaping the benefits of their incense offerings. After exchanging thoughts, both expressed their astonishment, likely due to the news of their past brotherhood being circulated among the human populace, leading to the custom of venerating them together in the same temple. "Congratulations on your successful ascension to the Luo," Jinyuan said, marveling at how quickly Chen Xuan's cultivation had advanced. It wouldn't be long before he reached the quasi-saint realm. My progress has been mere fortune," Chen Xuan replied. After a brief, casual exchange, they agreed to discuss philosophical matters at a later time, and each withdrew their consciousness. Within the cave dwelling of the Shinshan mountain range, Chen Xuan's countenance bore a contemplative expression. The human race's incense offerings were an unexpected boon. Incense and the power of belief serve as a form of cultivation for immortals and deities. Chen Xuan knew that the Western teachings excelled in this practice. During the Fengshen War, figures like Xihong and Wenshu, having lost their celestial flowers atop their heads within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, turned to cultivate the power of incense and belief, eventually becoming formidable figures in later eras. Yet at present, Chen Xuan had little desire to pursue this path, as his innate talents rendered such a diversion unnecessary. However, to let such abundant offerings go to waste felt somewhat regretful. After all, during times of spiritual depletion in the future, such offerings would be fiercely contested among deities. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened with realization. He raised a hand, gathering a radiant orb of golden light. The power of merit manifested within his palm, and with a thought, he refined it into numerous avatars, imbuing them with a fragment of his divine consciousness. Go forth, he commanded. As he refined countless avatars, a subtle smile graced Chen Xuan's lips. He flung his hand, and the avatars transformed into beams of golden light, traversing the threads of belief to disperse throughout the wilderness. Simultaneously, the statue of Chen Xuan, revered by the human race, seemed to awaken as if imbued with a soul, exhibiting signs of life. Such a miraculous event naturally drew gasps of awe from the onlookers. Chen Xuan's cultivation of avatars to gather belief might prove useful at some point in the future. It is time to present myself to the heavens, Chen Xuan stated, rising slowly with a serene smile. Contemplating how unusual it was for someone who had just joined to take a 1,000-year leave. In his previous life, such a scenario would have caused quite a stir, shaking off the chaotic thoughts within. Chen Xuan exited his cave and made his way directly to the heavenly court. That moment. Within the Lingshao Hall of the Heavenly Court, a sparse assembly of celestial officials stood around lazily, while the Emperor of Heaven, Hao Tian, exhibited a degree of lethargy. The Heavenly Court was newly established, its reputation yet to be fully realized across the wilderness. Although it bore the title of maintaining order in the primordial realm, it lacked the means to take action. While there were some celestial officials present, they were largely ineffectual. Thus, the daily court meetings had devolved into the most tedious moments for all. Gathered together, they found themselves with nothing to do. If there are matters to discuss, please present them. If not, you may leave. Hao Tian had repeated this phrase countless times, harboring a faint hope that someone would bring forth an issue within his capacity to address. Yet today was evidently another day of disappointment, as the celestial officials below remained silent, gazing blankly ahead, with no intention of taking action. Hao Tian felt helpless, recognizing that the vast wilderness could not possibly be devoid of occurrences. But it was unfortunate that his subordinates were mostly of low cultivation, fearful of involving themselves in any matters for fear of dire consequences. They are all merely here to squander my heavenly court's fortune. Hao Tian lamented inwardly. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Chen Xuan observed the drowsy guard stationed there, a frown creasing his brow. The lax demeanor of the guards was quite unexpected. It seems the situation in the heavenly court is far worse than I had imagined. Chen Xuan mused, understanding now why Hao Tian felt uncertain about the future of the court. Humph! Chen Xuan scoffed softly. Having joined the heavenly court, he could not condone such laziness in squandering its fortune. He released a hint of his Deluo golden immortal aura. The air crackled with a sound akin to firecrackers, and even a mere hint of his presence was terrifying. Before him stood a guard of only the Xian immortal realm, who, upon feeling the weight of Chen Xuan's aura, was startled into collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened in fear, and the previous lethargy vanished as he scrambled to his feet to bow before Chen Xuan. Greetings, exalted immortal. The guard, overwhelmed by Chen Xuan's cultivation, dared not show the slightest hint of disrespect. Is it only you on duty at the heavenly gate? Chen Xuan inquired, his gaze steady. Yes, as the heavenly court is newly established and understaffed. I am here alone. The guard's expression turned awkward. He had grown complacent due to the sparse visits to the heavenly court. Even though he stood guard at the southern heavenly gate, he often found himself with little to occupy his time. Sometimes standing idle for hundreds or even thousands of years today, the sudden appearance of Chen Xuan startled him, as it was the first time since joining the heavenly court that he encountered a being of such profound cultivation. "May I ask who the exalted immortal is?" In the midst of his astonishment, the sentinel celestial soldier did not forget his duties and mustered the courage to inquire about Chen Xuan. "I am Chen Xuan," he replied calmly. The sentinel's heart stirred with a vague sense of recognition at the name. After a rapid mental whirl, his eyes widened in shock, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He dared not wipe them away. Instead, he knelt down. "I pay my respects to the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor." As he prostrated before Chen Xuan, his heart raced uncontrollably. His dismay, he realized that due to a momentary lapse in vigilance, he had been caught napping by the newly appointed emperor. He felt his face flush with heat, his body trembled involuntarily, and a sense of panic engulfed him. Uncertain of how Chen Xuan would penalize him, he feared losing his position in the heavenly court, where he could enjoy the abundant spiritual energy and the blessings of fortune. "Rise," Chen Xuan said, his tone remaining composed, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. "The celestial soldiers are the face of the heavenly court. As a sentinel, you must not lose your spirit at any moment." Although Chen Xuan's words were flat, they carried a note of admonition. Upon hearing this, the celestial soldier felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded vigorously in agreement. "This shall not happen again." With that, Chen Xuan stepped forward and crossed the heavenly gate into the celestial realm. Upon entering, Chen Xuan was greeted by a panorama of golden clouds. Upon those clouds stood magnificent palaces, partially hidden within swirling mists. Celestial cranes soared above, emitting melodious sounds akin to heavenly music. Dense spiritual energy coiled around his feet like wisps of mist. As Chen Xuan's gaze swept over the palatial structures, he suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "I, Chen Xuan, the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, present myself before the heavens." His voice echoed far and wide, causing the eyes of Hao Yan, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, to gleam with interest. "Please, come forth." At the moment Hao Yan's words fell, golden lotuses blossomed in the void, extending from the entrance of the Lingxiao treasure hall to the feet of Chen Xuan. Observing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and stepped onto the path laid by the golden lotuses. Upon entering the Lingxiao treasure hall, Chen Xuan immediately sensed the curious gazes of those present. The celestial officials of the heavenly court were intrigued by the newly appointed emperor. Speculating about the prowess that had earned Chen Xuan the imperial title from Haotian. It was known that the current laws of the heavenly court were still incomplete, lacking clear celestial ranks, and the importance Hao Yan placed upon them was directly correlated to their cultivation levels. For Chen Xuan to be appointed as the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, his cultivation must undoubtedly be formidable. Feeling the inquisitive stares, Chen Xuan thought it prudent not to appear overly modest on his first visit to the heavens. Lest he be underestimated, he ceased to conceal his aura, allowing the full extent of his late-stage Deluo golden immortal cultivation to be evident. Instantly, the celestial officials within the Lingxiao treasure hall displayed expressions of shock. Although Chen Xuan's presence did not oppress their minds, it was vast and profound, akin to an ocean. Deluo golden immortal. Many celestial officials internally gasped, realizing that only one of such cultivation could possibly hold the title of emperor. Having met the celestial emperor, Chen Xuan paid no further mind to the gazes of the crowd and offered a slight bow to Hao Yan. Although they were on equal footing, Hao Yan was the leader of the six sovereigns, and formal etiquette was still necessary in such a setting. Hao Yan, clearly pleased with Chen Xuan's demeanor, smiled broadly and instructed a nearby official. "Prepare a seat." The old star of the White Emperor, displaying great discernment, guided Chen Xuan to his place. Chen Xuan nodded appreciatively, offering a warm smile to the old official, as he was the only one among the celestial officials with whom he was somewhat familiar. The others, with their vast differences in cultivation, would likely not intersect with him much in the future. Once Chen Xuan was seated, Hao Qian's smile reappeared as he continued. "Are there any matters to be addressed?" "My esteemed officials," given that it was Chen Xuan's first attendance at the court meeting, Hao Yan contemplated going through the regular proceedings to help him acclimate. However, the celestial officials remained stoic, their expressions unreadable. showing no inclination to speak up. Observing this, Hao Jin couldn't help but feel a sigh of resignation. The atmosphere was exceedingly difficult to break. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present, just as Hao Yan's mood grew increasingly dismal. Chen Xuan stood and spoke up. Pray, speak. Hao Yan's eyes brightened, and he felt a flicker of excitement. After so many years, could it be that today he would finally see some action as the Celestial Emperor? Feeling Hao Yan's eager gaze upon him, Chen Xuan collected his thoughts and began. As the heavenly court is newly established and lacking in talent, in order to rapidly expand and solidify our foundation within the primordial realm, I suggest that all celestial officials actively recruit beings from various races to ascend to the heavens. Those who successfully bring beings into the heavenly court shall have their contributions recorded, serving as a performance metric. Such metrics could later be used to promote officials and confer titles based on merit. Chen Xuan eloquently presented his first strategy for the heavenly court. If there were none, then let them recruit, rewarding performance as an incentive, transforming all present celestial officials into intermediaries to attract beings across the realms to serve the heavenly court. The moment Chen Xuan finished speaking, Hao Yan's eyes lit up, and he slapped his forehead, internally exclaiming, "Brilliant! Why had I not thought of this?" Hao Yan marveled at Chen Xuan's insight and realized that his own perspective had been limited. Previously, he and Yao Qi had toiled tirelessly to recruit beings from various races. Yet, with little success, their efforts were ultimately dwarfed by the vastness of the primordial realm. However, upon hearing Chen Xuan's strategy, Hao Yan felt his vision expand, that if they implemented Chen Xuan's plan, his subordinates would actively seek to persuade beings to ascend, and the ranks of the heavenly court would undoubtedly swell rapidly. Yet, the challenge lay in motivating these officials to take action. Hao Yan was still somewhat puzzled by Chen Xuan's performance-based approach, a sentiment shared by the celestial officials below, who were equally bewildered. Most among them sought merely a refuge to pass their days, drawn to the heavenly court for its rich spiritual energy and fortune, but unwilling to exert themselves for the court's prosperity. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's suggestion to recruit talent, they felt a sense of resistance. However, due to Chen Xuan's cultivation and his esteemed position, they dared not openly voice their dissent, but instead watched silently. Awaiting further clarification, Your Majesty's words are indeed insightful. However, I am somewhat unclear about the concept of promotions and titles. Hao Yan, sensing the officials' doubts, posed the question on their behalf. Hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and explained. As the heavenly court is newly established, I observe that while the cultivation levels of various officials vary, they enjoy the same treatment within the court. This disparity is quite inappropriate. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's assertion, many in the assembly displayed expressions of contemplation. These beings, possessing golden immortal level cultivation, had not previously considered such matters while serving in the court. Yet upon Chen Xuan's remarks, they began to reflect internally in the primordial realm. The law of the jungle prevailed. Their cultivation levels placed them among the elite in the heavenly court, and it was indeed unreasonable for them to be on par with those possessing only earth immortal or celestial immortal levels. With this realization, the officials turned their gazes toward Chen Xuan, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Chen Xuan smiled faintly and continued, "There must be a hierarchy among immortals. And the same should apply to celestial officials. The heavenly court should establish a tiered system, with officials of different ranks enjoying commensurate benefits. The higher the celestial rank, the greater the fortune and power enjoyed. This way, we can inspire the officials' ambition, and the heavenly court shall have prospects for expansion." The instant Chen Xuan's words fell, the expressions of all those present underwent an involuntary transformation. Some displayed joy, finding great merit in Chen Xuan's assertions. Their competitive spirits ignited. Others, however, bore expressions of dejection, yearning solely for a secure refuge, unwilling to join the fray of internal competition. There were also those who vaguely sensed that, should matters continue in this vein, the heavenly court would likely not remain as hospitable as before, and thoughts of departure began to form in their minds. Hao Yan's face was etched with contemplation, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts, meticulously analyzing the feasibility of Chen Xuan's propositions. Fully aware of the predicaments facing the heavenly court, Hao Qian understood that persisting in this manner would cast a shadow over its future. To him, Chen Xuan's suggestions appeared both novel and intriguing, and he found them profoundly reasonable, compelling in their logic. Let it be as the emperor says. Hao Qian resolved with a firm resolve, decisively making his decision. In that moment of his consent, it felt as though the entire heavenly court trembled in response. Chen Xuan sensed a tremendous influx of heavenly fortune converging upon him. Simultaneously, a vast amount of heavenly merit flowed into both Chen Xuan and Hao Qian. The power of merit. Within the palace of Lingxiao, numerous celestial officials gazed at this scene, their eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, Hao Qian's face radiated delight. The descent of heavenly merit confirmed that Chen Xuan's prior recommendations were indeed correct, earning the recognition of the celestial order. My dear ministers, now that celestial positions have been delineated, how shall we classify the ranks of these officials? With Chen Xuan present, Hao Qian was disinclined to exert any mental effort. This, however, posed no challenge for Chen Xuan, as a transmigrator. While he was not entirely familiar with the intricate hierarchy of celestial power, he possessed a general understanding. This is quite simple. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. Producing a golden plate in his hand, he then etched the ranks of celestial officials from his memory onto its surface. Excluding the supreme Hao Qian and the two from the Yao Qi, Chen Xuan categorized the celestial officials of the heavenly court into 9 ranks. From the 9th rank of the fortune gods to the 1st rank of the emperor, which included himself, he provided a broad outline of the hierarchy. Upon completing this, he handed the golden plate to Hao Qian. After receiving it, Hao Qian examined it thoroughly before bursting into hearty laughter, integrating it into the heavenly regulations. The heavenly rules began to operate, and from this moment forth, celestial officials were classified into ranks. Heavenly merit was once again bestowed, and concurrently, the heavenly fortune surrounding Chen Xuan deepened, while entering the heavenly realm ahead of time and initiating plans for the heavenly court. Chen Xuan, the emperor of the eastern extreme Qinghua, seized the initiative. Even if in the future Hao Qian bestowed equal status upon the other 4 emperors, the power he wielded would remain unmatched. With the classification of celestial positions complete, Hao Qian immediately began to decree the official ranks for the celestial beings present in the palace of Lingxiao. From the divisions made by Chen Xuan, Hao Qian glimpsed a grand future for the heavenly court. Thus, in this moment of bestowing ranks, he was not overly generous. Even the most powerful, the Tai Bai Jin Xing, was assigned merely a 4th rank celestial position. Those of lower cultivation naturally received even less prestigious ranks. The golden immortals were predominantly assigned 5th rank positions, the mysterious immortals 6th rank, the true immortals 7th rank, the heavenly immortals 8th rank, and the earthly immortals 9th rank. The golden immortals were relatively fortunate, as their 5th rank positions allowed them to enjoy heavenly fortune comparable to their previous treatment, while those in other ranks experienced a significant decline. Consequently, this led to discontent among several celestial officials who began to contemplate leaving the heavenly court. Hao Qian seemed to sense the prevailing emotions among the celestial beings, but remained entirely indifferent. The alteration of celestial regulations was the will of heaven and could not cater to the sentiments of individuals. Moreover, considering their lackluster contributions, Hao Qian had long ceased to care whether they stayed or departed. Nonetheless, he felt it necessary to utter some formalities. After a moment's thought, Hao Qian spoke with the initial establishment of celestial regulations. We shall temporarily classify ranks based on cultivation. Should anyone achieve merit for the heavenly court in the future, they will be duly rewarded. Observing this, Chen Xuan echoed his sentiments. I hope all celestial friends will actively recruit beings from the primordial era into the heavenly court. Should one manage to attract highly skilled individuals, their celestial ranks may be elevated beyond the norm. Chen Xuan's words stirred some of the celestial officials who had initially contemplated leaving, rekindling a flicker of hope. If that were truly the case, even those with lesser cultivation might still have a chance for ascendance. Let us conclude today's court session here. Hao Qian decided to allow everyone to ponder their circumstances. Gesturing dismissively as he instructed Chen Xuan, Emperor, please accompany me to the Yao Qi for a discussion. Certainly, Chen Xuan replied with a smile, nodding as he walked alongside Hao Qian. with Tai Bai Jinxing quietly trailing behind them as they exited the palace of Lingxiao. Once the three departed, the celestial officials within the palace of Lingxiao finally began to stir. The establishment of celestial ranks left many feeling bewildered, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or go. Almost everyone sensed that since the arrival of this eastern extreme Qinghua emperor, the heavenly court was on the brink of significant change. This impending transformation instilled a sense of unease in those who had merely sought stability within the heavenly fortune. They yearned to resign their celestial positions and escape this discomfort, yet they felt an undeniable attachment to the fortune of the heavenly court. After much internal struggle, these individuals departed the palace of Lingxiao, each harboring their own thoughts, faces clouded with concern. Your Majesty, I fear that after today, many will choose to relinquish their celestial positions en route to the Yaoqi paradise. Chen Xuan maintained a smile, unfazed by the potential loss of talent from the heavenly court. Let them go. With you by my side, I believe our heavenly court will only thrive further. Hao Yan appeared relaxed. A substantial portion of the current celestial officials had joined the heavenly court merely to pass the time. If they chose to stay, Hao Yan welcomed them, but he would not lament their departure. Today, the strategy presented by Chen Xuan had instilled immense confidence in Hao Yan, dispelling the gloom that had weighed upon him and leaving him feeling remarkably invigorated. The Yaoqi paradise was a secret realm jointly developed by Hao Yan and the two from the Yaoqi. They often convened here for important matters. At this moment, two figures sat at a jade table within the Yaoqi paradise. Engaged in discussion. Goddess, how did your recent visit to the Chen Sect go? Yaoqi inquired, her face revealing a hint of anticipation. Hearing this, the goddess of the nine heavens revealed a faint wry smile, shaking her head as she replied, don't mention it, that I ventured to the Chen Sect in my capacity as the goddess of the nine heavens to invite the 12 golden immortals under the Yuan Shi Tianzun to ascend and join the heavenly court in safeguarding the order of the primordial era. To my surprise, they not only declined outright, but also mocked the notion, claiming that joining the heavenly court would tarnish their status as disciples of the sages. As she spoke, the goddess's expression was laden with frustration. The Chen Sect's disciples not only looked down upon the heavenly court, but also belittled her in the process. Upon hearing this, Yaoqi's face instantly fell with disappointment. Ever since Hao Yan successfully invited Chen Xuan to join the heavenly court, she had previously visited the Queen Mother of the West at Kunlun Mountain, hoping to leverage her old connections to recruit some beings into the heavenly court. However, after the incident involving the Eastern King, the Queen Mother of the West harbored no intentions towards the heavenly court, being solely focused on her own enlightenment of the great Tao. After being gently rebuffed by the Queen Mother, Yaoqi had considered stopping by the Chen Sect. Yet, recalling the past attitudes of the six sages towards her and her fellow disciples in the Purple Cloud Palace, she was immediately dissuaded. It was only later, when the goddess was commanded by Nuwa to join the heavenly court, that Yaoqi felt inclined to act again, reasoning that since they were all disciples of the sages, communication between the goddess and the Chen Sect's disciples should be facilitated. Thus, she entrusted the goddess with a visit to the Yushu Palace at Kunlun Mountain, only to find herself rebuffed once more. Was the heavenly court truly so deficient? As Yaoqi pondered this in frustration, she was suddenly drawn from her thoughts by a hearty laugh from outside. "Ha, junior sister, come quickly and see who I have brought." Though the celestial emperor has yet to arrive, the sound of laughter echoes from afar. Upon hearing this, Yaoqi's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. She was already aware that Chen Xuan was reporting to the heavens. But since the court assembly today was presided over by the celestial emperor, she had refrained from attending. Now, with a mere flicker of thought, she sensed Chen Xuan's presence. She hastily rose to greet him. Although Chen Xuan's cultivation was not on par with that of her elder brothers and sisters, as the first disciple of a saint to join the heavenly court, he certainly deserved her utmost respect. Moreover, given the relationship between Yaoqi and the celestial emperor, even though the latter concealed the news of Chen Xuan's 9-petal Dao flower, Yaoqi could still perceive the significance the celestial emperor placed upon him. After all, throughout these past few centuries, the celestial emperor had mentioned Chen Xuan countless times. The nine heavens, Xian knew, witnessing Yaoqi's demeanor, was both astonished and followed suit to welcome him. Chen Xuan curiously surveyed his surroundings, inwardly marveling at the adeptness of a quasi-saint's craft. The Yaoqi celestial realm was exquisitely arranged, far surpassing his humble cave dwelling. Just as Chen Xuan was marveling at the scenery, two beams of golden light descended from the sky. Revealing two celestial maidens, he recognized Xian Nu, the beautiful celestial who had once ridden upon his back during the collapse of the Unzao mountain, aiding countless suffering beings. While their acquaintance was not particularly deep, they shared a faint smile and a nod in acknowledgement. The other celestial maiden, though slightly less beautiful than Xian Nu, exuded an air of regal elegance that far surpassed her. With just a glance, one could discern her noble aura, making it clear she was no ordinary being. Chen Xuan greeted the Empress with a slight bow. "Your Majesty, please do not stand on ceremony come in," Yaoqi urged. Upon sensing Chen Xuan's cultivation, she was taken aback. Originally, the Tongtian Sect master had only 4 true disciples, and yet this Chen Xuan, who had recently joined, had astonishingly broken through to the late stage of the Luo. Truly remarkable. Such prowess was likely among the elite, even among the second-generation disciples of the 3 teachings. With a beaming smile, Yaoqi realized that Chen Xuan's strength would undoubtedly be a boon for the heavenly court. As they gathered around a jade table, Yaoqi waved her hand, and an array of spiritual fruits was neatly arranged before them. With an apologetic expression, she said, "The peaches of immortality bestowed by my lord have yet to mature, and we have only these humble spiritual fruits. I hope the emperor will not find them lacking." Chen Xuan, fully aware of whom Yaoqi referred to as my lord, responded with a carefree smile. Waving his hand dismissively, "Since I began my cultivation, opportunities have been scarce in my eyes. These spiritual fruits are already a rare delicacy." As he spoke, he picked a fruit from the table and savored it. Yaoqi understood that this was merely an expression of modesty. As a disciple of a saint, Chen Xuan would typically encounter only the finest of innate spiritual roots. Even her own innate peaches of immortality might not hold any allure for him. Thus, these mere spiritual fruits were inconsequential. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan's humble demeanor was refreshing, making her feel as though she was basking in the warmth of spring, especially when compared to other saintly disciples. Junior sister. Today, the Eastern Emperor has accomplished a great feat for our heavenly court. The Celestial Emperor, sensing the pleasant atmosphere, excitedly recounted Chen Xuan's strategies for recruiting the beings of the wilderness and the division of celestial duties. Truly an ingenious strategy. Yaoqi's eyes lit up. She had sensed something amiss with the recent changes in heavenly regulations. Hearing the Celestial Emperor elaborate on the matter, she felt that Chen Xuan's plan was exceptionally astute, providing her with a sense of clarity. The 9 heavens Xian Nu, too, was captivated. Having just faced setbacks in the Chan school, she was deeply troubled about how to draw beings into the heavens to strengthen their court. The emperor has only just entered the heavenly court, yet already possesses such a brilliant strategy. Truly, a blessing for our heavenly court. After contemplating the feasibility of the plan, Yaoqi couldn't help but praise it. Recruiting celestial beings to attract others into the court was indeed more pragmatic than running around herself with the Celestial Emperor. Furthermore, the division of celestial duties would ignite the aspirations of various celestial officials regarding their status and fortune, making the plan flawless. Now that the heavenly regulations were established, it remained to see how events would unfold. However, I believe Your Majesty and the Empress should not rejoice too soon. Chen Xuan waved his hand, his gaze revealing a hint of concern. Upon observing his expression, both the Celestial Emperor and Yaoqi were taken aback, then simultaneously voiced their confusion. "Why does the Emperor seem troubled?" With a faint smile, Chen Xuan replied, "Both of you should be aware of the issues facing the heavenly court. While my strategy may expand our recruitment range, the wilderness being's perception of the heavenly court remains unchanged. If we do not fundamentally alter their thoughts, we will only manage to attract the most mediocre of beings." Chen Xuan's words caused the smiles of both the Celestial Emperor and Yaoqi to fade. Indeed, even if their subordinates were eager to recruit, what good would it do? The current celestial officials possessed limited cultivation. Could they truly hope to draw in formidable beings? Then, as the Emperor suggests, how might we alter the current state of the heavenly court? The Celestial Emperor pondered, stroking his chin, that it's quite simple. The nature of beings is to revere strength, as long as we can recruit powerful beings to stabilize the heavenly court, all problems will naturally be resolved. Chen Xuan said, a broad smile gracing his face. The prospect of recruiting powerful beings elicited a bitter smile from the Celestial Emperor. But doesn't that bring us back to the original dilemma? Yaoqi expressed her frustration, feeling helpless. If they truly had a way to attract powerful beings, they wouldn't be in this predicament now. In the midst of their fluctuating emotions, Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled as he remarked, actually, this problem isn't so difficult. The sudden shift in Chen Xuan's demeanor rekindled the interest of both the Celestial Emperor and Yaoqi. Even the Nine Heavens Xian knew, who had just experienced the challenges of recruitment, couldn't help but look at him with curiosity. She had just faced the formidable verbal assaults of the Chen school, which left her feeling vexed and bewildered as to why the Empress had insisted on sending her here. Under their expectant gazes, Chen Xuan's smile faded, and he spoke earnestly. Within my sect, there are several senior brothers and sisters of considerable cultivation. If the Celestial Emperor is willing, I can persuade them to serve the heavenly court. Are you truly speaking from a heart? The Celestial Emperor's spirit surged with excitement. The Sect was renowned for its multitude of celestial visitors. If Chen Xuan could indeed attract Sect immortals to join the heavenly court, it would undoubtedly allow the court to expand rapidly. Though this might lead to a potential monopoly, the Celestial Emperor felt no concern, for as long as the laws of heaven continued to operate, his authority within the heavenly court would remain supreme. Indeed, I speak the truth, Chen Xuan affirmed with a nod. He had already discussed this with his master, noting that there were still 4 positions among the 6 sovereigns. If he could entice Sect disciples to secure those seats within the heavenly court, it would be entirely acceptable. After a moment of thought, he added, however, my senior brothers and sisters hold high positions within the sect and are not inferior to me in cultivation. Regarding celestial duties, as he spoke, Chen Xuan feigned a look of difficulty. The Celestial Emperor immediately understood that if the positions offered were too lowly, it would be challenging for Chen Xuan to attract them. After a moment of contemplation, he finally gritted his teeth and declared, among the 6 sovereigns, the position of the Emperor of Heaven has already been designated by the Tao ancestor for the underworld. To establish a connection between the heavenly court and the underworld that as for the other 3 imperial positions, if the high disciples of the Sect are willing to join the heavenly court, I shall not be stingy to strengthen the heavenly court. The Celestial Emperor was willing to make such concessions. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's heart brimmed with elation. Joining the heavenly court was initially a strategy to secure the future of the Sect, and seeing the Celestial Emperor's generosity filled him with a desire to return immediately to the Sect and bring his fellow disciples along, why seizing the high positions first, regardless of how the investiture of the gods unfolded. The Sect would be secured in an invincible position in the ensuing time. The group further discussed the future of the heavenly court. Yaoqi planned to establish heavenly regulations to govern the conduct of the celestial officials. Chen Xuan wholeheartedly endorsed this idea, recognizing that as the heavenly court prepared to become bustling, the absence of regulations could lead to chaos. They all contributed numerous ideas for the court's future. Years later, Chen Xuan departed from the heavenly court and returned to the Biao Palace in the Doshui Palace of the heavenly court. The Taiji Saint, in the guise of the Supreme Lord, sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace. Since his arrival in the celestial court, he has never participated in the morning assemblies, dedicating himself entirely to alchemy. Due to the transcendent status of the sage, he remains unaware of Lao Jun's profound intentions, and Hao Ian has not seen fit to intervene. However, unbeknownst to him, this seemingly nonchalant Lao Jun is far from oblivious. He perceives every shift within the celestial court, the moment Chen Xuan departs from the celestial court. The seemingly earnest Lao Jun abruptly opens his eyes. After a brief calculation with a wave of his hand, a subtle change crosses his previously calm expression. Hao Yin, you truly are generous, Lao Jun muses to himself, then gazes through the layers of white clouds towards Kunlun Mountain. With a flick of his hand, a beam of golden light soars from the Doshui Palace, heading toward the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Martial brother, I can assist you no further, he murmurs, closing his eyes once more after completing his actions. Moments later, the primordial supreme being, meditating within the Yushu palace, suddenly stirs, raising his hand to grasp the golden light, merging it into his brow. "You wish for my disciple to ascend to the heavens." A look of surprise crosses the primordial supreme being's face. In the eyes of the six sages, the current celestial court appears feeble and laughable. They regard Hao Yin merely as a figure akin to the former Dong Wang Gong. When showing him respect, they refer to him as martial brother, yet they could just as easily dismiss him should he lose their favor. Thus, upon receiving news from Lao Jun, the primordial supreme being is taken aback. Among the three purities, only Laozi excels in divination. He must have foreseen something significant. Otherwise, such actions would not be warranted, though the primordial supreme being is proud. He momentarily suppresses his condescension. There must be reason behind martial brother's suggestion. After some contemplation, he ultimately decides to dispatch a capable disciple to serve in the heavens. He summons the southern pole immortal, bestowing upon him a decree. "Take my decree and enter the celestial court to request a position among the six sovereigns from Hao Yin." "I obey the decree." The southern pole immortal accepts the edict. Unfurling his white crane wings and soaring gracefully into the skies. "Celestial court, I shall see what mysteries you hold." Observing the southern pole immortal's departing figure, the primordial supreme being's lips curl into a slight smile. At the Golden Turtle Island's Bo Palace, Chen Xuan hastens back from the celestial court to relay the news to the Tong Tian. "Master, good news. I have secured 3 imperial positions from the Heavenly Emperor." Chen Xuan's face beams with joy within the Bo Palace. The 6 sovereigns' positions represent the pinnacle of divine authority in the celestial court. Should they secure these 3 imperial titles, it would undoubtedly play a crucial role in the impending calamity. "Ha ha! Excellent!" Tong Tian also expresses great delight. Previously, during their discussions, Chen Xuan had suggested a gradual approach to securing the imperial titles, yet everything has unfolded so smoothly. Overjoyed, Tong Tian hastily summons Dao Bao Daoren, Jin Ling Xingmu, Wudong Xingmu, Zhao Gongming, and Yun Xiao. Disciples pay respects to Master. The 5 simultaneously bow to Tong Tian, each internally questioning the sudden urgency behind the summons. Tong Tian sweeps his gaze over them, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After Chen Xuan breaks through to the Deluo realm and ascends to the late Deluo stage, Dao Bao Daoren seems to have been inspired, shedding his usual anger to diligently cultivate. Now he stands at the same late Deluo stage as Chen Xuan. The others, Jin Ling Xingmu, Zhao Gongming, and Yun Xiao, are all at the mid-Deluo stage, while Wudong Xingmu is at the early Deluo Golden Immortal stage. Nevertheless, Tong Tian is quite pleased. Among the 3 teachings, the boasts numerous disciples, each with remarkable cultivation. With such exceptional students, the future looks promising. Without further ado, Tong Tian shares Chen Xuan's plan with everyone. The situation is as follows. These 3 imperial titles are hard-won. If any among you wishes to join the celestial court, you may proceed. Now that a smile adorns Tong Tian's face, as all 5 are his favored disciples. However, with only 3 titles available, he refrains from favoritism, allowing his disciples to choose for themselves. Dao Bao Daoren displays a contemplative demeanor. As Tong Tian's eldest disciple, he has never held the 6 sovereigns' positions in high regard. Chen Xuan's recent entry into the celestial court had already puzzled him. Yet upon hearing Tong Tian elucidate the pros and cons, he feels a stirring interest in the 6 sovereigns' titles. However, after much consideration, Dao Bao ultimately chooses to forego joining the celestial court. While the celestial court possesses considerable fortune, I am accustomed to a leisurely life and do not wish to be constrained. With that, he falls silent. The others remain uncertain whether his words reflect genuine indifference or reluctance to compete with his junior disciples. Both Tong Tian and Chen Xuan say nothing. With only 3 imperial positions available, it is inevitable that someone must withdraw. My cultivation is the weakest. I shall refrain from going to avoid tarnishing our reputation. As silence envelopes the room, Wudong Xingmu shakes her head and steps forward. Though she harbors some interest in the imperial titles, her serene nature prevents her from seizing opportunities from her fellow disciples. Seeing Wudong Xingmu voluntarily withdraw, Jin Ling Xingmu, Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao exchange glances, their expressions subtly shifting. The selflessness of their fellow disciple leaves them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Observing this, Chen Xuan feels a wave of exasperation. These imperial titles were hard-won, and joining the celestial court now would equate to an early ascension to divinity, thus avoiding future calamities. Such an opportunity should not be squandered. Noticing the flicker of hesitation in Zhao Gongming's eyes, as if he were on the verge of speaking, Chen Xuan swiftly interjects. In that case, let us decide. Jin Ling, Yun Xiao, and Gongming shall accompany me to the heavens. All three of you are at the mid-to-luo stage. If you join the celestial court now, you will surely benefit from its fortune and break through. Fearful that the three might squander this excellent opportunity, Chen Xuan promptly makes a decision. However, just as his words fall, a voice resonates throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang. I, the Jade Emperor of the Golden Quarters, hereby decree the Southern Pole immortal, disciple of the Primordial Supreme Being, as the Southern Pole Longevity Emperor of the Celestial Court, to govern all beings and assist me in managing lifespan and fortune. The moment this proclamation echoes, Chen Xuan's expression shifts dramatically to, oh no, they've stolen the opportunity. Internally lamenting, Chen Xuan's face pales. Tong Tian also shares a similar demeanor. After a brief calculation, he comprehends the unfolding situation. Primordial Supreme Being, what a clever scheme! Realizing the implications, Tong Tian's face contorts into a cold smirk, his tone rife with indignation. Master, what is the meaning of this? Chen Xuan's face is filled with confusion. Logically, given the Primordial Supreme Being's nature, he should not have grasped the significance of the celestial court at this moment. The others are equally perplexed. Only moments ago, they were humbly deferring to one another, believing the imperial titles were theirs for the taking, only to find one snatched away in an instant. The Southern Pole immortal wields the sage's decree to pressure Haoyan. Tong Tian exhales slowly, sensing something amiss with the Primordial Supreme Being's sudden intervention. Tong Tian vaguely realizes that the sages may have become aware of the celestial court's importance. You all take my decree and hasten to the heavens. Do not let the imperial titles slip away. With a flick of his finger, a beam of golden light descends into Chen Xuan's palm. I shall not go, seeing only 2 imperial titles remaining. Zhao Gongming smiles slightly, yielding his position to Yun Xiao. Chen Xuan nods. The situation is urgent, and he cannot afford to delay. Uncertain if the other sages will also act, he beckons Jin Ling and Yun Xiao, and together they exit the Bo Palace, heading towards the Celestial Court. The decree appointing the Southern Pole Longevity Emperor resonates throughout Hongwang, and naturally, the western side hears the proclamation. Martial brother, this situation feels unusual. Zhuan Tidao Ren remarks, his brow furrowed. Earlier, when Chen Xuan joined the Celestial Court, he had suggested that the western side should also dispatch disciples to the heavens. However, Ja'in had dismissed his proposal, citing the barrenness of the west. Now, upon suddenly hearing that the Chan teaching has sent someone, Zhuan Tidao Ren senses something amiss. Jane Dao Ren also comes to this realization. Indeed, this matter is rather peculiar. The South Pole Immortal is indeed the foremost disciple of the Primordial Supreme Being, a truly prized individual. Even he is willing to send him to the heavenly court, indicating that the heavens must possess great opportunities. Upon this realization, the guide Taoist felt a surge of vitality within, his gaze sweeping across the many disciples upon Mount Sumu. Though the likes of Mithriya, the medicine master, Xidagarba, Golden Cicada, and Wu Qian, the second-generation disciples of the Western teachings, are indeed exceptional, they ultimately pale in comparison to the 3 pure ones. Presently, only Mithriya has ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Mithriya, medicine master, Xidagarba, you 3 shall hold my decree and venture to the heavenly court to contend for one of the 6 sovereign positions. The guide Taoist, after a moment of contemplation, pointed out the 3, excluding Mithriya, who had already reached the great Luo realm. Both the medicine master and Xidagarba stand at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Although the guide Taoist felt uncertain about the chances of success, he nevertheless wished to make an attempt at the symbol of the swastika, a Buddhist seal, was infused into Mithriya's being, and after the 3 chanted a Buddhist incantation. They set forth towards the heavenly court. Upon exiting the Bo Palace, Chen Xuan, along with Jin Ling and Yun Xiao, accelerated their pace, soon arriving at the South Heaven Gate. We pay our respects to the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor. The gatekeeping heavenly soldiers immediately recognized Chen Xuan, and upon seeing him accompanied by two unfathomably powerful female immortals, they immediately showed great respect. Your spirit seems commendable. Chen Xuan had no time for idle chatter. Leaving behind a brief remark before entering the heavenly court with Jin Ling and Yun Xiao. Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. The gatekeeping soldier's face flushed with excitement, straightening his posture after bowing in the direction Chen Xuan had vanished. At this moment, within the Lingxiao treasure hall of the heavenly court, Hao Qian wore an expression of unease. Today, he was in the midst of a morning assembly when unexpectedly, the South Pole Immortal, the foremost disciple of the primordial supreme being, intruded into the Lingxiao treasure hall, proclaiming that he was sent by his master to take up a position in heaven, and immediately demanded one of the 6 sovereign positions. Hao Qian found his attitude displeasing and initially intended to refuse outright. However, the South Pole Immortal unfurled the decree of the primordial supreme being, the overwhelming aura of a saint weighing heavily upon Hao Qian's heart like a colossal mountain. Once a saint's decree is issued, it is as if the saint themselves were present. Under such pressure, Hao Qian reluctantly had to concede one of the 3 imperial positions he had previously promised to Chen Xuan, all the while secretly harboring resentment towards the primordial supreme being. Since his elevation to the title of Heavenly Emperor, he had never endured such indignity. Although the 6 saints held him in contempt, they had never resorted to coercive measures. The earlier arrival of the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden, sent by Nuwa to join the heavenly court, had displayed a far more amiable demeanor than that of the South Pole Immortal. The South Pole Immortal's actions before the assembled celestial officials of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall infuriated Hao Qian. Yet, undeterred by Hao Qian's unfriendly gaze, the South Pole Immortal seemed entirely oblivious, leisurely closing his eyes to meditate within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, as if he were merely fulfilling a routine duty, exuding an air that suggested he was not to be disturbed. I shall settle this score with you in due time. Hao Qian felt displeased, resolutely deciding to make things difficult for the South Pole Immortal in the future. However, this decision left him feeling somewhat guilty towards Chen Xuan. Hao Qian internally chuckled bitterly, recalling how he had once boldly declared his willingness to bestow 3 imperial positions upon them. Now, with Chen Xuan returning to gather support, he had been unable to withstand the pressure from the saints, causing feelings of guilt to well up within him. Just as Hao Qian ridiculed himself for his impotence, a voice slowly resonated within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, accompanied by the Sacred Mother of Jin Ling and the Celestial Maiden Yun Xiao, seeks an audience with the Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's voice, Hao Qian's expression brightened immediately. Quickly, invite them in. 3 beams of golden light surged into the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, revealing 3 individuals who emanated an impressive presence. Great Luo Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, yet another Great Luo Golden Immortal. Sensing the aura exuding from the 3, the celestial officials within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall felt a tremor in their hearts. The sudden visit of the South Pole Immortal, combined with his domineering attitude, had already left them astounded. Now, with the arrival of 2 more Great Luo from the seemingly eager to join the heavenly court, the officials felt a sense of impending ascendancy for the heavenly realm. The aura released by Chen Xuan and his companions brought joy to Hao Qian, while the South Pole Immortal, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them in surprise. The primordial supreme being had merely instructed him to ascend to the heavens to request a 6th sovereign position, without clarifying the necessity for him to join the heavenly court. Now, upon witnessing 3 Great Luo Golden Immortals from arriving, the South Pole Immortal sensed an unusual atmosphere. The 6th sovereign position so coveted. The South Pole Immortal pondered, recalling having heard of the heavenly court's attempts to recruit the 12 immortals of the Chan teachings. However, he had not taken it seriously, considering that they, as disciples of saints, held themselves in high regard, never contemplating the notion of serving beneath Hao Qian. Yet, witnessing the eagerness of to join the heavenly court, He began to deliberate whether he should seize another sixth sovereign position. Why, dear minister, you have finally arrived. Hao Yin, noticing the extraordinary demeanor of the sacred mother of Jinling and the celestial maiden Yun Xiao, felt a surge of joy and promptly rose to welcome them. Your Majesty, if I do not arrive soon, I fear the vacancy of the sixth sovereign position will soon be filled by those with ulterior motives. Chen Xuan cast a glance at the South Pole immortal, feeling a sense of helplessness. He understood Hao Yin's predicament, yet could not shake off the displeasure of being caught off guard, sensing the deeper meaning behind Chen Xuan's gaze. The South Pole immortal quickly realized he was being provoked. Are you implying that the sixth sovereign position is predetermined for your such arrogance, my junior brother? A cold smile appeared on the South Pole immortal's face. My senior brother, you are mistaken. The sixth sovereign position is, by decree of heaven, to be conferred personally by the heavenly emperor. We merely act in accordance with the heavenly mandate and would never resort to pressuring the heavenly emperor. Chen Xuan retorted without hesitation, as the sacred mother of Jinling and celestial maiden Yun Xiao stood beside him, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination as they glared at the South Pole immortal. Perceiving the palpable tension of an imminent confrontation among the three, the South Pole immortal snorted coldly, choosing to remain silent. Only then did Chen Xuan retract his gaze, introducing the sacred mother of Jinling and the celestial maiden Yun Xiao to Hao Yin. Upon confirming the two maidens' intentions to join the heavenly court, Hao Yin was naturally elated. They were disciples of a saint with exceptional qualifications. Despite their current status as great Luo golden immortals, their future attainment of quasi-saint status was nearly assured. The assistance of these two celestial maidens would undoubtedly enhance the heavenly court's prestige. Just as Hao Yin was about to confer titles upon Jinling and Yun Xiao, a sound of chanting echoed from outside the Lingxiao treasure hall. Your Majesty, please hold on. The sixth sovereign position should rightly belong to the Western teachings. Mithria's voice drifted into the Lingxiao treasure hall, followed by the soft sound of footsteps as the medicine master and Xidagarba trailed behind him. The three walked upon the void, golden lotus blossoms blooming beneath their feet, resonating with the sound of Buddhist hymns, their countenance solemn and dignified. Great Luo, golden immortal, the celestial officials of the heavenly court felt a numbness within. The continuous influx of great Luo golden immortals today was rapidly augmenting the strength of the heavenly court, causing them to feel increasingly precarious in their positions. Many silently rejoiced that they had refrained from impulsively leaving the heavenly court. With so many formidable beings joining, the fortunes of the heavenly court were bound to ascend. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the trio from the west, and within the hall, only the sound of Buddhist hymns reverberated. How pretentious! Chen Xuan cast a glance at the three, interrupting the pervasive Buddhist chants. Being great Luo golden immortals themselves, the Western teachings had resorted to such extravagant theatrics to elevate their status. Much to Chen Xuan's disdain, as if no one else could pull off such effects. The moment Chen Xuan spoke, the Buddhist chants that had filled the Lingxiao treasure hall abruptly ceased. The golden lotuses beneath Mithria, the medicine master, and Xidagarba vanished in an instant, their solemn demeanor dissipating along with the golden light. Mithria's brow furrowed imperceptibly. They were well aware that the grand display was intentional, knowing full well they could not compete with the three teachings of the Tao. Thus, they had chosen to make such a grand entrance, yet they had not anticipated that Chen Xuan would so rudely interrupt them. What does my fellow Taoist mean by this? Mithria narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Chen Xuan, a smirk dancing upon his lips. Chen Xuan met his gaze with serene composure, recognizing that the highest cultivator among the three from the west was merely Mithria at the early stage of the Luo. In his eyes, they held no weight whatsoever. With a hint of mockery, he spoke, I must say, you are rather pretentious. This Lingxiao palace is a solemn place of the heavenly court. Even the celestial emperor has never entertained such a grand display as yours. Upon hearing this, Mithria's amused expression immediately vanished. Chen Xuan's words were a blatant challenge to the dignity of his Western sect before the assembly of immortals, and as a disciple of the Western sect, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Anger gradually crept onto Mithria's countenance, and just as he was about to retort, he heard the indifferent voice of Dizong from behind. Brother, Why bother engaging with this crude individual? We are here on the orders of our master to assume the 6 sovereign positions. At Zong's council, Mithria's anger dissipated, and his expression shifted back to a semblance of amusement. He chose not to contest with Chen Xuan any further, instead directing his gaze, along with Yaoshi and Dizong, towards the fluctuating countenance of Hao Qian above. The three joined their hands in prayer, and Mithria calmly addressed, "We pay our respects to the Jade Emperor of the Lingxiao Palace." Though their words carried a hint of reverence, their demeanor was notably indifferent, lacking any semblance of genuine respect. We come at the behest of the great sage of the West, seeking to enter the heavenly court and assume the positions of the 6 sovereigns. Mithria offered no opportunity for Hao Qian to respond, swiftly presenting the decree of the sage after a brief bow. The golden swastika of the Buddha's seal emanated from his palm, hovering majestically beneath the dome of the Lingxiao Palace. Though it lacked an overwhelming presence, it exuded an air of grandeur that looked down upon all. The instant the decree of the sage manifested, the expressions of those present in the Lingxiao Palace shifted dramatically. Seeing the Western sect act with such audacity, the tranquil visage of the Nanji immortal revealed a subtle smirk. He, too, had obtained his position as the Emperor of Longevity in the South through similar means. Observing the unfolding situation, he felt an amused sense of irony. Hao Qian, even if you were personally appointed by the Tao ancestor, what significance do you hold in the eyes of the sage? He mused silently to himself. Choosing not to speak, he turned his attention to Hao Qian, adopting an expression of eager anticipation. Indeed, at the moment the decree of the Western sect appeared, Hao Qian's previously fluctuating expressions darkened significantly. First came the primordial heavenly venerate, then the Western sect. They merely issued a decree and audaciously demanded the 6 sovereign positions. What am I, the celestial emperor, to them? Hao Qian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The insignificance of his identity as celestial emperor was laid bare before the sage. Despite the narrow gap separating his cultivation from that of the sage, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Should relations sour, the sage could easily suppress him, leaving Hao Qian engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. His heart heavy with despair. Noticing Hao Qian's silence, the celestial officials of the heavenly court hastily bowed their heads. When the Nanji immortal had previously arrived uninvited, brandishing the sage's decree to demand the 6 sovereign positions, the officials had already sensed a shift in Hao Qian's mood. Now, with the Western sect's brazen actions, the heavenly court collectively felt a sense of disgrace. Though these officials were rather unremarkable, they were astute enough to recognize that silence was their best course of action at this moment. The atmosphere grew tense. While the celestial officials remained silent, their gazes couldn't help but drift towards the trio led by Chen Xuan. Were anyone to speak out, it would undoubtedly be the Jie sect, especially since Hao Qian had seemed poised to confer titles upon the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy. Had the Western sect not intervened, the heavenly court might have welcomed 2 new emperors. Hao Qian, sensing the change in the officials' gazes, reined in his thoughts, the dark expression on his face fading away as he discreetly signaled Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan understood instantly. There was no need for Hao Qian's guidance. Jie sect would never relinquish the positions they were on the verge of claiming. The West was fated to remain devoid of imperial titles. Those who pursue enlightenment should simply engage in their practices, abstaining from coveting divine authority. Chen Xuan silently stepped before the 3 from the West, a compelling light gleaming in his eyes. How audacious! With the sage's decree present, how dare you act so recklessly? Mithria, already aggrieved by Chen Xuan's earlier mockery, was incensed by his interruption. Mithria's voice rang out. The swastika of the Buddha's seal radiated with a brilliant golden light, countless Buddhist chants resonating through the air, the sacred might unfurling outward. Even a mere hint of this power sent the celestial officials sprawling to the ground in shock. The Nanji Immortal, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Cloud Sky Fairy, and even Hao Qian above all exhibited signs of distress. At the forefront, Chen Xuan felt dizzy, as if the world around him was magnifying. No, perhaps it was not the surroundings that swelled, but rather he felt himself being pressed down, diminished within a confined space where the swastika of the Buddha's seal loomed ever larger, casting an unimaginable weight upon him. The overwhelming aura nearly rendered him breathless, yet his countenance remained unperturbed. Rather, a subtle smirk graced his lips. "You have a sage in the West, but does my GS sect lack one?" Chen Xuan smiled gently, his palm slowly revealing a dual-colored sword of azure and gold. The sharp sword energy swept outward, shattering the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the swastika above. In an instant, the scenery around him receded, and Chen Xuan found himself back within the Lingxiao Palace, his gaze fixed upon the dome above. That moment, the swastika spun rapidly, releasing torrents of golden light that surged towards the opposing forces. Meanwhile, the azure gold sword emitted resonant cries, its power radiating forth, directly dispersing the oncoming golden light. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted within the Lingxiao Palace as the might of the sage unleashed, carrying an almost apocalyptic force. Simultaneously, within the Duoshui Palace of the Heavenly Court, the Taishang Laojun, who was refining elixirs, sensed the commotion from the Lingxiao Palace, and his previously tranquil demeanor shifted. Feeling the clash of two overwhelming sacred auras, Taishang Laojun's eyes flickered with understanding. Realizing the nature of the disturbance, he vanished from his location in an instant. The moment of collision between the two sacred auras, the terrifying pressure caused the entire Lingxiao Palace to tremble violently. Even though the two battling sages were holding back, the mere remnants of their sacred might instilled a profound sense of suffocation among those below. The sacred might threaten the celestial officials of the heavenly court. Hao Yin could no longer remain passive. He sprang to his feet, poised to summon the Hao Yin Tower for protection, when he suddenly felt an immensely powerful presence manifest within the Lingxiao Palace. Humph! As soon as Taishang Laojun appeared, a cold snort escaped his lips, and an extraordinarily potent aura emanated from his being. With a flick of his whisk, countless white threads danced like soaring dragons, reaching towards the heavens. The crowd below was momentarily blinded by an intense white light within the Lingxiao Palace. And as the brilliance faded, the swastika of the Buddha's seal and the azure gold sword were pulled down by the overwhelming presence of the whisk. As the divine light dissipated, the suffocating aura of the sage vanished, leaving only the figure draped in Taoist robes suspended in the void. Old Lord, Hao Qian stood, nodding towards Laojun, his heart relieved that this formidable being had intervened. Otherwise, should Jijin and Tauntaun engage in conflict, not only would the Lingxiao Palace suffer, but the entirety of the heavenly court might not withstand the fallout. "Greetings, honorable master." Chen Xuan and his companions bowed in respect at Laojun's appearance. The Nanji immortal, who had previously worn an amused expression, now regarded Taishang Laojun with solemnity, approaching to pay his respects. Meanwhile, the three from the Western Sect found themselves frozen in place, caught in a dilemma. Yet, with the sage present, they dared not show any insouciance, hastily following suit to offer their respects. The celestial officials of the heavenly court, too, prostrated themselves upon the ground in utmost reverence. Taishang Laojun surveyed the assembly, and upon catching sight of the Nanji immortal, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes that he silently sighed, acknowledging that despite his earlier guidance. However, it seems that the primordial supreme being has not given much regard to the heavenly court, as he merely dispatched a single disciple. In contrast, on the side of the three individuals arrived at once, clearly demonstrating their keen interest in the position of the six sovereigns. When Chen Xuan joined the heavenly court, the Taiji Laozi had already foreseen a fragment of the future for the heavenly court. To prevent them from monopolizing power within the heavenly court in the future, he offered a word of caution. Unexpectedly, while the primordial supreme being did heed his words, he did not take them to heart. Perhaps it is all by divine will, the Taiji Laozi mused, and since the primordial supreme being failed to grasp the situation, he chose to disregard the matter entirely. However, he remarked, gazing at the two objects quietly floating before him, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. And no matter how chaotic they may become, it remains a family affair that does not warrant intervention from the Western teachings. Ji-in, you of the West are not destined for the imperial throne. Relinquish your ambitions to avoid unnecessary strife. After calmly uttering these words, the Taiji Laozi's gaze shifted slightly, and the swastika seal before him vanished into the void. Simultaneously, atop the western Mount Sumru, the Ji-in side. Feeling a mix of reluctance, yet daunted by the formidable presence of the Taiji saint, he dared not act further. He recited a Buddhist chant, his serene voice resonating within the hearts of the three from Mithra. You all may return. Upon hearing this, Mithra, the medicine master, and Xitigarbha naturally understood that it was no longer feasible for them to act, and after bowing respectfully to the Laozi, they quietly exited the Lingxiao treasure hall. Heading westward, witnessing the departure of the Western teachings, the Laozi fell silent, his form transforming into specks of golden light, vanishing within the Lingxiao treasure hall. After a considerable period, the gathered individuals finally let out a discreet sigh of relief and gradually rose. Your Majesty, now that the West has retreated in the face of adversity, why not immediately confer titles, allowing the two esteemed sisters to serve the heavenly court? Chen Xuan suggested with a smile. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Yin promptly grasped the situation, hastily opening his mouth, his voice echoing across the vast wilderness. He conferred the title of the Western Extreme Gochen Emperor upon the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, granting her dominion over myriad thunder, authority over the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, and mastery over the conflicts of the three realms. He conferred the title of the Northern Extreme Ziwei Emperor upon the Cloudy Sky Fairy, granting her dominion over countless stars, authority over the celestial and terrestrial coordinates, and oversight of the sun, moon, and stars. The moment the conferral was completed, the aura of the heavenly court enveloped them, and the golden spirit and cloudy sky, already on the verge of a breakthrough, ascended directly to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal due to the infusion of this power. Once the two had broken through, Hao Yin warmly invited Chen Xuan and the others to the Yaoqi immortal realm. Witnessing this scene, the southern polar immortal was filled with mixed emotions. With the six sovereigns of the heavenly court, they accounted for half, and coupled with Hao Yin's amiable demeanor towards them, it seemed that in the future, as this thought crossed the southern polar immortal's mind, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, I have been isolated. He silently lamented, perplexed as to why the primordial supreme being had not intervened. If only his own master would take action, perhaps the Taiji elder would, in the interest of balance between the teachings, assist in obtaining an imperial title for this way. At least it would appear that both sides were in a state of equilibrium. However, with Hao Yin's decree now issued, there was no possibility for alteration, and the southern polar immortal could only sigh inwardly that in the Yaoqi immortal realm, several key figures of the heavenly court had gathered, with the successful addition of the golden spirit and cloudy sky to the heavenly court. Hao Yin and Yaoqi were undoubtedly elated. Both were at the late stage of the great Luo, possessing solid foundations, and it was merely a matter of time before they broke through to the quasi-saint level. Along with Chen Xuan and the Nine Heavens mystical maiden, the foundation of the heavenly court had been established, and once word spread, it would surely attract numerous beings to seek allegiance. The group engaged in lively discussions, and Yaoqi presented the celestial regulation she had drafted for everyone's review. Chen Xuan and the others offered suggestions, refining the document in its initial form. Yaoqi integrated the regulations into the heavenly laws, granting all present a reward of heavenly merit. Loyal minister. Now that the positions of the six sovereigns are nearly filled, we are only left with the vacancy for the earthly sovereign. I wish for you to venture into the underworld and convey my decree to the gathering. Hao Yin rubbed his hands together, somewhat bashfully addressing Chen Xuan. According to the intentions of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, Hao Yin was inclined to directly confer this position to the earthly mother. However, the earthly mother was no longer the ancestral shaman of the past. She was the sole saint of the earthly realm, holding an esteemed position. Naturally, Hao Yin did not dare to make such a bold proclamation, fearing a slap in the face should she refuse. Thus, after considerable contemplation, he decided to first send someone as an intermediary to gauge the situation. Chen Xuan, being the auspicious star of the heavenly court, was the first person that came to Hao Yin's mind. You wish for me to enter the underworld and meet the tranquil lady? Chen Xuan replied, momentarily taken aback, inwardly reflecting that this was not mentioned in the script. Seeing Chen Xuan's apparent hesitation, Hao Yin quickly added, I understand this task is quite daunting, yet within the heavenly court, You are the only one capable of undertaking it. What leads you to that conclusion? With Hao Yin expressing such confidence in him, a hint of curiosity appeared on Chen Xuan's face. Hao Yin smiled slightly. You have previously restored the fractured veins of the wilderness shattered by the witch and demon clans. The tranquil lady hails from the witch clan, and surely she must remember some semblance of kinship. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan fell into contemplation. Hao Yin's reasoning indeed held merit. Establishing a connection between the heavenly court and the underworld was only a matter of time. And as far as he knew, the earthly mother held the title of the earthly sovereign. Thus, this matter seemed somewhat challenging in Hao Yin's eyes. However, Chen Xuan felt there was a considerable chance of success. Moreover, it was common knowledge that the earthly mother was known for her gentle disposition, a rare being of great virtue and compassion in the wilderness. Chen Xuan believed that even if his visit did not go smoothly, he would not be outright rejected. In that case, I shall make the journey. Chen Xuan smiled. Then I shall await your good news in the heavenly court. Upon receiving Chen Xuan's agreement, Hao Yin's face lit up with joy. Chen Xuan turned his gaze to the golden spirit and cloudy sky. What about you two esteemed sisters? You need not worry about us, junior brother. We have just joined the heavenly court and need to familiarize ourselves with our roles. The golden spirit and cloudy sky replied with warm smiles. Very well. After nodding to the golden spirit and cloudy sky, Chen Xuan transformed into specks of golden light and flew away, exiting the heavenly court. Chen Xuan stood suspended in the void, attuning himself before plunging downward. Several days later, before the ghost gate, Chen Xuan observed the souls rushing into the underworld from the wilderness, filled with profound emotions. Now that the underworld had been newly established and the cycle of reincarnation was beginning, countless souls, having accumulated for eons in the wilderness, were desperately seeking entry into the underworld to commence their next life. Crack! Crack! At the ghost gate, the enforcers maintaining order wore expressions of fury, their whips cracking through the air as they shouted angrily. Those wishing to reincarnate, get in line. Each enforcer wielded a whip that seemed to contain power over the souls. Each strike causing the myriad souls to writhe in pain, their forms becoming increasingly ethereal. However, the number of souls present was overwhelming, including many who had possessed considerable cultivation in life. They had perished during a great calamity, carrying with them immense resentment, and appeared as fierce and malevolent spirits, indifferent to the enforcer's whips. Get lost, with your level of cultivation, if you dared to act insolently in front of me in life. I would have suppressed you with a mere flip of my hand. Among the multitude of souls, one emanating a blood-red aura unleashed its imposing presence, sending nearby resentful spirits scattering in terror. A great Luo true spirit. This individual had once been a great Luo golden immortal. Even a great Luo golden immortal has entered the underworld. Upon sensing this terrifying aura, the surrounding souls gasped in astonishment. He must be here to borrow reincarnation for a rebirth. A great Luo golden immortal, with their Tao fruit enduring. Even if his spirit had fallen, the great Luo Tao fruit remained as long as they could leverage reincarnation. It was only a matter of time before they would return to the great Luo. Seeing that his presence intimidated the multitude, the blood-red, aura emanating soul displayed a hint of arrogance. Lightly floating towards the ghost gate, poised to enter the underworld. Halt! Just then, an enforcer raised a hand to stop him. What is your intention? The blood-red aura soul glared at the enforcer before him, who was merely at the golden immortal level, a condescending look in his eyes. The underworld is the sanctuary for all beings. Before the cycle of reincarnation, you shall not act wantonly, if you wish to live again. Please queue up behind. The ghostly official felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the specter before him, his expression shifting slightly. However, recalling his duties, he resolutely declared, "Humph! How dare a mere golden immortal obstruct me? Begone!" Otherwise, the specter's blood-red aura intensified, his gaze turning malevolent, and his tone became increasingly fierce. Once a carefree great Luo golden immortal, he had fallen due to calamities, harboring immense resentment. Having refrained from forcefully breaking through earlier, he had been striving to suppress his inner turmoil. Now, witnessing this insignificant golden immortal daring to stand his way, his fury ignited. The crimson light illuminated the ghost gate, and in an instant, numerous spectral beings enveloped by the sanguine glow let out anguished cries, seeking death, just as the great Luo specter prepared to strike the ghostly official before him. A chilling snort resonated from the depths of the underworld. Immediately, all the spirits and phantoms at the ghost gate felt an icy chill wash over them, rendering them immobile. That a colossal hand emerged from the shadows, penetrating the ghost gate, and in the terrified gaze of the great Luo specter. It seized him within its grasp. "Spare me, esteemed elder." The bloodlight surrounding the ghost gate abruptly vanished, and a voice filled with dread escaped the great Luo specter's lips as he struggled to escape the grip of the giant hand. Yet, in the next moment, a cold snort echoed again from the depths of the underworld, and the enormous hand merely tightened its hold. Bang! A force of order descended, and to Chen Xuan's astonishment, the great Luo specter disintegrated like a fragile bubble, vanishing from existence without a trace. In disturbances allowed in the underworld. From the depths of the underworld, a voice of unparalleled authority thundered like celestial lightning, reverberating throughout the nine nether, causing the spirits at the ghost gate to tremble in fear. If even the great Luo specter could be obliterated with a mere hand, what were they to be? The previously chaotic ghost gate fell into a profound silence, as countless spirits instinctively formed a long queue, forcibly suppressing their pent-up grievances, no longer daring to make sound. Observing this, Chen Xuan smiled gently and floated forward. "Look, who is this being? Such audacity! He dares to skip the line." Witnessing Chen Xuan bypass the queue, numerous spirits gazed on in astonishment, murmuring in awe. This individual truly feared nothing. One ghostly official, bewildered, regarded the entity before him. His eyes filled with suspicion. He sensed no chilling aura emanating from Chen Xuan, clearly indicating that he was not a spirit. Aware of the profound and boundless energy surrounding Chen Xuan, the ghostly official dared not underestimate him and politely requested, "Please halt. Living beings are forbidden in the underworld." Chen Xuan smiled faintly, releasing a hint of great Luo's aura, and then stated, "I kindly request you to announce my arrival. I am Chen Xuan, the Eastern Emperor of Qinghua, seeking an audience with Lady Pingxin, a great Luo golden immortal." Upon sensing Chen Xuan's aura, the ghostly official's expression changed dramatically, and upon hearing his words, astonishment flashed across his face. The Eastern Emperor of Qinghua, startled by Chen Xuan's name. The ghostly official was taken aback, preparing to turn and report to the underworld. Just then, the ghost gate swung wide open, and a tall figure emerged from the depths, with an air of authority. He stepped forward, clad in a dark blue robe, wielding a golden scepter, and adorned with a jade crown from which pearl curtains cascaded. Though his aura remained subdued, it exuded an unfathomable depth. Chen Xuan sensed this, and his eyes widened in surprise. The specter before him possessed the realm of a quasi-saint. "Your Majesty," the attendants guarding the ghost gate immediately bowed in reverence upon seeing this figure, prostrating themselves. The spirits queuing at the ghost gate also involuntarily bowed to the imposing figure, calling out, "Your Majesty." Only Chen Xuan remained standing, though a hint of surprise danced across his face, for this towering specter was none other than the highest authority in the underworld, second only to Lady Pingxin. Furthermore, the aura he emitted was unmistakably that of the one who had extinguished the great Luo specter moments ago. The Emperor of Fengdu paid no heed to the bows of the surrounding spirits. His gaze fixed intently on Chen Xuan, revealing no trace of emotion. That he approached Chen Xuan, offering a slight bow, and said, "Lady Pingxin is already aware of your intent. Please follow me." Chen Xuan returned the gesture and replied with a gentle smile, "I appreciate your guidance." With that, the two entered the underworld, one following the other. Upon entering, Chen Xuan's curious gaze swept around, realizing that the underworld he beheld was far removed from the legends he had heard in his previous life. The underworld was merely a rudimentary division into several areas, each holding countless spirits. Some were shackled by karma, their faces gaunt with suffering, while others seethed with resentment, their expressions twisted in anger. Some radiated a murderous aura, appearing utterly deranged. "Let us out. Wah! I came for reincarnation. Why have you imprisoned me?" Woe is me! Kill! Kill, kill, kill! I will slay you all! The imprisoned spirits incessantly shouted, furiously assaulting the barriers that contained them. Each time, the barriers erupted with golden light, repelling them back. Yet, the spirits remained undeterred, repeatedly charging forward. Outside each of these spirit confinement zones, numerous ghostly officials stood guard, most of whom were at the golden immortal level or lower. Their expressions revealed a hint of tension. Should the barriers break, they would have little hope of subduing such a multitude of ferocious spirits. Forgive me for the inconvenience, esteemed guest. The cycle of reincarnation has recently begun, and an overwhelming influx of spirits has poured in. Our underworld is severely understaffed, forcing us to temporarily confine these ferocious beings, the Emperor of Fengdu remarked, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. Countless vengeful souls roamed the wilderness, and after every calamity, countless beings perished. Now, they surged into the underworld, desperate for reincarnation. Even with the power of a quasi-saint, the Emperor felt the weight of this burden. I have a question, Chen Xuan said, sensing the malevolent aura radiating from the numerous spirits within the underworld. Smiling slightly as he spoke. Feel free to ask, the Emperor of Fengdu replied, having come at Lady Pingxin's behest and aware of Chen Xuan's esteemed status, not daring to neglect his inquiry. Since these malevolent souls have come seeking reincarnation, why not allow them entry sooner to alleviate the pressure on the underworld? Chen Xuan had already discerned the underlying issues but feigned ignorance to inquire. In response to Chen Xuan's question, the Emperor of Fengdu sighed. Lady Pingxin once said, "Good deeds beget good rewards. Evil deeds beget evil retribution." These beings either slaughtered countless lives in their past, shackled by karma, or met unjust ends, overflowing with resentment, while others remain unable to relinquish their grudges. Should these malevolent spirits be allowed to reincarnate, they would undoubtedly unleash chaos upon the world. It is better to confine them within the underworld, never to be released. As the Emperor spoke, a hint of uncertainty colored his tone. The number of ferocious spirits in the wilderness was staggering. How could the underworld contain them all? As time passed, the influx of souls would only increase, and eventually, there would be a breaking point. What then? Lady Pingxin's consideration for the wilderness is truly a testament to her great virtue and compassion. Chen Xuan let out a soft gasp of admiration. He had come to understand that the actions taken by the underworld were born of necessity. However, according to the original narrative, before the underworld could suppress the malevolent spirits, the Western Sect had already set its sights on this merit. Dizong would vow that he would not attain Buddhahood until the hells were empty, taking residence in the underworld to transform countless malevolent spirits, thus securing great fortune for the West while simultaneously accumulating immeasurable merit for himself. Chen Xuan pondered in silence. If the underworld could establish a connection with the heavenly realm and gain the recognition of the Tao, the transformation of countless malevolent spirits would indeed yield significant merit. Naturally, the power of intention could purify even a fiend like Wu Tian, let alone the minor spirits residing in the underworld. Chen Xuan felt confident in his ability to intercept Dizong, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he temporarily suppressed this thought, viewing it as leverage to win over the goddess Pingxin. Following the Emperor of Fengdu, they traversed through the realm of shadows. Moments later, the two arrived before the 6 paths of reincarnation. Upon reaching this place, the Emperor of Fengdu respectfully bowed to the 6 paths and then silently turned to depart. After his departure, Chen Xuan stepped forward slowly, a look of reverence upon his face, and bowed respectfully towards the realm of the 6 paths. I, Chen Xuan, the Eastern Emperor of Qinghua in the Heavenly Court, seek an audience with the goddess Pingxin. The 6 paths of reincarnation continued to operate in tranquil rhythm, ushering forth spirits into their next lives, seemingly unaffected by Chen Xuan's arrival. Yet, Chen Xuan acutely sensed a rule descending upon the space he occupied, and soon the scenery before him transformed abruptly. Upon regaining his bearings, he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. Before him lay an expansive land, lush with fragrant grass and teeming with vitality. A river meandered into the distance, showcasing nature's exquisite beauty at every turn. The aroma of the earth filled his nostrils as Chen Xuan's toes brushed against the soft grass. and he followed the riverbank onward. Not long after, he spotted a figure by the river, by the serene waters. A beautiful woman adorned in a golden gown sat gracefully upon a large stone. Her feet dipped in the cool river, her eyes gently closed as if savoring this rare comfort. Sensing Chen Xuan's presence, the woman opened her eyes, a soft smile gracing her lips as she spoke in a gentle tone. "You have arrived." As their gazes met, Chen Xuan's heart trembled. Prior to meeting the goddess Pingxin, he had been curious about the appearance of this gentle woman, but upon seeing her, his thoughts were consumed solely by her eyes. It was difficult to imagine that in that fleeting exchange, he perceived in her gaze the exuberance of a young girl, the tenderness of a mother, and the majesty of an emperor. Chen Xuan had encountered the goddess Pingxin. After a few moments of mutual regard, Chen Xuan, realizing his breach of etiquette, hastily bowed his head in reverence. "Rise, there is no need for excessive formality," the Earth Mother said with a slight smile. Unfazed by Chen Xuan's oversight, the heavenly sovereign had indicated, Chen Xuan had previously repaired the damaged ley lines of the primordial world, inadvertently alleviating considerable karma for the Wu and Yao clans. As the former ancestral shaman, the Earth Mother naturally harbored gratitude towards him, her gaze filled with warmth. Once Chen Xuan stood, noticing that the Earth Mother merely smiled without speaking, he gathered his thoughts and articulated his purpose for the visit. "I come at the behest of the Heavenly Emperor. There remains a vacancy among the 6 sovereigns of heaven. The Heavenly Emperor intends to bestow the position of the Emperor of Earth upon you, if it pleases you." The Earth Mother, upon hearing this, did not immediately refuse, but after a moment of contemplation, she began to speak slowly. The establishment of a connection between the underworld and the heavenly realm would be beneficial for the sentient beings of the primordial world. However, the timing is not yet right. Chen Xuan was taken aback, as he had assumed the Earth Mother's friendly demeanor would lead to a smooth negotiation, only to find himself refused. "What do you mean by the timing is not right?" "With the initial establishment of the underworld, the laws are incomplete. The underworld is currently preoccupied with subduing countless malevolent spirits and may not be able to serve the heavenly court," the Earth Mother replied. Shaking her head, in truth, while the underworld situation was dire, it had not yet reached a critical point. However, Chen Xuan's emotional fluctuations upon entering the realm of shadows had not escaped the Earth Mother's notice. She had deliberately spoken as such to ascertain whether Chen Xuan truly possessed a means to resolve the underworld's predicament. "Dear goddess, you are intentionally leading me. It seems you have glimpsed my inner thoughts," Chen Xuan remarked with a wry smile, his mind swiftly grasping the underlying reason. Earlier, when he stood before the Ghost Gate and was welcomed by the Emperor of Fengdu, it had already been mentioned that the goddess Pingxin was aware of his intentions. It seemed that his thoughts, which had surfaced upon witnessing the suppressed malevolent spirits, had not eluded the Earth Mother's perception. "Just a little," the Earth Mother replied with a subtle smile, her demeanor enigmatic. Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. The Earth Mother's power was comparable to that of the Tao ancestor Hongjun within the underworld, and this was no jest if that were the case. Did the thoughts of all beings within the heavenly Tao escape the perception of the Tao ancestor? The realization sent a shiver down his back. Determined, he resolved to refine the chaos bell upon his return and conceal it within his primordial spirit to obscure heavenly secrets. However, for now, he needed to address the matters of the underworld. Chen Xuan looked earnestly at the Earth Mother and stated, "I am indeed confident that I can resolve the underworld's predicament." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy illuminated the Earth Mother's gentle gaze. She withdrew her feet from the cool river and rose, a slight smile gracing her lips as her fingertips traced a line through the air. Chen Xuan felt the surrounding space shift once again, and he found himself back in the underworld, gazing down at the countless malevolent spirits. A slight twitch crossed Chen Xuan's lips, akin to being forcibly summoned to undertake arduous labor. "Should you be able to resolve the underworld's predicament, I would have no objection to accepting the imperial title," the Earth Mother stated solemnly as she regarded the multitude of resentful spirits below. Chen Xuan's expression grew serious as he replied, "I am willing to make every effort." With that, his form surged dramatically, transforming into a colossal black tortoise, casting his immense shadow over the throngs of resentful spirits. In that moment, as Chen Xuan revealed his true form, the entire realm of shadows seemed to tremble. Within the underworld, all conscious beings, whether living or departed, felt a palpable pressure. It was as if the space itself was being constricted, and the Earth Mother's expression shifted subtly. This immense figure was unparalleled. Even the shaman clan, known for their physical prowess, felt dwarfed in comparison. After ascending to the great Luo, Chen Xuan's eyes had increased significantly. Even if the ancient black tortoise of a northern sea were still alive, it would pale in comparison to Chen Xuan's current enormity. As the colossal being enveloped the underworld, the countless malevolent spirits imprisoned below erupted in a cacophony of wails. Under the shadow of such a titanic creature, even these vengeful spirits felt a surge of fear. What kind of monster is this? Does the underworld seek to annihilate us completely? Let me go. I do not wish to reincarnate. Please, let me go. The multitude of souls trembled, their once fierce gazes replaced with sheer terror. Unable to find solace, in the underworld, numerous emissaries of the dead gazed in astonishment at the immense black tortoise. Rendered momentarily speechless, the Earth Mother, too, displayed a hint of curiosity. The resentful spirits confined here did not fear even the quasi-saint Tianzi. Even if forced to suppress them occasionally, it was only temporary. And soon they would stir once more. The malevolent spirits' negative emotions and fury were unquenchable, perpetually simmering. Chen Xuan's mere revelation of his true form had frightened them into quaking, which astonished the Earth Mother and heightened her anticipation of Chen Xuan's abilities. Under the gaze of the Earth Mother, Chen Xuan uttered softly, "Purify." The power of natural intention began to spread, visibly dissolving the malevolence, permeating the entire realm of shadows. Below, the countless resentful spirits emitted a sizzling sound, as if torrents of heat were erupting from within them. What kind of divine ability is this? The Earth Mother's face reflected her astonishment as she sensed an aura of the Tao within the purifying force. Yet upon closer inspection, a cloud of confusion enveloped the scene, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Under the astonished gaze of Ho-Tu, the malevolent aura, grievances, and hatred emanating from countless resentful spirits within the underworld visibly dissipated. The bloodlust, murderous intent, and fear that lurked in their eyes gradually transformed into clarity. In an instant, the underworld experienced an unprecedented tranquility and serenity since its inception. As the malevolence was purified, the realm seemed to metamorphose into a sacred land, and the previously somber gazes of the spectral enforcers brightened with newfound lucidity. After a brief period, Chen Xuan retracted his form with a gentle smile, turning to Ho-Tu and stating, "I have fulfilled my mission." Ho-Tu nodded, her gaze sweeping over the aggrieved spirits below. At that moment, nearly all of them radiated a pure aura of souls, their eyes clear and silent. Only those entangled in karma still bore expressions of suffering. A flicker of thought crossed Ho-Tu's mind. Evidently, Chen Xuan's divine abilities could not dissolve their karmic ties. Nevertheless, this revelation filled her with immense delight. The prospect of retaining such a powerful being in the underworld was irresistible. If he could continue to purify the malevolent spirits, it would significantly alleviate the burden on her realm. With this thought, she gazed at Chen Xuan with a smile, suggesting, "With such extraordinary abilities, why not serve in my underworld?" Chen Xuan shook his head, replying, "I have entered the heavenly court. My celestial duties bind me." Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Yet, Chen Xuan's next words brought her joy. "However, I could hold an honorary position." Stroking his chin, he mused that such a delightful role ought not to be bestowed upon the West. "Then it is settled. I shall arrange for a palace to be built for you by tomorrow." Almost instantaneously following Chen Xuan's declaration, Ho-Tu had already made arrangements for him that a palace, indeed, will do. Chen Xuan nodded, recognizing that his celestial status remained that of the heavenly emperor. Yet, possessing a palace in the underworld signified the respect granted to him by Ho-Tu's day. After all, currently, only the Emperor of Fengdu held such a privilege within the underworld. After discussing further plans to enhance the underworld, Chen Xuan took his leave, returning to the heavenly court. Upon his return, Hao Yin rejoiced upon learning of Ho Tu's acceptance of the decree, and he proclaimed to the expanse of the wilderness, "I am Hao Yin, the Emperor of the Golden Pavilion. I hereby designate the earthly sovereign Ho Tu as the divine spirit overseeing the underworld, governing the realms of life and death, and the six paths of reincarnation." The moment this proclamation resonated, a beam of golden light shot forth within the heavenly court, the decree bearing divine authority piercing into the underworld. Simultaneously, numerous beings across the wilderness exhibited expressions of shock. The Empress of Tranquility has joined the heavenly court. The heavenly court is destined for ascendance. This is the trend of the times. The heavenly court, endorsed by the Tao ancestor, embodies the rightful authority of heaven and earth. While many beings were astonished, their thoughts raced, contemplating whether they should join the heavenly court. For after all, it is easier to thrive beneath a great tree. The heavenly court. A few beings within the wilderness now displayed profound regret in their gazes. They were part of the earliest group to join the heavenly court, following Chen Xuan's division of celestial positions. They felt it challenging to thrive there and resolutely decided to resign and depart. Little did they expect that after their departure, a multitude of powerful beings would join the heavenly court, culminating in Ho Tu, the earthly saint, accepting Hao Yin's decree. This left those who had abandoned their celestial positions feeling hollow, as if they had missed a monumental opportunity. The heavenly court continued to grow, its fortunes strengthening, and as the initial members of the heavenly court, they could have enjoyed this fortune. Yet now, it was all lost, as the myriad beings of the wilderness expressed their astonishment. The primordial heavenly sovereign within the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain wore an exceedingly grim expression. The heavenly court, what a formidable establishment! Regret flickered across the face of the primordial heavenly sovereign at this moment. He finally understood why the Supreme Laozi had earlier urged him to send disciples into the heavenly court. At that time, he had underestimated the situation, believing that dispatching a trustworthy disciple would suffice. However, now witnessing even Ho Tu accepting the decree of the heavenly court, he sensed that the heavenly court was rising with an unstoppable momentum. The Hao Tian, whom they had always looked down upon, seemed to have gained some legitimacy in ruling the wilderness. Yet soon, a cold smirk crept upon the lips of the primordial heavenly sovereign. "Humph, Hao Yin, do you truly believe that their joining the heavenly court means they will serve you faithfully? Do you think you can genuinely command heaven and earth? You are merely a puppet in the end." The primordial heavenly sovereign's gaze fixed upon the direction of the heavenly court, as if he could faintly discern Hao Yin's smug expression. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, Hao Yin's decree had just been issued, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Moments later, in the underworld, as Ho Tu assumed her divine position, a connection was established between the heavenly court and the underworld. "It has been accomplished." Hao Yin's eyes sparkled. At the very instant Ho Tu accepted the decree, he, as the ruler of the heavenly court, could distinctly feel the surge of fortune within the heavenly court. Simultaneously, countless golden lights cascaded into Chen Xuan's being, as the heavenly Tao bestowed rewards upon him. This was not merely a reward for facilitating the connection between the heavenly court and the underworld, but also for purifying countless spirits, alleviating the underworld's burdens that ate this moment. Chen Xuan enjoyed the fortunes of both the heavenly court and the underworld, and his cultivation abruptly surged to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Witnessing Chen Xuan's breakthrough, Hao Yin's heart brimmed with joy. It seemed that it would not be long before the heavenly court would gain another quasi-saint, with the successful establishment of a connection with the underworld. He finally felt that, as the emperor, he had gained some semblance of authority. "Your Majesty, with the addition of the Empress of Tranquility, many beings will surely come seeking to join us that I believe we should prepare in advance," suggested the Tai by Jin Xing, who stood nearby. Hao Yin nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for preparation, particularly regarding the celestial positions of the beings joining the heavenly court. Those without any achievements could not be assigned high positions. Yet if they were assigned too low, it might offend others. Hao Yin furrowed his brow. Pondering this issue, Chen Xuan spoke up with a calm smile. "Let us temporarily assign positions based on their cultivation levels as before. The might of the heavenly court cannot be established in a day. Though our current momentum is considerable, It primarily attracts ordinary beings to entice the truly mighty to serve the heavenly court. We may need to proceed with caution. I have a plan to cultivate goodwill for the heavenly court, interjected Yaoqi at that moment. The assembly turned their attention to her. The celestial peaches in the Pantao forest should mature in a few thousand years. The emperor need only proclaim to the wilderness that a grand peach banquet will be held in 10,000 years, inviting beings of golden immortal level and above to come and taste the celestial peaches. This will undoubtedly attract many powerful figures, and we can seize the opportunity to recruit them. Hao Yin contemplated Chen Xuan's opinion upon hearing this. Chen Xuan nodded, affirming, "This plan is feasible. Celestial peaches are innate spiritual roots of great benefit to cultivation. Whenever I think of them, my mouth waters, and I can hardly wait to savor these fruits." Seeing Chen Xuan's eager expression, Yaoqi chuckled like a blooming flower, teasingly saying, "If the emperor is fond of them, when the peaches mature, I shall have someone deliver them to your residence." "That would be splendid." Chen Xuan smiled and nodded, his anticipation for the taste of the celestial peaches palpable. "Let us proceed," as my junior sister suggested. Hao Yin quickly made a decision that he immediately proclaimed to the wilderness that the heavenly court would host a peach banquet in 10,000 years, inviting beings of golden immortal level and above to join in tasting the celestial peaches. The moment the announcement echoed, many beings within the wilderness displayed thoughtful expressions as they had already intended to join the heavenly court. Now, upon learning of the upcoming peach banquet, their hearts swelled with joy. It was the perfect opportunity to visit the heavenly court and witness its grandeur. If it proved truly powerful, then joining would be most agreeable. If it were but a facade, then tasting the celestial peaches would still be a delightful affair. Meanwhile, within the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly sovereign's eyelids flickered slightly upon hearing of the peach banquet to be held in 10,000 years, but he chose to disregard it. In the Xianxia mountain range, Chen Xuan leisurely soaked in the spiritual spring. Now the affairs between the heavens and the underworld have reached a conclusion, allowing him a rare moment of tranquility. It is worth mentioning that since his ascension to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he has yet to formally utilize the newly acquired titles. Furthermore, the chaotic bell remains in a dormant state, as its spirit has yet to awaken, preventing him from fully refining this treasure. After being read by Hutu in the underworld, Chen Xuan could not help but feel a sense of impending danger arise within him. The anxiety of potentially revealing his trump card left him restless and perturbed. After soaking in the spiritual spring for 2 days to quell this unease, Chen Xuan finally rose to his feet, setting up several formations outside his cave abode, hanging a sign that read "No disturbances, please," before officially entering seclusion. Within the cave, Chen Xuan retrieved the chaotic bell, placing it before him with a serious expression. Such a treasure as the chaotic bell would ordinarily require no effort on his part for restoration. Over time, it would naturally mend itself, returning to its original state. However, feeling the weight of the crisis, Chen Xuan dared not delay any further. He must attempt to refine this treasure into his primordial spirit, thereby obscuring his own heavenly secrets. Chen Xuan first probed into the chaotic bell, seeking to awaken its slumbering spirit. Yet, after a moment, he reluctantly abandoned this effort. The spirit of the bell had evidently been excessively strained during the battle between the witches and the demons, leaving it in a weakened state. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a surge of profound power from his great Luo peak cultivation into the chaotic bell, attempting to restore it with his own energy. However, disappointment quickly clouded his features. Is it truly impossible? Chen Xuan murmured to himself, realizing that using his power to refine the chaotic bell was evidently futile. After a moment's pause, the sound of a sword's cry resonated, and the Qingping sword materialized within the cave. Chen Xuan grasped the sword with one hand, slicing his fingertip to let several drops of his essence blood fall onto the chaotic bell. As the bell absorbed his blood, a faint glimmer of light flickered upon it, only to soon fade into dullness. Is it also ineffective? Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that both his power and essence blood were in vain. Presenting a rather troublesome predicament, perhaps I should try using the golden light of virtue. Just then, the Qingping sword, floating in the void, shimmered slightly, and a voice echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. Thank you for your guidance. Senior, hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. He had an abundance of virtue to offer. With a slight wave of his hand, a radiant wheel of virtue manifested, casting infinite golden light throughout the cave, filling the space with an aura of peace and auspiciousness. Under Chen Xuan's guidance, a vast amount of virtuous power flowed into the chaotic bell, causing it to slowly rotate in the void, the chaotic energy hanging from it showing faint signs of revival. Effective upon witnessing the spirit within the chaotic bell respond, Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to increase the infusion of virtuous energy as time passed, while Chen Xuan worked to restore the chaotic bell with the power of virtue. In the primordial realm, those wicked spirits once suppressed in the underworld and later purified by Chen Xuan successfully reincarnated among the various races of the primordial world, since the underworld had yet to offer the special beverage known as Mengpa soup. Many beings quickly awoke to their past life memories. Among them, numerous beings reincarnated into the human race swiftly spread the news about the divine Tortoise ferrying myriad ghosts, causing Chen Xuan's name to resonate ever more loudly among humanity. The human race's incense offerings surged exponentially. Previously, they revered him out of gratitude for his past assistance, but now they placed their faith in him, hoping that when they entered the underworld in a century, he would purify their souls, freeing them from all sources of suffering. The power of faith continued to grow, and as time progressed, the human race expanded, their entire lineage nearly saturating the primordial realm. Establishing themselves as a formidable force. 3,000 years later, in the chaotic void, 6 figures gathered. They stood amidst the chaos, each enveloped in boundless Tao rhythms, with laws cascading around them like waterfalls. Each individual isolated their aura with immense power. Otherwise, the chaos surrounding them would shatter due to the collision of their energies. The human race shall flourish. Nuwa gazed through the endless chaotic winds at the primordial land, reflecting on how the small specks she had casually cast aside in the past would soon become the protagonists of the heavenly realm. As the holy mother of the human race, she felt a profound sense of pride and joy. The human race possessed no supreme treasures for protection, and to thrive long-term, they needed the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to stabilize their fortunes. The Taiching saint then spoke, having contributed to the establishment and propagation of teachings among the human race. Naturally wishing for their prosperity, we have all gathered here today for this purpose. The other 4 saints nodded in agreement, each having calculated the rise of the human race, and their presence here was to share in its fortunes. I desire the position of the heavenly emperor, Nuwa stated directly, as the holy mother of the human race. Her request for a throne was entirely reasonable, and the other saints nodded in consent. The Earth Emperor's master must be Xuandu. Taiching Laojun did not hesitate, as his disciple, the great master Xuandu, had already reached the peak of the great Luo. If he could obtain the fortunes of the human race, he would undoubtedly break through to the quasi-saint realm to secure opportunities for his disciple. The typically nonchalant Laojun now appeared quite resolute. Senior brother has contributed to the human race's teachings and should rightfully receive this. Yuan Shi Tian Zun smiled slightly and added, as for the position of the human emperor's master, I hope everyone will grant me this favor. I shall not contend for the position of the 5 emperors. The 2 saints from the west, upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, naturally had no objections. Yuan Shi's voluntary withdrawal from the contention for the 5 emperors' master might allow them to acquire greater fortunes. However, Tong Tian Jiaozhu was unwilling to relinquish the position of the human emperor's master. Although the imperial throne offered more opportunities than the royal title, the merits it held were considerably lesser. He first scoffed coldly. Then spoke, Senior brother Yuan Shi, your teachings have no connection with the human race. How can you enjoy the fortunes of the human emperor? My disciple, Chen Xuan, has aided the human race since the time when the demon race slaughtered them. Now he is revered among humanity, and the position of the human emperor's master should rightfully belong to my disciple, Chen Xuan. Tong Tian Jiaozhu's argument was sound, leaving Nuwa and Taiching Laojun in silence. Even the 2 saints from the west, known for their lack of decorum, could not find words to counter. Yet, Yuan Shi Tianzun was unwilling to concede the position to a disciple of Sect. He furrowed his brow, his expression icy as he stated, Your disciple is merely a creature clad in fur and armor, lacking virtue and decorum, with shallow fortunes. How could he possibly guide the human emperor? He would likely bring chaos to the human race, leading to his own demise. In response to Yuan Shi's words, Tong Tian's anger turned to amusement. His beloved disciple, Chen Xuan, had restored the earth's veins and acquired the fortunes of heaven and earth, amassing immeasurable merits. Yet Yuan Shi demeaned him as inconsequential. How could Tong Tian tolerate such insult? His aura surged, the killing intent of the Zhuxian sword enveloping Yuan Shi Tianzun. If you wish to disregard decorum, then let us see the true skills beneath our hands. Humph. Upon witnessing Tong Tian Jiaozhu's aggression, Yuan Shi Tianzun let out a cold snort, manifesting a celestial cloud above his head and wielding the Panga banner, summoning boundless chaotic energies to swirl around him. Boom! Before either had even made a move, merely the release of their respective auras caused the nearby, chaotic void to erupt with thunderous roars. The Taiching saint, observing his two brothers on the verge of conflict, felt a headache coming on. Yet, as the eldest of the three purities, he could not allow their dispute to escalate into an actual fight. Stop! A commanding shout resonated through the void, causing countless chaotic energies to swirl and retreat, and the surrounding tumult fell silent in that instant. In the next moment, the Taiji diagram spanned the void, directly severing the clash of energies between Tong Tian and Yuan Shi. Tai Ching, do not interfere in this matter. Today I must seek justice for my disciple. Tong Tian Jiaozhu's eyes gleamed with fury. Yuan Shi's disdain for Sect disciples was nothing new. Under normal circumstances, he could tolerate it. But now they were contending for the fortune of the human emperor's master, and Tong Tian would not back down at this moment. Tong Tian, if you wish to fight, then fight. In the eyes of the primordial supreme being flickered a captivating divine light, boldly facing the celestial master of the way, without a hint of fear, witnessing the two poised for a potential clash. Niwa and the two saints of the west silently withdrew a distance, adopting an air of spectatorship. The Grand Supreme Elder felt a surge of headache, sensing the ever-increasing momentum emanating from the two figures flanking the Taiji diagram. His gaze abruptly sharpened, and a force equal to that of the two erupted from within him. Red flowers, white lotus, green lotus leaves. The Elder's voice resonated like the grandest of bells, reverberating through the chaotic void. With this mighty proclamation, his presence surged to its zenith, subtly overshadowing that of the others. The three displayed their formidable auras, each exuding a sense of power that seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of time itself, illuminating the past, present, and future. The Elder's voice echoed through the vastness. The expressions of the primordial supreme being and the celestial master shifted, not from fear of the Elder's might, but as the phrase red flowers. White lotus, green lotus leaves evoked memories of their pasts. The previously antagonistic atmosphere softened, their countenances relaxing somewhat. Precisely. Both of you disciples are esteemed saints. There is no need for conflict that may mar our harmony. The Grand Supreme Elder interjected upon observing their restrained auras. I shall not easily concede the title of human sovereign, the primordial supreme being asserted, his tone resolute despite a slight softening of his expression. Nor shall I, the celestial master replied, his gaze resolute, determined to secure the position of the human sovereign's teacher for the way of the. Although the two momentarily held their hands, neither was willing to relent on the matter of the human sovereign's position. The Grand Supreme Elder's eyes shifted thoughtfully, his face revealing signs of contemplation. After a brief pause, he proposed, since neither party is willing to yield, I suggest we establish a wager. Whichever side first locates the reincarnation of the human sovereign shall grant their disciple the position of the human sovereign's teacher. Upon hearing this, both the primordial supreme being and the celestial master appeared contemplative. The primordial supreme being pondered that his ability to deduce heavenly secrets slightly surpassed that of the celestial master. Thus, the Elder's proposal evidently favored him, evoking a sense of gratitude as well as a quiet acceptance of the suggestion. Though the celestial master sensed the Elder's bias, he refrained from voicing any opposition. Confident in the numerous disciples of the moreover, his disciple, Chen Xuan, bore immense fortune and deep blessings, making it unlikely that they would be outdone by the Chen school. Agreed. Let it be as my elder brother has suggested." The two exchanged glances, resolutely nodding in agreement. Observing the arrangement of the three sovereign positions of the human race nearing completion, the two saints of the West approached once more, their gazes glimmering with anticipation. Feeling the approach of the two saints, the Grand Supreme Elder donned a contemplative expression and gradually spoke. "As for the position of the Five Emperors teacher, it should rightfully be occupied by three representatives from the side that fails in the wager as compensation." The Primordial Supreme Being and the Celestial Master both nodded in agreement with this proposition, as these three imperial positions could be seen as a safety net, ensuring that even if they failed to secure the title of the human sovereign's teacher, they would still possess three imperial titles as compensation, a favorable outcome for them both. Upon witnessing the swift allocation of three additional positions to the five emperors, the two saints of the West could no longer remain composed. The Celestial Master of Guidance recited a Buddhist chant and slowly remarked, "All of you have already received your share. As for the remaining two imperial positions, we of the West shall concede a bit and reluctantly accept." The Celestial Master of Provisional Decree wore a deeply troubled expression, sighing, "Our West does not delight in strife. To obtain two imperial positions is already a great blessing, and we dare not be greedy." Though their words express sorrow, their hearts were actually filled with joy. Should they acquire two imperial positions, they could seize the opportunity to propagate Buddhist teachings among the human race, yielding immeasurable benefits for the West. The three pure ones evidently recognized this, for unlike the way of the mysterious gate, the Buddhist teachings of the West had a remarkable capacity to captivate the minds of mortals. If these two imperial positions were truly bestowed upon the West, it would not be long before the human realm was overrun with Buddhas. Humph. The three sovereigns and five emperors hail from the East. What business is it of your Western teachings? By what right do you interfere in Eastern matters? The Primordial Supreme Being was the first to speak, his previous skirmish with the Celestial Master igniting a flame of indignation within him. With a cold snort, he showed no mercy. "Indeed, you too may propagate your Buddhist teachings in the West. But do not concern yourselves with the affairs of the three sovereigns and five emperors," the Celestial Master added in agreement. "The human race has no ties to you of the West. It would be wise for you to avoid deluding yourselves." The Grand Supreme Elder's gaze remained calm, yet his tone bore a note of warning that, in the face of the Western teachings, the three pure ones exhibited a rare consensus against external interference. "Brothers, your actions are rather overbearing." The Celestial Master of Guidance's countenance darkened upon witnessing the united front of the three pure ones. Their demeanor unmistakably conveyed their intent to withhold any benefits from the West, a stance that the Celestial Master of Guidance could hardly tolerate. "You claim all the advantages for yourselves, leaving us with nothing. This is sheer bullying." The voice of the Celestial Master of Provisional Decree trembled with indignation and grievance, as if on the verge of tears. "And if we do bully you, what of it? Do not think for a moment that we are unaware of your schemes." The Celestial Master of the Way could not abide the sight of the Celestial Master of Provisional Decree's tearful demeanor. His eyes flared with anger, ready to retaliate at any moment. The three pure ones displayed a tacit triangular formation, posturing as if they were about to besiege the two saints of the West. Under the oppressive aura of the three, the Celestial Master of Provisional Decree could no longer maintain his composure. "Brother, we of the West are suffering," he lamented, exuding an air of boundless grievance and humiliation. The Celestial Master of Guidance, affected by his emotion, gradually revealed a determined expression. "You three have gone too far. Today, even if this escalates to the Tao Ancestor, we of the West must secure a position." Otherwise, the tone of the Celestial Master of Guidance bore a hint of concession, lowering his demands to a single position. Yet the latter part of his statement carried an undercurrent of threat, should the three pure ones refuse to yield even a single position. The West would not hesitate to stir up chaos, ensuring that none would emerge unscathed. "Humph. You two seem to be asking for a beating today," upon hearing the Celestial Master of Guidance's audacious threat. The Celestial Master of the Way let out a cold snort and acted immediately, enveloping the Celestial Master of Guidance within the lethal aura of the Extermination Sword. The Primordial Supreme Being swiftly followed suit, unfurling the Panga banner to unleash a torrent of chaotic sword energy, Having already been in a foul mood due to prior events, the two seized the opportunity for some retribution against a mere punching bag. With the extermination sword in hand, the Celestial Master of the Way unleashed a series of strikes, forcing the Celestial Master of Guidance to retreat repeatedly, though he possessed the strength to defend himself. He had no intention of retaliating, his face a mask of frustration. The Celestial Master of Guidance understood that the extermination sword was merely the appetizer. Should he dare to strike back, he would face the full brunt of the extermination sword array. In contrast to the Celestial Master of Guidance's predicament, the Celestial Master of Provisional Decree appeared to fare even worse. The Panga banner wielded immense power, with each strand of chaotic sword energy embodying the forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. Though the seven treasures mysterious tree of the Celestial Master of Provisional Decree was also a remarkable treasure, it paled in comparison. Within a short span, the Celestial Master of Provisional Decree found himself on the defensive, enduring a one-sided onslaught. Observing his two brothers firmly in the lead, the Grand Supreme Elder clasped his hands behind his back, reveling in the moment. How long had it been since the three Pure Ones had stood so united against a common foe? All of this, he felt, was thanks to the earnest efforts of the Celestial Masters of Guidance and Provisional Decree. T.O. expressed his gratitude. The Elder resolved to offer them a chance at seizing an imperial position once they had endured their punishment. After all, for the smooth progression of the human race, he had to consider leaving a line of retreat. Should he push these two from the west too far, they might act without regard for their dignity, making matters quite troublesome. Within the chaos, thunderous roars echoed, the forces of the laws piercing through time itself, showering countless rays of light, more dazzling than a sky full of stars exploding simultaneously. The four combatants engaged in a fierce battle. While the onlookers each wore their own expressions, the Grand Supreme Elder maintained a smile, calculating the resilience of the Celestial Masters of Guidance and Provisional Decree. Meanwhile, Nuwa appeared to revel in the spectacle, her radiant eyes sparkling with divine light as she occasionally offered commentary. Brother Celestial Master of the Way, that strike was quite exquisite. However, if only it were a touch more precise, it could surely carve off a bit of flesh. Brother Primordial Supreme Being, you too are commendable, though it seems you are somewhat reserved with your spiritual power, as the might of the Panga banner appears to have been underutilized, and your expression is rather too rigid. In Nuwa's tone, there lingered a sense of admiration, yet also a hint of regret. Her voice echoed intermittently, inciting the ire of Jean and Junti, whose nostrils flared with indignation. Nevertheless, Nuwa bore no burden in her heart. During the calamity of the Witch and Demon War, the five saints had conspired to confine her within the Hua Huang Palace, preventing her from intervening in matters of fate. This memory had long haunted her, and now presented an opportunity for retribution, prompting her to indulge in verbal sparring. Observing this, Laozi of Taching subtly tugged at the corners of his mouth, in a bid to preserve harmony among the saints. He ultimately decided to halt the contest. Delightful, exclaimed Tontian, sheathing the sword of extermination, his laughter booming as he extended a warm invitation to Jean for a rematch at a later time. That moment. Yuanshi Tianzuan also retracted the Panga banner, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed than before. Jean and Junti, however, appeared exceedingly grim, their faces betraying the embarrassment of a one-sided defeat. This is intolerable. This is utterly intolerable. Jean muttered to himself, his expression somewhat dazed. They presume there is no one to defend the West. They truly believe we are defenseless. Junti lamented, feeling a sense of grievance, that we must seek justice from the Tao ancestor. Jean's gaze swept over the three Pure Ones, a flicker of fiery determination igniting in his eyes. Our plight in the West is dire. We must implore the Tao ancestor to advocate for us. Junti echoed his despair. Witnessing their resolve to escalate the matter, Taching Saint remained unfazed, calmly stating, the remaining two imperial positions shall be contested based on merit. Is that so? Jean's fury seemed to wane slightly. Indeed, Junti also quelled his earlier distress. Both realized that if the contest were to depend solely on merit, the West might not be without its chances. After all, the earlier standoff between Yuanshi and Tong Tian appeared genuine. When it came to the interests of their respective sects, they might not unite again. Moreover, the combined strength of the two saints from the West was a significant advantage in their favor. Contemplating this, the two felt that their recent defeat had not been in vain, as it had ultimately secured some benefits for the West. Thus, it was settled. Observing the expressions of the two, Taching nodded solemnly and formalized the decision. The positions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were thus established. Upon returning to the Hua Huang Palace, Nuwa's thoughts immediately turned to her elder brother Fuxi. During the Witch and Demon War, Fuxi had utilized the river diagram and the Luo book to devise the primordial river Luo formation, aiding the Great Star Array in their fight against the 12 heavenly gods of the Witch clan. However, at a critical juncture, the demon master Kunpeng, seeking self-preservation, had suddenly betrayed the demon race and, amidst the chaos, swiftly absconded with the river diagram and the Luo book, 2 invaluable treasures. It was Kunpeng's treachery that led to the collapse of the primordial river Luo formation and Fuxi's demise. Standing atop the river of time, Nuwa extracted a sliver of his true essence, sustained by the Fuxi Qin, a companion spirit treasure. A remnant of his soul remained. Nuwa pondered that if Fuxi could harness the fortune of the human race and become one of the 3 sovereigns, he would surely endure in this world. With boundless merit, she sought to cleanse Fuxi of the demonic karma that weighed upon him, solemnly declaring, "Brother, I shall guide you into reincarnation." Nuwa safeguarded Fuxi's primordial spirit on its journey to the netherworld. Chen Xuan, who had been in seclusion within the Xianshan Mountains for an extended period, finally opened his eyes. At this moment, the Chaos Bell had been integrated into his primordial spirit. During his time in seclusion, he had not only repaired the Chaos Bell, but had also meticulously planned the attributes he had acquired upon advancing to the Deluo stage, with the Tao of 50 reaching perfection and the heavenly transformation of 49. Chen Xian's tortoise shell bore a total of 49 squares. Not yet complete, he contemplated whether it would be possible in the future to fuse all formations and activate the 50th formation. After countless years of mental simulations, Chen Xuan finally comprehended to successfully merge all formations. He must utilize the affinities of each square, arranging corresponding formations based on the properties depicted in each square's patterns. Only then, with a complete array, could he achieve perfection. Sitting in meditation for a moment to absorb his insights and gains from these years, Chen Xuan gradually rose in the depths of his mind. He sensed a faint calling. With a thought, a vision materialized in his mind. Within the vision were countless malevolent spirits imprisoned in the netherworld. "Your palace has been constructed. Do remember to visit the netherworld when you have the time." The vision concluded with an opulent palace and the voice of Ho. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow. It seemed that during his seclusion, the number of malevolent spirits in the netherworld had accumulated significantly. Otherwise, Hutu would not have sent a message. Now that he had taken on a role in the netherworld, with the boss summoning him, Chen Xuan naturally had to take action. He dispelled the formations and, with a flash of his figure, headed straight for the netherworld. This moment, in the netherworld before the 6 paths of reincarnation, Nuwa's figure materialized in the void. "Sister Hutu, may I have the honor of meeting you?" Nuwa gazed at the 6 paths of reincarnation, a warm smile gracing her face that in times past, before they ascended to sainthood, the two had shared a close bond akin to that of sisters. Now, seeking Hutu's assistance, Nuwa's address of sister was imbued with genuine affection. "What brings my sister here?" Hutu's gentle voice resonated, her bare feet treading upon the void as she emerged from the cycle of reincarnation. Her expression one of delight. Though the witch and demon war raged on, it was merely a matter of stance. Their friendship remained unchanged. "I come today with a request for my sister," Nuwa replied, extending her palm to reveal Fuxi's remnant soul, "that I wish to use the 6 paths of reincarnation to grant my brother a second chance at life." Huda nodded in acknowledgement. In the aftermath of the Battle of Buzhou Mountain, where Gongong's wrath had struck the mountain, causing the heavens to tilt and countless beings to suffer, the Witch clan had accumulated a significant amount of karma. Nuwa's efforts to mend the heavens had left the entire Witch clan indebted to her. Now that she personally requested assistance, Hutu had no reason to refuse. With a graceful wave of her hand, Hutu opened the 6 paths of reincarnation fully to Fuxi. Thank you. Nua's face lit up with joy as she placed Fushi's remnant soul into the cycle of reincarnation. Hutu manipulated the reincarnation, unleashing an unfathomable power. In Nua's eyes shone anticipation. Once Fushi departed and returned, he would embody the essence of humanity. Yet, in the next moment, to Nua's astonishment, Hutu's expression shifted slightly, halting the flow of reincarnation. "What is the matter?" Nua exclaimed, her heart racing with concern. Hutu sighed, withdrawing Fushi's remnant soul from the cycle and returning it to Nua. "Your brother's soul is too fragmented, without a supreme innate treasure to support him. He may not successfully reincarnate." Though Hutu wished to assist, she ultimately felt powerless, silently collecting Fushi's remnant soul. Nua's brow furrowed in contemplation. As long as Fushi could successfully reincarnate, she could bear the cost of a supreme innate treasure. The most pressing concern was determining which treasure would be most suitable. After a moment of reflection, an idea struck her. The river diagram and the Luo book, which had been stolen by the demon master Kunping. "Sister, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With this declaration, Nua's figure transformed into a wisp of ethereal mist, vanishing into the depths of the netherworld. Before the gate of ghosts, Chen Xuan surveyed the ongoing chaos. A slight trace of sentiment flickering across his face. The netherworld instilled fear in the living. It was a sanctuary for the departed. The Yin officials remained busy, their shouts echoing, though their efforts yielded little result. Observing this scenario, Chen Xuan inhaled deeply, a thunderous roar escaping his lips. "All of you, line up immediately." As his voice reverberated, it was as if 1,000 bolts of thunder erupted before the gate of ghosts, sending countless malevolent spirits quaking in terror. Before they could react, a formidable aura, emanating from the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm, enveloped the scene. "Pay your respects to the eastern extreme Qinghua Emperor." Witnessing this, the Yin officials hastily knelt, welcoming him. The netherworld had established a grand palace for the eastern extreme Qinghua Emperor, and the edicts of the Lady of Peace had spread throughout the netherworld. Chen Xian's status in the netherworld was on par with that of the Emperor of Fengdu, and thus the Yin officials showed him utmost respect. The eastern extreme Qinghua Emperor. Chen Xian's title sent shivers down the spines of countless vengeful spirits and malevolent beings, his aura eclipsing the resentment that lingered in their hearts. Even the most malevolent of spirits dare not act recklessly at this moment, obediently lining up in formation, witnessing the restoration of order before the gates of the underworld. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and stepped into the realm of the dead amidst the awed gazes of countless specters. Upon entering the underworld, the first sound to greet his ears was an overwhelming wail of despair. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, as the condition of the underworld seemed not to have improved significantly since his previous evolution. The current state appeared even more congested than it had been 3,000 years ago, with the malevolent aura permeating the realm more intense than before. As Chen Xuan stepped into the underworld, Hutu sensed his presence and, with a thought, appeared beside him. She pursed her lips and spread her hands, seemingly expressing her helplessness regarding the current state of affairs in the underworld. Chen Xuan sighed. With the boss personally overseeing matters, there was nothing left to do but proceed, as he revealed his true form and unleashed his purifying power. Far away in the North Sea, the demon master Kunping felt an inexplicable chill wash over him. In the past, during the war between shamans and liches, Kunping had fled to save his own life, resulting in catastrophic losses for the demon race. Countless demons harbored deep-seated hatred towards Kunping, wishing to reduce him to ashes. Yet, such animosities did not instill fear in him, as one of the few core members of the ancient demon court. His strength had long reached the quasi-saint level. Any ordinary demon attempting to confront him would merely be courting death. Even if powerful demons united to seek revenge, Kunping could easily escape with his remarkable speed. What truly instilled fear in Kunping was the karmic consequence of having caused the death of the demon emperor Fushi. Fushi's sister, Enhua, was one of the 6 saints of heaven, possessing extraordinary powers. Though Kunping was swift, Enhua could reverse the flow of time itself, rendering him utterly incapable of contending with her. Out of fear that Enhua would seek retribution, Kunpeng had spent years hiding in the North Sea, too afraid to venture out recklessly. However, an ominous premonition gnawed at him today, causing his nerves to fray that he knew his fate was sealed, no matter how far he ran, even into the depths of chaos. He could not escape the pursuit of a saint. Thus resigned, Kunpeng chose to wait quietly for Hua's arrival. It was not long before he was greeted by a gathering of auspicious clouds above the North Sea. Golden lotuses blooming in the void, forming a staircase. Celestial music echoed as countless colorful phoenixes danced in the air. Hua descended gracefully from the heavens, her divine presence eliciting gasps of awe and reverence from the myriad beings of the North Sea. As Kunpeng gazed at the miraculous sight above, a bitter smile crept across his face. He bowed silently, acknowledging that he could not escape the karmic repercussions of Fushi's demise, and thus resolved to face it with composure. Hand over the river map and Luo book, Hua stated, her gaze fixed on the relatively docile Kunpeng. Her tone neither joyful nor sorrowful. Kunpeng's heart trembled at her words, fully aware that any hint of refusal would invite devastating retribution. However, the river map and Luo book were his sole bargaining chips, and he was reluctant to relinquish them so easily. Gritting his teeth, he finally mustered the courage to ask, "Can you spare my life?" The moment the words left his lips, Kunpeng felt his body stiffen, as if the surrounding spiritual energy had been suddenly drained, leaving him in a deathly stillness. Hua merely cast a fleeting glance at him, and Kunpeng felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body trembling slightly as the threat of death loomed over him. In an instant, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Yet the anticipated death did not descend. Hua emitted no sign of murderous intent. However, despite the absence of any overt threat, Kunpeng's anxiety only intensified with each passing moment. Observing the trembling Kunpeng, Hua's exquisite visage remained devoid of expression. Her gaze flickered. She recognized Kunpeng's merit in establishing the demon script, and if she were to kill him now, she would also bear the weight of karmic consequence. Moreover, with Fushi now having a chance at reincarnation, Hua's animosity towards Kunpeng had somewhat dissipated. After deliberating, she concluded that facilitating Fushi's reincarnation was of utmost importance. With that thought in mind, Hua spoke calmly, "Surrender the river map and Luo book, and you may reside in the North Sea for eternity. I shall grant you a path to survival." Upon hearing the phrase path to survival, a look of ecstasy spread across Kunpeng's face. Although he would have to remain in the North Sea indefinitely, in this domain, his prowess rendered him unrivaled, allowing him to live in comfort. Furthermore, should fortune favor him in the future, he could attain the status of a saint, and there would be no place in the vast world he could not go. Ultimately, surviving was his paramount concern. Without hesitation, Kunpeng handed over the river map and Luo book to Hua. Taking possession of the artifacts, Hua indeed honored her promise, casting a deep glance at Kunpeng before vanishing into the void amidst the celestial music. Kunpeng, witnessing her departure, breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy burden that had weighed upon him for years finally lifted, and he felt a slight enhancement in his cultivation. Though he had lost the precious innate spiritual treasure, the opportunity to preserve his life made it all worthwhile. Within the ghostly underworld, Chen Xuan's colossal form enveloped the nether prison, his purifying power sweeping through the entire realm like a vibrant spring breeze, dispelling the pervasive malevolence. Though it was not the first time he had exhibited such prowess, Hudu was still astonished as she observed Chen Xuan's divine abilities. Despite only possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, his ability to purify all negative energies was a feat even she, as a Taoist saint, could not achieve. In her heart, Chen Xuan's status continued to rise, and she subconsciously no longer viewed him as a junior of limited cultivation. The purifying force was subtle yet profound, and as the countless vengeful spirits came into contact with this power, the malevolence in their eyes visibly diminished. With the last of the malicious ghosts in the nether prison purified, Chen Xuan retracted his form and turned to Hutu, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. Finally completed. With so many vengeful spirits, even revealing his true form had required considerable effort. Hutu smiled gently and said, "Come, guide the emperor to his palace for a well-deserved rest." Yes, several capable spectral attendants quickly stepped forward with beaming smiles, saying, "Your Majesty, this way, please." Chen Xuan nodded. Having made the rare visit to the underworld, it was only fitting that he explore his palace. Due to his carefree nature, despite possessing the Xianchen Mountain as a sacred cultivation site, he had never taken the time to properly arrange it. Consequently, his cave dwelling still appeared rather rudimentary. In the teaching of the Intercept, even some disciples at the Earth Immortal level would have likely adorned their cultivation spaces more elegantly and comfortably than as several spectral attendants paved the way ahead. Each stood tall with pride, as if guiding Chen Xuan was the highest honor. This reverence stemmed from Chen Xuan's purification of the underworld 3,000 years ago, which had significantly alleviated the pressures of the netherworld, leading these attendants to harbor deep gratitude towards him. Further reinforced by the decree of the Empress Pingxin, Chen Xuan's status in the netherworld had risen to that of the Emperor of Fengdu. As Chen Xuan made his way forward, every spectral attendant he passed bowed in respect to him. After a while, the surroundings opened up, and Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the distance. Magnificent palaces made entirely of pure gold emerged before him, and upon closer inspection, he counted no less than 13 of them. Each palace gleamed with opulence, radiating a splendid aura. "Your Majesty, we have arrived," one of the attendants whispered. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon the luxurious palace. The palatial structures stood majestically, their walls adorned with an array of exquisite gems that shimmered with golden brilliance. Outside the palaces, several formidable spectral guards stood watch, and within, shadows could be seen bustling about. With a thought, Chen Xuan approached the entrance of the palace, and the attendants hurriedly followed suit. "The emperor has returned to his palace." At that moment, an exultant voice echoed from within, and the figures inside the palaces abruptly ceased their movements, transforming into golden light as they flew forth. "Welcome back, Emperor of the Eastern Extreme, Qinghua." 12 delicate figures, each with their own unique grace, knelt before him. Further away, the shadowy guards stationed at the imperial palace bowed in unison. "I present to you the Eastern Sovereign, the great Emperor of Qinghua." Chen Xuan's gaze flickered slightly as he swept over the 12 distinct forms before him, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. "Who are they?" Chen Xuan inquired, turning toward a nearby shadowy attendant with a look of curiosity. The attendant, sensing his confusion, promptly explained, "Your Majesty, these are handpicked maidens selected personally by the Empress Pingxin, though they hail from different races. All have attained the transformation realm in their former lives and possess pristine backgrounds, ready to serve at your command." Upon hearing this, the corners of Chen Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. During his previous visit to the underworld, Empress Pingxin had successfully read his thoughts, seemingly seeing through his innermost musings. This time, she had arranged for 12 exquisitely beautiful women of varying appearances and figures to win his favor. While he was not the type to be swayed, he had to admit that, in this regard, the underworld was far more adept than the heavenly path. Chen Xuan mused inwardly, recalling that painfully arduous experience of transcending tribulation. "Please rise," he said with a gentle smile. Stepping into the imperial palace, moments later, before the 6 realms of reincarnation, Nuwa emerged from the void. With a smile gracing her lips, she felt assured that, with the support of the Hichu and Luoshu, even Fushi's remnant soul could successfully reincarnate. "Sister has arrived." Hood has stepped forth from the cycle of reincarnation, her gentle gaze meeting Nuwa's, an unspoken question lingering in her eyes. "I have brought this treasure." Nuwa nodded, presenting both the Hichu and Luoshu along with Fushi's remnant soul. Sensing the aura of the Hichu and Luoshu, Hota nodded in agreement and initiated the 6 realms of reincarnation. At that moment, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed Nuwa's face. Her gaze darted around, revealing a glimmer of shock in her eyes. The underworld seemed to have transformed since her last visit. With a sweep of her divine sense, she quickly discerned the anomaly. The once wailing underworld now appeared remarkably tranquil. The oppressive malevolence that had pervaded the realm dissipated entirely. The entire underworld exuded a serene ambience, truly deserving of the title Pure Land. To Nuwa's further astonishment, the countless malevolent souls imprisoned in the nether prison now bore clear-eyed expressions, their souls pure and devoid of the terror they once exhibited. Judging by the purity of these souls, they seemed even more pristine than her brother Fushi. Although she had used merits to cleanse Fushi of his karmic burdens, remnants of malevolence still clung to his soul, and due to its residual nature, even Nuwa's cultivation hesitated to cleanse it too thoroughly, fearing she might inadvertently erase him altogether. Originally, Nuwa had regarded this trace of malevolence with indifference, with a supreme innate spiritual treasure to protect him. Fushi should be able to grow up unscathed. It was merely his progenitor who would need to endure some hardships. However, upon witnessing the purity of the souls within the underworld, Nuwa's thoughts began to shift. Perhaps it was best to minimize such hardships. She turned to Hutu, awaiting her explanation. Hutu maintained a gentle smile. The current state of the underworld was entirely thanks to Chen Xuan's efforts, with a bond akin to sisterhood between her and Nuwa. There was nothing to conceal. With a thought, she led Nuwa into Chen Xuan's imperial palace, ate that moment. Within the most grand and luxurious of the 13 structures, harmonious celestial music filled the air, and graceful figures danced. Chen Xuan reclined against a jade platform intricately carved from soft jade, with delicate hands gently kneading and caressing his shoulders and legs. A peeled spiritual fruit was presented before him, and as he opened his mouth slightly, slender fingers, seemingly meticulously groomed, delivered the fruit to his lips. Savoring the sweet taste of the fruit, Chen Xuan's half-closed eyes reflected the enchanting dance of 9 exquisite figures. Extravagance, such lavishness, Chen Xuan marveled inwardly. This idyllic life, which had only existed in his dreams in a past life, was now a reality in this life, despite having attained the great Luo state of mind. He found it difficult to tear himself away from such indulgence. The gentle caresses from his shoulders and legs lulled him. Chen Xuan's eyelids began to droop, compelling him to reward himself like his senior brother Duobao. However, at that moment, 2 figures materialized from the void above the palace. Sensing the shift in space, Chen Xuan's thoughts stirred, and his eyelids, which were about to close, snapped open in that moment. 3 individuals, 6 eyes locking in mutual gaze, caused the 15 inhabitants of the palace to freeze involuntarily, so soon to indulge. Hutu's smile hinted at something deeper, her gaze filled with meaning. Such extravagance, Nuwa remarked, her tone laced with playful mockery. Chen Xuan was taken aback to find Nuwa present. An inexplicable sense of being caught in a misdeed washed over him. Even with the 100-fold defensive enhancement of his countenance, he could not help but feel a flush of warmth. Yet, his composure soon regained its footing, and he promptly rose to respectfully bow towards the figures above. "Grant me a small favor, and I shall keep your secret." Nuwa blinked and directly presented her condition. Moments later, before the 6 realms of reincarnation, Nuwa, sensing the pure aura emanating from Fushi's remnant soul, nodded in satisfaction. With Chen Xuan's purification, Fushi was destined to navigate his next life with ease, along with his kin enjoying a lifetime of peace. Nuwa cast Fushi into the cycle of reincarnation, while Hutu activated the process for his next life. Observing the smooth operation of reincarnation, Nuwa finally felt at ease, estimating that by the next time she met her brother, he would have taken on a human form. Shifting her gaze to the somewhat gloomy Chen Xuan, Nuwa's lips curled upward as she unexpectedly voiced a statement that left Chen Xuan momentarily stunned. "Desire the merits of the human emperor?" "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Xuan nodded eagerly. Fushi was among the few grandmasters of formations in the Primordial era, and he had already been contemplating how to seize an opportunity for discourse after his reincarnation. With Nuwa personally broaching the subject, it was an opportunity he could hardly resist. Observing Chen Xuan's fervent nodding, Nuwa's smile widened, and she turned to Huda earnestly, saying, "I am grateful for your assistance, sister. Upon my return, I shall send my disciple, Sunu, to aid in maintaining the order of the underworld." After uttering this, Nuwa gradually dissolved into nothingness, vanishing from the underworld. "My brother's growth requires a protector." Nuwa's voice echoed softly in Chen Xuan's ears. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, his mind beginning to formulate plans. Are you satisfied with the 12 maidens I arranged for you?" After Nuwa departed, Hutu cast a knowing glance, a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a wry smile. "Your Majesty, you truly have put me in a difficult position." He slowly shook his head, repeatedly reminding himself that the allure of beauty could serve as a double-edged sword. Indulging in such tenderness would only dull his resolve, as he had yet to attain sainthood. It was unwise to become overly enamored with beauty. "If this happens again, I shall consider myself a coward," Chen Xuan silently vowed. Meanwhile, at the 8th scenic palace of Shuyang Mountain, as Nuwa sent Fuxi into the cycle of reincarnation, Laozi of Taiji sensed a shift, his eyes gleaming with insight as he began to calculate. Currently, among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the heavenly sovereign had already entered reincarnation and would soon emerge. Taking advantage of this moment's celestial changes, the Taiji sage sought to uncover the location of a treasure capable of suppressing the destiny of the human race. The rules of time and fate manifested within the 8th scenic palace, the mysterious aura causing the practicing Xuandu Grandmaster below to involuntarily open his eyes. A contemplative expression crossed Laozi's face as he deftly gestured with his fingers, his mind traversing the vast expanse of the primordial realm in search of any suspicious traces. Time passed, and suddenly his eyes lit up, a flicker of joy gracing his aged features as he vanished from his spot. At the same time, having completed his task, Chen Xuan bid farewell to Hutu, and, as he emerged from the underworld, caught sight of a golden light hurtling toward him from the corner of his eye. "Is someone trying to smash me again?" Chen Xuan's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. After enduring numerous impacts, his body had naturally developed a reflex. Swiftly, he emerged from the surface, raising his hand to directly grasp the golden light. The moment it touched his palm, he felt a cool sensation. It was square-shaped and dense, imparting a weighty impression upon him. What treasure could this be, as he contemplated the heft of the object? Curiosity danced across his features, prompting him to examine it closely. Before him lay a square artifact, adorned with 9 intertwining golden dragons, revealing itself to be a seal. The jolt of realization struck Chen Xuan as he turned the seal over. Kong Tong T. The base of the seal, intricate symbols of the great Tao were inscribed. Kong Tong's seal. Upon deciphering the 2 characters etched at the bottom, Chen Xuan's heart quaked with astonishment. The legendary treasure of the human race had sought him out just as Fuxi had recently entered the cycle of reincarnation. It was said that the Kong Tong seal was a paramount treasure born to encapsulate the fortunes of humanity, and possessing it granted one the ability to summon the strength of all humans across the realms. This artifact appeared quite perilous in its allure. Chen Xuan stroked his chin, a contemplative expression gracing his visage. Now that the 6 sages had determined that humanity would be the next principal protagonist of the heavenly domain, various sects were vying for the fortunes of the human race. Undoubtedly, the Kong Tong seal was a profoundly significant treasure in this struggle, one that even the sages would fiercely contend over. Yet, with Chen Xuan's current cultivation level, receiving such a treasure did not elicit a sense of serendipity. Instead, it birthed a feeling of impending danger within him. As he pondered how to manage this supreme treasure, he suddenly sensed the fabric of the void ahead shimmer like rippling water. Raising his gaze, he beheld an elderly figure clad in Taoist robes, his hair and beard as white as snow, emerging from the abyss. Upon his arrival, the old man's piercing gaze immediately fixated upon the object in Chen Xuan's possession. Under the weight of the elder's scrutiny, Chen Xuan felt an invisible pressure descend upon him, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch slightly as he inwardly lamented his misfortune. The treasure had scarcely settled in his grasp when the Taiji sage had already come searching for it. Disciple Chen Xuan pays respects to Master Taiji, he said, despite the frustration brewing within, ensuring his external demeanor remained respectful as he bowed deeply. Observing the respectful gesture from below, the old man's gaze flickered momentarily. Upon arriving, he had distinctly calculated that the Kong Tong seal was an unclaimed object, devoid of any entanglements of fate. Yet now, this crucial treasure for humanity had fortuitously fallen into Chen Xuan's hands. A thought flitted through the elder's mind as he sought to unravel this mystery. Soon, A look of astonishment crossed his face as he realized that the heavenly secrets surrounding Chen Xuan were shrouded by a force of time and space. Even with his formidable abilities, he could not perceive even a fragment without forceful intervention but a treasure that isolates time and space. The Taiji sage squinted slightly, faintly recognizing the familiar aura emanating from the protective force surrounding Chen Xuan. The chaos bell, his heart raced with recognition, swiftly pinpointing the source of that familiarity. This treasure had been silently acquired by this lad. Even a sage of his stature could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. His expression shifted, and at this moment, the Taiji sage was compelled to scrutinize Chen Xuan with utmost seriousness. The aura of fortune surrounding this youth had become increasingly potent. He marveled inwardly. Chen Xuan had been under the tutelage of Tong Tian for less than a Yuan meeting. Yet he had already achieved such remarkable feats. Even his sole true disciple, Xuandu, the great master, might pale in comparison. With such promising fortune and his thriving reputation among humanity, it seemed only natural for the Kongtong seal to gravitate towards Chen Xuan. However, as the leader of the human sect, the Taiji sage regarded humanity as the very foundation of his teachings, and he was determined to possess the Kongtong seal. With this in mind, he spoke directly. The object in your hand is entangled with significant causality. Given your current cultivation, you may struggle to wield it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan inwardly exclaimed in agreement. He had anticipated that the Taiji sage would demand the Kongtong seal from him. Yet he had not expected such directness. Given the elder's esteemed status, it was only natural that he would not deign to engage in subtle games with a junior. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan was not inclined to relinquish the Kongtong seal without due consideration. His eyes darted thoughtfully, formulating a plan in an instant. Disciple intended to present this treasure to Master Tong Tian. He began, but I surmise that if Master asked for it, he would certainly acquiesce. Thus, it would be more prudent for him to directly offer it to his elder. As he spoke, he extended the seal forward, but paused mid-motion, a hint of reluctance crossing his face. Master, Chen Xuan hesitated, caught between his desires. Feel free to articulate any request you may have, the elder gestured dismissively. Finding amusement in the fact that despite his straightforwardness, this junior was still engaging in a roundabout approach. Disciple wishes to request Master to impart teachings, Chen Xuan firmly declared, resolutely presenting the Kongtong seal before the elder. The Taiji sage's expression shifted slightly. He comprehended Chen Xuan's intentions. This youth, having entered under Tong Tian's tutelage, had already obtained the true teachings of the Upper Clear Tao.